A violent banging on the door roused Ning Yuan from his spring dream. He woke with a splitting headache. The dormitory was filled with a lingering smell of alcohol. Damn it. He grabbed his phone irritably. The lock screen showed 1932. It's almost evening. Hiss. Shaking his groggy head, fragments of memory before the blackout began to surface. Yesterday, the basketball team won the championship. That evening, he had dressed himself up smartly and went to the celebration banquet with his dorm, neighborly Ming. He had planned to take advantage of the FMVP glory to talk more with cheerleader Lu Rian, but was directly drunk under the table by those idiot teammates. Everything after that was a blur. He faintly remembered being shaken awake by Li Ming around 8 in the morning. The two supported each other and stumbled back to school. Ning Yuan glanced at his phone. The lock screen was full of unread messages and missed calls. Too lazy to look, he tossed it aside, turned over, and pulled the covers over his head to continue sleeping. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang. Yet the knocking not only didn't stop, but grew more urgent. Outside, someone seemed to be cursing, faintly mixed with a few very light laughs. That laugh felt strange, sending a chill down one's spine. Damn, what idiot is going berserk outside? Ning Yuan cursed under his breath and sat up. He looked around, intending to ask a roommate to open the door. But the dim dormitory was empty with only him. Some dumbass must have forgotten his keys again. He muttered, thinking it might be one of his roommates, and then slowly got out of bed to put on his pants, deliberately making the outside person wait longer. At that moment, BM. The door of the opposite dormitory was yanked open violently. A roar full of fury came from inside. What the hell are you knocking for? Can't a person get some rest? But the roar immediately turned into a short scream. Then came the clatter of desks and chairs being knocked over, and a heavy thud of something hitting the ground. A dull thump. Finally, everything fell silent, leaving only a kind of eerie laughter issued by many people together, echoing in the corridor. Ning Yuan's heart tightened. Fight. His first thought was that the hot-tempered guy across the hall was duking it out with the knocker. But that laughter. Something was off. A strong curiosity drove him to see what was happening outside. He didn't even bother putting on a shirt. He fastened his pants and rushed to the door. Damn, what the hell are those bastards outside up to? Cursing, he reached out and grabbed the cold metal doorknob. Then he gave it a gentle twist. The door opened. As the door crack widened, a faint rust-like smell entered his nostrils. It felt oddly familiar, but he didn't dwell on it and looked toward the opposite door. The opposite dormitory's door stood wide open. What met his eyes were a few blurry figures, their backs to Ning Yuan, as they laughed wildly, standing motionless inside the opposite dorm like grotesque statues. Something seemed to be moving in the gap beneath the crowd. Ning Yuan couldn't make out what it was. He walked straight out of the dorm, wanting to get closer and see what was going on. He reached the door across the hall and poked his head in to look. Then he finally saw clearly. A person lay on the ground, covered in blood, body still twitching violently. The face was so smeared with blood, it was unrecognizable. A white jersey was oozing dark red liquid. Wait, that person, the jersey he was wearing. Holy shit, isn't that our basketball team uniform? Isn't this Li Ming? Damn, this guy, didn't he sleep with someone's girlfriend and get beaten up? He guessed wildly in his mind, trying to find a relatively reasonable explanation for this bloody scene. Despite his anxiety driven by the lingering alcohol from his hangover, he took a few more steps inside to ask them what was going on. He reached out and gently patted the back of the nearest person, the one who was laughing around Li Ming. Hey buddy. But before he could finish, the person he had patted turned his head, extremely slowly, extremely stiffly. The turning process felt like a super slow motion scene in a movie, every detail magnified countless times. The moment Ning Yuan saw that face, clearly a chill shot straight from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. His scalp went numb instantly. Every hair on his body stood on end. He let out a heart-rending scream that nearly burst his own eardrums. His body trembled violently from extreme fear. He instinctively backed away step by step, his heart pounding against his ribs like it was about to jump out. What kind of face was that? Flesh and blood mashed together, completely mangled, as if it had been repeatedly bashed with a hammer, its original shape unrecognizable. Where one eye should have been was a black bloody hole still oozing dark red plasma. And on that mutilated, nauseating face, there hung an extremely distorted, nearly maniacal smile. The corner of his mouth seemed to spasm upward, stretching into a grin at an inhuman angle, revealing teeth coated with sticky blood clots and shreds of flesh. Ning Yuan's screams still echoed through the corridor. In the opposite dormitory, those faces that were laughing wildly turned in unison. Their originally hollow and vacant eyes suddenly lit up the moment they saw him. That gaze was filled with intense desire and malice. Immediately after, they simultaneously erupted into even crazier, more piercing laughter. Damn, we've got a new toy. Ha ha. One of them roared with laughter, blood spattering from his twisted mouth as he lunged at Ning Yuan on all fours like a wild beast. This pounce instantly sobered him up. This wasn't a fight. This was definitely not a fight. As the starting point guard of the basketball team, his reaction speed was an instinct etched into his bones. The moment the man lunged at him, he abruptly twisted his waist and sidestepped. So fast that only an afterimage remained. He narrowly dodged. The tip of his nose could even smell the thick, bloody odor from the other person. No time to think. Almost simultaneously as dodging without a moment's hesitation, Ning Yuan spun around, burst forth with the fastest speed of his life, and bolted desperately toward his dormitory. Bang! He threw the dormitory door shut with all his might. But half a step too late. At the very last moment before the door closed, a hand stained with dried blood snaked through the door crack like a viper, jamming the door tight. Fuck! Ning Yuan's eyes reddened, instantly channeling all his strength into his arms and shoulders, pressing hard against the door. The muscles on his arms trembled violently from excessive strain. The hand in the door crack was squeezed hard by the heavy door, beginning to deform, bones cracking. Dark red blood mixed with yellow tissue fluid was squeezed out from between the fingers. But the owner of that hand seemed completely numb to pain. He still showed no intention of pulling his hand back. The manic laughter outside was growing even louder. Help! Is anyone there? Help! Help! Ning Yuan screamed hoarsely, his voice distorted by extreme fear. The only response was the louder laughter and filthy cursing from outside, and the increasingly violent push against the door. Ning Yuan clenched his teeth until his gums almost bled, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. His palms were completely wet. He exerted every ounce of strength to hold this fragile line. He was about to give out. The door groaned with a creak. The door crack was pried open bit by bit. 1 hand, 2 hands, 3 hands. More bloodstained hands reached in, clawing frantically. At this moment, Ning Yuan was completely overwhelmed by fear, adrenaline surging, his heart about to burst. Tears uncontrollably streamed down his face due to the adrenaline. The immense fear and despair nearly made him give up. Suddenly, just as he felt his arms go weak and was about to be pushed open, a string seemed to snap in his mind. Crack. Having reached the depths of despair, he instead grasped a spark of mad inspiration. His eyes suddenly shifted, flashing a ruthless determination as if ready to risk everything. Ning Yuan suddenly released his grip on the door and spun around. With lightning speed, he dashed to the windowsill a few meters away in 2 strides. Without time to think, he yanked open the old window and leaped. Thud! By instinct and luck, he landed precisely on the narrow, dusty air conditioner platform outside the window. At this moment, he was immensely grateful that to save money his dorm had never installed an air conditioner. Almost at the exact moment he jumped out, boom! The unrestrained dormitory door was violently smashed open. The madman at the front, having used too much force, couldn't stop himself and fell flat on the ground. But the several figures following behind unhesitatingly trampled over their companion's body and rushed in like hungry ghosts crawling from hell, charging toward the windowsill. Eagerly they poked their twisted, grinning heads out the window, looking around. Yet the air conditioner platform outside was completely empty. That lively toy from just now, the prey that had thrilled them so, was gone. Only the empty metal platform remained, exuding a dead silence in the cool evening breeze. Ning Yuan tightly grasped the metal bracket beneath the air conditioning unit. The cold sensation made his palm ache, nearly numbing his senses. At this moment he was positioned between the 4th and 3rd floors. His feet were resting on the upper edge of the 3rd floor window, the narrow ledge bearing his weight. His body swayed unsteadily, relying solely on this little support. He held his breath, afraid to make any sound, fearing discovery by the madman above. Looking down, the dizziness from the ground made him feel nauseous. But all his attention was now focused on his ears. Inside the dormitory, those madmen, upon discovering his disappearance, erupted into even more frenzied curses and hysterical laughter, their voices echoing terrifyingly in the empty dorm building. Minutes passed, perhaps longer. The chilling laughter and curses, accompanied by heavy footsteps, gradually faded away. Had they, seemingly departed from his dormitory, Ning Yuan felt a slight relief just thinking about whether he could crawl back. Suddenly, a more terrifying sound emerged. Bang! Bang! It sounded like someone was smashing a watermelon with a baseball bat. Deep and nauseating. Following that was Li Ming's completely distorted, desperate, and painful scream echoing through the dormitory. Ah! Ah! His scream even drowned out the mad laughter of those madmen. One after another, like a heavy hammer, it struck Ning Yuan's heart fiercely. He felt he could hardly breathe, his whole body trembling violently. He could imagine what Li Ming was enduring at the hands of those madmen, but he could do nothing. He could only huddle here like a frightened chicken, praying that the beasts would leave soon. Time stretched infinitely in fear. Every second was an agony. He didn't know how long had passed, maybe half an hour, maybe an hour. The sounds from the dorm opposite finally ceased completely. A deathly silence. Ning Yuan's heart was still pounding, cold sweat mixed with tears smeared across his face. He forced himself to calm down, shaking his head vigorously, listening intently. Really, there was no sound. Only then did he slowly move his already stiff and numb arms and legs. Taking a deep breath, he used his hands and feet to gradually crawl back to the platform of the air conditioning unit. He lay on the platform, exposing only half of his head, quickly scanning his dorm through the window's gap. No one. He immediately scrambled and flipped into the dorm. As he landed, his legs softened, almost causing him to fall. Huff! Huff! Ning Yuan leaned against the wall, gasping heavily, his legs trembling uncontrollably. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat, his face smeared with sweat and tears. He looked around. His dorm was still the same, empty, but the air seemed to carry a faint metallic scent of blood, unsure if it drifted over from the opposite side. Fear did not dissipate. Rather, in this quiet atmosphere, it became more unsettling. He gritted his teeth against his trembling legs, inching towards the door, wanting to close it. As soon as his hand touched the cold doorknob, his gaze uncontrollably darted towards the opposite door. Li Ming's dorm door was wide open. Ning Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted. What was that? It was impossible to discern any human form. Just yesterday, he had been shoulder to shoulder with his teammate Li Ming, drinking and boasting. Now he had turned into a mass of blurry, writhing, rotten flesh. His body was completely twisted and deformed, arms and legs gone. Innards spilled all over the ground, staining the floor a dark red. The head, damn it, the head was almost smashed into pulp. Red blood, white brain matter, yellow, unknown liquid, splattered everywhere. On the walls, on the ceiling, there were splatters of blood and fragments of flesh everywhere. A thick, overwhelming stench of blood, the foul odor of innards, and some indescribable stench rushed into his nostrils. The world spun. Ning Yuan felt the entire world was swaying. A buzzing sound filled his ears. He could no longer think nor look any further. He turned abruptly and quickly closed the door to his dorm. He didn't dare to slam it hard, fearing that the noise would alert those madmen to return. Click. He locked it. In the next second, he could no longer hold back. Leaning against the cold door, he bent down and vomited explosively. The sour water bile and undigested alcohol from last night. Everything was expelled. He kept vomiting until his throat burned painfully, unable to bring up anything more. He slid down along the door panel, sitting on the floor, his gaze empty, his mind blank. That scene was 1,000 times more terrifying than any horror movie he had ever seen. After a long time, perhaps 10 minutes, perhaps more, Ning Yuan felt as if he had regained his soul. He dragged his nearly exhausted body, crawling back to bed, curling up. His body continued to tremble uncontrollably. He instinctively reached for his phone beside the pillow. The screen lit up, casting a faint glow on his pale face. Time, 2043. Call the police. Yes, call the police. But just as he was about to unlock it, the unread message notifications he had previously ignored were now glaring like needles. Dozens, hundreds, and more kept popping up in the taskbar. He trembled as he tapped on a WeChat group chat. A flood of unread messages instantly filled the screen. Basketball team group, class group, and individual messages from WeChat friends. The content was nearly identical. There are monsters everywhere outside. They assault anyone they see. Damn it. It's too bizarre. Lock the doors. Hide. There are killers outside. Great. The zombie apocalypse has come. Yuan, go. Run. It's a massacre at the school. One message after another, most filled with urgency and fear. Yet there were even some trying to crack jokes in such a time. Ning Yuan's heart sank deeper into the cold abyss with every scroll of the screen. A sense of indescribable chill surged from all directions. It wasn't just the door, not just their building. The entire school, perhaps the whole world, was in deep trouble. He had watched countless zombie films and apocalypse movies, but those fictional plots had never presented themselves so vividly and brutally before his eyes. He never expected that such terrifying events would occur in just a short time after he had barely slept, and he now fully understood the gravity of his situation. Ning Yuan's fingers trembled as he instinctively typed a single character in the WeChat search bar, Dad. Since his mother passed away, his father became his only emotional support. He tightly gripped his phone, his knuckles turning white from the force, praying fervently. Dad, please don't be in any trouble. You must be safe. Opening the chat with his father, there were also a dozen unread voice messages. The messages spanned from early morning until just now. The last voice message was sent at 2040, just a few minutes ago. Immediately, his father's familiar voice came through the earpiece, but it was filled with unmistakable fatigue and hoarseness, the background noise chaotic. Xiao Yuan, where are you? Reply to Dad. I'm safe for now, how about you? Send a message back to reassure me. Tears welled up in an instant. Blurring his phone screen, he took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently due to excitement, fear, and immense pressure. Dad is safe. He is still alive. This news struck his nearly broken heart like a strong dose of adrenaline, easing his chaotic and fearful heart, even if just a little. He immediately exited WeChat, opened his contacts, wanting to reassure his father. The missed call list was densely packed with his father's name. He randomly tapped one number and called back. Beep. The phone rang just once before being instantly connected. Xiao Yuan. His father's voice came through immediately, filled with immense joy, but more so with uncontainable anxiety and fatigue. You brat. Finally returned the call. Why haven't you been answering? Do you know how dangerous it is outside now? Where are you? You didn't even reply to my messages. You scared the hell out of me, do you know that? The background noise on the other end became even more chaotic, as if many people were talking with alarm. Sounds very confusing. Dad. Ning Yuan's voice trembled heavily, laden with tears. I know. I'm in the school dormitory. I just encountered those madmen. He spoke incoherently, unsure how to describe everything he had just experienced. I'm fine. As long as you're safe, that's good. You're fine, that's all that matters. Upon hearing his son's voice, his father's tone immediately softened, the previous impatience and anger disappearing, leaving only deep concern and relief. Dad is currently in a shelter, the city gymnasium. There are troops protecting it. It's relatively safe for now. Don't worry about me. Dad, I'm so scared. Just now, my friend. Ning Yuan finally couldn't hold back his voice, choking, filled with a child's helplessness and grievance. Don't be afraid. Son, listen to Dad. His father's voice immediately became serious and calm, speaking rapidly. Right now, don't think about anything else. Immediately. Right now, find a completely safe place to hide. Lock all doors and windows. Barricade them. Do not come out. Do you hear me? Do not come out. I heard someone in the shelter say they are organizing personnel for rescue. But it's too chaotic outside right now. There are crazed killers everywhere. If you come out, it's a death sentence. His father paused, seemingly lowering his voice, speaking even faster. Remember the shelter address. City Gymnasium. South Gate. It's not too far from your school. Listen, Xiao Yuan, this is the last resort. If you really can't hide anymore, or you run out of food and water in an absolute emergency, then you find a way to come over. But you must ensure your absolute safety. Be extremely careful. The outside is hell right now. Waiting for rescue is the most prudent choice. Do you understand? His father's voice was urgent and fast, filled with an authoritative tone and deep concern. I understand. Dad, I will be careful. Don't worry. Ning Yuan nodded, choking back his sobs. His father's safety, along with the knowledge of an official shelter, was the only good news that could support him at this moment. Good. You must be extremely careful. Stay safe. His father seemed to be in a hurry, as if someone was calling him. I have to gather here. Can't talk anymore. I'll hang up first. I'll call you if there's any situation. Take care of yourself. Dad. You be careful too. Beep. 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 The call was disconnected. Listening to the busy tone on his phone, Ning Yuan let out a long, exhausted breath, feeling as if all his strength had been drained. He set down his phone and collapsed back onto the bed. His father was safe. There was a shelter at the city gymnasium. But he glanced at the pitch-black night outside, and the image of the opposite dormitory, like a slaughterhouse, and those madmen with distorted smiles resurfaced in his mind. How far is it from here to the city gymnasium? It would take more than half an hour by bus. Now, how would he get there? How many of those monsters were out there right now? Would rescue really come? When would it come? What should he do? Ning Yuan's mind was a tangled mess, all emotions fiercely tearing at his heart. He was trapped in this hellish campus. Ning Yuan paced back and forth in the cramped dormitory space, feeling agitated. His father's phone call had temporarily calmed his fear, but deepened his anxiety about the future. The city sports arena as a shelter. To him, it felt as distant as another world. The only thing he could do now was to survive. Survive at all costs. At least until that damned rescue actually arrives. He stopped, moved the remaining chair and table to brace the door, reinforcing it. Then he scanned every corner of the dormitory. He had to find some food and water first. The meager snacks in Ning Yuan's drawer were useless in this uncertain waiting. He searched for half the day, rummaging through each roommate's space, but found nothing. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly remembered the dorm leader, Ma Yao. That guy was notoriously stingy, but he also liked to secretly stash away some private goods. Ning Yuan approached Ma Yao's bed again, and like an experienced treasure hunter began a thorough search. He nearly flipped the bedboard. His gaze turned to the space under the bed. A pile of messy junk emitted the unique mixed odor of a bachelor dorm. He patiently sifted through each item. Even a package of expired cookies would be life-saving at this point. Finally, he felt something hard at the bottom of a battered cardboard box. He pulled it out and opened it. A whole unopened pack of Oreos. At least a dozen. Damn. Ning Yuan's heart raced as if it had been injected with a dose of adrenaline. Although this wouldn't last long, it was better than nothing. He continued searching and found a tightly wrapped plastic bag at the very bottom of Ma Yao's wardrobe. Opening it revealed 2 energy bars and a small pack of beef jerky. Ning Yuan was almost moved to give Ma Yao a salute. In a critical moment, it was you, boss. He also found an unopened bottle of mineral water in Ma Yao's desk drawer. Ning Yuan took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Counting the food and water he had found, he resolved to ration it enough to last at most 2 days. And then what? He dared not think deeply. He carefully stuffed all the spoils into his backpack. The heavy feeling brought a semblance of false security. After confirming that nothing was left behind in the dormitory, he went to charge his power bank and filled the dormitory's only water bottle with tap water for emergencies. Then he washed his face and collapsed onto his bed. At that moment, a wave of helplessness overwhelmed him. Now it seemed he could only conserve food and water, waiting like a death row inmate for the elusive rescue. But who the hell knows when the rescue will arrive? Tomorrow? Next month? Or will it never come? Ning Yuan pulled out his phone. On the screen, WeChat messages were still buzzing with activity, but he had become numb. He scrolled and opened WeChat's video channel. He needed information. He needed to know what the hell was going on in the world. The screen scrolled rapidly, various short videos, almost exclusively playing clips of madmen attacking people. He opened the trending topics, and the top headline read, "Unexplained violent incidents erupting worldwide. Experts initially analyze it as a new virus infection." He clicked in immediately. On screen, an expert wearing gold-rimmed glasses and with graying hair wore a pained expression. The voice coming through the phone speaker was tinged with a forced calmness. "Based on the information we currently possess, it is highly likely due to a new type of viral infection. The most obvious characteristic of the infected is abnormal facial muscle spasms presenting an extremely distorted smile. Therefore, we have temporarily named it the laughing virus." The laughing virus. Ning Yuan's heart sank heavily. He listened intently, not daring to miss a single word, as if he wanted to engrave this information into his mind. The mode of transmission is primarily through bodily fluid contact, saliva, blood, etc. If any of these enters the body, the risk of infection is very high. The incubation period. According to current sample studies, there is no fixed mutation time, which can vary from a few seconds to a few hours. Under emotional agitation, the onset is faster. What is even more concerning is, the expert paused, lowering his voice. The infected lose their sanity, but retain some memories and habits from before the infection. We cannot currently determine whether they are still human or have turned into something akin to zombies. After infection, malevolent thoughts peak, exhibiting a strong desire to attack and tendencies toward cruelty. Their main purpose is to torment, torture, and violate others. The video began to play clearer on-site footage. Those people with eerie smiles were laughing maniacally, cursing, and attacking the chaotic crowd. Ning Yuan's scalp went numb. The hellish scene from the opposite dormitory resurfaced. Li Ming's bloodied body, the red and yellow substance splattered across the walls. Those twisted smiles, the frenzied and cruel actions. Exactly as described by the expert. A chilling fear crawled up his spine like countless ants. Currently, countries are collaborating to develop treatment plans and vaccines as quickly as possible. We strongly advise citizens to stay home, keep doors and windows closed, and avoid going out. Wait for government and military rescue. Please remain calm and do not panic. The expert continued to deliver his official statements. But to Ning Yuan, each word felt like a death sentence. He scrolled through the comments below the video. "Damn, is this a zombie or a killer? Great. I'm still a virgin. Ooh, I beg the zombie sister to come and violate me. Trust the officials. Be patient. We will definitely get through this disaster." He wasn't as optimistic as those netizens. He just stared at the expert's face on the screen, which was forcing calmness, feeling waves of despair. His fingers continued to scroll. He came across some bloggers analyzing the behavior patterns of the infected. "Babies, according to my research, they may retain memories from before the infection and are more likely to attack acquaintances heading to familiar places." Ning Yuan's heart sank completely. The opposite dorm. Li Ming. Surely he couldn't be infected. He must have been shattered. He shouldn't revive like a zombie. No, there is still too little effective information. What if? He immediately turned the phone volume to the lowest, trying to make not a single sound. He had to stay quiet. He didn't even dare turn on the light, huddling in the darkness, straining his ears to catch any faint noise from the outside. Time seemed to freeze. Every minute, every second was excruciating. The night outside was thick as ink, devouring everything. The dormitory building was terrifyingly silent. Only the occasional chilling laughter echoed from afar, along with intermittent screams. They were reminding Ning Yuan. Hell was just outside the door. What should he do? Follow his father's advice and continue hiding here, but would the food last until rescue? Or should he take the risk and charge out to attack? Forget it, he didn't want to think about it. He would decide once the food ran out. After scrolling through videos for an unknown length of time, Ning Yuan's hand slipped slightly, causing the phone to fall, and he dozed off in a haze. Ning Yuan endured 4 days in his dormitory. Each day crawled by with excruciating slowness and endless repetition of the same motions. The first thing he did upon waking was meticulously inspect the doors and windows, ensuring there were no signs of forced entry. Then he would tally the remaining food and water, calculating how much longer they might last. For the rest of the time, he mostly lay in bed, numbly scrolling through short videos and checking for news from the outside world. Every few hours, he would send his father a message to report his safety. He would also habitually open his friends' chat windows and type out a "you there?" or "still alive." But reality was cruel. Each day, the number of replies he received from friends dwindled sharply. Uncertain of his friends' safety, Ning Yuan's heart grew heavier with unease. The food and water were also visibly diminishing. Rescue teams. There wasn't even a trace of them. The only small comfort was that the manic laughter and screams from outside the dormitory building seemed to have lessened over the past 2 days. Perhaps there were no living people left in this area, and the infected had moved elsewhere. That was the only reassurance he could offer himself. Night fell once more. The dormitory was shrouded in darkness, and Ning Yuan curled up under his blanket, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. His stomach churned with sharp, hunger-induced pains, and his throat was parched as if it were about to smoke. With trembling hands, he reached for the plastic bottle by his bedside. Inside was the last half bottle of mineral water. Carefully, he unscrewed the cap, tilted his head back, and brought his cracked, dry lips to the bottle's rim, taking a tiny sip. The cool liquid slid down his throat, a fleeting sensation. It was far from enough. Instead, the burning thirst in his body only intensified. His backpack lay on the desk below the bed, containing his last ration, the pack of Oreos that Ma Yao had secretly stashed away. Straining himself, he reached down and dragged the backpack onto the bed. He unzipped it and reached his fingers inside. Instead of the expected dry texture of cookies, he was met with a damp, sticky, crumbly, and utterly disgusting sensation. What the hell? Ning Yuan's heart sank. He yanked his hand back sharply. By the faint glow of his phone screen, he leaned in to look. Damn it. The cookie wrapper had been gnawed to shreds by something, the edges stained with an unknown slime. Inside the bag, besides the black cookie crumbs, were mixed a few black pellets, rat droppings. Ugh. A wave of intense nausea hit him. Damn it. Ning Yuan growled, a surge of anger and despair washing over him. I couldn't even bring myself to eat this, and now these damned rats have ruined it. He tossed the tattered bag aside, weakly, feeling as if all his strength had been drained, and collapsed onto the bed. It's over. Completely over. The phone screen was still lit. Subconsciously, he wanted to scroll again, just in case. Just in case there was news of a rescue. Suddenly, knock, knock, knock. A knock at the door. Neither too loud nor too soft, one after another, slow and distinct. This sound was completely different from the frantic banging of the past 2 days. Ning Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He held his breath, and in the silence that followed the knocking, he could almost hear the blood rushing through his ears. Who? At this hour? A knock at the door. Could it be another survivor? An almost impossible thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately suppressed it. Impossible. Hadn't the experts said those infected would retain some memories and habits from their former lives? They were imitating. They were fishing. Huh. From outside the door came a muffled sound, as if something was stuck in a throat. Then a low, hoarse voice, as if it hadn't spoken for a long time, each word slurred together, sounded. Open the door. Is anyone in there? Help me. The voice seemed to be desperately imitating a normal human tone, but its cadence carried an inhuman eeriness. He clamped his hand over his mouth, the eerie atmosphere making his hair stand on end. The knocking stopped, but Ning Yuan knew that whatever was outside had not left. Sure enough, a faint metallic scraping sound came from the area of the door lock. Click, clack. The sound was as if something sharp was trying to pick the lock. With a jolt, Ning Yuan scrambled off the bed, grabbing the broken table leg leaning against the wall, his makeshift weapon from yesterday. He hunched over, tiptoed silently to the door, and pressed his ear against the cold wooden panel. The lockpicking continued, growing more impatient, more forceful, with a frantic loss of patience. Damn it. Anyone there? Open up. I'm a living person. Open the door. Huh. Ha ha ha. The thing outside could no longer keep up its act, letting out a sharp, piercing howl that finally devolved into that signature, spine-chilling, maniacal laughter. Ning Yuan's heart pounded wildly, feeling as if it might explode from his chest. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back, and the hand gripping the table leg was slick with perspiration. The laughter and lockpicking continued for a while, before moving away down the hallway with curses, as if it had given up and was searching for another target. Only then did Ning Yuan's tense body suddenly relax. Leaning against the door, he gasped for breath. He then dragged his own stool over and propped it against the previously reinforced door. After doing all this, he clutched the table leg tightly to his chest and slumped back onto the bed. He pulled out his phone, his fingers still trembling slightly from the lingering fear. He wanted to tell his father what had just happened, to seek some comfort. He typed the message and hit send. On the screen next to the message, a red exclamation mark popped up. Sending failed. He couldn't believe it. He tried sending a few emojis. Still the red exclamation mark. A strong sense of foreboding made his whole body tense up. He quickly opened the chat windows of others in his contact list and sent them messages. Without exception, all he got back were glaring red exclamation marks. What's going on? He looked up at the top of his phone. The Wi-Fi signal was still showing full bars. Could it be? He immediately switched to mobile data. The signal icon flickered weakly a few times before finally turning into a cold X. The network was down. Ning Yuan's mind went blank. He immediately dialed his father's number. He knew that as long as there was a signal, his father would answer. But beep, beep, beep. The sound from the earpiece was no longer a waiting tone, but a series of urgent, cold, busy signals. The signal was gone too. Communication was completely cut off. In that moment, Ning Yuan understood what it meant to be utterly alone. A wave of absolute despair instantly engulfed him. All his connections to the outside world had been severed. He had become an isolated island adrift in a hellish sea of manic laughter. Ning Yuan was unsure whether he had fainted or simply fallen asleep, but when he regained consciousness, it was hunger that roused him. His stomach burned with an unbearable ache. He struggled to lift his eyelids and glanced at his phone screen, which showed 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The memories of the previous night were fragmented. He only recalled clutching his phone, which had no signal, burying his face in the pillow, and spiraling into a hopeless internal struggle until he lost consciousness. Now still clinging to a sliver of hope, he picked up his phone again, repeatedly toggling the Wi-Fi and mobile data on and off. He sent a message, only to see a red exclamation mark. He tried calling, still a busy tone. The signal had not returned. The network was completely paralyzed. It was over. Truly over now. He was trapped here, doomed to die. Waiting for rescue. That was nothing short of a fantasy. At this point, even if he screamed his lungs out, no one would hear him. The pain in his stomach grew more intense. His vision kept darkening, and he even began to hallucinate, imagining footsteps outside the door and shadows flickering through the gap in the curtains. Was it the hunger? Ning Yuan shook his heavy head vigorously. His lips were cracked and bleeding. He picked up his empty water bottle, turned it upside down in desperation, and shook it hard to get the last few drops into his mouth. Every cell in his body craved moisture. He leaned against the wall and staggered to the bathroom, hoping to wet his lips and throat with tap water. He turned on the faucet, but no water flowed as expected. He remembered the bucket of emergency tap water. He walked over to it. A faint foul stench emanated from that spot. Frowning, he leaned closer to the bucket. A single glance was enough to make him retch. The water was murky with white flocculent matter floating on the surface, giving off a distinct odor of decay. This water was undrinkable. Absolutely undrinkable. Despair once again tightened its grip on his throat. His brain struggled to function due to extreme hunger and dehydration. No, he couldn't just wait to die like this. He pinched the webbing between his thumb and forefinger, digging his nails deep into the flesh, trying to stay alert and focus on what to do next. Perhaps driven by the instinct to survive, a sudden flash of light burst through his chaotic mind. On the first floor, in that corner, that vending machine, there must be food inside, and drinks. Though going down might mean instant death, staying here with no signal and no rescue meant 100% chance of dying. He had to gamble. This was his only chance at survival. Ning Yuan abruptly stood up, but as soon as he took a step, reason slammed on the brakes. He couldn't go now. His mind quickly replayed the layout of the first floor lobby. The huge glass front door allowed an extremely high amount of light during the day. Even if there were no infected in the hallway, as soon as he stood in the lobby fiddling with the vending machine in broad daylight, he would be completely visible from outside. Going to the first floor in broad daylight was like being a sitting duck. He had to wait until the light dimmed a bit, when visibility was poor, before sneaking down. Ning Yuan forcefully suppressed the burning hunger in his stomach. Since he was going to risk his life, he couldn't go empty-handed. Ning Yuan began searching every cabinet in the dormitory thoroughly, finally finding a few books. He planned to imitate the methods from zombie movies, binding the books to his limbs as armor. Though he couldn't find any tape, he tore apart a thin bedsheet to use as rope, opening the books and placing them on his arms, wrapping them around again and again. He shook one of his fixed arms. The effect was decent. Then he repeated the process for his other arm and legs, securing books to them as well. Afterward, he picked up the power bank he had charged a few days ago and plugged his phone in. With everything ready, he sat down against the corner of the wall. Hunger and thirst tormented his nerves mercilessly, but he clutched the broken table leg that had accompanied him for 3 days, forcing himself not to make a single sound. He waited. After an unknown amount of time, he picked up his phone to check the time. It was already 7:30 in the evening. He turned his head to look out the window. The sky was a murky gray, quickly darkening. He knew it was time to move. Ning Yuan set his phone to silent mode and placed it in the zippered pocket of his pants. He double-knotted the laces of his sneakers tightly. Everything was ready. Equipped, Ning Yuan stood up and, taking advantage of the fading light, tiptoed to the dormitory door. He pressed his ear against the door panel and listened carefully. Silence. An eerie silence. After hesitating for a few seconds, he gripped the table leg tightly and tapped the door very lightly with his knuckles. Thud. Thud. No response. He cleared his throat and let out a deliberate cough. Ahem. Still there was no sound. Those infected, maybe, had actually left this building, gone to look for easier targets. He knocked on the door again, repeating the action. He muttered to himself at the door. Anyone there? He pressed his ear even closer to the door panel, straining to hear any sound from outside. Still nothing but dead silence. After hesitating for a few seconds, his hand, trembling slightly, grasped the cold doorknob. He turned it gently. Creak. The hinges let out a faint sound, jarringly loud in the deathly quiet dormitory building. The dormitory door was slowly pulled open a crack. He poked half his head out and looked left and right. Outside the door was a pitch-black corridor stretching into darkness. There seemed to be no trace of the infected outside. Then he took a deep breath and stepped out. As Ning Yuan approached the staircase, a nauseating stench of blood and decay permeated the air. One hand gripping a table leg tightly, the other holding his phone to illuminate the dim stairwell, he pressed his back against the wall and inched downward like a gecko. Each step was taken with extreme caution, terrified of making the slightest sound. Dried and semi-dried, dark crimson bloodstains covered the handrails, walls, and floor, along with scattered fragments that looked like shredded flesh or bone shards, sending a chill across his skin. The silence was terrifying. Apart from his own ragged breathing from tension and the pounding of his heart threatening to burst from his chest. Not a single sound of any living creature echoed through the stairwell. Yet this silence was more blood-curdling than the earlier manic laughter and screams. Only two words remained in his mind: hungry, thirsty. The gnawing pain in his stomach and the parched sensation in his throat constantly reminded him that if he didn't find supplies soon, he might truly meet his end here. Relying on the agility honed from his basketball team days, he dodged obstacles on the floor, using the shadows of the stairwell landings to move swiftly downward. Fourth floor, third floor, second floor, finally the first floor. He pressed himself against the corner of the stairwell entrance, poked half his head out, and quickly scanned the lobby. The sky hadn't completely darkened yet. The spacious lobby was in utter disarray. Tables and chairs overturned, trash and flyers scattered everywhere, along with several suspiciously colored stains. It seemed empty. Ning Yuan's heart relaxed a fraction. His gaze quickly locked onto a familiar target in the corner of the lobby, the vending machine. That's it. He swallowed hard, his throat aching with dryness. After scrutinizing the lobby once more to confirm no obvious, living things were present, he hunched over and sprinted toward the vending machine. As he reached it, his heart sank again. The glass door of the machine was covered in cracks, as if someone had smashed it, and the screen was pitch black. The power was out. Damn it. He cursed under his breath, but his eyes remained fixed on the colorful packages behind the cracked glass. Drinks, cookies, chocolate. He even spotted his favorite iced tea. Even if the power was out, the goods were still inside. If he could just break it open. With that thought, Ning Yuan hesitated no longer. He glanced around, stowed his phone in his bag, and set down the table leg had been clutching. Then he picked up a broken metal mop handle from the ground. This was far sturdier than the table leg. Taking a deep breath, he swung his arm with all his might and smashed the handle against the most cracked area of the vending machine's glass door. A loud crash echoed through the lobby, jarringly harsh. The glass shattered but didn't fall completely. It worked. Ning Yuan's heart leaped with joy as he prepared for a second strike, when a strange guttural roar suddenly erupted from the nearby guardroom. Then with a bang, the thin wooden door of the guardroom burst open from the inside. A figure in a crumpled security uniform staggered out. The creature's face wore a twisted, inhuman grin, drool dripping from the corners of its mouth, and its bloodshot eyes locked onto Ning Yuan. Holy shit, an ambush! Ning Yuan's scalp tingled, and on pure instinct, he swung the mop handle at the guard. The guard seemed to retain some combat instinct, sidestepping partially, but not entirely. The mop handle slammed into its shoulder with a crisp crack, as if breaking bone. But the guard was unfazed. Its smile grew even more terrifying, taunting. Not bad strength, you bastard. Wait till I shove this pole up your ass to loosen you up. Ha ha. At the same time, it reached out a grimy hand with blackened fingernails, grabbing for Ning Yuan. Its speed was far faster than he had imagined. Its strength was terrifying as well. Relying on his quick reflexes, Ning Yuan barely dodged by twisting his head, but his instinctive block left a burning scratch on his arm. His heart tightened as he looked down, just a scratch, barely bleeding. But the grime on the guard's hand. Damn it. Would he get infected? The thought barely crossed his mind before the guard lunged again. Ning Yuan dared not engage Heaton, awkwardly dodging around the lobby. He tried to trip the creature with tables and chairs, but the monster-like guard simply charged through, smashing them to pieces. During the struggle, they collided with the vending machine. With a clatter, the already damaged machine toppled over, glass shattering, completely spilling drinks and snacks across the floor. Ning Yuan watched helplessly as his beloved iced tea rolled under the guard's foot, crushed with a pop, splattering brownish red liquid everywhere. Fuck you. Ning Yuan's eyes turned red. This was the prize he had risked his life for, now completely destroyed. Rage momentarily overpowered fear as he roared and thrust the mop handle into the guard's stomach with all his might. The guard staggered back, but still wore that manic grin as if the attack was just a tickle. Just then, rasping sounds emerged. Look, isn't that Ning Yuan, the show-off from the basketball team? Kill him. Kill him. Gouge out his eyes and stomp them like grapes. More excited, venomous laughter mixed with curses came from the stairwell. Ning Yuan's blood ran cold as he turned to see three infected, all familiar faces, classmates from his own class. What horrified him more was that one infected held a severed arm as a weapon. Spotting Ning Yuan, they lit up as if seeing a priceless treasure and charged down swiftly. With the guard ahead and pursuers behind, the stairwell was completely blocked. No way back. Ning Yuan's mind raced. The only escape route, the main entrance. He stopped tangling with the guard, faked a move to shake it off, and turned to sprint toward the massive glass doors of the lobby. Grab him. Don't let him escape. We'll hang him up and beat him. Haha, he'll fuck him hard first. The shouts and manic laughter grew closer behind him. A severed arm whizzed past Ning Yuan's ear. Luckily it missed. His heart felt like it would burst from his chest. Summoning every ounce of strength, he crashed into the glass door like a cannonball. A tremendous shatter. The massive glass door exploded under his impact. Shards of glass flew everywhere, slicing bloody gashes across his arms and face. Ignoring the pain, he burst out of the dormitory. Outside, dusk had fallen, shrouding the empty campus in darkness. A faint flickering light glowed from the nearby cafeteria, an eerie anomaly in the dim campus. Little bastard can run. When we catch you, we'll break your legs first. Huh. The infected charged out after him with terrifying speed. Ning Yuan sprinted desperately across the open ground, wind roaring past his ears, unable to shake the footsteps and vile curses behind him. He felt like a rabbit fleeing from wolves on the prairie, nowhere to hide. His heart pounded as if about to explode. He dodged fallen bicycles and kicked over trash cans, trying to create obstacles. After what felt like an eternity, he finally spotted the nearest building. The cafeteria. It was right ahead. He saw an inconspicuous back door on the side, seemingly a delivery entrance half ajar. He sprinted with his last ounce of strength. Desperate to hide inside, the infected behind him cackled, their voices drawing closer. Got you now, you little slut. He quickly glanced back to see a hand caked with grime and blood nearly grabbing his collar. Ning Yuan instinctively twisted his body to evade the deadly grab. Survival instinct unleashed a final burst of energy, his numb legs still churning forward, frantically charging at the half-open back door. But the violent twist and his leg muscles pushed to their limit caused him to lose balance instantly. Unable to control the immense forward momentum, he stumbled and lurched uncontrollably, hurtling straight toward the iron door. A heavy thud. Ning Yuan felt as if he had slammed into a wall, stars exploding before his eyes, his organs nearly displaced. He crashed heavily against the iron door, the immense force slamming it shut with a loud clang. The door that had been half open was now fully closed. It's over. The thought pierced his mind like an icicle, freezing his blood and leaving him paralyzed. The door. He had slammed it shut himself. He had sealed his own fate. Open up. Open up. Is anyone there? Ning Yuan completely broke down, no longer caring if he attracted more infected, pounding the cold, hard door with his hands and feet, using his last shred of strength. Tears of despair blurred his vision. He dared not look back, but could clearly hear the footsteps of the infected drawing nearer, their twisted, ecstatic laughter almost ringing in his ears. Hee. Little brat, there's nowhere to run now. Catch him. Start by breaking his fingers one by one. Don't kill him. Ning Yuan felt despair leaning against the cold iron door, futilely banging on it. The infected security guard grinned, sinisterly reaching out with his filthy hand towards Ning Yuan's face. At this critical moment, bang, the iron door behind him was suddenly pushed open from the inside. A faint light and several blurry figures appeared at the doorway. The infected were momentarily stunned, then laughed maniacally and shouted even louder. But before they could pounce, 3 men armed with weapons rushed out from the door. The leader looked like a chef wielding a shiny kitchen knife. The other 2 held a rolling pin and a long metal rod. Kill these bastards. The man with the knife yelled angrily and charged at the infected security guard. The other 2 followed suit, striking at the student infected, who came right after. They attacked fiercely without hesitation, targeting their heads and vital points, clearly not intending to prolong the fight, but simply wanting to push back the first few that rushed in. PFF. The kitchen knife sunk into the head of the security monster, splattering black blood. Bang! The metal rod struck a student infected in the face, staggering him. Taking advantage of this brief chaos, hurry, come in. A girl's hand and a rough-looking hand belonging to a middle-aged woman reached out simultaneously, grabbing Ning Yuan's arm, who was still slumped on the ground, and yanked him inside. Ning Yuan felt the world spinning as he was dragged into the darkness behind the door by a tremendous force. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Urgent shouts came from outside the door. The men with weapons pushed back the infected, trying to break in while quickly retreating inside. Shut the door. The door was abruptly slammed shut. But a bloodied hand with nails broken clung desperately to the door frame, preventing it from closing. Damn it. Cut it off. A cold glint flashed. The chef with the kitchen knife was quick, and with a swift motion, crack, the hand was severed. The severed hand fell inside, still twitching. Quick. Block the door with the cart. After locking the door, several people worked together to firmly push a heavy metal cart against it. Outside, the infected, having lost their target, erupted in furious, frenzied banging and cursing, but for now, they couldn't break in. Huff. Huff. Inside, the few survivors who had escaped death leaned against the wall or the cart, breathing heavily. The brief skirmish had drained them of tremendous energy and spirit. Check everyone. Is there any bleeding wound on you? The man with the metal rod said solemnly, quickly rolling up his sleeves and pant legs to check carefully. The others immediately began to act, checking each other's backs and hard-to-see areas. Are you okay? I'm fine. What about you? I'm fine too. Thank goodness. The tense atmosphere eased slightly. At this moment, the middle-aged woman who had just pulled Ning Yuan in, looking like a cafeteria worker wearing a relatively clean apron, but with a face full of exhaustion and fear, brought over a chipped enamel mug filled with murky water and a hard bun. Child, quickly. Drink some water and eat something to calm down. She shoved the items into Ning Yuan's hands, who was still slumped on the ground, his gaze vacant, and checked for any fresh wounds on him. At that moment, Ning Yuan's mind was still in a daze, but his Buddhist instincts took over. Without even looking at what was in his hands, he grabbed the bun, shoving it into his mouth, swallowing it almost whole despite the risk of choking. Then he lifted the mug and gulped down the murky water. The energy from the food and water reignited his brain, which had nearly come to a standstill. He raised his head, finally seeing the surroundings and the people around him clearly. This was the back kitchen area of the cafeteria, filled with a strange mix of food scraps and disinfectant. The light was dim, with only a bit of light seeping in from the main hall in the distance, and a nearly dead flashlight they held providing illumination. He looked at the 3 men and 2 women who had just saved him. The chef with the kitchen knife, the 2 young student men with the metal rod and rolling pin, the girl who had pulled him in, and the middle-aged woman who had given him food. Wait, the one with the metal rod. Ning Yuan's eyes widened in shock. Peng Yu, what the hell? How are you here? The young man with the metal rod turned his head at the sound, the flashlight's beam illuminating his face. Indeed, it was Peng Yu. His face was smeared with dirt, his eyes tired but fierce. Seeing Ning Yuan, he was taken aback for a moment, then his expression shifted to one of surprise mixed with relief. Ning Yuan, damn, you're one lucky son of a gun. Peng Yu threw down the rod, walked over and patted Ning Yuan's shoulder, then lowered his voice to ask, "We found that the back door had been tampered with and wasn't locked tight. We thought some careless fool had run away and just wanted to check it out when we heard what sounded like a fight outside. I was thinking of bringing people over to see if we could rescue someone. I didn't expect it to be you. Did you attract those crazies outside?" Peng Yu's tone was laced with obvious skepticism and impatience. "By the way, did you see that Ma Yao guy outside? The dorm head from your dorm. We suspect he took most of the food from the cafeteria. That bastard definitely knows about this back door and probably slipped out through here. Did you see him, Ma Yao?" "No, I haven't seen him since I left the dorm." Ning Yuan thought for a moment, shook his head, then smiled bitterly, briefly recounting how he had gone downstairs to find the vending machine and ended up ambushed. "Almost got done in there. By the way, is this the back kitchen of the cafeteria? Have you all been hiding here?" "Yeah." Peng Yu nodded, his expression growing serious again. "The front door of the cafeteria has long been blocked by those mad dogs outside. We can't get out. We had also blocked the back door, but just now we noticed something was off. It seemed to have been opened from the inside. Damn, if Ma Yao really stole all the food, those people inside would go crazy. All they do is argue and fight over stuff. Not a single one of them is useful." He kicked a nearby empty oil barrel in frustration. "My dad said there are rescue efforts and shelters." Ning Yuan quickly mentioned the city gym shelter and the news of his father's safety. "City gym? The military? Is that for real?" Peng Yu suddenly grabbed Ning Yuan's arm, his eyes instantly sparkling with intense light. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. I spoke to my dad on the phone before. Although the signal is down now." "Wait, didn't you see the video online? I remember the trending topics were all saying they were sending the military for rescue." Ning Yuan responded, "My phone's been dead for ages. And besides, you said the signal is down." After briefly arguing back, Peng Yu became excited again, spinning in place twice, then suddenly seemed to remember something, his expression turning extremely grave and urgent. "My sister, Peng Li. She's trapped in the 3rd girls' dormitory. 2 days ago, she sent me a message saying she was running out of food. I was originally planning to risk it and rescue her in these 2 days. If there's rescue and a shelter, that would be fantastic. What are you going to do now, eh?" Ning Yuan asked. Peng Yu took a deep breath, his eyes becoming resolute. "If we wait 2 more days and no rescue comes, then I must go save my sister first, then get my car, and go to the gym with her. Count me in, I want to go too." Ning Yuan agreed without hesitation, perhaps out of trust in this friend he had gotten along well with since freshman year, or perhaps out of a wish to see his father soon. Peng Yu lowered his head in thought and said nothing, but Ning Yuan took that as him agreeing. "We'll discuss this later, it'll take you into rest." He helped Ning Yuan up and walked toward the main hall of the cafeteria with the other survivors who had fought alongside them. Peng Yu pushed open the glass door leading from the kitchen to the main hall of the canteen, and a thicker wave of sweat and rancid food odor rushed over him, churning Ning Yuan's stomach once more, just as he had begun to catch his breath. "Follow me. There are a few more people inside." Peng Yu said, his voice low, still gripping the metal rod. Ning Yuan followed behind him, leaning against the wall, struggling to adjust from the dimness of the kitchen to the slightly brighter environment of the main hall. The main hall of the canteen was in utter disarray. Tables and chairs were shoved everywhere, forming crude barricades and makeshift safe zones. The floor was covered with overturned trays, food scraps, and dried or slick dark red stains. Several windows near the outside were completely shattered, revealing gaping dark holes barely blocked by some tables and chairs. The other windows and glass doors were covered with cracks and blurry bloodstained handprints. Bang, bang, bang. From outside came a constant dull thudding, accompanied by hoarse, eerie laughter, like a horde of tireless beasts frenziedly attacking this fragile cage. In the light, Ning Yuan could see the people in the hall clearly. Besides Peng Yu, who had just saved him, Chef Wang with his cleaver, Zhao Lei, who looked like a student holding a rolling pin, Aunt Lu, who had handed him bread and water, and the girl's son Xiao, who had pulled him in. There were several others huddled in the corner of the hall. A young couple clung tightly to each other, trembling. The man was called Zhang Chong, the woman Li Jing, who, judging by their attire, they seemed to be students. Their faces were streaked with tears and terror, their eyes dodging, afraid to meet anyone's gaze. There was also a bespectacled boy sitting alone in a relatively clean corner, a backpack on his lap, his head lowered, lost in thought. He appeared unusually calm, or rather indifferent, completely out of place amidst the surrounding panic. Peng Yu whispered to Ning Yuan that this man was called Lin Mo, a man of few words. By the wall lay a man in a canteen uniform, one leg crudely bandaged, but still seeping blood, his face pale, occasionally letting out pained groans. His name was Old Ma, a canteen employee. Peng Yu led Ning Yuan to Chef Wang and quickly introduced him. Chef Wang, this is my buddy Ning Yuan. He was being chased by the crazies outside. Oh, we brought him in. Chef Wang looked Ning Yuan up and down, his murky eyes revealing little emotion. He simply nodded and said hoarsely, got it. Young man, find a spot to stay put. Don't wander off. His gaze then shifted toward the kitchen, his expression turning grim. Damn it. Peng Yu cursed bitterly, also realizing something. Chef Wang, the kitchen. The food, is there really not much left? Chef Wang let out a heavy sigh, pointing at a pile of things in the corner. It's gone. I checked the storeroom, the lock was pried open. Anything that could be taken. Biscuits, instant noodles, canned goods. It's all empty. All that's left are these steamed buns in the kitchen and a few pieces of frozen moldy meat in the freezer. That bastard Ma Yao must have done it. He must have stolen it all and escaped through the back door. This news was like a boulder dropped into still water, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. That's all that's left. Zhang Chong, who had been trembling in an embrace, suddenly lifted his head, his voice shrill. Then what do we do? Just wait to die? Exactly. How can we survive without food? Li Jing wailed as well. Old Ma let out an even more pained groan, his eyes filled with despair. Even the perpetually silent Lin Mo furrowed his brow and adjusted his glasses. The air seemed to freeze, everyone's face etched with panic and helplessness. Ning Yuan looked at the scene before him, his heart sinking. He had just been pulled back from the brink of starvation, only to face the dire situation of food running out. Recalling the information he had seen online earlier, he quickly said, not necessarily. When my phone still had signal, I saw a trending topic. It said the government was organizing rescue. There are soldiers. My dad is in the shelter at the city gymnasium. He said there are soldiers guarding it. At these words, the atmosphere of despair lightened slightly. Zhang Chong and Li Jing's eyes lit up as if grasping at a lifeline. Really? There are soldiers. When will they come? Peng Yu chimed in, then why don't we? Distant water won't quench a near thirst. Before Peng Yu could finish, Lin Mo suddenly spoke, his voice low but clear. Even if there are shelters and soldiers, were trapped here, now surrounded by crazies outside. How do we get there? Besides, who knows if that information is real? The signal's gone. A bucket of cold water poured over them. We can't just wait to die. Peng Yu immediately retorted, pointing outside. My sister is still in the dormitory. I have to save her. Then head to the city gymnasium shelter. Go out. How? To die. Zhang Chong shouted excitedly. Better than starving to death here. Peng Yu shot back without backing down. Enough. Both of you shut it. Chef Wang bellowed, cutting off the argument. Arguing now is useless. Let's survive tonight first. He pointed at the infected approaching the canteen from outside. It seemed the earlier commotion had drawn them closer. The glass windows and front door came under even more violent attacks, looking as if they might collapse at any moment. Ning Yuan looked at the ever-growing crowd of infected outside, then at the few survivors inside the canteen, each with different expressions and uneasy hearts, and at the pitifully small pile of dry steamed buns in the corner. The joy of reuniting with his old buddy Peng Yu vanished completely. They were indeed safe for now, but like a group of beasts trapped in a cage with hunters lurking outside, and the food inside the cage was rapidly dwindling. This desperate struggle was only just beginning. Ning Yuan found a relatively clean corner, leaned against the wall, and sat down. He broke off a small piece of the hard bun Uncle Wang had given him and chewed it slowly. It was so dry that it made him choke, his eyes rolling back as a fiery pain scorched his throat. Subconsciously, he sought water, recalling the half jug of murky, odd-tasting water Aunt Lu had given him earlier. He had gulped it down in one go, and now the jug was long empty. He licked his cracked lips as an intense thirst surged once more. It wasn't just him. Almost everyone in the cafeteria was parched. The earlier commotion and tension had drained their energy, and now that calm had settled, the boat's craving for water grew unbearably strong. Uncle Wang looked at the few remaining bottles of mineral water, the only clean water they had gathered. Most bottles were already empty. He unscrewed one that still had a small amount left, using the cap as a measure, and grudgingly gave each person a tiny capful. Sip it sparingly. This is the last of the clean water. His voice was hoarse, carrying an undeniable weight. That's all. Zhang Chong stared at the shallow layer of water in his cap, complaining loudly. Hey, Uncle Wang, that's nowhere near enough. I'm dying of thirst. We still have to stand guard. How can I have strength without more to drink? It's the same for everyone. Who isn't thirsty? Uncle Wang's eyes widened. This is all the water we have. What do you want? Give it all to you alone. Zhang Chong was choked off, but muttered stubbornly then. Isn't there still water in that bucket? Didn't Aunt Lu give that kid some earlier? He pointed to a white plastic bucket placed near the kitchen by the main hall's glass door. Aunt Liu's face lit up with hope, but hesitation crept in. When I gave it to the boy earlier, I thought the taste was a bit off, but never mind, I'll take another look. She walked over to the bucket, fully removed the lid, leaned and took a deep breath and peered inside. Ugh, Tui. Aunt Liu staggered back, covering her nose and mouth. Oh dear. How did this water get so stinky? Hearing her cry, Peng Yu was the first to rush over. He leaned in and exclaimed, damn. It's really gone sour. There's white fluff floating on top. This water's undrinkable. The crowd's faces turned ashen at the news. Ning Yuan also went over to look. Sure enough, the water in the bucket was murky and foul, with white mold-like substances floating on the surface. Thinking of how he had downed the half jug of water Aunt Liu gave him, he couldn't help but dry heave and quickly backed away. Seeing this, Aunt Liu hurried over to gently pat his back. Child, it's Auntie's fault. I saw you were so weak, so I just scooped you that half jug without checking inside. She kept murmuring apologetically by his side. It's okay, Aunt Liu. I really don't blame you. I know you meant well. They'll go rest over there for a bit. Ning Yuan said to Aunt Liu, then walked back to the corner he had first chosen, found a comfortable spot, and lay down. What do? We have no water to drink. Li Jing cried out, her voice choked with tears, cutting off Aunt Liu's attempt to apologize again to Ning Yuan. Is there anything else to drink in the cafeteria? Drinks or something? Zhang Chong asked Uncle Wang urgently. Uncle Wang shook his head and pointed to the wreckage of a smashed vending machine. Those drinks in the machine are long gone. Didn't I tell you? Ma Yao, that bastard, cleared out the kitchen storage. I searched everywhere just now. Aside from the food we found earlier, there's no trace of water at all. A pall of despair hung over the entire cafeteria like a dark cloud. Food was almost gone, and now even water had run out completely. Just as the internal tension reached its peak, bam, bam, bam. The sound of banging on the doors and windows suddenly changed. It was no longer random crashing, but a hard object striking the same crack in a window with rhythmic repeated force. The sound was sharp and crisp, making everyone's heart race. Damn it, they're using something to smash. Zhao Lei's face paled as he pointed at the window. Through the grime and the piled-up tables and chairs blocking the door, everyone looked out. The infected security guard was holding a metal tray he had picked up from outside, grinning wildly as he used the edge to hammer at the glass crack. Nearby, several other infected were mimicking him, using rocks and broken chair legs to furiously attack the weak points. They seem to know how to break the glass. Li Jing's voice trembled uncontrollably. More than just knowing. Ning Yuan spoke, gravely recalling his experience a couple of days ago at the dormitory entrance. When I was in the dorm before, I encountered one. It first knocked like a person, then whispered for help, trying to trick me into opening the door. When that failed, it started using something like wire to pick my lock. He paused, looking at the shocked and terrified faces around him, then continued. That's when I knew something was off. Those experts online said they only retained fragments of memories and habits from their past lives. Bullshit. From what I see, these things still have intelligence. They observe, they learn, they use tools, and they can even deceive. They might be far smarter and far more dangerous than we think. Ning Yuan's words seemed to freeze the air in the cafeteria. If these monsters truly possessed intelligence and the ability to learn, then being trapped here was like being fish in a barrel. They had all the time and means in the world to starve them out. No one argued anymore. Everyone was terrified by this more intelligent and destructive attack from outside. Ning Yuan touched his cracked lips. The burning sensation in his throat grew stronger. Hope had been shattered once more. The food crisis remained unresolved, and now water was gone. Outside, the monsters seemed to be getting smarter. He looked at the despairing survivors in the cafeteria, his heart turning cold. Trapped here with hunger, thirst, and those maniacally laughing monsters outside that could break in at any moment. Ning Yuan felt as if he had returned to that same hopelessness in his dormitory. The dim, sickly glow of the emergency light barely outlined the shapes of nearby objects. The relentless bang, bang, of something hard striking the window continued outside. The sound grew more frantic, each blow making the cracks in the glass more visible and sending a fresh tremor of fear through every heart in the cafeteria. The survivors huddled in their respective corners, none able to truly sleep. Hunger, thirst, terror, and the increasingly cunning, persistent attacks from outside weighed like a crushing stone on every soul. Ning Yuan leaned against the cold wall, his eyes fixed on the window under heavy assault. He dared not close his eyes. His stomach ached with emptiness and his throat was parched and sore. He glanced at Peng Yu beside him, who was also awake, brows furrowed, his metal rod clenched tightly in his hand. From a corner, Li Jing suddenly let out a stifled cry of alarm, her trembling finger pointing at the window, being violently pounded. It's looking at me. I saw its eyes just now. Right at the crack. Her voice was choked with tears, filled with ultimate terror, her body shaking uncontrollably. Everyone's heart clenched. All eyes turned to the shuddering window. In the dim light, only the blurry, shifting shadow outside and the ever-expanding cracks were visible. Don't fucking startle us. Peng Yu growled, grabbing his metal rod and staring tensely at the window. Despite his words, his own grip on the weapon tightened, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. The cracks on the window multiplied. Heaven knew how much longer it could hold. Li Jing's cry had made everyone realize the glass could shatter completely at any moment. At that moment, old Ma, lying against the wall, let out more agonized groans. He seemed to have a fever drenched in sweat, muttering deliriously, sometimes letting out strange noises that were half law, half cry. The wound on his injured leg had visibly worsened. A foul stench began to emanate from him, becoming quite noticeable in the stuffy cafeteria. Is he dying? Zhang Chong looked at old Ma, asking fearfully, will he turn into one of those madmen? These words made everyone's heart skip a beat. Sun Xiao quickly went over to check. She touched old Ma's forehead. It was frighteningly hot. Don't talk nonsense, she retorted. It's just his wound getting infected, causing a high fever. But her own voice lacked conviction. That's still too scary. Li Jing said tearfully, and that smell. Can't we move him further away? What if he really changes? Zhang Chong immediately agreed, right. Move him to the kitchen and lock him in. Otherwise, who can sleep? No. Aunt Lu immediately stepped forward, shielding old Ma. Old Ma is like this, and you want to abandon him. He's one of us. One of us. He's just a burden now. Zhang Chong shouted excitedly. Shut up. Peng Yu couldn't stand it anymore either. Seeing an argument about to erupt again, Ning Yuan sighed. He noticed Lin Mo in the corner. Lin Mo seemed oblivious to the quarrel, just sitting there. Using the faint light from his phone screen, he looked down at a crumpled piece of paper, which seemed to be the school's fire evacuation map. He held a short pencil stub, scribbling on it. What was that guy doing? Ning Yuan found it strange. Everyone stop arguing. Uncle Wang called out wearily. The pounding outside is still going on. Moving old Ma is too dangerous. Let it be for now. Sun Xiao, Aunt Li, you keep an eye on him. The rest of you take turns keeping watch. Uncle Wang's words temporarily silenced the group, but the atmosphere grew even more tense. As time ticked by, the air in the cafeteria seemed to solidify. The sound of shattering glass against the windows persisted, yet the crowd's attention had drifted away from it. All eyes, some filled with fear, others with worry or disgust, sneaked glances at old Ma in the corner. His condition was deteriorating by the minute. His temperature was alarmingly high, his lips cracked and dry, and his entire body trembled faintly. Mumbling incoherently, he occasionally called out an unintelligible name, then let out a series of guttural choking sounds, as if something were lodged in his throat. What unsettled everyone most was the occasional grotesque twitch on his face. A corner of his mouth tugged upward, as if he were trying to smile, or perhaps writhing in excruciating pain. The stench of decay from his leg wound grew thicker. No, we can't wait any longer. Zhang Chong suddenly leaped up, pointing at old Ma, his voice distorted by terror. Look! Is he smiling? He's definitely about to change. We have to act now. Li Jing joined in with a scream. Yeah. It's terrifying. Get him out of here. He's just delirious from a high fever. Sun Xiao retorted immediately, though her face was pale. A fever can cause convulsions too. Would a fever cause that kind of laughter? It's exactly like those lunatics outside. Zhang Chong was nearly shouting. If we don't act now, it'll be too late when he lunges at us. We'll all die. Panic spread like wildfire. Zhao Lei tightened his grip on the rolling pin, his eyes flickering, clearly swayed by Zhang Chong's words. Aunt Lu, tears streaming down her face, attempted to approach old Ma. Old Ma, wake up. Look at us. Don't go near him. Peng Yu grabbed her arm, his expression more solemn than ever. No one can be sure what's happening to him right now. Peng Yu's own mind was a whirlwind of chaos. Reason told him Zhang Chong had a point. Eliminating the threat was necessary to save his sister. But seeing old Ma, a man he once spoke with, reduced to this, he couldn't bring himself to kill. Do it. Peng Yu. Ning Yuan. You've got the strength. Zhang Chong looked at them, his eyes pleading and frantic. For everyone's sake. Kill him. Or throw him out. Ning Yuan tightened his grip on the table leg, his palms drenched in sweat. Kill someone. A man who might merely be ill. He couldn't do it. But if old Ma truly transformed, the consequences would be unthinkable. The cafeteria erupted into a fierce argument between those for and against action, voices rising, some even starting to shove. Just then, quiet. A low, eerily calm voice cut through the noise, silencing the chaos instantly. It was Lin Mo. The bespectacled man who had been sitting in the corner had risen to his feet. In one hand he held the fire evacuation map he had drawn, in the other his small pencil. Everyone turned to him. Lin Mo adjusted his glasses, his gaze sweeping over the agitated crowd before settling on old Ma. He spoke calmly. Arguing won't solve anything. He paused, then continued. Based on what I've seen, the initial symptoms of rage laughter virus infection include emotional instability, elevated temperature, and possible facial spasms. Old Ma's current state matches some of these signs. At this, Zhang Chong and his group wore expressions of, I knew it, growing even more agitated. However, Lin Mo shifted his tone, still steady. A high fever or sepsis can also cause delirium, convulsions, and abnormal temperature. His leg wound is severely inflamed, making such symptoms possible. He added, moreover, according to video footage, those infected with the rage laughter virus typically exhibit extreme aggression and mania. Though old Ma is unwell, he doesn't seem to show any intent to attack. Lin Mo's words complicated the one-sided situation. He neither dismissed the risk nor confirmed it outright. Then what do you suggest? Zhang Chong demanded impatiently. Just wait here for him to bite us. Lin Mo glanced toward old Ma, then surveyed the cafeteria. Killing him or throwing him out would cause too much noise, possibly attracting more of those things outside. And what if he's just sick? He paused, then proposed a plan. Tie him up, use something sturdy, and bind him to that pillar. He pointed to a load-bearing column in the center of the hall. Gag him too. Well observed from a distance. Give it a time limit, say 2 hours. If within those 2 hours he shows clear aggressive behavior or more distinct rage laughter signs, we can deal with it then. If he just stays like this, at least we won't have a life on our hands right now. Lin Mo's plan seemed like the only viable option. It controlled the risk while avoiding the brutality of immediate action. Though no one liked it amid the overwhelming fear and uncertainty, it appeared to be the only middle ground most could temporarily accept. Peng Yu gritted his teeth, exchanged a glance with Ning Yuan, and finally nodded reluctantly. Fine, let's do it your way. Find some rope. Something sturdy. The argument subsided for now, but the atmosphere in the cafeteria grew even more oppressive and eerie. No one spoke. Silently, they gathered strips torn from tablecloths or ropes taken from mops. With Uncle Wang and Zhao Lei's help, they cautiously bound old Ma, still groaning in pain and occasionally making strange noises, tightly to the cold pillar, stuffing a cloth into his mouth. Once done, everyone retreated far away, forming a semicircle, staring tensely at the bound old Ma. Time seemed to slow to a crawl. 2 hours. What would happen in these 2 hours? Would old Ma turn into a monster? Or would he die in agony? No one knew. Old Ma was firmly tied to the pillar in the center of the hall, a cloth gagging his mouth. The cafeteria descended into an even more unbearable silence. No one spoke. Everyone seemed to deliberately avoid each other's gaze, the atmosphere both awkward and tense. Though the earlier argument had ceased, an invisible wall had been erected. Zhang Chong and Li Jing huddled in the farthest corner, occasionally casting terrified glances at old Ma, tied to the pillar, fearing he might suddenly break free and lunge at them. Sun Xiao and Aunt Lu stationed themselves at a moderate distance from the pillar. Aunt Liu's eyes were red and swollen as she sobbed quietly, her head lowered, while Sun Xiao watched old Ma, with concern, clutching a relatively clean piece of cloth tightly in her hand. Uncle Wang leaned against the counter, silently smoking. Zhao Lei gripped a rolling pin, his expression complex, lost in thought. Lin Mo had returned to his corner this time, not studying the evacuation map. He simply leaned against the wall, eyes closed as if resting or contemplating. Ning Yuan observed all this, a heavy weight settling in his chest. He walked over to Peng Ye's side. Near the pillar, the bound old Ma occasionally let out muffled groans or eerie ha-ha sounds that sent chills down everyone's spine, each instance tightening their nerves. The 2-hour observation period stretched on like a prolonged torture. We can't just wait out these 2 hours, Peng Yu whispered to Ning Yuan, anxiety burning in his eyes. Who knows if he might suddenly. Besides, even if he's fine, staying here is a death sentence. We have to find a way out. Ning Yuan nodded, glancing at the others. But everyone's minds are divided now. We can't worry about that. Peng Yu interrupted. We have to go. Yumi, Zhao Lei. We three need to come up with a plan first. He called over Zhao Lei, who was nearby. Zhao Lei approached, his face pale. How? The front door is definitely out. The back door. Besides the ones your brother attracted, who knows how many are blocked behind it. We have to try. Peng Yu looked toward Lin Mo in the corner, hesitated, then walked over. Hey glasses, Peng Yu tried to keep his tone from sounding too aggressive. You had a lot to say earlier. So tell me, besides waiting these 2 hours to see if old Ma changes, is there any other way out of this godforsaken place? Lin Mo opened his eyes, adjusted his glasses, glanced at Peng Yu, then surveyed the cafeteria environment. Finally, his gaze settled on the evacuation map he had studied earlier. He pointed toward the kitchen. The ventilation ducts. Theoretically, it's a possible route. But he quickly added, however, the risks are high. The ducts are likely narrow and clogged. No one knows what's inside. There's no guarantee they lead outside. What else is there? Peng Yu pressed. Lin Mo shook his head. All other exits are directly exposed to the infected outside. The chances of survival rushing out are very low. Damn it. Peng Yu cursed under his breath. The ventilation duct sounded unreliable, but it seemed like the only option. Ning Yuan suggested, how about we check the duct first? Confirm if it's passable. All right. Peng Yu agreed immediately. Zhao Lei, Ning Yuan, let's go. Uncle Wang's son Xiao, Aunt Lu, keep an eye on things here. Uncle Wang nodded silently. The three of them, armed with weapons and flashlights, re-entered the kitchen and found the vent in the ceiling corner that Lin Mo had mentioned earlier. Ning Yuan stepped onto a cutting board. Zhao Lei steadying him, while Peng Yu used a metal rod to pry open the cover. With a creak, the cover came off, releasing a thick stench of dust, mold, and rat droppings. Peng Yu shone his flashlight inside. The duct was narrow, pitch black, covered in dust and cobwebs, with a pile of garbage visible deeper inside, blocking the way. Damn, there's no way to crawl through this. Zhao Lei cursed. Peng Yu, unwilling to give up, poked the rod inside, only to hit a mass of soft debris. It's completely blocked, he said, lowering the rod in disappointment. The only shortcut was utterly sealed. The three silently replaced the cover, lacking the energy to secure it tightly. Hope was once again dashed. They trudged back to the hall dejected. As soon as they emerged, they saw Zhang Chong shouting at Aunt Lu, who was trying to give water to old Ma tied to the pillar. What are you doing? Trying to get us all killed. What if he bites you? We barely have any water left, and you're wasting it on a useless person. Aunt Lu was reduced to tears by the outburst. I saw his lips were cracked. Sun Xiao, also readied, pulled Aunt Lu back. Ning Yuan and the others returned. Seeing Peng Yu shaking his head as he walked toward Lin Mo, everyone understood. The ventilation duct was a dead end. The atmosphere in the cafeteria grew even heavier. The 2-hour observation period continued to tick by second. Old Ma remained tied to the pillar, his fate unknown, and they seemed truly trapped here. Peng Yu tightened his grip on the metal rod, his gaze darkening as he stared at the tightly shut back door barricaded by a cart. It seemed only one option remained, to force their way out. Returning from the kitchen to the main hall, the faces of Ning Yuan, Peng Yu, and Zhao Lei were grim. The route through the ventilation duct was completely blocked. In the hall, the atmosphere remained suffocatingly oppressive. Old Ma, tied to a pillar, was nearing the end of his 2-hour observation period. He seemed quieter than before, no longer emitting those terrifying strange noises, only occasional heavy breaths and pained moans proving he was still alive. Yet this did not ease anyone's mind. He hadn't turned into a monster immediately, but who could guarantee the next second? Sun Xiao and Aunt Lu stood nearby, their expressions haggard and filled with worry. The others kept their distance, each lost in their own thoughts. We can't wait any longer. Peng Yu approached Ning Yuan, his voice hoarse but resolute. Food and water are gone, and old Ma. We can't make sense of his condition. God knows when he'll change. And that thing outside keeps banging. If we drag this out, we're all finished. Ning Yuan took a deep breath, glanced at old Ma on the pillar, then at the empty food wrappers and water bottles, and finally nodded. You're right. Staying here means death sooner or later. Peng Yu walked to the center of the hall, sweeping his gaze over everyone present, raising his voice with unwavering determination. Ning Yuan and I have decided. We have to leave. Prepare now. Target female dormitory building 3 to rescue my sister. Then we head to the parking lot for my car, and finally to the city sports center shelter. Anyone willing to come get ready now? His words dropped like a stone into stagnant water. Leave? Are you insane? Zhang Chong was the first to jump up, his voice shrill as he clung tightly to the weeping Li Jing. The place is crawling with infected. How can we leave? Going out is suicide. My sister is waiting for me in the dorm. I have to save her. Peng Yu's tone brooked no argument. Ning Yuan stood up and walked over to Peng Yu, gripping a table leg tightly. Staying here is death too. We might as well take our chances. Zhao Lei hesitated, then seeing the resolve in Peng Yu and Ning Yuan's eyes, gritted his teeth and stepped forward, rolling pin in hand. Damn it. Count me in. I'd rather die charging out. The determination to break out seemed to infect the others. Sun Xiao looked at the bound old Ma, then at her empty backpack. A flicker of struggle crossed her face before she bit her lip and walked over. He'll go with you. If someone gets hurt along the way, I might be able to help. She knew staying here would render her useless. Perhaps venturing out would put her first aid skills to better use. Thus the breakout team was set: Ning Yuan, Peng Yu, Zhao Lei, and Sun Xiao. Uncle Wang silently stubbed out his cigarette, watching them. With a heavy sigh, he unbuckled a well-worn, gleaming boning knife from his waist and handed it to Peng Yu. Take this. It's better than that stick. Be careful, all of you. You all. Take care. Aunt Liu's eyes were red as she held Sun Xiao's hand. Be careful, dear. Zhang Chong and Li Jing watched the departing for, terror etched on their faces, but ultimately chose to stay. To them, the unknown outside was more terrifying than this canteen that still offered some protection from the monsters. Lin Mo in the corner remained silent throughout, merely observing. No one knew what he was thinking, but he too had clearly chosen to stay. And so the survivors who had barely banded together were now split into 2 groups. No one condemned the other's choice, for no one knew which path led to survival. Get ready. Peng Yu took a deep breath and said to Ning Yuan, Zhao Lei, and Sun Xiao. Check your weapons. Wrap any cloth you can find around your arms and legs to reinforce them, especially your forearms and shins. The 4 sprang into action. Ning Yuan tightened the cloth strips around his table leg and tied a thick jacket to his other arm. Peng Yu took Uncle Wang's boning knife, handed the metal rod to Zhao Lei, and tucked the knife into his back waistband. Zhao Lei swung the metal rod and rolling pin. Sun Xiao found a short steel pipe to hold. They tore tablecloths and curtains into strips, and with help from Uncle Wang and Aunt Lu, wound layers around their arms and legs, creating clumsy armor. Finally, Peng Yu took Ning Yuan's phone, which still had half a battery, and checked the time. 4 in the morning. The darkest hour. Those things outside might have the worst vision now. We charge out the back door. All right. Ning Yuan, Zhao Lei, and Sun Xiao answered in unison. The air was thick with a tense finality. The 4 ready to break out checked each other's gear. Fear flickered in their eyes, but it was overshadowed by a desperate, reckless grit. Those who stayed watched from a distance, their expressions complex. Bound to the pillar, old Ma let out an indistinct moan. The 2-hour observation period had passed. He hadn't turned into a cackling monster, but there was no sign of improvement either. He was just a pitiful man tied to a pillar, barely clinging to life. But that no longer mattered. For the breakout team about to gamble with their lives, there was no turning back. It was just past 3 in the morning, and the time for the agreed breakout was drawing near. The cafeteria was enveloped in silence, interrupted only by the occasional curses of the infected outside and the relentless sound of glass shattering. Ning Yuan, Peng Yu, Zhao Lei, and Sun Xiao huddled together, conducting their final checks. They had almost no resources left to distribute. Peng Yu divided a small half bottle of water into 4 portions, and each took a small sip, considering it their last dinner before the breakout. The 4 of them breathed heavily, their hearts racing in their chests, awaiting the moment that would decide their fate. Meanwhile, those who had chosen to stay behind were in a completely different state. Zhang Chang and Li Jing were curled up in the farthest corner, nearly burying themselves in a pile of tables and chairs, trembling uncontrollably. Uncle Wang stared blankly at the ceiling as if he had given up on thinking. Lin Mo remained alone, leaning against the wall, eyes closed, motionless. Over by the pillar, Lao Ma's moans seemed to have weakened, though it was unclear whether it was an improvement or a sign of impending doom. But now, apart from Aunt Lu, no one had the heart to care about him. Time moved slowly amidst the extreme tension and oppression, ticking away second by second. Suddenly, tap, 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 bang, a series of gunshots. Clear gunshots. They came from outside. This sound was completely different from the sporadic noises they had heard before. It was denser, more resembling the sound of standard-issue weapons. Everyone in the cafeteria seemed to be hit with a pause button, instantly freezing. Even the sound of glass breaking outside seemed to halt for a moment. Gunshots. Peng Yu suddenly lifted his head, exchanging a shocked glance with Ning Yuan, both seeing the astonishment and uncertainty in each other's eyes. Soon after, the gunfire became increasingly intense, mixed with the heavy roar of vehicle engines. The sound was not from ordinary cars, it sounded more like trucks or military vehicles. Moreover, the noise was rapidly approaching from a distance, accompanied by the short, shrill screams of the infected being hit. Is it the army? Is it really the army? Zhang Chang was the first to react, his voice changed completely due to excitement. The army has come. The rescue is here. Li Jing also began to scream, overwhelmed with joy. She was so excited that she planted a forceful kiss on Zhang Chang's face. The 2 of them scrambled toward the window near the door, shouting at the top of their lungs, "Help! Help! We're here!" Uncle Wang and Aunt Lu also stood up excitedly, their faces revealing an unbelievable ecstasy, and Aunt Lu even covered her mouth and cried out. The remaining people were instantly submerged in this immense hope. It was a miracle they had managed to hold on until now. Ning Yuan, Peng Yu, Zhao Lei, and Sun Xiao were also completely stunned. Was their breakout plan unnecessary now? Was rescue really here so soon? Peng Yu tightened his grip on the bone knife, staring intently outside, filled with excitement, thinking about immediately calling for rescue to save his sister. Ning Yuan's heart raced uncontrollably. He recalled his father's words, remembered the gym. Could it be that the army had truly begun large-scale purging and rescue operations? Quick! Look! Vehicles! Military vehicles! Zhao Lei pointed outside, his voice trembling. Ning Yuan and Peng Yu also hurried to the window, peering cautiously outside. Indeed, several bright beams of headlights cut through the darkness as 2 green vehicles resembling military trucks or armored vehicles rolled over debris and wreckage, stopping in the open space outside the cafeteria. The doors opened and figures clad in camouflage uniforms, wearing helmets and armed with rifles, jumped down. They moved swiftly, covering each other, and fired a few shots at the scattered infected lingering around. Their aim was precise. "We're saved. We're really saved." Zhang Chang and Li Jing were already so excited they could hardly speak, desperately banging on the blocked doors and windows, trying to attract the attention of the soldiers outside. Uncle Wang and Aunt Lu leaned on each other, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Then Aunt Lu immediately ran to Lao Ma, who was bound, trying to wake him up to share this good news with him. Even Lin Mo, who had always shown little expression, stood up at this moment, adjusting his glasses and looking out the window. Hope. An unprecedented, overwhelming hope that was almost suffocating filled the entire oppressive and despairing cafeteria. The figures in military uniforms, after eliminating a few surrounding infected, began to slowly walk toward the main entrance of the cafeteria. Illuminated by the headlights behind them, their steps were steady, and the weapons in their hands gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. They seemed to be the saviors descending from the heavens. "Hurry! Open the door! Let them in! We're safe!" Zhang Chang excitedly shouted to Uncle Wang and Peng Yu. The survivors in the cafeteria crowded near the doors and windows, eagerly watching them approach. Some had even begun to imagine riding in the military vehicles, leaving this hell for the safety zone, eating hot meals, taking warm showers. Rescue was right before their eyes. Dawn seemed to truly be on the horizon. Just over 10 minutes ago, several soldiers in camouflage uniforms were gathered together with a large amount of ammunition placed at their feet. As the camera zoomed in, manic grins stretched across their faces as they busily worked one hand on something unknown. Finally, they were seen picking up bullets coated in viscous fluid, loading them, boarding a vehicle, and driving it into the school. The military. It really is the military. We're saved. Quick, let them in. Everyone was immersed in immense joy. The figures in camouflage drew closer, their steps steady, the rifles in their hands gleaming coldly. They looked exactly like the rescue troops Ning Yuan had seen in the videos. Finally, a soldier at the lead stopped about a dozen meters from the main entrance of the cafeteria. He looked up at the excited crowd inside. Zhang Chong was about to shout even louder when he suddenly froze. The others gradually fell silent as an indescribable sense of eeriness began to spread. That soldier. His face. Through the cracked and grimy glass, they couldn't see clearly, but under the glare of the headlights, they saw the corner of his mouth. Seemed to be curling upward. An extremely unnatural, rigid upward curl. Then the soldier opened his mouth wide, revealing gleaming white teeth, and let out a series of low, bizarre sounds from his throat. Then he laughed. It wasn't a relieved laugh nor a rescuer's laugh, but a twisted, maniacal laugh filled with malice. Damn, look at that, isn't that fresh produce just sitting pretty in the cafeteria? His voice was hoarse and piercing like sandpaper scraping. The other soldiers also halted, raising their heads and roaring with manic laughter and curses in their direction. No, they're not right. Peng Yu was the first to react, shouting harshly, "Fall back. Everyone fall the hell back." But it was too late. Just as the survivors were stunned into inaction by the sudden turn of events, the soldiers outside raised their rifles in perfect unison. The dark muzzles aimed at those inside the cafeteria, who still clung to a glimmer of hope. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. A dense volley of gunfire erupted instantly. It was like the scythe of death swinging. Bullets rained down like a violent storm. The fragile glass windows shattered into pieces. The tables and chairs blocking the door were splintered into flying shards. Zhang Chong, who had been at the front waving and calling for help, had several blossoms of blood burst from his chest. He looked down in disbelief, then fell stiffly, his face still frozen in an expression of surprise. "Ah!" Li Jing let out a piercing scream. She tried to help Zhang Chong, but the next second a bullet struck her shoulder, the immense force knocking her to the ground. The gunfire continued. Those infected soldiers like demons from hell brandished their rifles, firing wildly, while letting out deafening, maniacal laughter, reveling in the one-sided slaughter. The cafeteria instantly descended into chaos. Screams, cries, the whistle of bullets, the sound of objects shattering. All intertwined. "Get down! Get down!" Uncle Wong roared, trying to force Aunt Lu to the ground. But at that moment, something even more terrifying happened. Li Jing, who had just fallen from a shoulder wound, suddenly began to convulse violently. Her body trembled like a sieve, her eyes rolled back, and strange clucking sounds came from her throat. The blood flowing from her wound seemed laced with a viscous fluid, and it appeared to be bubbling faintly. In just over 10 seconds. Just as Sun Xiao was about to approach in horror, Li Jing's convulsions abruptly stopped. She lifted her head stiffly, a twisted, maniacal grin spreading across her face, identical to the soldiers outside. "He got you." She lunged at Zhao Lei, who was closest and still dazed. "Watch out!" Ning Yuan and Peng Yu both shouted. Zhao Lei instinctively blocked with his metal rod, but Li Jing was incredibly fast and bit down on his arm. Thanks to the cloth wrapped around it, no serious damage was done. But before Zhao Lei could escape, Li Jing bit down on his face with astonishing force, tearing off a piece of skin and sending blood splattering everywhere. "Damn it!" Zhao Lei screamed in agony, clutching his bleeding face. The pain surged his adrenaline, and he kicked Li Jing off him with all his might. But it was too late. Not long after being bitten, Zhao Lei's body began to tremble uncontrollably, his eyes glazing over rapidly, and his face started to twist. "Shit! It's the bullets. The bullets are contaminated." Ning Yuan realized instantly. Those bullets could infect people. The inside of the cafeteria had also become a hell. Outside, infected soldiers were firing wildly. Inside, former companions, just turned by the contaminated bullets, were attacking ferociously. The gunfire and screams attracted nearly all the infected lurking on campus. The front of the cafeteria was breached by a swarm of bullets, and countless infected poured in. The survivors were utterly trapped in a pincer attack. "Go! Hurry! To the back door!" Peng Yu's eyes were bloodshot. He grabbed Ning Yuan and Sun Xiao beside him and charged toward the kitchen. Uncle Wong swung his cleaver, cutting down an infected that had burst in through the broken window, and roared at them. "They'll cover you. Get out of here. Through the back door." Aunt Lu screamed and grabbed a metal tray, wildly swinging it at Li Jing, who had changed targets. They were tightly entangled by the infected, knowing they couldn't escape, trying to buy time for Ning Yuan and the others. Lin Mo had somehow retreated near the kitchen entrance, watching everything with cold eyes. In the chaos, bullets still flew, and the infected multiplied, frenziedly tearing and attacking any living thing in their path, whether former companions or other infected drawn by the gunfire. Peng Yu, Ning Yuan, and Sun Xiao desperately rushed toward the kitchen. Zhao Lei lay on the ground, convulsing, clutching his face, the corners of his mouth already lifting uncontrollably. He looked at the three charging past, a flicker of final clarity and despair in his eyes. Then he picked up the rolling pin and metal rod that had fallen, stood up shakily, and with his last strength swung his weapons as he lunged at the infected chasing them. Go! He let out a final roar before his figure was swallowed up. Xiaolei, Peng Ye's eyes blazed with fury, but Ning Yuan held him back tightly. Go! The three burst into the kitchen, the final screams of Uncle Wang and Aunt Lu echoing behind them, followed by a muffled explosion. Perhaps Uncle Wang had ignited something. They didn't dare look back, rushing to the back door that had been barricaded with a cart. Lin Mo was already there, having somehow moved part of the cart aside, struggling to unlock the door. Help! Lin Mo shouted without turning. The four worked together and finally burst the back door open just as the chaotic footsteps and manic laughter closed in. A rush of relatively fresh, though still blood-tinged, air flooded in. They scrambled out, tumbling away from the cafeteria, hell ablaze with fire, gunfire explosions, screams, and maniacal laughter. The four of them didn't look back, plunging headlong into the darkness of the campus. The cafeteria, once a sanctuary they thought would offer respite, had become a burning tomb. Run! After bursting out of the cafeteria's back door, Peng Yu didn't even have time to catch his breath before dragging the others headlong into the nearby greenery. Behind them, the sounds of gunfire explosions and piercing screams from the cafeteria gradually became muted by the night and the buildings, but the hellish scene was already deeply etched in everyone's minds. The four leaned against the cold tree trunk, breathing heavily, their spirits still shaken. The recent slaughter and flight had almost drained them of all their strength and courage. Sun Xiao was the first to react, quickly checking everyone in the dim light. Is anyone injured? It was too chaotic just now. Ning Yuan had a few cuts on his arm from shattered glass, and Peng Yu had abrasions on his body. Fortunately, no one was shot or directly bitten or harmed by those infected. Sun Xiao immediately pulled out some basic disinfectants and cloth strips from his backpack that might have been found in the cafeteria to help them with basic treatment. Damn it, those soldiers. All infected. Peng Yu slammed the tree trunk angrily, his voice trembling with rage and fear. Stop thinking. We need to get out of here first. Ning Yuan reminded, looking at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, do you still have the map? Which way is the safest to the no? Free dormitory. Lin Mo nodded, pulling out the crumpled fire evacuation map from the side pocket of his backpack. He glanced at it under the dim light of Ning Yuan's phone and pointed in a direction. We'll pass through this grove, go around to the back of the library, and then through the experimental building. Avoid the main road and take these small paths. All right, let's take that route. Peng Yu decided immediately. His mind was set on one thought: finding Peng Li. The four took a deep breath, suppressing their fear and sorrow, and moved out again. They crouched low, trying to use the shadows of trees and buildings for cover as they moved through the silent campus. The university campus at night was devoid of its usual clamor, enveloped in a suffocating silence, occasionally broken by distant strange laughter or the rustling of leaves in the wind. Most of the streetlights were out, with only a few stubbornly shining, casting eerie, dim patches of light. The ground was littered with scattered books, backpacks, overturned bicycles, and some dark red stains mixed with bits of flesh. They tried to move silently, with Peng Yu and Ning Yuan leading the way while Sun Xiao kept an eye on the rear, and Lin Mo occasionally looked down to check the map and directions, signaling to avoid areas that might have surveillance or were too exposed. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the nearby bushes. The four immediately halted, gripping their weapons tightly. Ning Yuan and Peng Yu exchanged glances and slowly approached. There, squatting on the ground with his back to them, was an infected male student in sportswear, letting out a strange chuckle as he frantically tore at the corpse of a gutted stray cat. The gruesome scene made Sun Xiao cover his mouth, nearly retching. It's Wang Hao from the third-year PE department. Peng Yu recognized the person, his voice slightly hoarse. He had seen him on the basketball court a few times. Don't mind him. Let's go around, Ning Yuan whispered. They carefully tiptoed past, trying to make no sound. Fortunately, the infected individual engrossed in his meal didn't notice them. Continuing forward, they soon spotted a swaying figure at an intersection. It was a female infected student dressed in pajamas, her hair disheveled, walking while giggling, softly dragging a bloody severed leg. The four quickly hid behind a nearby flower bed, waiting for her to slowly walk away. The constant tension of potentially encountering monsters had everyone's nerves stretched to the limit. Just then they passed by a small supermarket. The roller door of the supermarket was tightly shut, but the vending machine beside it caught Ning Yuan's attention. The glass door of the machine had been smashed to pieces, shards scattered everywhere, clearly vandalized by someone using brute force. Wait. Ning Yuan's eyes lit up, lowering his voice. He pointed to the broken vending machine. The shelves inside were empty, obviously looted. Most of the snacks and drinks were gone, but in the very bottom corner it seemed that a few items had been overlooked. Maybe they had fallen and got stuck in a hard-to-reach gap, or perhaps the previous searchers were too hurried and didn't check thoroughly. The four immediately scanned their surroundings, cautiously confirming there was no immediate danger before quickly rushing over. Peng Yu carefully used a boning knife to clear the shards of glass underfoot. The sound of clattering was particularly jarring in the silence of the night. Ning Yuan crouched down, enduring the risk of cutting his fingers on glass, reaching in to feel around. In the darkness, his fingers brushed against a cool bottle and a rough packaging bag. Great. There are still things. Ning Yuan's voice was filled with uncontrollable joy, as if he had discovered an oasis in the desert. The items he pulled out were few, but at that moment they felt incredibly precious. 2 bottles of what appeared to be low-sugar iced tea that no one would usually buy. A small bag of crushed cookies, but fortunately the packaging was still intact. And a lone energy bar lying in the corner. Though it was only a little for the 4 of them who had been starving and exhausted for almost an entire night, it felt like a divine blessing. It was a lifeline. Hurry, let's divide it and eat. We need to replenish some strength. Peng Yu urged, his voice tinged with excitement. Time was precious, and they dared not waste a moment. They quickly consumed the precious food and water. Ning Yuan took the energy bar, tore open the packaging, and after dividing the portions among the other 3, he took a few hasty bites for himself. A sugary yet genuinely caloric sensation rushed into his empty stomach, slightly alleviating his tension. Peng Yu and Lin Mo opened a bottle of iced tea, not bothering to savor it, quickly taking turns gulping down a few large swigs and sharing it with the others, the cold liquid sliding down their parched throats, providing a brief moment of relief. Sun Shao carefully tore open the package of crushed cookies, dividing the pieces among everyone. Each person only received a few small chunks, barely enough, but it did help ease the emptiness in their stomachs. This brief energy boost felt like a welcome rain after a long drought. The pale faces of the 4 seemed to regain a hint of color. The tightly strung nerves seemed to find a fleeting moment of respite in this brief calm. I feel much better. Sun Shao let out a long sigh, loosening his tightly clenched fingers a bit. Yeah, having something in my stomach feels much more secure. Ning Yuan also felt much more comfortable, at least no longer feeling weak and powerless. All right, no more wasting time, let's move. Peng Yu wiped his mouth, tightened his grip on the boning knife, and looked again at the dark path ahead. We should be close to the no-free building. This little boost of energy brought more psychological comfort and hope. The 4 of them gathered their spirits once more, blending into the night. Using the sparse cover, they moved even more cautiously towards the direction of the no-free female dormitory, step by step. The road ahead remained uncertain, danger lurking in every corner. But at least now they were no longer fighting on completely empty stomachs. Having left the vending machine area, the 4 of them tensed up once more, continuing to navigate through the dark campus. The small amount of energy they had just replenished temporarily suppressed the hunger gnawing in their stomachs, yet their mental exhaustion and fear remained undiminished. Lin Mo, following the map, guided them around to the side of the library. The main entrance of the library was pitch black. They could vaguely make out shattered glass doors and numerous obstacles inside. Clearly not a safe place. They pressed themselves against the library's outer wall, walking along a narrow path shrouded by bushes. Be careful, Lin Mo whispered in warning. The lighting here is poor, things could be lurking. Sure enough, after only a few steps, they discovered a pried-open toolshed door in a recess of the library's exterior wall. Inside, shelves lay toppled over, and spots where wrenches and pliers should have hung were now empty. Someone's been here, Ning Yuan said, frowning as he examined the violently broken lock. And recently, added Lin Mo, pointing to a pile of still warm ashes in the corner. Someone made a fire here, and there are empty cans nearby. It seemed besides them there were indeed other survivors on this campus. This discovery heightened everyone's vigilance. They quickened their pace, eager to leave the area. Just as they were about to round the library and cross a small square toward the administration building, wait. Keeney Ning Yuan suddenly grabbed Peng Yu, who was walking ahead, and dropped into a crouch, lowering his voice. Over there. The administration building. 2nd floor, that window. The other 3 immediately followed his gaze and quickly ducked behind a nearby flower bed for cover. The administration building was eerily silent, most of its windows dark. But in a room on the right side of the 2nd floor, a faint beam from a flashlight flickered rapidly behind the glass like a ghostly flame. Then the light vanished. Yet in that moment of darkness, a figure carrying a bulging backpack flashed past the window and quickly retreated into the shadows. Someone. Alive. Peng Yu saw it too and immediately tensed, tightening his grip on the boning knife. Sun Shao asked nervously in a low voice, Is it a student? Or? Don't know, Ning Yuan shook his head. Can't see clearly, but he's carrying a bag and moving fast. Doesn't look like an infected. Damn, someone's still rummaging around the admin building at a time like this. What the hell is he doing? Could it be that bastard Ma Yao? Peng Yu frowned, a sense of unease gnawing at him. He worried this unknown survivor might cause trouble for their mission or attract infected. Should we go check it out? No. Lin Mo immediately vetoed. We don't know who that is. Approaching them is too risky. They haven't spotted us, and there's no need to provoke them. Our target is dormitory building 3 for girls. Let's not create complications. Ning Yuan agreed. Lin Mo's right. Rescuing Peng Li comes first. We'll slip past quietly without alerting him. Though Peng Yu felt uneasy leaving an unknown factor nearby, he knew this wasn't the time. Saving his sister was the top priority. All right, let's move. We'll go around, he commanded in a low voice. The four of them crouched low, preparing to dash quickly across the relatively open square along its far edge. Just as they rose and took a few steps, heh, heh, heh. Two suppressed, eerily clear bursts of manic laughter suddenly echoed from the shadows of the library's side, which they had just passed. Trouble. Their hearts all sank simultaneously. They spun around swiftly. Two figures staggered out from the dark corner of the library. One wore a librarian's uniform, gripping a heavy metal bookend, with its sharp corner facing outward. The other was dressed as a student, dragging a broken chair leg behind him. Both bore that signature, twisted manic grin, their murky eyes gleaming with cunning and cruelty, fixed intently on Ning Yuan and the others. Unlike the infected they had encountered before, these two didn't charge mindlessly. Instead, they spread out, closing in step by step, as if searching for an opening. Careful. These two are different. Peng Yu growled, holding the boning knife before him. Finish this quickly. We can't make too much noise. Lin Mo added in a grave tone. Before the words faded, the student infected let out a strange howl, lunged forward, and swung the chair leg viciously at Peng Yu, who was in the lead. Simultaneously, the librarian infected ducked low, attempting to slip past Peng Yu and Ning Yuan to attack Sun Xiao from behind. Holy shit. They're coordinating. Ning Yuan exclaimed in shock, immediately swinging the table leg he had been gripping to intercept the librarian. Peng Yu's eyes sharpened. Facing the incoming chair leg, he didn't meet it head-on, but relied on his superior agility, dodging swiftly to the side. The chair leg whistled past, barely grazing his arm. In that split second, Peng Yu twisted his wrist, and the boning knife slicing through the air drove fiercely into the student infected's exposed ribs. Thud. The blade sank into flesh. The student infected faltered, letting out an even shriller howl, but swung the chair leg back in a reverse arc. On the other side, Ning Yuan barely managed to block the librarian's metal bookend, with his table leg producing a dull clang. The force numbed his arm. The librarian cackled with a chilling, ha ha ha, reaching out with his other hand like a claw, aiming for Ning Yuan's face. Lin Mo, Sun Xiao, fall back and find an opening. Ning Yuan shouted while struggling to parry. Lin Mo didn't retreat. He quickly scanned his surroundings, picked up a long, sharp shard of glass, wrapped one end with the hem of his clothes, and fixed his gaze on the librarian infected, waiting for a chance to strike. Sun Xiao gripped the short steel pipe, nervously wanting to help, but unable to find an opening, his eyes locked on the battle, ready to react if anyone charged at him. The fight was at a stalemate. These two infected were clearly more troublesome than the ones they had faced before. They seemed to understand basic blocking and dodging, and they coordinated with each other. Both Ning Yuan and Peng Yu were locked in combat with their respective opponents, unable to break free. Damn it. This won't work. Peng Yu bellowed while dodging the relentless chair leg strikes. We need to separate them. Ning Yuan, can you? Before he could finish, the librarian infected seemed to find an opening. He smashed Ning Yuan's table leg aside with his metal bookend and lunged with his other hand, aiming for Ning Yuan's throat. Ning Yuan's soul nearly fled his body in terror. He instinctively threw himself backward. In that hair's breadth moment, snap! Lin Mo's glass shard struck true, plunging deep into the librarian infected's temple. The infected froze, his claw-like hand halting midair. Now's my chance. Ning Yuan reacted swiftly. As he fell, he kicked the infected's shin with all his might. The librarian lost his balance and stumbled sideways. Almost simultaneously, Peng Yu seized the opening created by the student infected's missed swing. The boning knife flashed like lightning. It carved a deep gash across the infected's neck. Ugh! The student infected continued to laugh maniacally, blood frothing from the wound. But he didn't stop his attack. Die! Peng Yu didn't hesitate. He stepped forward and drove the boning knife straight through the infected's eye socket. On the other side, Ning Yuan scrambled to his feet and pounced on the librarian infected, who was still reeling from Lin Mo's strike. He pinned its neck down with the table leg, and together with Sun Xiao, who rushed over, they battered the infected's wounded temple with the steel pipe. The fight was finally over. Two grotesque corpses lay on the ground. All four collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, drenched in sweat and splattered with blood. Thankfully, none of them were injured. The air was thick with the metallic stench of blood. Fuck, that was a real pain in the ass. Peng Yu said, looking at the blood-dripping boning knife in his hand, still shaken. So exhausting. If only they were zombies from The Walking Dead. Ning Yuan muttered, a chill running down his spine as he stared at the bodies. Lin Mo, we owe you. Lin Mo just panted and shook his head, pushing up his blood-smeared glasses. Let's move. That racket will definitely draw more of them. He didn't need to say it, they all knew. The sounds of the fight and the infected screams had surely carried through the silent night. They dared not linger. Helping each other to their feet, not even pausing to clean off the blood, they quickly fled the small square and sped up, racing toward dormitory building 3 for girls. The sky was beginning to lighten with the first pale hues of dawn. They used the remaining darkness to navigate for over 10 minutes, moving with heightened caution as they circumvented the administration building and a chaotic, debris-littered square. Finally, the No. 3 female dormitory building emerged before them. Unlike the deafening cacophony of maniacal laughter and agonized screams from the cafeteria earlier, this place was eerily silent. As expected, the building's entrance was heavily barricaded with an assortment of tables, chairs, broken cabinets, and even several mutilated, infected corpses, clear evidence that the people inside, or those who had once been there, had put up a resistance. Several window panes on the upper floors were shattered, leaving gaping black holes. The entire structure, shrouded in the lingering night, exuded an ominous and deathly stillness. "This is it." Peng Ye's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor as he fixed his gaze on the third floor, desperately scanning the multitude of windows to find his sisters. "Don't approach yet," Lin Mo pulled him back. "Find a concealed spot to observe first and ensure it's safe." The four of them carefully circled to the side of the dormitory, where a small grove of trees and a pile of discarded construction materials provided ample cover. They huddled in the dark shadows, suppressing their breathing, and meticulously observed the dormitory for any signs of movement. Aside from the wind, there was absolute silence. Peng Ye's heart was in his throat. He desperately hoped the place was safe, yet the profound stillness filled him with dread of the worst possible outcome. "They'll try to contact her." Peng Yu picked up a small pebble from the ground and clutched it in his palm. He recalled that Peng Li's dormitory was roughly on the eastern side of the third floor. He moved to a relatively concealed spot near the base of the dormitory wall. The other three immediately fanned out, weapons at the ready, vigilantly scanning their surroundings and the windows above. Peng Yu took a deep breath, recalling a secret signal he and his sister had jokingly agreed upon in the past. 3 short taps mimicking a certain bird call, followed by a slightly longer pause, and then 2 more short taps. He raised his hand, and using the small pebble began to tap gently and rhythmically against the rough wall beneath the third-floor window. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap. In the deathly quiet night, those faint knocks were piercingly distinct. Peng Ye's heart hammered wildly, feeling as if it might burst from his chest. Ning Yuan, Sun Xiao, and Lin Mo also held their breath, staring tensely at the window in that direction, while straining to catch any suspicious sound around them. Time seemed to freeze. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. There was no response. Sweat began to bead on Peng Ye's forehead, and his palms grew clammy. He couldn't resist the urge to tap the signal again. Just then, from the third floor, the third window from the east, the gap behind that window, previously sealed tight by a dark-colored bedsheet, twitched ever so slightly. A reaction. Peng Ye's eyes went wide in an instant. Then that bedsheet was lifted with extreme care, revealing a thin crack. Behind the crack, a pair of large, bright eyes peered down with alertness and a trace of fear. Though the light was dim, the bond of siblinghood allowed him to recognize those eyes instantly. It was Peng Li. It was really her. She was alive. "Lili!" Peng Yu nearly shouted, but he immediately clamped a hand over his mouth. An overwhelming surge of joy and excitement crashed through his mind, and tears nearly sprang to his eyes. Ning Yuan and Sun Xiao also saw her and breathed a sigh of relief, genuine smiles spreading across their faces. Lin Mo's expression remained impassive, but his gaze seemed to soften slightly. Peng Li, behind the window, clearly recognized her brother below. The wariness and fear in her eyes were quickly replaced by excitement and disbelief, but she too made no sound, only nodding vigorously. Then she quickly made gestures. First, she pointed to herself and made an OK sign indicating she was unharmed. Next, she pointed to her mouth and shook her head firmly, signaling that she had no food or water left. Following that, she pointed inside the dormitory and made a gesture of crossing her hands and pushing outward, indicating the door was barricaded and secure. Peng Yu, suppressing his own excitement, responded quickly with gestures. He pointed to himself, Ning Yuan, and the others, indicating they had come to rescue her. Then he pointed into the distance toward the parking lot, made a driving gesture, and then pointed toward the gymnasium, indicating their destination. In that silent, tense stillness, they communicated through the simplest of gestures. Each movement carried the weight of a brother and sister's reunion and their desperate hope for escape. But how could they get her down? Peng Yu pointed to his companions, then made a gesture of going upstairs and pointed at her, signaling that the 4 of them would come up to rescue her. Peng Li understood from the window, but she shook her head frantically. Then she pointed to the window, pointed down below, and finally made a wait gesture by pressing her palms together and pushing downward. It seemed she already had a plan or needed time to prepare. Peng Yu nodded firmly to show he understood. Peng Li nodded back, then very slowly pulled the bedsheet gap, closed, and the window returned to darkness and silence. Contact was made. Peng Li was alive and appeared remarkably calm. This surge of hope invigorated the entire team, especially Peng Yu. "This is great," Peng Yu said excitedly to Ning Yuan, his voice trembling. She looks like she's in good shape." Ning Yuan shared his joy, but reminded him, "Now the issue is how to get her down safely." "She told us to wait," Peng Yu said, looking at the window. "She must have a plan. Let's pull back first and find a more concealed spot to wait for her signal." The 4 of them silently retreated deeper into the shadows, concealing themselves, yet all their gazes remained locked on that third-floor window, waiting for Peng Li's signal. Time ticked by second after second. Suddenly, behind the window on the third floor, the bedsheet curtain was once again lifted a tiny crack. An object tied with cloth strips was carefully lowered along a thin line made of data cables and earphone cords dangling and swaying down to the height of the second floor. It's a note, Ning Yuan said sharpied in a low voice. Peng Yu instantly understood. He exchanged glances with Ning Yuan and Lin Mo, and the three formed a triangular formation to cover each other. He himself swiftly and silently slipped along the base of the wall, grabbed the small weight, quickly untied the note attached to it, and immediately retreated back to cover. He nervously unfolded the note huddled next to Ning Yuan and read quickly by the faint last light of a phone. The handwriting on the note was delicate, but slightly skewed from tension. Brother, I'm fine. I've barricaded the dorm door with tables and cabinets. It's very safe. I hear monster sounds in the hallway, but I haven't gone out. I ran out of food and water yesterday. I've prepared a rope made from torn bed sheets. It should be sturdy enough to go down from the window. But I can't see clearly below. There might be monsters. I need you to lure them away. By the way, I've seen from the window several times these past days a man, tall and thin, carrying a large canvas backpack, sneaking around the campus. He's headed toward the underground parking lot, many times holding tools like wrenches and crowbars. I don't know what he's up to. If you're going to the parking lot, be careful of him. I'm ready, waiting for your signal. After reading the note, Peng Yu's worry for his sister's safety eased slightly. So there are indeed other survivors moving around. That tall, thin man with the backpack near the parking lot. Although Peng Li didn't recognize him, Peng Yu had a guess in his heart. It must be the same person as the figure seen near the administration building. We must rescue Lily immediately, then head to the parking lot. Peng Yu gritted his teeth, crumpling the note in his hand. Lin Mo spoke calmly. Rescuing her requires a diversion. Peng Yu and I will go to the other side to create a commotion, luring away any infected lurking below. Ning Yuan, Sun Xiao, you'll be in charge of the reception here. Ning Yuan nodded. Got it. Sun Xiao also tightened her grip on the steel pipe. Leave it to me. Peng Yu glanced upstairs. After we go over, he'll shout go. That's the signal. Lily will hear it and start climbing down. Ning Yuan, the reception is up to you. Leave it to me, Ning Yuan said solemnly. The plan was set. Peng Yu and Lin Mo hesitated no longer. They exchanged a glance, then like two shadows in the night, they swiftly and silently crept toward the other side of the dormitory building. Ning Yuan and Sun Xiao moved into the shadows directly beneath Peng Li's window, where some bushes and discarded debris provided cover. Ning Yuan looked up at the tightly shut window on the third floor, his heart in his throat. Sun Xiao opened her small first aid kit, which contained only a few iodine cotton balls and band-aids ready to treat any possible scrapes. All around was dead silence, broken only by the wind and the occasional laughter of infected in the distance. Waiting, every second felt endless. Suddenly, clang, crash, go. From the other side of the dormitory building came a tremendous sound of shattering glass, followed by Peng Yu's roar with all his might. He also picked up a metal trash can lid from the ground and banged it against the wall. Haha. As expected, several infected lurking in the shadows near the dormitory were immediately drawn by the loud noise, letting out excited howls as they charged toward the source. Now was the moment. Ning Yuan immediately looked up. Above at Peng Li's window, the rope, twisted from bedsheet strips, looking somewhat flimsy, was quickly lowered, dangling to just above a person's height from the ground. Then the curtain gap widened and Peng Li's slender figure nimbly climbed out. She was wearing a convenient tracksuit. Taking a deep breath, she grabbed the cloth rope, pressed her body against the wall, and began to slide down slowly. Ning Yuan's heart leaped into his throat. The third floor. If she fell. Peng Li was clearly nervous, but her movements were remarkably steady. She used her feet against the wall to control her direction and speed, descending bit by bit. The cloth rope swayed slightly in the air, making faint rubbing sounds. Ning Yuan's palms were slick with sweat. He stretched out his arms, eyes fixed unblinkingly above, ready to catch her at any moment. Sun Xiao also gripped her steel pipe, tightly, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Just as Peng Li neared the second-floor windowsill, her foot slipped. Careful, Ning Yuan exclaimed in a low voice. Peng Li grunted, her body suddenly sliding down a short distance. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, gripping the cloth rope tightly with both hands to stop the fall. But the minor accident still frightened her badly, her face turning paler. She steadied herself, clenched her teeth, and continued downward. The ground was getting closer. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. Jump, Ning Yuan shouted at the right moment when her feet were only about half a meter from the ground. Hearing the shout, Peng Li immediately let go, curled up, and jumped. Ning Yuan stepped forward and caught her securely in his arms. Brother. The moment she landed, Peng Li finally couldn't hold back, crying out with a sob. She looked up and saw Peng Yu running back quickly from the other side, then broke free from Ning Yuan's embrace and rushed over. Lily. Peng Yu, also emotional, hugged his sister tightly, his voice choked. Thank goodness. You're safe. You scared me to death. Brother. Peng Li clung tightly to the fabric on Peng Yu's back, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Tears streamed down her face, but she didn't sob aloud, only breathing heavily. Quick, check her. Sun Xiao immediately stepped forward, pulling Peng Li to examine her. A little skin worn off on her palms and a slight sprain in her ankle. nothing serious. She quickly treated the wounds on Peng Li's palms with iodine cotton balls. Let's go. Hurry. The diversion won't last long. Lin Mo also ran back. He had apparently created a second wave of noise farther away and was now listening warily to the sounds in the distance. Peng Yu knew this wasn't the time for emotion. He released his sister but held her hand tightly, pulling from his backpack the small half-bottle of unsweetened herbal tea they hadn't finished earlier. Here, drink some water. Seeing the water, Peng Li's eyes lit up. Without standing on ceremony, she took the bottle and drank in small but rapid sips. Let's go. To the parking lot. Peng Yu glanced toward the underground parking lot, his gaze turning icy. The 5-person team had finally assembled. They dared not linger any longer. Ning Yuan took the rear, Peng Yu led at the front, while Lin Mo and Sun Xiao supported the slightly limping Peng Li in the middle. They quickly disappeared into the shadows behind the girls' dormitory, racing toward the parking lot where even greater danger might await. The sky was already tinged with the pale light of dawn. The 5-person team moved swiftly toward the parking lot under the cover of the last remnants of night. There were usually several entrances to the underground parking lot. They chose the closest and most concealed one, a fire escape staircase. As they twisted open the rusty iron door, a wave of cold, damp air mixed with the odors of gasoline dust and a faint, elusive stench of decay rushed toward them. Inside was pitch black. They had only 2 or 3 phones with battery power left, their flashlight beams cutting through the darkness, revealing a limited field of vision. Everyone be careful. There's definitely something in here, Peng Yu whispered, gripping his boning knife tightly as he led the way. Ning Yuan and Lin Mo flanked them, while Sun Xiao supported the still-shaken Peng Li in the middle. The parking lot was vast rows of cars silently resting in the darkness, covered in a thick layer of dust. Scattered debris lay on the ground along with several patches of laundry-blackened stains of unknown origin. Their footsteps echoed in the empty parking lot, sounding unusually clear and unsettling. The flashlight beams occasionally swept across a car window, revealing empty interiors or a decayed, deformed corpse slumped in the driver's seat. Each sight sent a chill down their spines. My car should be in Zone B, Peng Yu guided them in a low voice, relying on memory. They tiptoed like ghosts, weaving between the cars, ever vigilant for any sign of movement. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Peng Yu's flashlight beam froze on a familiar blue SUV ahead. Found it. A surge of joy rose in Peng Yu's heart as he quickened his pace. But in the next second, his face turned ashen and a wave of fury crashed over him. Damn it, he growled, his voice filled with incredulous rage. The driver's side window of the SUV was smashed to pieces, shards of glass littering the ground. Even more infuriating, the left front tire and the right rear tire had been viciously punctured, with a sharp tool now lying flat and deflated against the ground. The hood had also been pried open and the battery inside was long gone. Beside the car lay scattered food wrappers and beverage bottles, clear signs that someone had been there. Who did this? Peng Yu trembled with anger. Which bastard is so despicable? Stealing the battery is one thing, but slashing the tires. Ning Yuan frowned deeply. It must have been done by a living person. Infected wouldn't do this. Is it that survivor we saw from the administration building? Brother. Peng Li nervously tugged at Peng Yu's arm, pointing to a white van parked in a corner with its rear door half open. Look at that van. I saw that tall, skinny guy from upstairs. He was moving things into it. The 5 of them immediately tensed up, covering each other as they cautiously approached the white van. The door was unlocked. As Peng Yu shone his flashlight inside, everyone gasped. The van was packed to the brim. Boxes of instant noodles, biscuits, sausages, dozens of bottles of water and drinks, and even a few unopened containers of cooking oil and bags of rice. Many of these items bore the logos of the university cafeteria or small convenience stores. Nearby were tools like wrenches and crowbars, along with 2 gas cans filled to the top. It was practically a mobile mini warehouse. The tall, skinny man Peng Li had seen was indeed a hoarder who had scavenged a vast amount of supplies. That bastard. Peng Yu gritted his teeth, his anger flaring even more at the sight of these supplies. This stockpile could have kept those people in the cafeteria alive for several more days. Damn it, it has to be that scoundrel Ma Yao. Only he was in the cafeteria before. Just as they were angrily inspecting the supplies and considering how much they could take. Cough. Cough. A faint cough suddenly echoed from the shadows deep within the parking lot. The 5 of them instantly tensed up like startled birds, raising their weapons and shining their flashlight beams toward the source of the sound. A tall, skinny figure clad in ill-fitting, dirty clothes slowly emerged from behind a row of abandoned cars. He seemed equally surprised to encounter people here, his face a mixture of panic and wariness. The flashlight beam fell upon his face. A face gaunt from hunger and fear, yet one Ning Yuan knew all too well. Ma Yao, Ning Yuan exclaimed in disbelief, both expected and unexpected. Startled by the light and hearing his name called by Ning Yuan, Ma Yao froze for a moment before recognizing him. The panic on his face quickly gave way to a more complex emotion, a mix of guilt, awkwardness, but more prominently the vigilance and calculation of someone whose treasure had been discovered. Seeing Ning Yuan flanked by Peng Yu and 3 others all armed, he knew he was outmatched. His eyes darted around, and he quickly put on a hypocritical smile. Oh, isn't this Ning Yuan? Ma Yao tried to make his smile appear warm, rubbing his hands together as he stepped forward a few paces while keeping a safe distance. What brings you here? What a coincidence. And these are your friends. He pointed at Peng Yu, feigning ignorance. Seeing the fury practically blazing in Peng Yu's eyes, he quickly waved his hands and gestured toward the items in the van. Don't misunderstand, don't misunderstand. Look at how chaotic the world is now. I had no choice but to gather a bit more food and water to survive. We're all classmates, so we should help each other. Come on, take whatever you like. Think of it as your big brother's gift. Help each other. Peng Yu cut him off, pointing his boning knife at the slashed tires. Never mind that. Tell me, did you wreck my car? Ma Yao's face stiffened, his eyes flickering for a moment before he quickly forced a smile again. Oh, this is really a misunderstanding. I saw this car parked here earlier and thought it was abandoned. Besides, the tires weren't. Cut the crap. Peng Yu roared, did you do this or not? And all this stuff in the van. Did you steal it from the cafeteria? Were you trying to starve us to death and serve us up as a buffet to the infected? Are you helping the infected, huh? Realizing he couldn't bluff his way out, Ma Yao's expression darkened. But seeing their numerical advantage, he still dared not act rashly. His eyes darted again, and he turned to Ning Yuan, apparently thinking Ning Yuan might be more reasonable. Ning Yuan. Look, we were dorm mates, right? In this situation, infighting won't do us any good. I know there's an off-road vehicle somewhere in this parking lot. That car is definitely better than this SUV. It's just, the battery seems to be dying and I can't handle it alone. How about we cooperate? You help me get that off-roader running, and we'll share all the food and drinks in this van plus these 2 cans of gas. We'll drive that off-roader out together. How about it? That's fair, right? Many hands make light work. His face wore an expression of sincerity, but his eyes gleamed with calculation as he covertly gauged each of their reactions. Ning Yuan looked at this former dorm leader now standing before him and felt a profound unease in his heart. Faced with Ma Yao's insincere proposal for cooperation, Peng Yu clenched his fists tightly in anger. Cooperation? Ma Yao. Screw you. Peng Yu's furious roar echoed in the parking lot. You ruined my car. Stole the things that saved everyone's lives. How dare you talk to us about cooperation now? Ma Yao's fake smile vanished, completely replaced by a sinister and crazed expression. He realized there was no way to resolve this peacefully, and seeing Peng Yu's murderous gaze, he stopped pretending. If you don't appreciate my offer, then none of you will leave. Come and die with me. A glint of malice flickered in Ma Yao's eyes. Since you don't know what's good for you, then all of you can die with me. Huh? Before he finished speaking, he suddenly pulled out an object from his pocket. It was a remote control for a car alarm that he had obtained while breaking into a car. He pressed the button hard. Woo woo woo. The alarm of a nearby abandoned car was instantly triggered, emitting a shrill and piercing sound that echoed and amplified wildly in the enclosed underground parking lot. This sound was enough to attract all the infected nearby. Ma Yao let out a manic laugh. Ha ha ha. Come on. Come here. The meat here is the freshest. While laughing, he seized the moment when Ning Yuan and the others were distracted by the alarm and agilely slipped into the dark gap between a row of cars, vanishing from sight. Damn it. That bastard. Peng Yu was both shocked and furious. As soon as the alarm sounded, they were completely exposed. Sure enough, almost the moment the alarm went off, from the depths of the parking lot, from various stairwells, and even from some damaged ventilation ducts, a wave of excited hoo-hoo laughter immediately emerged. Following that was the sound of chaotic footsteps growing closer from all directions like a tide rushing in. The flashlight from a phone scanned across, revealing distorted figures moving quickly in the darkness, their eyes glinting with greedy red light. There were far more of them than they had encountered before. Damn it, there's no time to fix the car. Peng Yu decisively shouted at Lin Mo. You're studying mechanics, you understand cars. Hurry, find a similar-looking one. Figure out how to start it. He then shouted to the others. Ning Yuan. Sun Xiao, hold off these monsters with me. Li, stick close to Lin Mo. The 5 quickly divided their tasks. Lin Mo wasted no time, quickly pulling out his flashlight, using his expertise to scan nearby cars that looked relatively new and undamaged, saying rapidly, look for Japanese or older German models. Their circuits are relatively simple. Avoid the complex electronic locks. Peng Li closely followed him, using her phone to provide light. Sun Xiao nervously gripped a steel pipe, guarding their perimeter while vigilantly watching the encroaching shadows around. Ning Yuan and Peng Yu stood back to back, forming the outermost defense line against the first wave of charging infected. Ho! An infected person in a security uniform was the fastest, swinging a broken baton at Peng Yu. Peng Yu's gaze was cold. He sidestepped to avoid it, and his bone-picking knife sliced through like a ghost, leaving a deep wound on the infected's neck. But the infected merely staggered for a moment, laughing maniacally as it continued to pounce. These things are really tough. Peng Yu cursed under his breath and swung his knife again. On the other side, Ning Yuan brought a metal rod down hard on the head of an infected student, producing a dull thud. That infected was beaten to a bloody pulp, but only grinned wider, opening its mouth to bite at Ning Yuan's arm. Ning Yuan hurriedly retreated using the rod to block. The battle instantly became extremely difficult. Those infected attracted by the alarm seemed even more frantic than those they had encountered before. Moreover, the various tools parts and even broken license plates scattered around the parking lot could serve as weapons they might pick up. One infected picked up a half brick from the ground and threw it at Ning Yuan. Another attempted to break through Peng Yu's defenses with its body. Ning Yuan and Peng Yu were like rocks amidst turbulent waves, doing their utmost to withstand the relentless tide of corpses, soon sustaining injuries. But fortunately, they had not been contaminated by any bodily fluids. Found it. This SUV looks good. The doors aren't locked. Lin Mo's voice rang out as he pointed to a black SUV nearby. He'll try it. He instructed Peng Li to shine the light, while he quickly smashed the window and crawled inside, then pulled out a small set of simple tools that he had somehow obtained and immediately began to dismantle the cover below the steering wheel, fiddling with the wires inside. Hurry, Lin Mo. We can't hold on any longer. Peng Yu shouted as an infected person hit his arm hard. Sun Xiao swung her steel pipe, knocking down an infected that tried to approach Lin Mo and Peng Li, but she too was shoved back by another infected. At that moment, from the direction of the parking lot entrance came a roar of an engine. Everyone's hearts sank. Could it be the soldiers outside? No. They saw the earlier discovered white van loaded with Ma Yao's supplies suddenly turn on its headlights. Then it accelerated violently, crashing through several infected, blocking its path, rushing towards the parking lot exit. At the driver's seat was none other than Ma Yao, his face twisted with excitement and the thrill of escape. Ma Yao. Peng Yu's eyes widened in rage at this scene. That bastard had taken advantage of them being besieged by infected to sneak back to his van and drive away. Forget about him. Lin Mo, hurry. Ning Yuan also saw this, feeling both angry and anxious, and could only vent his rage on the infected in front of him. Lin Mo was drenched in sweat, his hands moving so quickly they seemed to leave afterimages. Various colored wires were rapidly connecting and testing in his hands. Zing! A burst of electric sparks flashed. The dashboard inside the car suddenly lit up. Did it work? Lin Mo whispered, continuing to try. The outside defenses were already on the verge of collapse. An infected broke through Peng Yu's defenses and was trying to squeeze through the car door. Peng Yu turned around, yanked it back, and followed through with a slash to its forehead. Lin Mo took advantage of the opportunity to suddenly connect two wires together. Virum boom. The SUV's engine roared violently, then successfully started producing a deep and powerful growl. All right, get in the car. Lin Mo shouted. Retreat. Peng Yu yelled, pushing back the infected in front of him and running towards the car. Ning Yuan also knocked down the last monster that was clinging to him with his metal rod, pulling Sun Xiao along. The three rushed towards the running SUV at full speed. Peng Yu opened the passenger door, and Ning Yuan pushed the injured Sun Xiao into the back seat first. Peng Li climbed in after them, still tightly clutching the phone she used for lighting. Lin Mo was already seated in the driver's seat. Hurry! Lin Mo slammed the accelerator, the engine roared. Peng Yu and Ning Yuan jumped into the car at the last moment, slamming the door shut. Almost the instant the door closed, countless bloodied hands slapped against the windows and twisted faces filled with manic laughter pressed against the glass. Hold on. Lin Mo shouted, shifting gears and flooring the gas. The black SUV charged forward like an enraged bull. Bang! Bang! Crash! The front of the car knocked aside several infected, rolling over debris and corpses on the ground, even scraping off the side mirror of a nearby car. The car roared forward, breaking through the encirclement of the infected, rushing toward the faint light at the parking lot exit. They left behind the endless darkness and the densely packed maniacal laughter of shadows in that hellish parking lot. Bursting out from the underground parking lot, the sky outside was tinged with red from the dawn. The SUV sped down the empty campus road. Inside the car, the five of them were covered in blood, panting heavily, still in shock. They had survived. Though they had paid a price, Sun Xiao was injured, and everyone had incurred some wounds, lost Peng Yu's original car and most of their supplies, and allowed that culprit Ma Yao to escape with some supplies. They had finally escaped this deathly campus and possessed a functioning vehicle. Boom! The black SUV surged forth like a wild beast that had broken free from its chains, roaring as it burst out of the dark abyss of the underground parking lot. The tires madly crushed the gravel and some unknown viscous substance. The screeching sound was particularly jarring in the stillness of the early morning. The front of the car violently knocked aside several swaying, infected individuals. Broken limbs and filthy blood instantly smeared across the windshield. Lin Mo slammed the steering wheel. The car emitted a mournful cry under the unbearable strain. Just barely he avoided a toppled abandoned sedan. The SUV swayed violently as it surged onto the road leading out of the school. Inside there was a deathly silence. Only the heavy breaths of 5 individuals intertwined. The air was thick with the pungent smell of blood, sweat, and gasoline. Ning Yuan leaned against the cold seat. His heart was still racing as if it would explode from his chest. He stiffly turned his head to look outside. The dim light of dawn struggled to pierce through the haze and fog. It dyed the entire world with a strange crimson hue. Once familiar teaching buildings, libraries, and playgrounds now resembled silent tombstones. Standing upon this wasteland recently marked by slaughter and frantic escape, the ground was a ghastly sight. Fallen bicycles, scattered books, shattered glass. There were also pools of dark red blood, some already congealed, while others slowly spread, along with some unrecognizable ragged remnants. Cough, cough, cough. Sun Xiao held her arm, coughing painfully. The fierce battle in the parking lot and the wild bumps along the way made her wound ache unbearably. Her face was pale as paper, and her lips trembled uncontrollably. Peng Li huddled in the corner of the back seat, her face frighteningly pale, yet her hands gripped Sun Xiao's arm tightly. The layers of gauze wrapped with a makeshift first aid kit had been completely soaked with blood, with dark red seeping from the edges. Peng Li glanced down, her lips quivering, yet she resolutely unwrapped the gauze and tightly rewrapped it. This time she tightened it significantly. Sun Xiao winced in pain. Peng Li's voice quivered. Bear with it. Only then did she look out the window. The campus rapidly receded outside. Those buildings, those roads, those places she had walked countless times had all changed. Peng Yu sat in the passenger seat. His gaze was fierce, fixed intently ahead. In his hand, he tightly gripped the bone knife he had obtained from Uncle Wang, the blade stained with already congealed dark red blood. The morning light was cold, reflecting off the blade in a particularly sinister way. His chest rose and fell violently, clearly still furious over Ma Yao's betrayal and escape. But more than that, it was the relief mixed with fear upon seeing his sister safe and sound, along with deep worries about the future. He occasionally glanced back at Peng Li in the back seat, his expression complex and inscrutable. Lin Mo at the wheel still wore that calm demeanor that bordered on indifference. It was as if he had not been the one to start the car amidst a hail of gunfire just moments ago. He held the steering wheel steadily, his gaze focused on the complex road conditions ahead. From time to time, he raised his eyes to scan the rearview mirror, confirming there were no immediate threats closing in. But his tightly pursed lips and beads of sweat seeping from his forehead betrayed his inner tension. How's the car condition? Ning Yuan licked his cracked lips. His throat was so dry it felt as if it would ignite, his voice hoarse. The earlier collisions, coupled with the fact that the car wasn't even theirs, who knew how much longer it could hold up. Lin Mo kept his eyes straight ahead, his tone steady, revealing no emotional fluctuations. We're low on fuel. The gauge dropped quickly when we escaped earlier. The engine sounds off, but might be poorly connected, or the collisions might have damaged it. The tires. At least they still roll, but the left front tire might be leaking air. Those few short sentences poured cold water over the flickering hope of survival in everyone's hearts. The fuel was low, the engine had problems, and the tires might be leaking. This SUV carrying them away from hell was a ticking time bomb. Then, where do we go now? Sun Xiao endured the excruciating pain in her wound and whispered. The gymnasium. With the current state of the car, could they even get there? Let's get out of this area first. Peng Yu said fiercely, his gaze sweeping over the scarred ruins of the city outside the window. It must be even more chaotic in the city, but it's better than being trapped in the school. We need to find gasoline, food, and water, especially medicine, as soon as possible. He glanced at the blood on Sun Xiao's arm, unsure if there was a risk of infection. His brows furrowed even tighter. Lin Mo remained silent. He simply took out the crumpled campus fire evacuation map and quickly scanned it before suddenly slamming the steering wheel. The SUV turned onto a relatively obscure small road that connected to the main road outside the school. This road was bumpy and in a state of disrepair. On either side were abandoned green belts and several buildings that looked like staff dormitories or abandoned warehouses. Trash scattered across the road. There were also several bodies curled up in the corners, already beginning to rot and smell. Flies buzzed around the corpses. The vehicle jolted wildly. Each violent jolt caused Sun Xiao to stifle a groan of pain. Peng Li bumped against the car door, her eyes reddening from the pain, yet she still reached out to hold onto Sun Xiao's arm, which was about to slip down. Ning Yuan's heart raced uneasily. He tightly gripped the broken metal rod, vigilantly observing the sides of the road. He had a nagging feeling that something terrifying could leap out at any moment from behind those dark windows or dense bushes. Look over there. Peng Yu suddenly hissed, pointing to the distant sky ahead. Several wisps of thick black smoke wafted up like ominous ink stains. They were slowly rising from the direction of the city center, twisting and dispersing in the blood-red dawn. Was that a fire? Or an explosion? Ning Yuan's heart sank little by little. Clearly the outside world had, just as his father had described over the phone, utterly transformed into hell. At that moment, the SUV jolted violently. Then it emitted a screeching sound of friction. Damn it! Lin Mo cursed under his breath. He sharply turned the steering wheel and slammed on the brakes. The car came to a crooked stop at the roadside, raising a cloud of choking dust. What happened? Peng Yu asked nervously. We hit something. Lin Mo turned off the engine, his expression heavy. It seems to be a roadblock. I'll go check it out. He swiftly opened the car door and got out to investigate. Ning Yuan and Peng Yu immediately followed, warily surveying their surroundings. They saw that a twisted, deformed metal roadblock was stuck under the front right tire. Some disgusting blood-red remnants that looked like shredded meat hung from the barrier, the bloodstains long dried. The tire had been sliced open by the sharp metal, and it was hissing air. Damn it! Peng Yu kicked the nearby wall fiercely. What luck! Not just luck. Lin Mo squatted down, inspecting the section of the roadblock closely. Look here. And here. It looks like it was deliberately dragged here and placed. Deliberate. Ning Yuan was startled, immediately becoming even more vigilant as he scanned the surroundings. This secluded small road bordered by abandoned buildings and dense weeds was indeed a perfect ambush spot. Someone wants to stop the car. Peng Yu also realized, his eyes turning fierce. Who? Ma Yao? Or other survivors? Just as their nerves were at their peak. Creak. A window on the second floor of a nearby abandoned warehouse suddenly made an incredibly faint sound. It seemed someone had pushed it open, just a crack from inside. Who? Peng Yu barked, his boning knife instantly pointing toward the direction of the sound. A half-open window on the second floor of the abandoned warehouse. Ning Yuan immediately raised his metal rod, his heart pounding wildly, his eyes fixed on that dark crevice. Lin Mo quickly retrieved a wrench he had found earlier from the car, and together with Sun Xiao and Peng Li, he nervously leaned against the SUV, seeking cover. Behind the second-floor window of the warehouse, there was utter silence. The gap was pitch black, revealing nothing, as if the faint sound just now had been nothing more than the wind or their imagination. But no one dared to let their guard down. The air seemed to solidify, leaving only the rustling sound of wind through the wild grass and the faint chaotic noises drifting from the distant city. After a few seconds, Lin Mo broke the silence, his voice barely a whisper. Forget it, let's change the tire first. This place isn't safe, the noise is too loud, the infected will be here soon. As he spoke, he quickly moved to the SUV's trunk, trying to find a spare tire and tools. Yeah. Peng Yu also knew this wasn't the time to waste on a potential threat. He gave a wary glance at the warehouse's second floor, then said to Ning Yuan, you watch with me. Sun Xiao, Peng Li, keep an eye on Lin Mo's side. Shout if anything happens. Ning Yuan nodded, and flanking Peng Yu on either side, they centered around the SUV, vigilantly observing their surroundings, especially the warehouse. Lin Mo opened the trunk. It was completely empty save for some debris. No spare tire, no tools either. Lin Mo's voice carried a trace of disappointment, but not surprise. This car had been a temporary acquisition. Damn, Peng Yu cursed under his breath. What do we do? Drive on it. This tire won't last much longer. We'll have to try for now, Lin Mo said, closing the trunk. Let's move that roadblock first. Then drive slowly and pray we find another usable vehicle or a repair shop. Just then Sun Xiao suddenly pointed ahead, tense. Look, what's that? Everyone followed her gaze. At the end of this small path, it connected to a wider main road. And at the intersection they had to cross, the scene was horrifying. Countless cars, buses, and even a few overturned trucks were piled together like twisted steel behemoths, forming an almost insurmountable barrier. Among the wreckage, black smoke billowed, and some spots were still ablaze with fierce flames. Shattered glass, scattered parts, and countless corpses littered the entire intersection like garbage. The corpses were in various states of death, some burned to charcoal, some crushed beyond recognition, others clearly tortured and mutilated by the infected, with severed limbs and broken bodies everywhere. A thick stench of burning gasoline and nauseating rot was palpable even from a distance. How do we get through? Peng Li, pale with terror, her voice trembling as she gazed at the hellish scene. Ning Yuan also drew in a sharp breath. The blockage was far worse than anything he had imagined. This wasn't a minor fender bender, it was a complete catastrophe. Take a detour. Sun Xiao suggested the obvious. Lin Mo pondered, then shook his head. No. To get to the city gymnasium, all the main roads around here go through similar large intersections. Taking the smaller roads is even more uncertain, and it'll take too long. We don't have enough gas or tire life for that. His meaning was clear. They seemed to have no choice but to force their way through. Then let's force it. Peng Yu's eyes hardened. Clear a path. I refuse to believe this pile of junk can stop us. He was clearly unwilling to abandon the vehicle, their crucial means of transport and defense. Clear it. Ning Yuan looked at the mountain of wreckage. How? There are only a few of us with a few crappy weapons. We have to try. Peng Yu gritted his teeth. Lin Mo, see if we can push aside a small car from the edge or find a way to drive through. Lin Mo carefully examined the distant intersection, again his brows furrowed. The edge? Maybe possible. On the left side, a few small cars seem less tightly packed. If we can push the outermost one away, or... Before he could finish. Ha ha ha. Several excited, greedy howls suddenly came from behind them. It was the infected. They had been attracted by the commotion. And from the sound of it, there was more than one or two. Quick, get in the car. Peng Yu made a swift decision, shouting, Lin Mo, drive forward. We'll charge through and see. If not, we'll figure something else out. There was no time to hesitate. Lin Mo immediately jumped into the driver's seat and restarted the engine. Ning Yuan and Peng Yu quickly got in, slamming the doors shut. The SUV with its leaking tire emitted a dull rumble as it started again, charging toward the blocked intersection. The car was slow and jolted violently. The leak in the right front tire was worsening and the steering wheel was starting to pull. As they drew closer, the horror of the intersection became even more vivid. Ning Yuan could even see a face pressed against a bus window, bloodstained, twisted in terror. Left. Charge left. Lin Mo shouted, eyes fixed ahead, yanking the steering wheel. The SUV swerved, lurching toward the left edge of the intersection, where a few wrecked cars seemed to leave a narrow gap. Ram it! Peng Yu roared. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed, and he floored the accelerator. Bang! The SUV's front slammed hard into the rear of a silver sedan. The immense impact sent the entire vehicle shuddering violently. The sedan was pushed forward a bit, but it wasn't enough. Again, Lin Mo shifted into reverse, backed up a short distance, and accelerated into another collision. Bang! This time the silver sedan was finally shoved aside at a wider angle, revealing a gap barely wide enough for a single car. But just as they were about to surge through, "You idiots, I'm gonna skewer you and eat you like barbecue." Several infected hidden among the wreckage suddenly lunged out from both sides of the gap. Covered in oil and blood, with manic grins on their faces, they brandished wrenches and shards of glass they had scavenged, cursing as they hurled themselves at the SUV. Damn, an ambush. Peng Yu reacted swiftly, rolling down the window slightly, as his boning knife shot out like lightning. With a wet thud, it precisely pierced the eye socket of an infected who had lunged at the car door, attempting to smash the window with a wrench. The infected's movements froze, and it collapsed with a manic laugh. But more infected were already closing in. They rammed their bodies against the vehicle, hammering the windows wildly with their weapons, producing deafening bangs. A section of the window glass cracked into a spiderweb of fissures from the shattered fragments. Breakthrough. Lin Mo. Ning Yuan, now urgent, leaned over from the back seat and thrust a metal rod viciously at an infected trying to climb onto the roof. Lin Mo's gaze was icy as he floored the accelerator. The SUV roared thunderously, its punctured tires screeching against the asphalt. It forced its way through the infected ahead, charging into the gap that had been smashed open. The vehicle's sides grated harshly against nearby wrecked cars, producing a teeth-grinding screech. Sparks flew everywhere. One side mirror was torn off completely. But they had made it through. Escaping that crossroads resembling the gates of hell, the SUV wobbled onto a relatively intact main city road. Lin Mo dared not slow down, doing his best to keep the vehicle moving. Yet the leaking tires and intermittent engine noises kept everyone's hearts in their throats. Fuel. We're almost out. Lin Mo's voice was hoarse as he glanced at the nearly empty fuel gauge. The series of rapid accelerations and collisions had consumed a massive amount of gas. This car could break down completely at any moment. Up ahead, there seems to be a gas station. Sharp-eyed Peng Li suddenly pointed at a sign not far away. Following her direction, they saw a familiar gas station sign in view. Though the sign was somewhat damaged and the lightbox was off, the main building appeared relatively intact. Pull over and check it out, Peng Yu said immediately. Lin Mo nodded, carefully steering off the main road toward the gas station. The gas station was a mess. Several cars were haphazardly parked by the pumps, one of which was still emitting black smoke, having just been extinguished. The convenience store's glass door lay shattered on the ground, shelves toppled, and goods scattered everywhere. A thick smell of gasoline and blood hung in the air. Lin Mo parked the car in a relatively concealed spot a few dozen meters from the station and turned off the engine. "He'll go check it out." Peng Yu volunteered. "Ning Yuan, you come with me." Lin Mo's son, Xiao Li, stay in the car, lock the doors. "If anything seems off, drive off immediately, don't wait for us." "No, it's too dangerous." Peng Li immediately objected. "Brother, if you're going, we all go. Be sensible." Peng Ye's tone was stern. "Staying in the car is the safest." Lin Mo can drive. Ning Yuan also nodded. "Don't worry, we'll be back soon." Peng Yu and Ning Yuan got out, each gripping their weapons tightly. They crouched low, using the station's structures and abandoned cars as cover, cautiously approaching. The pumps were indeed powerless. The two circled to the convenience store entrance, peering through the broken glass door. It was dark inside, with shelves collapsed and debris everywhere. Faintly, they could see several dark red stains on the floor and scattered fragments of clothing. "Seems empty," Ning Yuan whispered. "Stay alert," Peng Yu cautioned. They didn't enter immediately, but first checked the perimeter of the station. Behind it, they found several abandoned cars. "Let's try to siphon some gas from these cars," Peng Yu said. Lin Mo had explained how to siphon, but they had no hose. "Maybe we can find something in the convenience store. Or in the cars." Ning Yuan pointed at the abandoned vehicles. They decided to find tools first. Peng Yu stood guard while Ning Yuan cautiously approached a sedan with its trunk slightly ajar. Using his metal rod, he pried open the trunk lid. Amid some clutter, he surprisingly found a small coil of hose that looked like it was for car washing. "Found it." Ning Yuan's heart leaped with joy. He grabbed the hose and ran back to Peng Yu. Just then, clang. A clear metallic sound echoed from inside the convenience store. Both tensed up instantly. They raised their weapons, staring fixedly at the store. Someone inside. Or an infected. After a few seconds, the store fell silent again. What now? Go in and check. Ning Yuan hesitated. Forget it. Peng Yu gritted his teeth. Let's siphon the gas first. Getting the gas is what matters. We'll deal with what's inside after we have fuel. Time was pressing. An infected could be drawn here any moment. They quickly ran to an SUV with an intact gas cap. Ning Yuan eyed the vehicle, feeling uneasy. This gas might not be ownerless, but their car was nearly dead, and without fuel the others wouldn't get far. Ning Yuan kept watch while Peng Yu pried open the gas cap. After a few tries it popped open. Peng Yu inserted one end of the hose into the tank. For the other end he spotted a discarded empty plastic bucket on the ground, placed it lower, took a deep breath, and sucked on the hose. A sharp, pungent smell of gasoline flooded his mouth. Uff, uff. He spat it out, quickly relieved to see gasoline flowing into the bucket. The gas trickled out slowly, each second agonizing. Ning Yuan scanned the surroundings, especially the store, his palms sweaty on the metal rod. Suddenly he caught a flicker of movement at the broken store entrance. A shadow seemed to shift. Peng Yu, watch out. Ning Yuan snapped, raising his metal rod. A figure slowly emerged from the store. It wasn't an infected. The person wore grease-stained work clothes, holding a crowbar with a numb and wary expression. Seeing Ning Yuan and Peng Yu, they froze, then gripped their crowbar tighter, glaring at them with hostility. The atmosphere at the convenience store entrance instantly froze. The sky seemed to darken in response, and a few raindrops fell, striking the cold weapons of the three figures. A middle-aged man in oil-stained work clothes, thin but with a fierce look in his eyes, gripped a long crowbar, watching Ning Yuan and Peng Yu warily. What the hell are you sneaking around my car for? The man growled, his voice hoarse with anger and suspicion. Just passing by. Our car ran out of gas. We're looking for some. We didn't know it was yours, Peng Yu said, trying to sound less threatening, but he didn't lower his knife. The man looked them up and down, his gaze lingering on their weapons for a few seconds. He sneered, looking for gas. Stealing it, more like. I busted my ass collecting all the gas around here and put it in this car. Get the hell out of here before I make you. Please, we just need a little. We'll leave most of the can for you, okay? Ning Yuan tried to negotiate. Not a drop. Who do you think you are? The man refused, flatly pointing his crowbar at them. Beat it. Peng Yu stepped forward, shielding the gas can, his eyes cold. Nothing belongs to anyone now. Since you got it from somewhere else too, and you want listen to reason, then if you want to live, get out of the way. He pointed his boning knife at the man. Get out of the way, eh? The man's face twitched. Rain plastered his ferocious face, making him look even more vicious. Kid, you're asking for death. He swung the crowbar at Peng Yu's head with full force. It was fast, whistling through the air. Damn it. Peng Yu cursed, dodging sideways and thrusting his boning knife back at him. Ning Yuan immediately joined the attack with his own stick. A conflict between survivors erupted in an instant. The man was clearly a hardened fighter, wielding the crowbar with brutal skill. He held his own against the two of them for the moment. Just as the three were locked in a stalemate. Ha ha. Come quick. There are some fresh ones here. From the shadows of the garage behind the gas station, two infected in station uniforms burst out. Grinning wildly, their eyes gleamed. One held a wrench, the other dragged a fuel nozzle, their movements still echoing their former jobs, but their target was now the living. They cackled and charged from both sides. Then from across the street came answering calls. 3 or 4 more infected howled as they ran over. Infected, drawn by the sound of their fight. And there were a lot of them. Damn it. The man's face went pale. He knew they were in deep trouble. He glanced at Ning Yuan and Peng Yu, who were still locked in combat with him, then at the broken door of the convenience store. A vicious glint flashed in his eyes. Peng Yu's heart sank. He looked at the hard-won gas in the can and cursed under his breath. Just as the two infected in uniforms were about to pounce, the man feigned an attack, forcing Peng Yu back. Then with all his strength, he kicked Ning Yuan hard in the back. Take the hit for me. Caught off guard, Ning Yuan stumbled and crashed directly into the two charging infected. Ning Yuan. Peng Yu cried out, trying to grab him, but it was too late. Seizing Peng Yu's moment of shock, the man kicked him hard, sending him sprawling to the other side. Taking advantage of the chaos, the man darted like a rabbit toward the convenience store's broken door, shouting over his shoulder without looking back, "Thanks, boys." He dove into the store, and a loud bang echoed from inside as he apparently tried to barricade the door. Son of a bitch. Peng Yu yelled from the ground, his eyes blazing with fury. That old bastard used them as bait. But there was no time for anger now. The infected with the wrench was already on top of Ning Yuan, pinning his arms down with both hands. Saliva dripped from its grinning mouth, mingling with the rain on Ning Yuan's face. His heart pounded wildly. He squeezed his eyes and mouth shut, praying the infected saliva wouldn't get in. I'm gonna give you a fillip. As the other infected with the nozzle pulled at Ning Yuan's pants, mimicking the motion of refueling, aiming to shove the nozzle in his rear. Peng Yu had already gotten up and charged in with his boning knife. Fueled by rage and adrenaline, he sliced the head off the infected with the nozzle in one swing. Red and white matter mixed with black blood sprayed from its neck. Without pausing for breath, Peng Yu kicked the infected that was pinning Ning Yuan, trying to bite his face. In one fluid motion, he drove the knife into its temple. The insane laughter stopped abruptly. Peng Yu then pulled Ning Yuan to his feet. Even after getting up, Ning Yuan kept his eyes and mouth tightly shut. He raised his hands to catch the increasingly heavy rain scrubbing them vigorously. Then he caught some more water and used it to wash his face. Peng Yu watched him puzzled, but he had no time to ask. The figures of the infected from across the street were getting closer, and more were coming. Without a second thought, Peng Yu grabbed Ning Yuan, who was still washing his face, and ran to the convenience store door ready to ram it open. Raindrops pounded against the ground, splashing muddy water. Peng Yu yanked Ning Yuan to his feet. "Stop washing. Hurry up. Ram the door. Kill that bastard." Peng Yu's voice was hoarse with fury and urgency as he pointed at the convenience store door. Ning Yuan stumbled, his face still wet, his eyes filled with terror. But seeing Peng Yu's nearly blazing gaze, and hearing the manic laughter and footsteps of the infected closing in behind them, he knew this was no time to worry about infection. "Damn it. Ram it." Ning Yuan's eyes reddened. He wiped his face roughly and grabbed the metal rod from the ground. They exchanged a glance, hesitated no longer, and threw all their weight against the already battered convenience store door, now braced from the inside. Bang, bang, bang. The door groaned under the strain. Inside, the man's panicked curses and the scraping of shelves could be heard. "Get the hell away. Don't come in." The rain intensified. Several infected, drenched like drowned rats, lunged forward, their faces twisted in manic grins, reaching out with grimy hands for Ning Yuan and Peng Yu. "Hurry. We're out of time." Peng Yu roared, using his boning knife to fend off a charging infected. Then together with Ning Yuan, they slammed their shoulders against the door again. Crash. A thunderous noise. The doorframe and the shelf bracing it finally gave way. The entire door, along with debris, collapsed inward. Like two enraged bulls, Ning Yuan and Peng Yu charged into the pitch-black convenience store. Inside, the man stood dumbfounded in front of the restroom, clutching half a mop handle he had intended to use as a barricade. He clearly hadn't expected them to actually break in. Worse still, with the door open, the pursuing infected also surged inside. "The restroom. Quick!" Peng Yu reacted swiftly, spotting the half-open door marked restroom, not far behind the man. He grabbed Ning Yuan, ignoring the man, and dashed toward that direction. Stunned by the sudden turn of events, the man saw the infected following Ning Yuan and Peng Yu. Instinctively, he tried the same trick, tripping them to buy time so he could hide in the restroom. But Ning Yuan and Peng Yu moved with astonishing speed and strength. Like bolts of lightning, they shot past the man and plunged into the cramped, filthy, stinking restroom. Bang! Peng Yu slammed the wooden door shut behind them. Click! Ning Yuan quickly shoved the flimsy bolt into place. Almost the instant they locked it, bang! Bang! The man, now realizing what happened, pounded frantically on the restroom door. "Open up! Damn you! Let me in!" Then came the chaotic sound of more footsteps and manic laughter outside, followed by the man's blood-curdling screams. Stay away! Get off! Help! Hell!" The screams continued. Inside the restroom, Ning Yuan and Peng Yu leaned against the cold door, trembling violently. Their faces were pale, they gasped for air, their stomachs churning. They could vividly imagine the horrific scene unfolding outside. The man who had been alive and scheming moments ago was now likely being torn apart. Ning Yuan and Peng Yu knew they couldn't stay here. This thin wooden door and the man outside wouldn't hold the monsters for long. The window. Ning Yuan looked up at the small, grimy, exhaust window high on the restroom wall. The window was glass with a simple rusted wire grill outside. "Can we get out?" Peng Yu saw hope, but frowned. "It's too high, and where does it lead?" "We have to try. Stay here and die." Ning Yuan gritted his teeth. "They'll climb on your shoulders to check first." Peng Yu nodded. Ning Yuan climbed onto Peng Yu's shoulders, struggling upward. He smashed the grimy glass with the metal rod. Outside, the rain was still pouring down, revealing the muddy back alley behind the store. The drop was about 2 meters. Jumping might cause injury. "What's it like?" Peng Yu called up anxiously. "It's the back alley. Not too high. We can jump." Ning Yuan replied quietly, then began prying at the rusted wire grill with the rod and Peng Yu's boning knife. Soon Ning Yuan managed to create a gap barely wide enough for someone to squeeze through. "He'll go up first, then half my body will be out the window. You grab my feet and climb up my legs. Then you hold the window's edge. Once I'm down outside, you climb up and follow." Ning Yuan carefully squeezed through the gap, dangling half his body out. Once Peng Yu had a grip on the windowsill, he took a deep breath, let go, and dropped. He landed in the mud with a splash, drenched in filth, his ankle screaming in pain, but thankfully not broken. "Quick, come down," Ning Yuan called up through the pain. Peng Yu swiftly squeezed out and jumped down, landing more steadily than Ning Yuan. They didn't dare linger. Supporting each other, they stumbled out of the alley. Finally, they saw the SUV still half submerged in water. The headlights were still on. Lin Mo, Sun Xiao, and Peng Li sighed with relief when they saw the two covered in mud running back. "Get in. Did you find anything?" Lin Mo asked. "Damn it, some bastard ruined it for us." There was gas, but then the infected came, and we nearly died, Peng Yu panted. Just as Ning Yuan and Peng Yu were about to climb into the SUV, Wait for me." A shrill, hoarse, terrified voice suddenly came from the alley they had just escaped. They whirled around. The man who should have died in the convenience store was now covered in blood, a chunk of flesh missing from his neck limping out of the alley. His appearance was horrific. His face was already beginning to twist uncontrollably into a grotesque, painful, and manic grin. His eyes were bloodshot, his body twitching slightly. He was infected and transforming rapidly. Take me. He laughed indistinctly, lunging at the SUV, reaching out with his intact hand to grab the door. Lin Mo's face turned pale. Peng Li and Sun Xiao screamed in terror. Save me. Save. He begged while letting out uncontrollable low laughs, his body convulsing violently, trying to grasp the closing door. Get lost. Peng Yi's eyes were cold, devoid of any pity. He remembered how this man had pushed them toward the monsters. He kicked the man's outstretched arm hard. The man's screams mingled with laughter as he was kicked to the ground, cursing Peng Yu between his twisted smiles. Ning Yuan quickly slammed the door shut. For such a despicable creature, he felt not even the last shred of sympathy. Drive! Peng Yu roared. Lin Mo floored the accelerator. The SUV, wobbling due to a tire issue, lurched forward. In the rearview mirror, Ning Yuan saw the man laughing and convulsing, crawling painfully toward the car, and several infected emerging from the alley. Inside the car, there was dead silence. Lin Mo, relying on the last drops of fuel and the air in his tires, struggled to steer the SUV as it wobbled onward. The torrential rain showed no sign of letting up, only intensifying. With a loud crash, the SUV finally slammed into the rolling shutter door of a roadside clothing store, its engine dying completely. Black smoke from the hood was quickly doused by the heavy rain. The car was utterly wrecked. Get out. Now. Find shelter. Lin Mo was the first to kick open the door, and icy, murky rainwater instantly drenched his head and face. The five of them struggled out of the car, their soaked, freezing clothes clinging to their bodies, making them shiver violently. Outside, it was dim and dark, with a downpour so heavy that visibility was extremely low. The street had become a murky river. In the distance, the sounds of manic laughter and roars muffled by the rain were drawing closer, clearly attracted by the crash. This store? Quick! Ning Yuan pointed at the clothing store they had hit, its rolling door now dented. The five of them supported each other, trudging with difficulty through the bone-chilling, knee-deep floodwater. Rushing to the store entrance, Peng Yu used a boning knife to pry open the lower edge of the deformed rolling door. Together with Ning Yuan, they strained to lift the heavy stuck door just enough to create a narrow gap. Hurry, get in. Sun Xiao was practically shoved inside by Peng Li and Lin Mo. Ning Yuan looked back. Through the curtain of rain, several twisted figures were now very close. They're coming. Quick! Ning Yuan and Peng Yu were the last to crawl in, then they let go abruptly. With a thunderous clang, the rolling door slammed down. The danger was temporarily sealed off. Peng Yu leaned against the cold door, panting heavily. The air was dark, damp, and thick with the stench of mildew and rotting fabric. Lin Mo immediately turned on his phone's flashlight, the beam trembling. The store was in complete disarray. Overturned shelves, scattered clothes, and broken mannequins. Check it out. Barricade the door. Lin Mo growled. At the back, there was a locked storage room door. The street-facing display window was webbed with cracks, and rainwater was seeping through the broken panes. We have to block it all. Ning Yuan pointed at the display window and the rolling door. The five of them, dragging their soaked and freezing bodies, immediately set to work. They piled everything movable in the store. Heavy display cabinets, the cash register, cardboard boxes full of wet clothes, broken mannequins, layer upon layer tightly against the rolling door and the display window. Everyone gritted their teeth, their movements stiff from cold and exhaustion, but the instinct to survive kept them from stopping. Finally, all the entrances were sealed. Though it still looked fragile, the five of them collapsed onto the floor, their backs against the debris, huddled together. Cold, hunger, fatigue, pain. A sense of despair soaked through them like icy water. Sun Xiao leaned against Ning Yuan, her body burning hot, her breathing faint, already delirious from fever. Food. Water. Peng Li looked at her brother, her voice choked with sobs. Peng Yu searched through his backpack. All he found were a few crumbs of biscuits and a few shreds of beef jerky scavenged from a small convenience store they had passed after escaping the gas station. There was not a single drop of water. The storage room. Peng Yu looked at the locked door at the back. They'll check it out. They'll come with you, Ning Yuan said, carefully leaning Sun Xiao against something before standing up. Lin Mo also stood up, tool in hand, and walked toward the storage room door. The lock was old but sturdy. Lin Mo fiddled with it using pliers and a screwdriver, producing only a few faint metallic scrapes. Just then, from outside by the rolling door, there came a faint yet chillingly clear knocking sound that made their hearts stop. A soft, slow knock, with a cautious rhythm. It was definitely not the pounding of an infected. Ning Yuan, Peng Yu, and Lin Mo froze instantly. In the corner, Peng Li was so terrified she clamped her hand over her mouth. Even the feverish Sun Xiao seemed stirred, murmuring in her sleep. Who was outside? In this damn downpour. The knocking continued, unhurried, one tap after another. Then a faint, trembling, tearful voice, sounding like a little girl's, carried through the thick rolling door, and the sound of pouring rain, weak but clear, is anyone in there? Help! Sob! Please open the door. I beg you. There are monsters outside. I'm hurt. So cold. Let me in. Please. The voice sounded so real, so helpless. The thin roll-up door seemed to separate the worlds of life and death at this moment. Outside there was a torrential downpour and the helpless pleas of a little girl. Inside, the nerves of 5 survivors were stretched to their limits, their hearts nearly leaping from their chests. Is anyone there? Please. Open the door. The girl's cries sounded even more tragic, accompanied by violent coughing, as if she might faint at any moment. Peng Li's face turned pale. She looked at Peng Yu and whispered, "Brother, what if it's true?" Peng Yu did not look at her, his gaze fixed on the roll-up door. "It's precisely because it might be true that we can't open it." Peng Li's lips moved slightly. She said no more. Slowly she released her grip on Peng Yu's sleeve, her fingers curling into her palm. Ning Yuan also stared intently at the roll-up door, his back feeling cold. He couldn't forget the creature that had imitated a plea for help at the dormitory door and then tried to pick the lock. The scene before him was strikingly similar. He shook his head vigorously and murmured, "Something's not right. The voice is too clear. And it feels too deliberate." Lin Mo said nothing. He quietly moved to the side of the roll-up door, straining to listen to the commotion outside, his brow furrowed, as if analyzing something. The girl outside continued to plead, her voice growing weaker, as if she was truly on the verge of collapse. "It's so cold. Is anyone there? Help me." Just as Peng Li was about to speak again, Lin Mo suddenly raised his hand, making a should gesture. The pleas from outside seemed to have stopped. A deathly silence ensued. Raindrops pounded against the roll-up door and shattered windows, creating a chaotic noise. A few seconds later, a frantic, desperate sound accompanied by cries came from outside, banging against the roll-up door. "Whoa, please, open the door. They're right behind me. They said, if you don't open the door, they will. They will." The girl's voice suddenly turned more terrified, as if something was choking her. Immediately following, a hoarse, malicious laughter echoed from outside the door. That was definitely not the voice of a little girl. Looks like the little mouse inside is unwilling to take the bait. "I'm losing my patience. You little brat. Cry louder. Pretend to be more pitiful. Otherwise I'll play with you right now." Crack. A sharp sound like a bone being snapped. The girl let out a short, piercing scream. This was followed by increasingly wild and chaotic laughter, as the infected outside could no longer contain themselves due to the girl's scream. Damn it, these beasts. They actually captured a live little girl as bait, forcing her to plead for help outside. In the clothing store, everyone felt their scalp tingle, their bodies frozen in cold fear and regret. Peng Li covered her mouth, feeling her stomach churn. Tears fell, and she immediately wiped them away with her sleeve. She remained silent. Peng Yu's eyes turned blood red in an instant. He bit down hard on his teeth, remaining motionless. He understood that they were now in a precarious situation, unsure of how many infected were outside. Opening the door now would not only fail to save the little girl, they themselves would also be lost. Ning Yuan's head buzzed. Waves of nausea surged up. He thought of Li Ming, of Zhao Lei, of those who hadn't made it out of the cafeteria. His fingers tightened gradually. His nails dug into his palm, causing a numbing pain. Lin Mo still leaned against the wall, his expression unchanged, but the hand gripping the wrench had turned white from excessive force. Outside, the infected seemed to lose patience as the prey didn't take the bait. They stopped trying to trick the door and instead began their favorite entertainment, torture. Not coming out, huh? Fine. Then you just listen in there. You little brat. Shout. Shout louder for me. Let those turtles hiding inside hear it. Ha ha. Immediately, more piercing and desperate screams from the girl rang out from outside, accompanied by the sickening sounds of bones breaking, flesh being struck by something, fabric tearing, and the excited, crazed laughter of the infected like demons from hell. They were torturing that girl, right outside the door, in the most cruel way. They knew there were people inside. They wanted the people inside to listen. Let go of me. Whoa, mommy, save me. It hurts. It hurts so much. The girl's screams became increasingly tragic and weaker, cutting into the hearts of the survivors inside, like sharp blades. Peng Li took a step forward. Peng Yu pressed down on her shoulder. His hand was heavy. Peng Li looked up at him, her eyes red. Brother. Peng Yu gritted his teeth hard. Don't move. Peng Li looked at him, then looked at the roll-up door. In the end, she slowly retreated, crouching against the shelf, covering her mouth tightly. Ning Yuan raised his hand to cover his ears. It was useless. The sound still drilled into his brain. He pressed his ears painfully, his teeth grinding together. Lin Mo remained silent, though his face seemed to grow even paler. Sun Shao, in his fainting state, seemed to feel the extreme terror twisting his body restlessly and letting out painful moans. The torment outside continued. The infected didn't seem to be in a hurry to kill the girl. They were enjoying the process and using this method to apply the most cruel psychological pressure on the survivors inside. Every scream, every bout of laughter was like a heavy hammer striking down on the hearts of those hiding behind the roll-up door, causing them to sink deeper into the abyss of fear, anger, guilt, and despair. It was unclear how long it had been. Maybe a few minutes, maybe over 10 minutes. Every second felt as long as a century. The girls' screams outside gradually weakened until they completely vanished. Replacing the screams were a few sounds of satisfaction like a beast chewing and a few distant, seemingly reluctant peals of laughter. Did they leave? Or, in the clothing store, a deadly silence prevailed. Only the rain continued to tirelessly pound against the rolled-up door as if playing a lament for the recent tragedy that went unanswered. The 5 survivors seemed paralyzed by fear or perhaps guilt frozen in place. Was it safe outside? Perhaps. But a part of their hearts seemed to have died forever along with the girls' screams. After a long time, click. The lock of the warehouse door at the back made a faint sound almost drowned out by the rain. The sound of unlocking. Lynn Mo had at some point gone to pry open that door. Click. The faint sound of the warehouse door lock unlatching was startlingly clear in the deathly silent clothing store. The people on the floor also snapped out of their earlier fear and guilt. In the corner, Sun Xiao's breathing grew increasingly rapid, her body burning to the touch, and she let out unconscious pained moans. Her wound had clearly become severely infected due to the rain and lack of treatment. She's not going to make it. Lin Mo's voice broke the silence. He had just pried open the warehouse lock and glanced back at Sun Xiao's condition, his brows furrowed. We need to find clean water and fever reducers immediately. We're out of food too. His words pierced the thin layer of numbness in everyone's hearts like a needle. Indeed, their food and water were completely exhausted. If Sun Xiao's fever continued like this, even without any infected, she wouldn't last much longer. And outside, who knew when those monsters would return? Or perhaps they had never left at all, merely toying with them. Staying here meant waiting for death. The only hope seemed to lie behind the warehouse door Lin Mo had just opened, leading into the unknown. Let's go. Check out the warehouse. Peng Yu suddenly rose to his feet, his voice hoarse, but carrying an unyielding resolve. Even if it's a dead end, it's better than starving or dying of sickness here. He walked over to his sister and pulled her up. Lily. His voice was raspy. Stop thinking about it. Peng Li looked up at him, her eyes still red. Peng Yu gripped her arm and said in a low voice, "What's out there we can't save?" He paused. "Focus on the people right now." Peng Li nodded. She roughly wiped her face with her sleeve and turned to support Sun Xiao. Sun Xiao was burning with fever, her body limp and sliding down. Gritting her teeth, Peng Li draped Sun Xiao's arm over her shoulder. Ning Yuan also struggled to his feet and approached Sun Xiao. Lin Mo, give me a hand. Let's get Sun Xiao inside. Lin Mo nodded and put away his tools. Peng Yu, holding a boning knife, was the first to cautiously push open the warehouse door and peek inside. Lin Mo followed closely, taking the phone with just over 10% battery from Ning Yuan and turning on the flashlight. The warehouse was pitch black, the air thick with dust, mildew, and a pungent smell of rat droppings. In the dim light, they could see boxes and shelves piled high, covered in thick dust and cobwebs. Looks empty for now, Peng Yu whispered. Ning Yuan and Lin Mo supported the nearly unconscious Sun Xiao, with Peng Li following behind. The 5 quickly entered the warehouse. Peng Yu brought up the rear. He picked up a few broken shelf brackets and, together with Ning Yuan and Lin Mo, firmly jammed and propped the iron door connecting the store and warehouse from the inside. Crude as it was, it added another layer of defense. After finishing, they finally breathed a slight sigh of relief, though their nerves remained taut. Split up. Look for water, food, medicine, anything useful, Peng Yu ordered immediately. The warehouse wasn't large, but it was cluttered with miscellaneous items. They carefully separated and began searching their designated areas, trying not to make too much noise. Ning Yuan was tasked with inspecting several large cardboard boxes near the corner. The boxes were heavy, printed with long outdated clothing brand logos. He pried one open with a metal bar. Inside were moldy, moth-eaten old clothes emitting a nauseating stench. He pried open a second, a third. All the same, just useless trash. Peng Li and Lin Mo were checking the shelves in the middle. Most of the shelves were empty, occasionally revealing a few empty drink bottles or torn snack wrappers, suggesting someone might have been there before. Peng Yu went to the far end of the warehouse, where a pile of unknown items was covered with a tarp. Cough. Cough. From the corner, Sun Xiao, temporarily laid on the floor, let out another painful cough, her breathing growing fainter. Ning Yuan's heart was frantic, his movements quicker. He almost violently tore open the last cardboard box. Suddenly his hand touched something hard and square. His heart stirred, and he immediately dragged it out. It was a small plastic first aid kit, dusty with one broken clasp, but it looked relatively intact. Found it. There's a first aid kit here, Ning Yuan called out in a hushed voice. Peng Yu, Lin Mo, and Peng Li immediately gathered around. Lin Mo took the kit and opened it quickly. The contents were sparse and looked old. A few rolls of yellowed gauze, a small bottle of nearly empty iodine, fortunately the cap was still on, a few band-aids, and half a blister pack of pills wrapped in foil. Lin Mo picked up the pills and squinted at the tiny print under the phone's light. It's ibuprofen. Still usable. Lin Mo's voice carried a hint of surprise. Though unsure if the dosage was sufficient, it was at least a fever reducer. Water. Find water quick, Ning Yuan urged. They immediately resumed searching the area. Over here. Peng Li suddenly pointed to a corner at the bottom shelf covered by a pile of rags. They hurried over, moved the rags, and found several bottles of dusty mineral water underneath. It was a cheap brand and the expiration date. Luckily, it hadn't passed yet, though only a few months remained. Perfect. A surge of euphoric relief washed over them all. Though it was only a little medicine and a few bottles of water in this desperate situation, it was a lifeline of hope. Lin Mo immediately unscrewed a bottle, carefully propped up Sun Xiao, moistened her cracked lips with a wet cloth, and then fed her small sips. He also crushed a piece of ibuprofen, mixed it with water, and laboriously fed it to her. Seeing Sun Xiao's breathing seemed to steady and the pained expression on her face eased slightly, everyone's hearts relaxed a little. Just then, rustle, rustle. A faint sound like a rat gnawing or a small animal crawling suddenly came from the deepest part of the warehouse behind the boxes covered with a tarp. The nerves that had just relaxed instantly tightened again. Peng Yu immediately raised his boning knife, and Ning Yuan and Lin Mo also gripped their weapons. The three formed a triangular formation, staring warily at the dark corner. A rat. Peng Yu frowned, lowering his voice. Doesn't sound like it. Lin Mo listened intently and shook his head. The sound has a pattern. And there's a whimpering. Ning Yuan also held his breath. The sound was intermittent and extremely faint, indeed, not like a rat. More like someone crying. The three exchanged glances, all seeing the shock and wariness in each other's eyes. Lin Mo gestured for Ning Yuan and Peng Yu to cover him. Holding the phone's flashlight and a wrench, he moved step by step, extremely slowly and cautiously toward the corner. The warehouse was eerily silent save for their own breathing, the faint rain outside, and the increasingly clear, strange whimpering from the corner. Lin Mo reached the pile of boxes, took a deep breath, and suddenly yanked off the dirty tarp covering them. The flashlight beam instantly illuminated what lay beneath. As the tarpaulin was lifted under the beam of the flashlight, everyone was utterly stunned. In the narrow gap between the boxes curled up not a rat nor a monster, but a little boy who appeared to be only 7 or 8 years old. He wore dirty, tattered clothes, was so thin he was nothing but skin and bones, and his face was covered in grime and dry tear streaks. A rag was stuffed in his mouth, and his hands and feet were tightly bound with hemp rope. Seeing the sudden light and figures, he trembled with fear, his eyes wide with terror, letting out muffled whimpers as he desperately shrank back. A child, alive, tied up here. Ning Yuan's heart jolted, and he immediately stepped forward. Don't be afraid. We're not bad people. Lin Mo also put away his weapon and quickly moved over to untie the boy. The rope had cut deeply, chafing the skin on his wrists and ankles until they were raw and bleeding. Peng Yu meanwhile vigilantly scanned the warehouse, ensuring there were no other dangers. Finally, the ropes were undone, and Ning Yuan carefully removed the rag from the boy's mouth. Cough, cough, cough. The boy immediately collapsed to the ground, coughing violently, greedily breathing in the foul air, his small face turning red with the effort as tears streamed down his cheeks. Easy, easy. Peng Li also approached. Looking at the child, so much younger than herself, she thought of the tragedy outside the rolling door, and her eyes reddened again. She unscrewed a bottle of water they had just found and brought it to the boy's lips. Have some water. Seeing the water, the boy's eyes lit up instantly. Forgetting his fear, he snatched the bottle and with a near-fierce urgency gulped down more than half of it. Drinking too fast, he started choking again. After drinking, the boy seemed to regain a little strength. Looking at the people before him, disheveled but seemingly without malice, the terror in his eyes subsided somewhat. Little one, tell us, how did you get here? Who tied you up? Ning Yuan crouched down, trying to make his voice as gentle as possible. The boy looked at them timidly, then warily toward the warehouse entrance before speaking in a voice as faint as a mosquito's. It was a bad uncle. Who locked me up? A bad uncle. What kind, oi? Peng Yu pressed immediately. He is very mean. The boy seemed to recall something terrifying, his body beginning to tremble again. He stole my cookies. He said, there are monsters outside, and told me to stay here quietly. Or else he'd throw me out to feed the monsters. There's someone else here. Ning Yuan, Peng Yu, and Lin Mo's hearts all sank. The one who kidnapped this child was actually a living survivor. And from the sound of it, he even knew how to use the infected to threaten a child. This person was definitely not good. That person, what did he look like? When will he be back? Ning Yuan asked urgently. The boy tried hard to remember, then shook his head. I can't remember. He had his face covered. I don't know when he comes. Sometimes at night. Sometimes during the day. It seemed the warehouse could become unsafe at any moment. Is there another way out of here? Lin Mo asked the most critical question directly. Hearing the words, get out, the boy's eyes brightened. He nodded vigorously, took a flashlight from his own bag, and handed it to Lin Mo, then pointed to a square ventilation duct opening in a corner of the warehouse ceiling, and then to a very hidden small iron door behind the tallest pile of boxes that nearly reached the ceiling. A door that looked like it had long been abandoned for maintenance access there. You can crawl through. The bad uncle doesn't know. There's a way out. And more than one. Their spirits lifted simultaneously. Quick, check it out, Peng Yu said immediately. Lin Mo returned the phone to Ning Yuan, then climbed up on the boxes and turned on the flashlight the boy had given him to inspect the ventilation opening. The ventilation duct was very small. In the faint light, it was full of dust and cobwebs, but it didn't seem completely blocked, barely enough for one person to crawl through. Ning Yuan and Peng Yu worked together to move away the heavy boxes in the corner, revealing the almost forgotten small iron door. The door was very low with only a rusted bolt. Which way? Peng Yu looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo jumped down from the ventilation duct and brushed the dust off his clothes. The ventilation duct is too narrow. I can't get through carrying Sun Xiao on my back. Let's try this little door. He took out pliers and a screwdriver and started working on the rusted bolt. This time it seemed less difficult, or after a bit of fiddling with a crack, the bolt broke off. Pulling open the small iron door revealed a dark passage beyond, even narrower, just barely allowing one person to crawl through stooped over. A thick smell of dust and mildew rushed out, its destination unknown. We go this way. Lin Mo made the snap decision. There was no time to lose. The infected outside could return at any moment to find a way to break in, and the bad uncle, who kidnapped the child, could also return at any time. They quickly divided their meager supplies. Lin Mo stuffed the last few cookies into the boy's hands and gave Sun Xiao a few more sips of water. He entrusted Sun Xiao to Ning Yuan and Peng Yu to carry in turns, while he himself took charge of the weapons and flashlight, preparing to scout the path. Peng Li held the little boy's hand tightly. Stay close. No matter what happens, don't make a sound. Lin Mo gave his final instruction before bending down, turning on the flashlight, and crawling into the pitch-black maintenance tunnel. Ning Yuan followed closely, then Peng Yu carrying Sun Xiao, and finally Peng Li leading the little boy. The tunnel was so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, the air so foul it was suffocating. They could only rely on the faint light from Lin Mo's phone, crawling with difficulty through the narrow, dusty, cobweb-filled pipe. Peng Yu and Lin Mo with Sun Xiao on his back were soon drenched in sweat and panting heavily. They crawled for what felt like an eternity. The tunnel seemed to slope downward, constantly twisting and turning. Just as they felt they were about to collapse, Lin Mo suddenly stopped. Up ahead. I think I see light. He said in a low voice, a hint of uncertainty in his tone. At that moment, the phone in Ning Yuan's pocket gave a very faint, sudden vibration. His heart leaped, and he immediately pulled it out. In the darkness on the phone screen, the signal icon that had disappeared long ago miraculously flickered for a moment. One bar. Only a weak single bar. Although it lasted less than a second before the signal vanished again. But in that instant, a text message that had failed to deliver due to no signal briefly appeared at the top of the screen. The sender was Dad. The message contained only a single word. Run. Run. In that single-character text message seared into Ning Yuan's heart like a red-hot brand. And though the signal flickered for only an instant before vanishing, the urgency and dire warning radiating from his father left his blood nearly frozen in his veins. Run. Where? Was something wrong with his father? Or did he know something? Ning Yuan. Snap out of it. Hurry up and follow. Lin Mo's voice rang out from ahead, laced with a subtle undercurrent of anxiety. Ning Yuan jolted back to awareness, shoved his phone deep into his pocket, and suppressed the tempest raging within his chest. Now was no time for idle speculation. In the maintenance tunnel plunged into absolute darkness. Only Lin Mo's dim flashlight cast a trembling, narrow halo ahead. The air hung thick and suffocating, heavy with dust, mold, and the acrid stench of rodent droppings. And the passage narrowed so severely that one could barely crawl through it, hunched and straining. Ning Yuan crawled close behind Lin Mo, his arms and back repeatedly scraping against the cold, rough walls. And he could hear Peng Yu's labored, ragged breathing just behind him. The weight of unconscious Sun Xiao pressing down on every agonizing step. Brother, slow down. Sister, Sun Xiao is slipping. Peng Li whispered, her other hand gripping the small boy's tightly. He trembled violently, and she squeezed his fingers harder. Sure, not a sound. Peng Yu's voice was hoarse, sweat streamed down his temples and dripped onto the dust-choked floor. Sun Xiao's body burned with fever, blazing like a furnace. Occasional unconscious moans escaped her lips, each one sinking Peng Yu's heart deeper into dread. The tunnel seemed to spiral endlessly downward, twisting and turning. In some sections, mounds of refuse piled high, reeking of decay. They had to navigate around them with painstaking care. Elsewhere, stagnant water pooled, icy, murky, and of unknown depth. Lin Mo probed its depth with a wrench before daring anyone forward. In the water rose past their ankles, glacial, biting, and unbearable beneath already soaked clothing. Wah, I'm scared. The boy finally broke, sobbing softly. Peng Li immediately crouched, pulling him fiercely into her arms and muffling his mouth with her palm. Should be brave. Your sister's here. And suddenly Lin Mo froze and signaled silence. Ahead, the steady rush of flowing water, splashing rhythmic, was unmistakable. And yet, there was something else, a distant guttural chorus of shrieks blurred by distance and the water's roar impossible to decipher. More importantly, a faint light shimmered ahead. Not the artificial beam of a flashlight, but something softer, paler. Natural light filtering in from an exit. We're almost there. Lin Mo murmured, his voice low but edged with barely concealed exhilaration. And everyone surged with renewed energy. Even the boys' sobs ceased mid-breath. The primal instinct to survive eclipsed fear and exhaustion. They quickened their pace, crawling desperately toward that fragile, distant glow. The tunnel widened gradually, the air grew marginally less stagnant, though the fetid stench of sewage intensified sharply. At last Lin Mo reached the exit. It was a rust-eaten iron grate. Several bars snapped clean through, forming just enough space for a person to squeeze through. And beyond it lay an abandoned subway platform. Lin Mo emerged first. Ning Yuan followed swiftly, then Peng Yu, still bearing Sun Xiao on his back, and finally Peng Li guiding the trembling boy. The five of them had at last escaped the suffocating tunnel, but the sight before them offered no relief. It was a subway platform submerged in rainwater. Murky water lapped nearly to their calves, swirling with debris, shattered planks floating refuse, and even several bloated, unrecognizable corpses. Emergency lights flickered erratically, casting ghastly pallid shadows across the cavernous expanse. And the rails vanished beneath the water's surface. From the distant tunnel mouth, unsettling echoes reverberated. The air hung dense with mold, antiseptic tang, and the sweet sick rot of decaying flesh. This appears to be a station on the decommissioned Line 3 extension, Lin Mo said, frowning as he studied the faded station nameplate on the wall. Shut down years ago. I never imagined the maintenance access would connect here. Let's get Sun Xiao lying down somewhere safe. Ning Yuan urged, his gaze fixed anxiously on Sun Xiao's ashen cyanotic face and shallow breaths. They cleared a dry, slightly elevated patch in a corner of the platform and laid Sun Xiao down with meticulous care. Peng Li immediately produced the last few ibuprofen tablets, attempting to administer more, but Sun Xiao had slipped entirely beyond consciousness. Just then Ning Yuan's phone vibrated faintly in his pocket. His heart lurched. He snatched it out instantly. Signal, faint but present. Only one bar. Weak, unstable, glowing on screen. Receiving message. And seconds later the full text loaded. Sender, Dad, in Little Yuan. Listen carefully. The city stadium has fallen. Something catastrophic has happened within the military garrison. Many soldiers have been infected. They lure survivors inside to torture and toy with them, or hunt them openly outside. Under no circumstances go to the stadium. I'm trapped. Make your way to the Linhai University affiliated hospital in West City. There may be something left behind by our people. Seek Professor Zhang, an elder scholar. Run, don't look back. Take care of yourself. The stadium, fallen. The military compromised. His father, trapped. Na wave of glacial terror seized his heart, locking it in icy paralysis. Every hope, every anchor he'd clung to, shattered in that instant. And what's wrong? Peng Yu asked urgently, seeing Ning Yuan's ashen face. Hands shaking, Ning Yuan handed the phone to Peng Yu. Lin Mo and Peng Li crowded close. The three read the message together, their expressions darkening into grim, shared horror. Damn it, we're screwed. Peng Yu's voice cracked. The stadium had been their sole beacon of hope. Now it was a death sentence. The affiliated hospital, West City. That meant crossing half the metropolis. And, is this reliable? Peng Li whispered, disbelief tightening her throat. Lin Mo adjusted his glasses, voice grave. Ning Yuan's father would never jest about something like this. And consider what we witnessed earlier in the cafeteria. Those soldiers. They were almost certainly the infected troops he described. Ning Yuan's mind roared with static. His father told him to run to find Professor Zhang. But where was his father now? Trapped where? How was he faring? We must leave. Now Lin Mo cut through Ning Yuan's spiraling thoughts. This station isn't safe. And he pointed to relatively fresh footprints and displaced debris on the floor. Someone was here recently. Just then the boy tugged Peng Li's sleeve, pointing a trembling finger toward a shadowed corner at the far end of the platform. Bad uncle. He was there. Na collective chill sank deep into their bones. The kidnapper, the bad uncle. Was he here too? And almost before the boy's words faded, and click. A faint metallic clink echoed from the stairwell, the very path they'd planned to ascend toward the surface. Then boom. Na cascade of metal filing cabinets and rubble tumbled down from above, crashing into the stairwell and sealing it completely. No retreat. Lin Mo's face blanched. And too late. And the thunderous crash triggered immediate frenzied response from the black depths of the tunnel, guttural ecstatic. HRRRGH. HRRRGH. Roars erupted, closed numerous and hungry. Dozens, hundreds, of crimson eyes ignited in the darkness. And infected, drawn by sound, closing in. Quick, take cover. Lin Mo's shout had barely faded when Ning Yuan and Peng Yu instinctively sprang into action. In a synchronized burst, they shoved Peng Li and the little boy behind them, hurtling them toward the sturdiest pillar at the center of the platform. Splash. Behind the column the ground was relatively dry, but then from the yawning tunnels on both sides came a louder, more ominous sound of rushing water. This was no ordinary flow. It was the noise of something charging through the water at high speed. The emergency lights flickered, casting erratic shadows as the murky floodwaters churned with increasing violence. Shadows, one after another, drenched and staggering silhouettes, burst from the darkness. Their clothes clung to their bodies, dripping with filthy foul water. On their faces was that trademark grin splitting from ear to ear. Their eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty red light. Damn, they're here. Peng Yu tightened his grip on the boning knife, his heart pounding like a drum. 3-5. No, maybe more. Ning Yuan's quick scan sent a chill down his spine. Their numbers far exceeded what they had anticipated. The infected trudged through the knee-deep water, their speed hampered, yet undeterred. Driven by the thrill of the chase, they grew more frenzied, emitting guttural roars as they charged straight toward the pillar. Water splashed everywhere. Hold the line. Back against the pillar. Peng Yu growled, turning back to back with Ning Yuan to face the enemies converging from left and right. An infected in a subway uniform was the fastest. With a grotesque laugh, it lunged at Peng Yu, its wrench whistling through the air as it swung down. Peng Yu pushed off the ground, twisting his body on the slick surface to dodge the lethal blow. The water lapping at his ankles threw off his balance, but his survival instinct sharpened his reflexes. Using the momentum of his turn, he drove the boning knife deep into the infected's side. Thud. The blade sank in, releasing not blood, but murky water and blackened tissue. The infected faltered for a moment, but its laughter only grew louder as its other hand shot toward Peng Yu's face like lightning. On the other side, Ning Yuan was in an equally dire situation. He swung the unwieldy metal rod, smashing it against the head of an infected that looked like a student. Bang! A dull echo reverberated across the empty platform. The infected staggered, its head lolling to one side, but it merely shook itself off, its grin twisting into something even more sinister. Opening its blood-caked mouth, it lunged for Ning Yuan's arm. Get off! Ning Yuan scrambled backward, only to step on a submerged, unknown object, losing his balance completely. He was about to fall. Desperately, he jammed the metal rod into the ground. Splash! Water erupted high as he barely steadied himself, but his guard was wide open. The student infected shrieked and lunged again. Watch the water. Lin Mo's voice came from behind the pillar. He had spotted floating debris and a few half-submerged corpses. Don't trip. Behind the pillar, Peng Li clutched the trembling little boy, shielding him from the gruesome scene with her own body. She was terrified herself, but she knew she couldn't cause trouble now. Just as Ning Yuan and Peng Yu were locked in a deadly struggle with several infected. He didn't expect this. There are still people in this subway station. That bad uncle. He had appeared at the edge of the broken maintenance tunnel above the platform. The fire axe in his hand glinted coldly in the dim light. What a bunch of idiots. Now you can just feed the fish down there. Ha ha. He seemed in no hurry to attack, instead enjoying the chaos below, like a spectator waiting for them to be worn down by the infected before swooping in for the spoils. You sick bastard. He'll kill you. Peng Yu's eyes turned blood red at the sight of him. He loathed this scumbag who had nearly killed the boy and driven them into a corner. In that moment of distraction, an infected suddenly burst up from the water, having tripped earlier, and snapped its jaws at Peng Yu's calf. Damn. Peng Yu reacted swiftly, jerking his leg up to kick it away. Luckily, his soaked pants and the cloth strips wrapped around his legs saved him from injury. Furious, he wanted to charge at the bad uncle, but the infected in front of him held him fast. Just then, the bad uncle, apparently bored with the show or worried the infected might climb up, snarled and hurled a chunk of concrete he had picked up down at them. Ning Yuan, look out. Peng Yu shouted. Ning Yuan heard the whistling wind and looked up. The concrete grazed his scalp, crashing into the water with a bang, splashing up a wave of foul water. Enraged by his miss, the bad uncle searched for something else to throw. But the maintenance tunnel beneath him was already fragile, and with his sudden movement, his foot slipped. "Ah!" he screamed, losing his balance. In a desperate attempt to steady himself, he flailed his arms. Clang! The fire axe flew from his hand, arcing through the air before splashing into the murky water near Ning Yuan. Fuck! The bad uncle panicked, now weaponless. He shot a venomous glare below, then turned and scrambled back into the depths of the tunnel, vanishing from sight. An opportunity. Ning Yuan and Peng Yu exchanged a look, both seeing the ruthless determination in the other's eyes. He'll get the axe. Hold them off. Ning Yuan growled, ignoring the infected in front of him as he ducked low and dashed toward where the axe had landed. Block him. Peng Yu bellowed, slashing down one infected before spinning to cover Ning Yuan's back, holding off two more monsters lunging at him. Ning Yuan bent down, his hands frantically searching through the icy, turbid, foul-smelling water. Visibility was nearly zero. He relied solely on touch. His fingers brushed against cold metal. The axe handle. Joy surged through him as he gripped it tightly. But just as he prepared to lift the axe from the water, a freezing hand suddenly grabbed his ankle from below. Something was in the water. Ning Yuan's scalp tingled as he looked down to see an infected lurking underwater, grinning silently, trying to drag him under. Get off! Ning Yuan roared, kicking the infected in the face with his other foot. But the water greatly diminished his force. The infected merely shook its head, still clinging to him. Ning Yuan. Peng Yu, watching from behind, was frantic, but he was swarmed by 3 or 4 infected and couldn't break free. In that critical moment, thud, a dull sound. Lin Mo had rushed over, appearing from nowhere. He gripped the heavy wrench, timing his move perfectly, and slammed it with all his might into the back of the infected's head underwater. The hand gripping Ning Yuan's ankle instantly released. Thanks. Ning Yuan didn't waste words, heaving the heavy fire axe out of the water. Water droplets slid off the blade, carrying a piercing chill. Die. Ning Yuan tightened his grip on the fire axe, spun around, and with a vicious swing brought it down on the dazed infected that Lin Mo had just stunned as it tried to rise again. Squelch. The axe with immense force cleaved the infected's head in two. Red and white matter exploded, mingling with the filthy water. One down. Ning Yuan felt his blood boil. The weight and power of the fire axe were far superior to that flimsy metal rod. Fight our way out. Ning Yuan roared, wielding the fire axe as he and Peng Yu stood back to back, like two gods of slaughter charging toward the platform stairs. With every swing of the fire axe, it claimed an infected's life. The crisp crack of splitting bones mixed with the dying laughter of the infected. Peng Yu's boning knife was equally vicious, targeting eyes and necks with precision. Lin Mo followed at their flank with his wrench, cleaning up stragglers while shouting warnings about underwater obstacles. Peng Li held the little boy tightly, staying close behind Lin Mo. Though her eyes were filled with fear, she had picked up a small brick, ready to hurl it at any approaching enemy. Water splashed everywhere. Blood and filth flew through the air. Peng Yu, Ning Yuan, and Lin Mo carved a bloody path across the abandoned platform, submerged by rain and corpses, toward the only staircase leading to the surface. On the subway platforms, accumulated water floated several corpses with smiling faces. The blood from their broken necks or heads was slowly spreading outward. It seemed the 3 college students had finished off all the infected thanks to their boning knives and axes, and because the infected were mostly the elderly, weak, and sick, slowed by the water, otherwise they would have all been done for. Now they had arrived at the stairway entrance. The pile of debris pushed down by the bad uncle was tightly wedged there. A metal cabinet was twisted and tangled with soaked, deformed tables and chairs, and a stinking trash can of the lower steps were completely submerged in murky water. A strong smell of rust, sewage, and an indescribable rotting odor mixed together hit them. Damn it, that bastard really knows how to make trouble for us. Peng Yu spat fiercely as he looked at the chaotic obstacle before him. His hand gripping the boning knife was pale at the knuckles from exertion. The underwater fight had drained his strength, and he just wanted to leave this gloomy subway station. Lin Mo said nothing, stepping forward to try prying at a tightly stuck metal cabinet with a wrench. No good, it stuck. He tried a few times, the cabinet didn't budge. We need to move that wooden table aside. Ning Yuan understood, stepped forward, and gripped the fire axe tightly. This axe was heavier and steadier than the metal rod he had used before. He took a breath, aimed at the water-swollen, cracked wooden table, and swung down with a whoosh. Crack. The axe blade sank deep into the wood. Wood chips and sewage splashed. It works. Ning Yuan's spirits lifted. He pulled out the axe and swung again. Bang. Crack. After several consecutive swings, the fragile wooden table was split into pieces. Good. Move it. Peng Yu shouted, immediately joining Lin Mo to shift the split wood and looser debris. The cleanup was more disgusting than imagined. The underwater debris was slippery, covered in some unknown slime. They even fished out half a human leg and stockings from the water, making Peng Li scream and quickly cover the little boy's eyes. Peng Yu cursed and threw the leg back into the water. Ripples spread, and a swollen, pale, human head floated up unsteadily, its empty eye sockets facing them. Don't look. Move it. Ning Yuan suppressed his churning stomach and urged. Lin Mo was the calmest, silently moving obstacles one by one with swift efficiency. The 3 of them were panting, covered in dirty water and mud, but finally cleared a narrow gap through the debris. The unconscious Sun Xiao was placed by a pillar behind them, with Peng Li and the little boy watching over her. Peng Li looked at her brother and the others, drenched and disheveled, then at the still unconscious Sun Xiao. Tears welled in her eyes, but she bit her lip hard to keep from crying. He'll go first. Lin Mo was still the first to scout. He agilely slipped through the gap and disappeared up the stairs. Ning Yuan's heart was in his throat. He gripped the fire axe, staring upward, straining to catch any sound. A few seconds later, Lin Mo's voice came urgent. It's safe up here. But the street is flooded. The water is deep. Hurry. Hearing the word safe, Peng Yu relaxed. Let's go. He turned and called Lily, take the kid first. Slow down. Peng Li nodded, holding the little boy's hand tightly with one hand and the slippery wall with the other, climbing out through the gap with difficulty. The little boy was terrified, nearly dragged up by Peng Li. Next were Ning Yuan and Peng Yu. They worked together to lift Sun Xiao. Sun Xiao's body was limp and burning hot. In the narrow gap, they struggled. Ning Yuan pulled from above, Peng Yu pushed from below, careful not to touch the wound on Sun Xiao's arm. Sweat mixed with sewage ran into their eyes, stinging and painful. Finally, all 5 were out of that damn stairway. The scene before them froze everyone. The rain had stopped, but the sky was still terrifyingly gloomy. The street could no longer be called a street. Murky floodwater had nearly submerged half the block like a yellow, slow-moving river of mud. Various horrifying things floated on the surface. Overturned trash cans, broken furniture, twisted bicycles, half-submerged car wrecks, and swollen, deformed human corpses bobbing with the current. Those corpses, some in pajamas, some in suits, some in delivery uniforms. They had once been living people, now drifting with the garbage in this apocalypse flood. The stench in the air was even stronger, mixed with gasoline, sewage, and an indescribable rot. The whole world was dead silent except for the gurgling of floodwater flowing past obstacles. Oh my God, Ning Yuan murmured, a deep sense of powerlessness washing over him. They had barely escaped the subway station only to face a city devoured by floodwater like a purgatory. Look over there. Lin Mo pointed across the street where the ground was slightly higher and a few residential buildings seemed not fully submerged. We need to get there first, find a high spot to observe, or we won't even know which way to go. How do we cross this? Peng Yu frowned at the murky water, at least thigh-deep. Who knew what lurked beneath? Sharp metal fragments. Or lurking infected. Sun Xiao. Ning Yuan carried the still unconscious Sun Xiao, though her temperature seemed even higher. Just then, help. Up there. Is anyone up there? Help. A hoarse, tearful cry suddenly came from the roof of a bus that had overturned in the flood, only a small part of its body visible. All 5 hearts jumped. They immediately looked toward the sound. On the bus roof, there were indeed 4 people: an elderly woman with graying hair, a young woman clutching a child, and a high school boy in uniform. They huddled together, soaked through, shivering with cold, their faces etched with despair and terror. Seeing Ning Yuan and the others, they waved frantically, as if witnessing divine salvation. Please, help us. The young woman cried, her voice hoarse. The child has a fever. We've been trapped here for 2 days. No food, no water. The old woman also stood up, shakily bowing to them. Have mercy. Save us. Please. Ning Yuan's heart felt as if gripped by an icy hand. Another child, and a feverish one. The little girl's piercing screams outside the clothing store echoed in his ears again. He instinctively wanted to wade over. Stop. Peng Yu grabbed his shoulder with astonishing force. His eyes were icy, his voice devoid of warmth. Are you fucking crazy? Look at this water. Look at us. Sun Xiao is on your back. There's a little boy too. How can we save them? Go die together. But they. Ning Yuan looked at the desperate faces on the bus roof, his throat choked, unable to utter a word. Bro. We. Peng Li also felt pity, but she looked at the unconscious Sun Xiao and the pale, terrified little boy, then lowered her head. Lin Mo spoke coldly. Too far, strong current, unknown underwater conditions. We have no ropes, no boat. Rescue success rate is below 10%, and the cries have likely already attracted nearby infected. We must leave immediately. He wasn't heartless, he was stating facts. The 3 on the bus roof seemed to have heard their conversation or seen the final answer in their hesitation. The young woman's cries turned into desperate wails as she hugged her crying child tightly. The male student slumped on the roof, his eyes vacant. The old woman stopped bowing, her cloudy eyes fixed on Ning Yuan and the others, filled with venom and curses. You will be punished. Standing by. You animals. She screamed, her voice shrill. Ning Yuan turned his head sharply, unable to look anymore. He feared that if he looked again, he would rush over recklessly. He gritted his teeth so hard his gums bled. Let's go. Peng Yu growled, pulling Ning Yuan and wading first into the deeper water. Lin Mo shielded Peng Li and the little boy as they followed. They didn't look back. The cries and curses behind them stabbed into their backs like needles. Ning Yuan carried the burning hot Sun Xiao, trudging step by step through the cold, filthy floodwater littered with corpses. He felt he carried not just a person's weight, but an ever heavier burden of guilt. How far would this world push people? He didn't know. He only knew they had to survive, even if it meant abandoning everything they once held dear. Everyone was silent, like water ghosts struggling through the flood-devoured street toward the slightly safer-looking residential building. Every step felt like treading on knife blades. The corridor of the residential building was even more eerie than outside. Dim light with a thick, overwhelming stench of mildew, blood, and excrement permeating the air. Desperate words scrawled on the walls in various colors, possibly even blood, pleaded, "Save me, there's a monster here, God." At the stairwell corner, piles of stinking garbage bags and broken furniture indicated that this place too had endured a catastrophe. Lin Mo pried open a door on the second floor that had been locked from the outside. The lock cylinder looked new, as if someone had deliberately locked it while fleeing, which ironically made things easier for them. The room was in utter disarray, but fortunately there were no infected individuals and the windows were mostly intact. Ning Yuan, nearly exhausted, laid Sun Xiao on a relatively intact sofa. The girl's body was limp, her cheeks flushed with an unnatural fever, her lips dry and cracked. Her breathing was weak and rapid, her chest heaving violently, each inhalation accompanied by a faint rattling sound, as if something were lodged in her throat. The wound on her arm was even more gruesome. The crude bandage could not stop the seepage of pus and blood. Large patches of skin around the wound had turned a dark purple, emitting a faint putrid odor. The exhaustion of the journey in this relatively safe room allowed everyone a moment to catch their breath. They took turns resting, alternating between standing guard and caring for Sun Xiao. After an unknown period, Peng Ye's voice shattered this hard-earned comfort. It's no good. Her fever is too severe. Peng Yu reached out to check Sun Xiao's breath, then felt her carotid artery. His heart sank. If this continues. He didn't finish, but the implication was clear. Ning Yuan woke up looking at the unconscious Sun Xiao on the sofa. His heart felt blocked, heavy and painful. After breaking out of the cafeteria, crossing the campus, escaping the subway station, all that mutual support along the way, was he just going to watch her die here? He took out the few remaining ibuprofen tablets. They were useless. What she needed was antibiotics. The hospital. The affiliated hospital. He recalled his father's message again, but was immediately overwhelmed by despair. That was too far, as distant as another world. Nearby. I remember. When I came to report at the school, I passed by a community health service center. Peng Li, who had been watching Sun Xiao from the corner and hadn't slept much, spoke softly, pointing vaguely out the window. It's just behind that street. A community health service center. Lin Mo immediately took out his phone, opened the offline map, and quickly searched. Onkong Community Health Service Center. That's right. Peng Li is correct. It's about 3 blocks away. He zoomed in on the map, pointing at the screen. But to get there, we have to cross a farmer's market, and no one can guarantee there will still be medicine there. Silence fell over the room once more. We have to go. Ning Yuan suddenly stood up, his gaze unusually determined. We can't just watch Sun Xiao die. Even if there's only a glimmer of hope, we have to try. Having witnessed the indifference on the bus rooftop and the helplessness outside the clothing store, he could no longer bear the soul-tearing pain and guilt. I agree too. Peng Yu gritted his teeth, looking at the unconscious Sun Xiao, then at his frightened sister and the young boy. Staying here is waiting for death. If we go out and take a chance, there might be a sliver of hope. Lin Mo pushed up his glasses, looking at Ning Yuan and Peng Yu. If we go, not everyone should go. Someone has to stay here. Sun Xiao's condition and Peng Li and the kid all need protection. Lin Mo and I will go. Ning Yuan said immediately. Peng Yu, stay? You're stronger than us. If any infected find this place, you can hold them off. No. Peng Yu immediately objected. If anyone goes, it should be you and me. Lin Mo stays, he knows more and can take care of them. In the most suitable, Lin Mo interrupted their argument, his tone still calm. First, I know more about medicine and can find what's needed faster. Second, I'm shorter than you, so I'm less likely to be spotted. Third, he paused, glancing at Sun Xiao. If the worst happens, I can make the most rational decision. The implication in his words was clear. If the situation became critical enough to abandon Sun Xiao, he might be more ruthless than Ning Yuan or Peng Yu. Ning Yuan and Peng Yu fell silent. Lin Mo's words were harsh, but perhaps the most realistic. All right, it's settled. Peng Yu finally nodded with difficulty. He walked up to Lin Mo and patted his shoulder firmly. Brother, I'm counting on you. You must bring back the medicine. Lin Mo nodded without a word. I'm going to. Ning Yuan stepped forward. 2 are better than 1. We can look out for each other. Lin Mo, you lead the way and find the medicine. I'll handle the lookout and combat. Lin Mo glanced at Ning Yuan, thought for a few seconds and nodded. All right, quick in and out. The decision was made without delay. Ning Yuan checked the fire axe again. Lin Mo tightened his grip on the wrench. Peng Yu handed Lin Mo the boning knife. Use this, it's better than the wrench. Lin Mo took it and tucked the wrench back into his waistband. Brother Ning Yuan. Brother Lin Mo. You. Peng Li wanted to say something, but could only choke out, be careful. The young boy also looked at them timidly. Don't worry. We'll be back soon. Ning Yuan forced a calm smile, then together with Lin Mo pushed aside the obstacles blocking the door and opened it again. Lock the door. Wait for us. Leaving these words behind, the 2 figures like fleeting shadows quickly disappeared into the dim light of the corridor, once again stepping into the death-shrouded city. The sky outside remained as gloomy as if it were about to collapse. The puddles on the street had receded somewhat, revealing more of the chaotic road surface. The air was thick with heavy moisture and a lingering, nauseating stench of decay. Ning Yuan and Lin Mo moved swiftly one after the other along the shadows of the buildings. Their footsteps made soft pattering sounds on the wet ground. They were highly alert. The slightest rustle made their nerves tense up instantly. After crossing 2 deserted streets, an overturned stall and scattered rotten fruits and vegetables appeared before them. The farmer's market had arrived. The market was eerily silent, broken only by the whistling sound of wind blowing through the tattered roof. The light was dimmer than outside. Various stalls stood like the fangs of a monster, casting twisted shadows. The ground was covered in sewage, garbage, and coagulated black blood. The pungent, fishy stench in the air was almost suffocating. Stay close to me. Don't get separated, Lin Mo said in a low voice, clearly even more wary of this environment. The 2 crouched low, weaving through the labyrinth of stalls. Their feet occasionally kicked unknown bones or soft, mushy objects, sending chills down their spines. Suddenly, from a corner ahead came a low, guttural laugh. They halted instantly, pressing their backs against a seafood stall, where the stench was even stronger, and gripped their weapons tightly. The laughter grew closer, accompanied by heavy footsteps, the splashing of water, and nauseating moans. 1, 2, 3. A full 4 infected. They seemed to have turned the market into their bed, now engaged in a grotesque orgy. One of them was even holding half a pig leg, ramming it into another's rear. Ning Yuan and Lin Mo exchanged a glance, both seeing the unease in each other's eyes. A direct fight was out of the question. Lin Mo quickly gestured, pointing to a stall piled high, with empty foam boxes, signaling they should go that way. The four infected seemed absorbed in their vile pleasure, unaware of them, their faces still wearing that bone-chilling manic grin. "Let's go," Lin Mo whispered. They quickened their pace, almost jogging through this perilous farmer's market. Finally, the faded sign of the Hong Community Health Service Center came into view. The three-story building stood isolated at the street corner, its door wide open glass shattered the first floor, still submerged in murky water. Most windows on the second and third floors were pitch black, except for one at the end of the second-floor corridor, which still emitted a faint but steady light. The entire building resembled a silent beast lurking in the shadows. "Looks like they still have backup power here," Lin Mo observed the lit window. "Let's go the fire escape." They quickly circled to the side and climbed the rust-covered fire escape. Reaching the second-floor platform, the ajar fire door was still open a crack. The light inside seemed steadier now, no longer flickering, but the mix of blood and medicinal odors was even stronger. And this time they could clearly hear the sound coming from inside. It wasn't the low laughter or metallic clashing from before, but a strange, slow, rhythmic, dragging sound. It sounded like someone dragging something heavy across the floor. Lin Mo and Ning Yuan exchanged glances, both feeling a strong sense of dread. Lin Mo slowly approached the door again, listening intently. The dragging sound continued seemingly from deep within the corridor, rhythmic, one drag then another. Apart from that, there was utter silence. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, but finally pushed the fire door open slowly. As the fire door swung open, a denser, more nauseating odor rushed forth. A heavy stench of blood, disinfectant, and the acrid scent of decaying human tissue mingled with a hint of the sharp smell of formaldehyde. The corridor on the second floor was darker than they had imagined, illuminated only by the light spilling from the disposal room at the end and the faint green glow of the emergency exit sign in the distant stairwell. The floor was wet, mixed with sewage, blood, and some unidentified viscous liquid. The bloodstains on the walls had increased, some areas even appearing to have been splashed with it in large patches. The strange dragging sound continued, emanating from a room midway down the corridor, seemingly from the patient room. "What should we do?" "Go around." Ning Yuan gripped the fire axe, his palms slick with sweat. His instincts told him that the room making the noise was definitely problematic. Lin Mo glanced at the corridor layout and whispered, "The pharmacy should be just ahead, but we must pass by that room's entrance. We don't have time to take a detour." The two could only brace themselves, once again sticking close to the wall, moving forward cautiously, each step taken with great care to avoid making a sound. As they approached the door of the room from which the dragging sound emerged, both held their breath. The door was slightly ajar, and the scene inside was faintly visible. Ning Yuan couldn't help but peek through the crack in the door. In the dimly lit room, there seemed to be a figure with its back to the door, bending down and slowly dragging a corpse across the floor. The corpse appeared to be extremely heavy. Each pull produced a tooth-grinding friction sound. Meanwhile, the figure hummed an eerie, tuneless melody. Ning Yuan quickly withdrew his head, his heart racing. The figure moved stiffly, its posture unnatural. It was definitely not a living person. He immediately signaled to Lin Mo. Lin Mo saw it too and nodded solemnly. The two no longer hesitated, holding their breath like two shadows swiftly passing by the entrance of the patient room. Fortunately, the infected person inside seemed completely immersed in its work and did not notice them. Just ahead was the room marked pharmacy. The glass door of the pharmacy was also shattered, and the scene inside was much like Lin Mo had envisioned. A chaotic mess with medicines scattered all over the floor. "Hurry!" Lin Mo shouted in a low voice, and the two rushed in, no longer caring about making noise. Time is of the essence. They practically knelt on the ground, rummaging through the scattered medicine bottles and boxes amidst the sewage and shards of glass. "Antibiotics. Look for antibiotic injections. And fever-reducing medicine. Bandages. Saline solution," Lin Mo said quickly as he searched. Ning Yuan smashed open a locked medicine cabinet with the fire axe. Most of the medicines inside were still intact. "Here, found it," Ning Yuan exclaimed in delight as he spotted several boxes of well-packaged cephalosporin powder. There were also several boxes of injections. Next to them were a few large packages of unopened sterile gauze and tape. Lin Mo also had a haul. He found several strips of fever-reducing medicine, both ibuprofen and acetaminophen, along with several bags of saline solution. "That's enough. Hurry, find a bag to put them in." The two scrambled to stuff all the medicines and medical supplies they had gathered into a relatively clean medical waste bag they found on the floor. Just as they prepared to evacuate, "You must perform surgery." A cold, hoarse voice filled with malice suddenly came from the entrance of the pharmacy. The two whipped around. A tall, thin doctor, infected person in a white coat had appeared at the door without them noticing. It held a glinting surgical knife, its face twisted into a maniacal grin, with murky eyes fixed intensely on them as if looking at two pieces of meat about to be dissected. Behind it, the infected person dragging the corpse in the patient room also staggered over. They were cornered. Damn it. Ning Yuan and Lin Mo cursed simultaneously. They'll hold them off. You go first. Ning Yuan shouted, raising the fire axe and charging toward the doctor-infected person. He knew Lin Mo was not as strong as he was. Someone had to provide cover. Don't fight hard, Lin Mo yelled, but without hesitation he immediately charged toward the relatively clumsy patient-infected person from the other side. The doctor-infected person seemed to retain some of the skills from its former life, moving with remarkable agility. It sidestepped Ning Yuan's slash, and the surgical knife lunged toward Ning Yuan's side like a viper. Ning Yuan reacted swiftly, as well, blocking with the axe handle. The sound of the impact rang out, sparks flying. The tremendous force left his arm numb. This thing is incredibly strong. On the other side, Lin Mo used the terrain to sneak up behind the patient-infected person, viciously striking its neck with the bone knife given by Peng Yu. Bang! Lin Mo wasn't very strong, and the patient-infected person only stumbled forward. It immediately struggled to get back up. The cramped space of the pharmacy was filled with obstacles, making the fight extremely dangerous. Ning Yuan was entangled with the doctor-infected person. The fire axe swung heavily, but the opponent was exceptionally agile, the surgical knife striking sharply, nearly cutting Ning Yuan several times. Ning Yuan could only barely suppress it with his strength and physical advantage. Suddenly, the doctor-infected person let out a strange cry, violently shoving Ning Yuan aside, turning to pounce on Lin Mo. It seemed to realize Lin Mo was relatively weaker. Watch out! Ning Yuan shouted in alarm, wanting to rush to help, but the doctor-infected person was too fast. Lin Mo was knocked to the ground. The bone knife slipped from his grasp. The doctor-infected person laughed maniacally, raising the surgical knife to stab Lin Mo's eyes. In that critical moment, bang! A gunshot rang out. The abrupt sound echoed in the cramped pharmacy, causing eardrums to throb painfully. The doctor-infected person's head exploded like a watermelon. Red and white matter splattered all over Lin Mo. Its action with the surgical knife froze in midair before it slumped down. Ning Yuan and Lin Mo were both stunned. Gunfire. Where did that gun come from? The two simultaneously looked toward the entrance. They saw a man dressed in a jacket and jeans of average build, holding an old-fashioned handgun, standing at the pharmacy's entrance, the muzzle still emitting smoke. His face was expressionless, his sharp gaze sweeping over the interior of the pharmacy and the situation outside in the corridor. Upon seeing Ning Yuan and Lin Mo, he frowned slightly and spoke coldly. Who are you? Here to get medicine too. This person was alive and armed. Ning Yuan and Lin Mo exchanged glances, both seeing the wariness in each other's eyes. In this apocalypse, encountering a living person could sometimes be more dangerous than encountering an infected one. But before they could answer, the patient-infected person that Lin Mo had previously knocked down staggered back to its feet, cursing as it lunged toward the armed man. The man hardly aimed. Bang! Another shot. It struck the infected person precisely in the center of its forehead. Having dealt with two infected, the man finally turned his attention back to Ning Yuan and Lin Mo, keeping his gun trained on them. Answer my question. We are students from a nearby university. Lin Mo adjusted his blood-stained glasses, standing up and trying to appear non-threatening. Our companion was injured and infected, urgently needing antibiotics and fever-reducing medicine. This man examined them for a few moments, then glanced at the bag of medicines they had collected, seemingly convinced. He lowered his gun slightly, but remained vigilant. How much medicine did you take? Ning Yuan tightened his heart, fearing the man would try to rob them. But Lin Mo spoke first, his tone calm. We only took a few essential injections and fever-reducing medicines along with some gauze. You can take the rest. We're in a hurry to save someone and don't want to cause trouble. He pointed at the items in the bag. The man stepped closer, quickly checking the bag, then glancing at the remaining medicines on the shelves, seeming to confirm Lin Mo wasn't lying before fully lowering his gun and nodding. You have sense. Hurry and leave. The gunshots will definitely attract more things. Thank you. Lin Mo picked up the wrench on the ground, nodded at the man, then pulled Ning Yuan and quickly left the pharmacy. The two dared not linger, rushing out of the corridor at top speed down the fire escape and back to the residential building. Upon returning to the room, Peng Yu and Peng Li were anxiously waiting. Seeing them return with the medicine, Peng Yu finally felt a bit of relief. Hurry, give her the medicine. Without pausing to explain the perilous encounter they had just experienced, Lin Mo immediately tore open the medicine packaging, retrieving a syringe. Luckily, the medicine box came with disposable syringes to draw saline solution to dissolve the antibiotic powder. Ning Yuan helped hold down Sun Xiao, rolling up her sleeve to reveal an arm that appeared somewhat emaciated due to the high fever. Lin Mo's hands were steady as he disinfected quickly with an alcohol swab, then inserted the needle into Sun Xiao's vein. The medication was slowly pushed in. Next, they also fed her crushed fever-reducing medicine. After all this was done, the room fell silent once again. Everyone, including Ning Yuan and Lin Mo, who had just experienced life and death, anxiously stared at Sun Xiao, waiting for a miracle to happen. Time passed second by second. Did Sun Xiao's breathing seem a bit steadier? The redness on her face appeared to have faded somewhat. Peng Yu couldn't help but reach out to feel her forehead. It seems she's really cooling down, he exclaimed in surprise. Although her temperature was still high, it was indeed much better than before. That's great. Peng Li was so excited that tears brimmed in her eyes while the little boy beside her also smiled. Ning Yuan and Lin Mo also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the risk was worth it. However, just then, Sun Xiao, who had been lying quietly, suddenly convulsed violently without warning. The intensity was more severe than any previous episode. Ugh! A painfully agonized groan escaped her throat. Immediately after, her eyes snapped wide open. Those eyes, no longer the previous daze and confusion. The pupils shrank to the size of pinheads while the whites of her eyes were filled with blood vessels and faintly radiated a strange, abnormal red light. She opened her mouth. Beneath the flushed skin from the fever, her muscles began to twitch unnaturally and violently upward, pulling at the corners of her mouth, forming a smile that was more grotesque than crying yet filled with extreme malice. That smile was identical to those infected they had killed before. It was even more hideous. Damn, so hungry. She emitted a garbled sound like air leaking. Her emaciated hand shot up with manicured nails that were now black and long, moving at an astonishing speed and strength to claw at Peng Li's face, who was closest, and looking at her in surprise. Lily, watch out. Lily, watch out. The instant Ning Yuan and Peng Yu shouted in unison, the hand that once gently wiped away wounds now, like a claw, swept toward Peng Li's face with a foul wind. Peng Li was terrified out of her wits, screaming as she instinctively leaned backward. In the blink of an eye, Peng Yu, the closest, reacted the fastest. He lunged forward, not to pull his sister away, but to crash directly into Sun Xiao, who was just springing up from the sofa. Bang! They collided fiercely and fell back onto the sofa together. Peng Yu pressed down on Sun Xiao with all his weight, but felt the girl who had been barely alive moments ago now erupting with astonishing strength. Her body writhed like a twisted snake, struggling and contorting wildly, emitting strange guttural laughs from her throat. Damn it! She's really changed. Peng Yu roared in terror, clearly seeing Sun Xiao's eyes, no longer human, glowing with an eerie red light, and her mouth stretched to its limit, drooling incessantly. The strength was immense. He, a sturdy young man over 1.8 meters tall, could barely contain what was once a frail girl. Ning Yuan snapped to action, grabbing the fire axe and charging forward. But as he looked at the face on the sofa, both familiar and alien, twisted in a mad grin, he hesitated for a moment, unable to strike. That was Sun Xiao, the comrade they had risked everything to save. Ning Yuan. Do it. Damn it. Peng Yu roared, pressing down hard on Sun Xiao's hands. In that moment of hesitation, Sun Xiao, pinned beneath Peng Yu, suddenly opened her mouth wide and bit down on his shoulder. Peng Yu cried out in pain, instinctively loosening his grip. Thank goodness for the clothing barrier, or they'd have another combat-ready infected on their hands. Sun Xiao seized the opportunity, springing up from the sofa like a coiled serpent, lunging again at Peng Li, who had just scrambled to her feet. Get away. This time Ning Yuan didn't hesitate. The instinct to survive and the resolve to protect Peng Li overwhelmed everything else. With a furious roar, he swung the fire axe, using its blunt side, and slammed it into Sun Xiao's side. Bang! A dull, heavy thud. Sun Xiao was sent flying sideways, crashing into the wall with an even louder thud, then sliding to the ground. Yet she seemed utterly oblivious to pain. She shook her head, pushed herself up, and staggered to her feet again. The terrifying grin on her face hadn't faded. Instead, it twisted further with excitement. Her murky red eyes locked onto Ning Yuan. Big brother's so strong. Stick the axe into my, she shrieked, charging at him again. Her speed was astonishing. Kill her. Now. Lin Mo, having picked up the boning knife from the floor, stood protectively in front of Peng Li and the little boy, his voice icy. If we don't kill her, we all die. Ning Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. He had no time to think. Survival instinct drove him to raise the fire axe, this time with its sharp blade facing forward. I'm sorry, Sun Xiao, he murmured in his heart, then with all his might swung the axe down at the charging figure. Thud! The fire axe, driven by immense force, cleaved straight down from the top of Sun Xiao's head, embedding deeply. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Her forward motion halted abruptly, the manic grin frozen on her face. Only her red-tinged eyes remained fixed on Ning Yuan, filled with desire and an indescribable emptiness. Blood and gray matter gushed out along the axe blade, and cracked skull splattering all over Ning Yuan. Warm, foul-smelling liquid soaked his clothes. Sun Xiao's body swayed, then fell stiffly backward, hitting the ground with a thud, splashing a puddle of filth and blood. Dead. Utterly dead. The room fell into a deathly silence. Outside, the rain, which had stopped, suddenly poured down again, without warning. As if even the heavens were mourning this desperate atmosphere. Ning Yuan breathed heavily, gripping the axe still embedded in the corpse's skull, his body trembling violently. His stomach churned, and a wave of nausea surged up his throat. Ugh! He couldn't hold it back any longer, bending over to retch violently, but nothing came up except bile and acid. Brother. Peng Li looked at Sun Xiao's body on the floor, then at Ning Yuan covered in blood and retching. Her lips quivered as tears silently streamed down her face. The little boy was even more terrified, hiding behind her, clutching her pant leg, not daring to cry out loud. Peng Yu walked over to Ning Yuan, patting his back, wanting to say something comforting, but his mouth opened and closed, unable to form a single word. He looked at the corpse that was once their comrade, his heart filled with sorrow and an indescribable fear. They had tried, they had taken risks, but in the end, this was the result. Lin Mo silently stepped forward, crouching down. He didn't look at Sun Xiao's face, but carefully examined the wound on her arm, then her eyes, strangely bloodshot, and her narrowed grin. Finally, he stood up and said in a low voice, "Damn. Maybe at the subway station her wound got contaminated by infected water. The fever virus in her body might have delayed the laughing virus, and then after the antibiotics took effect, the infected virus took over. Of course, this is just my guess." Hearing Lin Mo's speculation, everyone remained silent. Only Peng Yu was still busy finding a tattered cloth in the room to cover the deceased Sun Xiao as a sign of mourning. Alas, they had failed to save Sun Xiao, once again losing another comrade. Moreover, they had made quite a commotion here. "We must leave immediately." Lin Mo broke the silence, listening warily to the sounds outside the door. "The fight just now. This place will soon become unsafe." Leave? But where could they go? Ning Yuan felt dizzy, his body and mind on the verge of collapse. He pulled out the fire axe. The red and white matter clinging to the blade made him nauseous again. He leaned weakly against the wall, looking at this cramped, filthy room reeking of death. Outside lay a ruined city teeming with infected and possibly other treacherous survivors. They had no food, little water, and their only vehicle was wrecked. Now even this temporary refuge was no longer safe. Where was hope? Peng Yu seemed to share the same despair, scratching his hair in frustration before walking to the window, carefully lifting the curtain to peer outside. The rain was still falling, the streets were empty, with only the sound of wind and rain. Suddenly Peng Yu's body stiffened. "Damn it." He cursed under his breath, immediately pulling back, his face turning ghastly pale. "What's wrong?" Ning Yuan tensed up instantly. Peng Yu pointed toward the street below the window, his voice trembling slightly. "Down there. Something's coming. Not just one or two. A group? They seem to be heading toward our building." "What?" Ning Yuan and Lin Mo rushed to the window, peering out cautiously. Below, on the once empty street covered in puddles, a dozen or so staggering figures had appeared out of nowhere. They seemed drawn by the commotion, converging from different directions toward the residential building step by step. They moved slowly like phantoms in the rain, but with clear intent. "Quick! Block the door! Use everything we can!" Peng Yu reacted, instantly shouting. Panic seized the group again. They had just fought a battle and hadn't even caught their breath before a new, greater threat descended. They scrambled to move the remaining furniture. A broken sofa, a rotted bed frame, a wobbly cabinet, piling them against the door. Bang! Bang bang! From downstairs came the sound of infected pounding on the building's security door, trying to get in. They were coming. The five of them stood with their backs to the barricaded door, listening to the laughter and thuds, drawing closer, feeling the faint vibrations through the floorboards. Cold, hunger, exhaustion, fear, despair. All the negative emotions surged like icy tides, drowning them completely. This rainy night was destined to be a sleepless one, and perhaps their last. Boom. Bang bang. The security door downstairs was about to give way. Outside, the infected that had been attracted had completely surrounded the entrance of the residential building. The banging, the scratching mixed with their signature, spine-tingling mad laughter and meaningless curses constantly assaulted their eardrums. Inside the room, there was a deathly silence. 5 people, no now 4 living people plus a child, were crammed into the cramped space, leaning against the walls or huddled in corners. Fear and despair were etched on every face. Ning Yuan sat on the floor, his back against the sofa they had used to block the door, clutching tightly to the fire axe stained with Sun Xiao's blood. The red and white matter on the axe blade had dried, but the thick smell of blood seemed to have seeped into his mind, impossible to wash away. He looked at Sun Xiao's gradually cooling body covered by a tattered cloth not far away and felt an intense pain in his heart. He was the one who had killed her. Although it was for self-preservation to protect everyone, he had personally split open the head of a former companion with an axe. This fact weighed on his chest like a boulder, making it hard to breathe. He didn't even dare to look Peng Li and Peng Yu in the eyes. Peng Yu paced anxiously back and forth in the cramped space. He would occasionally walk to the window, carefully lift a corner of the curtain to observe the situation downstairs, then quickly pull back, cursing under his breath. His fists were clenched so tightly that the veins on the back of his hands bulged. Sun Xiao's death, his sister's safety, and those damn lunatics outside. All the pressure was driving him crazy. He glanced at Peng Li and the little boy huddled in the corner, their faces pale, and a flicker of pain passed through his eyes before they turned even more ferocious. He had to protect them, especially his sister, no matter the cost. Peng Li held the little boy, who was trembling with fear, and sat in the corner farthest from Sun Xiao's body. She pressed the boy's head tightly against her chest, preventing him from seeing or hearing. She herself bit her lip hard, tears streaming silently. Everything that had just happened was too fast, too terrifying. One moment they were relieved that Sun Xiao's fever had broken, the next she had become one of those madmen nearly scratching her. If it weren't for Ning Yuan, she dared not think further. She looked at Ning Yuan's dazed appearance, then at her brother's restless and agitated back, her heart filled with fear and confusion. Lin Mo was the only one who seemed to remain absolutely calm. He leaned against the wall near the door, fiddling with the boning knife he had taken from Peng Yu, his sharp eyes scanning every corner of the room, his ears meticulously distinguishing the various sounds from outside. He was analyzing the behavior patterns of the infected, calculating how much longer the door and windows could hold, estimating their chances of escape. His mind was like a precise machine, still operating at high speed, even in this desperate environment. The little boy had stopped crying. He just stared with wide, terrified eyes, clutching Peng Li's clothes tightly, his body trembling incessantly. Time passed minute by minute, each second feeling like an ordeal in a frying pan. The banging on the security door downstairs never stopped. Instead, it grew more intense. They could even hear the sound of metal scraping. The monsters were using tools. They were trying to pry the door open and destroy the window bars. Damn it. They seemed to be using something to pry the window. Peng Yu rushed to the window and looked down, his face turning ashen. Ning Yuan also became alert, immediately crawling to the window and peering through the curtain gap. Down on the street below, several infected were carrying a thick steel pipe they had somehow acquired, repeatedly ramming the security door on the first floor. Others were using iron bars and bricks they had picked up to furiously smash the window guardrails of the apartment directly below them. Sparks flew everywhere. These things were really damn smart. At this rate, they'll eventually break the door and windows. Lin Mo's voice was as cold as ice. We're trapped here. Despair like icy water once again engulfed everyone. Water, brother. I'm thirsty. The little boy's timid voice broke the silence. He licked his dry, cracked lips and looked at Peng Yu. Peng Yu took out the last bottle of mineral water from his backpack with only a small amount left. It was their only remaining drinking water. He unscrewed the cap and handed it to Peng Li first. She took the bottle, carefully fed the little boy a few small sips, then took a tiny sip herself before passing it to Peng Yu. Peng Yu looked at his sister and the little boy, his throat moving, but in the end, he only took a small sip and handed the bottle to Lin Mo. Lin Mo didn't stand on ceremony, either took a small sip and finally passed it to Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan looked at the tiny amount of water left at the bottom of the bottle, then at his companion's parched lips and desperate eyes in the dim light. He shook his head. You drink it. I'm not thirsty. In truth, his throat was almost on fire. The water was gone. The food had long run out too. Hunger and thirst began to mercilessly torment their bodies and wills. We can't just wait any longer. Peng Yu suddenly stood up, a mad gleam flashing in his eyes. We have to break out. Fight them. How? Ning Yuan gave a bitter laugh. There are at least a dozen outside, maybe more. Rushing out would be suicide. That's still better than being trapped here to die. Peng Yu roared. I'd rather die on the way out than starve and thirst to death, or wait for them to break in and toy with us. Brother. Peng Li pulled at him. Don't be impulsive. Just then Lin Mo suddenly spoke. Maybe. There's another way. Everyone's eyes focused on him. Lin Mo pointed to the wall connecting their room to the next one. This building is an old structure. The partition walls between rooms are probably not load-bearing, just brick walls, or even worse, hollow panel walls. You mean? Ning Yuan's heart stirred. Break through it. Lin Mo's tone was calm, but the implication was startling. Break through this wall into the next room. If the next room's window or door faces another side, or has a way to somewhere else, we might be able to avoid the infected downstairs and find a new exit. Break through the wall. Ning Yuan and Peng Yu were both stunned. The idea was too bold, but it also seemed like their only option. Will it work? Peng Yu asked skeptically. How thick is this wall? We only have one axe. Only one way to find out. Lin Mo stood up, walked to the wall, knocked on it, and listened carefully to the echo. The sound is a bit hollow. At least it's worth a try. Let's do it. Ning Yuan stood up too, grasping at a sliver of hope in their despair. If we don't try, we're dead. If we try, there might be a way out. All right, let's do it. Peng Yu also made up his mind. Lin Mo, find the weakest spot. Ning Yuan, use your axe. We'll take turns. Move fast. And keep the noise down as much as possible. Though they knew keeping the noise down was nearly impossible, it was their only choice. The flame of survival was reignited in their hearts. They looked at the wall, their eyes filled with determination. Lin Mo strode swiftly to the wall selected for breaching, the one separating this room from the adjacent one, and pressed his fingers against several spots, rapping firmly before leaning in to listen intently to the echoes. Here, he finally pointed to a spot slightly below the center of the wall. The sound is hollow, likely hollow bricks or a thin partition relatively easy to break through. Peng Yu's eyes flashed with ferocity. He stepped up beside Lin Mo and rolled his stiff, tension-bound shoulders. He glanced toward his younger sister Peng Li, who clung tightly to the little boy, Xiao Wu. They had learned his name only earlier when Ning Yuan and Lin Mo ventured out in search of medicine. Peng Li had coaxed it from the nearly catatonic child after great effort. He seemed to recall nothing else but that single name. At that moment, a young female university student and the boy huddled behind tattered sofa cushions. Xiao Wu's small frame still trembled uncontrollably. Ning Yuan struggled upright. The fire axe's weight burned in his arms, yet the confusion and terror in his gaze had been eclipsed by a raw, unyielding will to survive. He joined Peng Yu and nodded once. Action, however desperate, was always preferable to passive surrender. You go first, Yuenzi. If you falter, we'll take over. Peng Yu assigned tasks, swiftly, his voice hoarse with suppressed emotion. Lin Mo and I will clear the debris. He turned to Lin Mo. Without a word, Lin Mo handed back the boning knife he had held tightly all along. Clean, decisive, you wield it more naturally. Peng Yu accepted the knife, his fingertips tracing the familiar grooves of its handle and the razor edge of its blade. He nodded, his expression hardening into grim resolve. Lily, Peng Yu addressed his sister, take Xiao Wu and retreat to that corner, far from us. Shield yourselves with the sofa cushions. Stay safe. Peng Li nodded, fiercely pulling Xiao Wu to the safest corner of the room. She held a mildewed, ragged sofa cushion before them like a frail shield, her face pale with terror as she watched. Now, Lin Mo commanded, lowly, pressing his ear against the cold wall to monitor sounds from the other side, and remaining sharply attuned to any noise from above or below. Ning Yuan approached the spot Lin Mo had designated, gripping the fire axe with both hands and steadying his breath. Sweat trickled down his temples, stinging his eyes, but he blinked hard, refusing to wipe it away. He could hear his own heart hammering wildly in his chest, smell the nauseating melons of blood, dust, and the decaying corpse of Sun Shao, and feel the floor trembling beneath his feet as the impacts downstairs grew fiercer and more relentless. He drew a deep breath, casting aside every distraction, his mind narrowed to a single imperative strike. With a guttural roar, Ning Yuan surged forward, biceps coiling, hips twisting, to lift the axe high overhead and bring it crashing down with full body weight and momentum. Tum! A deep, suffocating boom reverberated through the cramped room. Plaster shattered inward, crumbling violently. A thick cloud of dust exploded into the air, choking their throats and blinding their eyes. The axe bit deep into the wall, wedging itself between bricks. The violent recoil jolted Ning Yuan's arms numb. It's working. Peng Yu barked, surging forward. Together with Lin Mo, he ignored the acrid dust, using bare hands and the butt of the boning knife to rapidly clear loose plaster and fractured brick around the embedded axe. Dust and rubble rained down, coating their hair and clothes. Outside, the battering at the door and the guttural shrieks intensified, frenzied, ecstatic, as if stirred by the violent commotion within. They knew there were living humans inside, and they answered. Even sharper, more grating metallic screeches pierced the air, the sound of tools being deployed with chilling efficiency. Gnawing his teeth, Ning Yuan wrenched the axe free with a heave, tearing out a slab of crumbling mortar. He coughed violently, tears streaming from his dust-irritated eyes, but he wiped nothing, raised the axe again, and struck the same spot without pause. Tum! Crack! This time the axe sank deeper. The gray surface of hollow bricks emerged, their edges already splitting wide open. My turn. Peng Yu snatched the axe. Of the three, he possessed the greatest physical strength, and now he needed an outlet. His rage, fear, and despair fused into pure, brutal force. He swung with abandon, hammering the breach again and again. Thud, 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 thud. Each blow sent shards flying and shook the very foundations of the building. Dust hung so thick it nearly obliterated sight. Only blurred silhouettes moved within the haze, and the faint, wavering beam of Lin Mo's flashlight cut weakly through the gloom. In the corner, Peng Li and Xiao Wu clung to each other, muffling their coughs with cloth, their stifled sobs escaping as soft, broken whimpers. Lin Mo moved with calm precision through the murk, kicking aside fallen bricks, clearing larger obstructions with his hands, ensuring the breach remained open and passable. His ears remained hyper-alert, scanning for the faintest whisper, from beyond the wall, from the ceiling above, from the floor below. The three took turns swinging the heavy fire axe. Sweat poured from their brows and backs, quickly drenching their already cold, clammy clothes. Each swing devoured immense stamina. Arms ached and trembled, muscles screamed from overexertion, breath came in ragged, burning gasps, and their throats seared as though they inhaled not air but scorching ash. They dared not sustain loud, continuous noise. After 7 or 8 strikes they paused, bent double, palms braced on knees, gasping, listening, hearts pounding in tense silence. Downstairs the battering grew deafening. The metal doorframe groaned under strain, and heavy steel pipes slammed repeatedly into concrete with sickening thuds. The door felt seconds from total collapse. Yet what chilled them most was the sound from above. Thump, 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 a slow, deliberate, rhythmic percussion. Directly overhead, precisely aligned with the breach they were carving. Not wild or chaotic, but unervingly patient, and calculated with malicious intent. as if something waited silently behind the ceiling watching them coldly, waiting for the precise moment they slipped. Each impact tightened Ning Yuan's chest a fraction more. What was that thing upstairs? An infected? What was it doing? Hurry, we're out of time. Peng Yu's voice rasped as he pointed to the breach, now widened to the size of a wash basin, revealing indistinct bricks on the far side. One final push. The darkness beyond grew clearer, and a new odor seeped through. The thick, cloying stench of decay mingled with damp dust, heavier and more unsettling than anything in their own room, saturated with the deep, stagnant reek of long-settled death. Clang, crunch. A deafening crash of twisted metal echoed from below, followed instantly by manic, triumphant laughter. The security door, had it just given way? They were inside the building. Heavy, disordered footsteps now thundered up the stairwell. One last strike. Ning Yuan seized the axe. His eyes bloodshot and stinging with sweat, and dust blazed red. Summoning his final reserves, he brought the axe down with desperate fury upon the last few crumbling bricks. Shatter. The wall collapsed entirely, a jagged pitch-black aperture just large enough for a person to crawl through yawned before them. Beyond lay only deeper, more absolute darkness. I'll go first. Without hesitation, Lin Mo clenched the flashlight between his teeth and dropped to his knees, ready to slip through. But just as half his body slid into the opening, and his head was about to vanish from this room, the ceaseless, muffled percussion from above stopped. A silence so profound it lasted less than a heartbeat. Skyik. A piercing, high-pressure hiss, like superheated steam erupting, or the sickening rapid puncture of thick fabric by a razor-edged weapon, blasted from an almost invisible fissure in the ceiling. Then Ning Yuan and Peng Yu watched in frozen horror as a splintered tip of a hardwood mop handle, sharpened to a lethal point slick with dark viscous fluid resembling rotting entrails, shot downward like a spear from the crack, trailing a wave of putrid wind. Its trajectory was flawless, aimed with terrifying precision at Lin Mo's exposed occiput, just as he bent forward to enter the void. The mop stick, coated in viscous liquid, came too fast, too sudden. Its target was Lin Mo's completely unprotected back of the head. Watch out. Ning Yuan and Peng Yu both let out terrified shouts, but the distance was too close. The sharp wooden splinter was about to pierce Lin Mo's skull. In a moment of extreme crisis, Lin Mo's reaction was astonishingly swift. Almost as soon as he heard the warning, without even turning his head, his entire body lunged forward in a clumsy yet effective posture, rolling and scrambling into the darkness on the other side of the wall. Thud. The mop stick brushed past the back of his neck, stabbing fiercely into the ground, sending broken bricks and dust flying. The wooden stick was deeply embedded in the cement floor, still quivering slightly. Damn it! Ning Yuan broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately raised his fire axe and warily looked up at the crack in the ceiling. Behind the crack, a pair of malicious red eyes seemed to be peering at them from the darkness. Then came a suppressed, raspy laugh like a broken bellows, a sound full of mockery. The infected on the floor above. It had been waiting up there all along. It was waiting for the moment they broke through the wall. It had calculated that they would escape through this opening. Ignore it. Get in here quickly. From the other side of the wall hole came Lin Mo's voice, strained with pain. His forehead was bleeding from the violent lunge, but still calm. Peng Yu also snapped to attention. Now was not the time to tangle with the one upstairs. The monsters downstairs must have already charged up. He immediately pushed the still-dazed Ning Yuan. Quick. Take Lily and Xiao Wu in first. Ning Yuan gritted his teeth, stopped looking at the ceiling, turned around, and pulled the terrified, curled-up Peng Li and Xiao Wu. Stay close to me. He crouched low and was the first to crawl into the dark hole, which emitted an unknown odor. On the other side of the hole was a room that was equally abandoned but seemed even more dilapidated. The air was thick with a strong, musty smell mixed with a sour, rotten odor like decayed paper and old furniture. The light was even dimmer than in their previous room, almost pitch black. Lin Mo had already stood up, quickly scanning the room with his extremely weak flashlight. His forehead was bleeding, but he didn't care, casually wiping it with the back of his hand. The room was small, with furniture strewn about, and the floor was covered in a thick, sticky layer of dust that felt soft and damp underfoot. In the corner there seemed to be a completely collapsed wooden bookshelf with rotten books and paper scattered all over the floor. The only window was nailed shut with thick wooden boards. Quick, help block the hole, Lin Mo said in a low voice as soon as he saw Ning Yuan and the others enter. Ning Yuan pushed Peng Li and Xiao Wu to a relatively open corner at the back of the room, where a bed once stood. Now only a few rusted iron frames remained. He immediately joined Peng Yu in moving the heaviest objects they could find in the room. The wreckage of a toppled, old-fashioned solid wood wardrobe, only half of it remained, and a heavy, moldy, cotton-stuffed single sofa. The three of them worked together, ignoring the nauseating mold and stains, and firmly pressed these heavy furnishings against the newly opened wall hole. Bang! Bang! Several dull thuds came from the other side of the wall hole, as if the infected had reached the door of their previous room and were trying to break it down. But soon the sound stopped. Perhaps the infected were attracted by other noises in the hallway. Temporarily. Safe. Huff. Peng Yu leaned against the wardrobe wreckage, gasping for air, his clothes soaked with sweat. Ning Yuan was also exhausted, plopping down on the ground, feeling the muscles in his arms and back, screaming. Where is this place? Ning Yuan looked around, using the faint light from Lin Mo's flashlight to survey this unfamiliar, ominous room. There seemed to be graffiti on the walls, but it was too dark to make out. Judging by the layout, it's the same position in the adjacent unit. It might be a long-unused storage room, or an abandoned bedroom. Lin Mo answered while quickly checking the corners of the room. His sharp eyes didn't miss any spot that might hide danger or clues. Is there any food or water? Peng Li, holding Xiao Wu, asked in a small, hoarse voice, raspy from fear and thirst. Xiao Wu lay motionless in her arms, seemingly having fainted from fright. Lin Mo shook his head. Doesn't look like it. This place is even more dilapidated than our previous room, and he shone his flashlight on several suspiciously colored stains and scattered bone fragments, seemingly from a rat or cat. This place might not be clean. He walked over to the collapsed bookshelf, kicking aside a few completely decayed sticky books and papers. Suddenly he paused. Wait. Lin Mo crouched down, took the boning knife from Peng Yu, and used its tip to pick up something from under a pile of moldy waste paper and rags. It was a small plastic rabbit toy covered in dust and unidentified stains. The toy was a cheap, brightly colored model, but now faded and yellowed, with one plastic ear broken off and several dark brown stains resembling dried blood. This is... Ning Yuan also leaned in, frowning. How could there be a child's toy in a place like this? Just then, creak. A wooden door in the back of the room, leading to an inner corridor which had been tightly shut with peeling paint, began to open extremely slowly, emitting a grating, teeth-clenching sound, like fingernails on a blackboard, revealing a barely perceptible gap. Everyone's hair stood on end. Their hearts seemed to be seized by an icy hand abruptly stopping. Lin Mo reacted the fastest, stuffing the rabbit toy into his pocket while silently raising the boning knife. Ning Yuan and Peng Yu also sprang up from the ground, gripping their weapons tightly, shielding Peng Li and Xiao Wu behind them, their eyes fixed unblinkingly on the eerily dark crack in the door. Behind the door crack was a dead, pitch-black silence. But an extremely thick, nauseating stench of decay mixed with a strong smell of blood surged silently and poisonously from the gap, like a living mist. That smell was stronger than any they had encountered before, and much fresher than a hand. A hand with skin as dry as tree bark, most of its nails missing, the remaining ones black-purple, with dark red viscous matter between the fingers, slowly extended from the gap, silently resting on the mottled doorframe. Then a second, equally withered and terrifying hand. Then a head with almost no hair, revealing a smooth scalp covered in lividity, half of the face's muscles and skin decayed, exposing yellow-black teeth and stark white bones, slowly like a stuck puppet poked out from behind the door crack. Its eye sockets were two deep, empty black pits. But its mouth was twisted into a silent, eternal, soul-shakingly terrifying smile, contorted beyond human limits. It didn't seem to have immediately seen Ning Yuan and the others. It just stiffly, like a marionette, stepped out of the door, one step at a time, its movements frighteningly slow. This was an old woman, or rather what once was. She wore a floral patterned nightgown, its original color and shape long since lost under blood and filth. Her back was hunched like a boiled shrimp, her movements extremely slow and stiff, as if each step drained the last bit of decaying energy from her body. Under her feet, it was wet, leaving a sticky trail of sewage, blood, and unidentified bodily fluids. What was even more hair-raising was that her withered, chicken claw-like arms were tightly clutching a similarly rotten, swollen, but smaller thing. The thing's head lolled limply to one side, its facial features blurred and indistinct, its limbs twisted in an extremely unnatural position. Like a long-dead infant. Holding the intensely foul-smelling infant corpse, she slowly shuffled her steps, while humming a broken off-key lullaby in a hoarse voice like sandpaper on glass, as if from the depths of hell. Gu, D, B-A, Bi, Sli, P, G-R-A, N D, Ma, Hole, D-S. This sudden, grotesquely horrifying scene in the silent room made Ning Yuan and the others feel as if they had fallen into an icy abyss, forgetting to even breathe. Their blood seemed to freeze in that moment, their limbs cold and stiff, their minds a blank. This old woman infected. She still retained the habit of caring for a baby from her life. But what she held tightly in her arms was no longer a living being, but something as rotten as herself, a stinking, decaying death. The old woman infected seemed to finally smell or sense the presence of the living. Her humming stopped abruptly, and her empty eye sockets turned mechanically toward Ning Yuan and the others. The grin on her lips widened, nearly splitting to her ears, revealing the dark, nauseating cavity of her mouth. Meat? Oh, fresh meat. She let out a guttural, beast-like roar from her throat. Suddenly, she hurled the equally foul-smelling infant in her arms at them. At the same time, her withered body lunged with force, landing on all fours and charged at them with a spider-like, grotesque speed completely different from her earlier sluggishness. Her speed was astonishing. The decaying corpse of the baby came crashing towards Peng Li and Xiao Wu, emitting a nauseating stench. Ning Yuan's pupils constricted sharply, and he instinctively sidestepped while swinging the back of the fire axe. The back of the axe struck the baby corpse midair, sending it flying sideways and crashing against the wall, splattering a disgusting mess of rotten flesh and bone fragments, with dark red fluid spraying everywhere. At the same moment, the elderly infected woman lunged forward. Her target was clear Peng Li and Xiao Wu, who were protected by Ning Yuan, and Peng Yu exuding a strong living presence. Her withered fingers with long black nails whistled through the air as they reached for Peng Li's face. Peng Yu's eyes widened in horror. As the strongest fighter, he immediately sidestepped, snatching the bone knife from Lin Mo's hands, ready to block or repel the elderly woman. But the elderly woman's movements were too swift and defied human logic, twisting like a boneless creature, easily evading Peng Yu's blade, while her claws still lunged at Peng Li. Peng Li's face turned pale. Her first instinct was not to let go, but to press Xiao Wu tightly against her, throwing herself backward. Her back hit the wall. She couldn't retreat any further. The withered hand was already reaching toward her. In this critical moment, Lin Mo acted. Instead of rushing in to fight, he made an unexpected move. He suddenly hurled the plastic rabbit toy he had just picked up with all his might at the wall, near the elderly woman. The toy hit the filthy wall with a faint yet clear plastic sound before dropping to the ground. This sudden, unrelated sound seemed to momentarily disrupt the elderly infected woman's brain, which was driven by instinct and a desire for blood. Her movements showed a slight, almost imperceptible delay. Her hollow eye sockets even turned slightly toward the direction of the fallen toy. It was this moment of vulnerability that Ning Yuan seized. He roared, suppressing all his fear and disgust, raised the fire axe, and struck down hard at the elderly woman's neck, which was exposed and appeared exceptionally vulnerable due to her position. He could even hear the sound of his bones creaking from exertion. A sharp, clear sound of bones cracking echoed. The blade of the fire axe accurately and deeply sliced into the elderly woman's cervical vertebra. The tremendous force even slammed her entire upper body downward. The elderly woman's forward lunge froze completely. Her head tilted at a terrifying angle, almost ready to fall off her neck. The eternally nauseating smile on her face also froze, as if it were a shattered low-quality mask. Her body twitched violently a few times, making incoherent gurgling sounds from her throat, before going completely still, collapsing like a broken puppet, with a pool of dark red liquid emitting a foul odor rapidly spreading beneath her. Ning Yuan leaned on the axe, which was still embedded in the elderly woman's spine, gasping heavily, cold sweat cascading down his forehead, his entire body trembling from exhaustion. Damn it, that scared the hell out of me. Thank you, Yuan Z. Lin Mo. Peng Yu collapsed onto the ground, his face pale, looking at the corpse that had nearly harmed his sister and the little boy. This elderly infected woman was like a ghost, more bizarre and terrifying than any they had encountered before. Peng Li hugged Xiao Wu, her face devoid of color. Xiao Wu trembled in her arms. She trembled too, but she still raised her hand, gently patting Xiao Wu's back softly. Yet the rhythm never faltered. Lin Mo stepped forward, cautiously prodding the elderly woman's corpse with a random wooden stick he picked up from the ground, confirming she was truly dead before standing up. He bent down to pick up the rabbit toy that had fallen on the ground, wiped it with his clothes to remove the grime, and then silently put it back into his pocket. His gaze shifted to the door that the elderly woman had opened, leading to the internal corridor, his expression grave. It seems the owner of this room is her. Lin Mo's voice still tried to maintain calm, but if one listened closely, a hint of fatigue and fear could be detected. We can't stay here long. Although the previous commotion was small, no one can guarantee there aren't other things in the building. He approached the door carefully, pushing it open wider, peering out into the dark corridor. The corridor was equally pitch black, with only a faint light visible in the distance. The stench of decay and blood in the air was more intense and pungent than inside the room. The ground was slick and sticky, seemingly covered with a thick layer of filth and unidentified liquid. The corridor. I don't see anything for now, Lin Mo reported. We need to find a way out of this building quickly. Ning Yuan exerted force to pull the fire axe from the elderly woman's bones, dragging out a string of viscous black blood. He forced himself to look away and stood up against the wall. Which way? Peng Yu also struggled to rise and asked. Lin Mo pointed to the right side of the corridor. There seems to be a safety exit sign for the stairwell over there. And I think I heard rain. There might be a window or exit leading outside that way. No time to waste. Peng Yu carried the nearly unconscious Xiao Wu, while Ning Yuan supported the still extremely weak Peng Li, and Lin Mo took the bone knife and the weak flashlight Peng Yu handed him, leading the way as the four youths stepped once more into the unknown darkness. This internal corridor was even more eerie and terrifying than the previous room. Most of the doors on either side were tightly closed, but some bore grotesque scratch marks and dark blood handprints, and some door gaps even oozed black, foul-smelling viscous liquid, as if something indescribably terrifying was imprisoned behind the doors. The ground was sticky, making a squelching sound underfoot, like stepping on rotting flesh. They held their breath, tiptoeing, their nerves stretched to the limit as they moved quickly and silently. Linmo's judgment was correct. The end of the corridor indeed led to a stairwell. Most of the stairwell windows were broken, with cold rain and fierce wind pouring and producing a howling sound. A relatively fresh but still bone-chilling air dispersed some of the pervasive stench. The staircase led down to the lobby on the first floor, but looking down from above, it seemed many moving shadows were gathering in the darkness of the lobby, with faint sounds of bone crunching and suppressed laughter clearly indicating that the area below was already occupied by the infected. It was absolutely not safe to go down. Upwards. To the rooftop. Let's check the roof. Lin Mo decisively commanded. In an old residential building, the roof might have a passage to the adjacent unit, or at least a broad view to observe the situation and determine the next course of action. The others immediately perked up and began to ascend. The stairs were similarly covered in filth and obstacles. They carefully stepped over collapsed furniture, shards of broken glass, and several corpses curled up in the corners, long since decayed and infested with maggots. The further they went up, the louder the sound of rain became. Finally, they reached the rusted iron door leading to the rooftop. The door was ajar, creaking in the wind with heavily corroded hinges. Lin Mo signaled for everyone to stop. He silently and slowly approached the iron door, listening intently. On the rooftop, there seemed to be only the sounds of the fierce wind and rain. He cautiously opened a crack in the door, his sharp gaze quickly scanning the rooftop. The rooftop was empty, the ground covered with a thin layer of water reflecting the gloomy moonlight. Some trash like plastic bags and torn rags blown by the wind stuck to the damp ground. The rain pelted everything, creating a dense sound of pattering. Safe, Lin Mo whispered, fully pushing the iron door open. The others streamed out, finally breathing in the truly fresh air, although it was cold and biting. The rain instantly soaked them all, but compared to the suffocating stench and darkness inside, this icy rain invigorated them. They rushed to the edge of the rooftop, the cold rain hitting their faces with a stinging sensation. Looking out, the entire city appeared to be a vast tomb immersed in a gray rain curtain. The distant skyline remained as gloomy as lead, with not a glimmer of sunlight. The flood on the streets seemed to have receded somewhat, but it was still a chaotic scene, like a vast garbage dump. We made it out. Peng Li gazed at the desolate and despairing apocalyptic scene, her voice tinged with confusion and fatigue. Made it out, but then what? Her eyes shifted to her brother, then to Ning Yuan and Lin Mo, the young university students who, like her, wore expressions filled with exhaustion and uncertainty about the future. Yes, we made it out. Ning Yuan nodded, gripping the fire axe tightly, but felt no relief in his heart. They had escaped the besieged room, but what next? Food, water, medicine. Nothing at all. And the hospital their father asked them to go to was still far away, separated by endless dangers in the west of the city. Lin Mo walked to the edge of the other side of the rooftop, braving the wind and rain, carefully observing the surrounding buildings and terrain, trying to find a relatively safe path. Look over there. He suddenly lowered his voice, pointing to the adjacent residential building, separated by a narrow fire escape. The rooftop of that building seems to be connected to a clothesline or power line from our side. Everyone immediately looked in the direction he pointed, and sure enough, between the two buildings not far from where they stood, a seemingly thick cable, whether an abandoned power line or a reinforced clothesline, swayed wildly in the storm, connecting the two rooftops. Though it looked extremely dangerous, potentially snapping at any moment, it seemed to be a shortcut to escape this building already invaded by the infected, avoiding the monsters below. Let's go. Check it out. A glimmer of light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. Without a hint of hesitation, he immediately headed toward the rope. Ning Yuan and Peng Yu exchanged glances and promptly followed suit. Peng Yu tightened his hold on the now terrified Xiao Wu. The hope of escaping this deadly cage reappeared before them, though this path appeared to be more perilous than any they had traversed before. More insane. The wind and rain still raged with ferocity. Frigid raindrops pelted densely against the cement rooftops, splashing up muddy water. They stood at the edge of the rooftop, the rain washing away the blood and grime on their bodies. A bone-piercing chill seeped through their soaked clothes, burrowing into their very marrow. Move. Go check it out. Lin Mo's voice was torn apart by the wind and rain, yet the calm and resolve in his tone remained exceptionally clear. He took the lead, walking towards the thick rope connecting the rooftops of the two buildings. The rope swayed violently in the storm. Ning Yuan and Peng Yu exchanged glances, seeing the gravity in each other's eyes and a hint of desperate resolve with no other option. Peng Yu hoisted the unconscious Xiao Wu higher on his back, securing him tighter with cloth strips, then followed Lin Mo. Ning Yuan gripped the fire axe tightly. The blood on the axe blade was washed away by the rain, leaving behind dark red stains. He brought up the rear, warily scanning the rooftop iron door they had just burst through and the situation on the street below. Peng Li stayed close behind her brother. Her young face was etched with fear, but her eyes held a tenacity beyond her years. The group trudged through the accumulated water on the rooftop, their steps unsteady. They soon reached the anchor point of the rope. It was an old-fashioned cable, or perhaps a clothesline reinforced with multiple strands of wire. One end was firmly tied to the base of the cement guardrail on their side, while the other disappeared into the darkness of the opposite rooftop. The rope howled in the gale like the wailing of ghosts, swaying violently up and down and side to side. It seemed as if it might snap at any moment. Between the two buildings lay a fire escape about 7 or 8 meters wide. Looking down from the rooftop, the height was enough to make anyone dizzy. Below was a dark alley piled high with garbage and debris where rainwater had gathered into murky puddles. If one were to fall, the consequences would be unthinkable. Will it work? Peng Yu stared at the rope dancing in the wind, his brows furrowed. He instinctively pulled his sister behind him. He was the strongest in the group, but faced with a challenge relying purely on balance and luck, he felt uncertain. Lin Mo did not answer immediately. He crouched down, carefully examining the condition of the rope's anchor point on their side. The anchor seemed solid enough, an expansion screw hook drilled directly into the cement base. But the rope itself, its surface had aged from prolonged exposure to sun and rain. Several sections of the outer layer were even frayed, revealing the rusted metal wires within. To make matters worse, the rope was soaked through, making it exceptionally slippery. The risk is very high, Lin Mo stated flatly, rising to his feet. The wind is too strong, the rope is very slippery, and its degree of wear is unknown. It could break at any time. Then what do we do? Ning Yuan's voice was hoarse. Downstairs. We can't go back. He pointed towards the iron door. Though they couldn't hear pursuers for now, everyone knew those monsters were still in the building, perhaps even finding their way to the rooftop. There is no other choice. Lin Mo looked towards the opposite rooftop. This is the only way to avoid the infected below for now. We have to try. They'll go first. Lin Mo spoke again, his tone brooking no argument. In the lightest, he'll test the rope's strength first and secure the other end to ensure safety. He glanced at Peng Yu. You protect them. He'll give you a signal once I'm across. Peng Yu opened his mouth, wanting to volunteer to go first since he had the best stamina, but meeting Lin Mo's calmly detached gaze, he swallowed his words. He knew Lin Mo's judgment was often right, and at a time like this, arguing would only waste precious moments. He nodded, his voice low and firm. All right. Be careful. We've got your back. Ning Yu tightened his grip on the fire axe, positioning himself near the rooftop edge, vigilantly watching below and around them. Peng Li watched Lin Mo nervously, her hands clenched tightly together. Lin Mo took a breath, bit down on the flashlight, and returned the boning knife to Peng Yu. He walked up to the rope. He didn't get on immediately. Instead, he gave the rope a hard tug to test its approximate load-bearing capacity and sway amplitude. The wind and rain were still fierce, and the rope trembled violently in his hands. After confirming the wind direction and the rope's sway pattern, Lin Mo hesitated no longer. He gripped the cold, slippery rope with both hands, placed his feet on the cement guardrail at the rooftop's edge, crouched slightly, then pushed off with force. Like a gecko, he climbed onto the rope, using both hands and feet. The wind instantly plastered his soaked clothes against his body. The immense pulling force nearly tore him from the rope. Beneath his feet was a drop of several dozen meters. Rain blurred his vision, and the icy wind lashed his face like a knife. But he showed no panic. He held his breath, lowered his center of gravity. His hands alternated, reaching forward, his feet hooked tightly around the rope. Using his core strength, he moved forward inch by inch, extremely slowly but steadily. The slippery rope made every grip exceptionally difficult, but each of his movements was precise and effective, his gaze always fixed on the blurry anchor point across the way. On their rooftop, Ning Yuan, Peng Yu, and Peng Li watched, their hearts in their throats, not daring to breathe. Peng Yu's hand gripped the boning knife so tightly his knuckles were white. What if Lin Mo fell? Time seemed to freeze. The distance of 7 or 8 meters felt impossibly long. Finally, under everyone's gaze, Lin Mo's hand touched the guardrail of the opposite rooftop. He pushed himself up with force, rolling onto the solid ground on the other side. He immediately turned and waved vigorously towards them, signaling it was safe. Then he quickly checked and reinforced the rope's anchor point on that rooftop. Phew. Peng Yu and Ning Yuan let out a simultaneous sigh of relief. But just then, haha, little mice over here. Several sharp, ecstatic laughs suddenly erupted from behind them from the rooftop's iron door. Immediately after, bam, bam, 2 loud crashes echoed. That already rusted iron door was dented inward. The lock gave way with a piercing screech of tearing metal. Damn, the infected have found us. Quick, get ready to cross. Peng Yu's face turned pale, and he immediately shouted to Ning Yuan and Peng Li. But before he finished, crash, the iron door was completely smashed open. 3 figures charged out, laughing wildly. The leader was an infected wearing a blood-soaked security guard uniform. In one hand it held a security baton, in the other it held a chain, leashing 2 infected who crawled on all fours, their skin ulcerated and oozing pus, their scalps hairless, their genders indistinguishable. Woof, woof, woof. Bite them to death. Ha! The 2 infected broke free from the chain in the guard infected's hand, and like hunting hounds barked and laughed wildly as they charged towards Ning Yuan and the others. The sight was utterly bizarre. Damn, what the hell? Ning Yuan muttered, stepping back a few paces, seemingly stunned by the scene. Go Ning Yuan, fuck. Standing beside Ning Yuan, still carrying the little boy on his back, Peng Yu, while Ning Yuan was still stunned, lunged forward like a god of war. The cold gleam of the boning knife was particularly eerie in the rain, yet it brought an immense sense of security to those behind him who needed protection. Fuck, is there no end to this? He roared, as if channeling the grief over Sun Xiao's death, the frustration of being trapped in the residential building, and the determination to protect his sister, all into strength. In a fury, he chopped off the head of one of the barking infected charging at him, his strength astonishing. The head, oozing black blood, rolled to Ning Yuan's feet. Ning Yuan snapped out of his daze and immediately swung his fire axe forward. Using the reach of the axe, he brought the blade down in a heavy arc, cleaving into the other barking infected that was charging at Peng Yu. Crack! Black blood sprayed. Then the infected went limp. Now only the guard infected remained standing tall in the downpour. It made no move, just stood there, its face still wearing that signature manic grin. It seemed to be observing Peng Yu and Ning Yuan's fighting style. Lily, you go first. Something's off. Ning Yuan, you take Xiao Wu. Once Lily is across, you two go too. Peng Yu glared fiercely at the guard infected, pushing Peng Li back with his hand. He set the little boy down, then tightened his grip on the boning knife, waiting for the guard infected's next move. Peng Li knew staying here wouldn't help. With tears in her eyes, she gave her brother a final hug, then walked to the rope, took a deep breath, and imitating Lin Mo grabbed hold and climbed up. Ning Yuan didn't listen to him. He also kept his eyes fixed on the guard infected, shoved the fire axe into Peng Ye's hands, and snatched the boning knife from him. Brother, I trust you. I'm not leaving. We'll take it down together like our basketball plays in college, okay? You're better suited for the axe. Let's go together. Having witnessed Sun Xiao's death, he couldn't bear to lose another comrade, especially this brother who had played ball with him since freshman year. Peng Yu took the axe. Its heavy weight pressed down on his hand, and even heavier on his heart. He said nothing but stared at the infected, blocking the door with a gaze that seemed to burn. He fully understood Ning Yuan's proposal. He had no right to stop another's choice. End it quickly and survive. That was the only thought. From the corner of his eye, he could see Xiao Wu, who had been placed on the higher ground nearby, and could imagine his sister suspended in midair, struggling along the slippery rope. Every step she took tugged at his nerves. The rain fell harder, as if it would wash away the entire world. The icy rain blurred their vision, but couldn't cool the tension of this life-or-death standoff. The two at the rooftop's edge and the bizarre guard infected grinning menacingly at the rooftop door formed a strange equilibrium in the torrential downpour. Time seemed stretched, every second heavy with oppressive pressure, waiting only for that taut string to snap. The fierce wind lashed the icy rain against the rooftop. The two figures at the edge of the rooftop and the bizarre infected security guard at the door confronted each other in the pouring rain. Time seemed to stretch, each second laden with a heavy sense of oppression. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, the infected security guard made a new move. It slowly raised its hand, stained with black blood, to its mouth. Then, under the shocked gaze of Ning Yuan and Peng Yu, it shoved a festering, pus-oozing finger into its own mouth, which was split wide open to its ears. Its eyes were fixed on Ning Yuan, and Peng Yu, the manic grin on its face unchanged. But its jaw began to exert force, producing a teeth-grinding, creaking sound. It was chewing its own finger. Black-red blood mixed with saliva dripped continuously from the corner of its mouth, falling into the puddles and spreading a patch of filth. This act of self-mutilation, beyond all understanding, sent a wave of physiological disgust and a chill down the spines of the battle-hardened Ning Yuan and Peng Yu. Holy shit, what is it doing? Ning Yuan's throat went dry as he instinctively nudged Peng Yu with his elbow. I don't know. Be careful. It's definitely up to no good. Peng Yu tightened his grip on the fire axe. The cold gleam of its blade flickered in the rain. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, was locked on the creature's every move. Let's wait for its next move before we... Before Peng Yu could finish his sentence, the infected security guard abruptly stopped chewing. As if deliberately trying to disrupt their thoughts, its body tensed and shot forward like an arrow from a bowstring, hurtling straight towards them. Its form blurred through the dense rain, leaving a distorted trail. Its speed was immense, covering the distance in the blink of an eye to stand before Ning Yuan and Peng Yu. Then it suddenly opened its mutilated mouth, and with a puff spat the chewed bloody finger fragments mixed with copious saliva and black blood like a hidden weapon aimed at the closer Ning Yuan. The attack was too sudden and disgusting. Ning Yuan had no time to think, pure instinct took over. He jerked his head back, while clamping his eyes and mouth shut. The viscous, foul-smelling, rusting mixture flew past mere inches from his cheek. He could distinctly feel a few warm, slimy, nauseating drops splatter onto his neck and forehead. Fuck! Ning Yuan's stomach churned. He couldn't bother to wipe it off, nor dared to open his eyes. He swung his boning knife wildly, purely by feel, trying to drive back the imminent threat. He knew that if even a trace of this filth touched a tiny cut on his skin, or entered his eye's mouth or nose, he was finished. Infection was instantaneous. As Ning Yuan desperately fought to protect himself, the infected security guard, having spat its projectile, paused for no moment. Its baton whistled through the air, slamming viciously at Peng Yu, who had been distracted and left an opening. Peng Yu reacted swiftly. Though momentarily distracted by the repulsive attack, he immediately raised his fire axe to block. Clang! A dull metallic clash rang out. The immense force numbed Peng Yu's arm and sent a sharp sting through his palm. He withstood the blow, but his body involuntarily stumbled back, half a step, splashing water with his foot. Ha ha ha! Quick reflexes. The infected security guard's throat emitted a garbled laugh. Its assault didn't stop. The baton swung again, while its fingerless hand clawed viciously at Peng Yu's chest. Hurry! On the opposite rooftop, Lin Mo saw the fierce battle erupting and shouted in desperation. He gripped the rope tightly, trying to provide maximum stability for Peng Li, who was struggling to move across it. On the rope, Peng Li heard the sounds of fighting and her brother's grunts behind her, her heart nearly stopping from fear. She bit her lower lip hard, suppressing the urge to look back and the rising tide of terror and dizziness. She knew her only task was to crawl across as fast as possible. She lowered her center of gravity, clamped her legs tightly around the wet, slippery rope, and moved hand over hand, inch by inch. Rain blurred her vision, her soaked clothes clung to her body. With every gust of wind, the rope swayed violently, and she felt she might be flung into the dark alley tens of meters below. Back on the rooftop, the battle raged on. Peng Yu, wielding his fire axe, faced this security captain who was clearly stronger and more cunning than the average infected. The axe was heavy and powerful. Each swing carried immense force, aiming to cleave the opponent in two. But the infected security guard seemed to retain some combat skills. It used its baton to block and deflect while nimbly dodging, refusing to engage Peng Yu head-on. Its attacks were also exceptionally cunning, the baton always aiming for Peng Yu's joints, head, and other vital points, forcing him to split his focus on defense. Ning Yuan, armed with his boning knife, quickly recovered from his brief panic and joined the fray. He took on a supporting role, looking for an opening to deliver a fatal blow. But the infected security guard was extremely wary, seemingly aware that the agile short blade posed a greater threat. It constantly used its body or baton to block Ning Yuan's attack paths. Ning Yuan tried several times to flank or attack from behind, but the creature sensed it and forced him back. The rain made the ground treacherously slick, and Ning Yuan nearly slipped several times. Damn it! This thing, it seems to know what we're thinking. Ning Yuan shouted to Peng Yu while dodging a sweeping baton strike. Let's talk. Focus. Peng Yu growled. He swung his axe and missed, the blade sparking against the concrete railing. Seizing the opening, the infected security guard slammed its baton towards Peng Yu's knee. Peng Yu hurriedly pulled back his axe to block, but was a fraction too slow. The edge of the baton grazed his knee, sending a sharp jolt of pain that nearly made him drop to one knee. Haha, crippled now are you? Wait, I'll break your other leg too. The infected security guard let out a triumphant, nauseating laugh and lunged again. Just at this critical moment. Brother Ning Yuan, I made it. Peng Li's voice came from the opposite rooftop. She had finally reached the end of the rope. Lin Mo immediately reached out and pulled her onto the rooftop. The moment Peng Li's feet touched the ground, her legs gave way, and she collapsed into the puddle, panting heavily, trembling all over. Thank goodness. Peng Yu and Ning Yuan's spirits lifted at the sound. Perhaps Peng Li's successful arrival provoked the infected security guard, or perhaps it lost patience. It suddenly let out an even shriller laugh, broke off its engagement with Peng Yu, and pivoted towards Ning Yuan with even greater speed. It seemed intent on starting with the easier target and eliminating the threat of Ning Yuan. Its baton swung wildly at Ning Yuan. At the same time, its mutilated hand clawed for Ning Yuan's face. Now, Peng Yu seized the opportunity. The infected security guard was fully focused on attacking Ning Yuan, leaving its back completely exposed. Peng Yu let out a roar, channeling all his strength into his arms. He raised the fire axe high, its blade tracing a grim, cold arc through the dark rain. With overwhelming momentum, he brought it down fiercely on the small of the infected security guard's back, the very spot he had struck earlier. Crack! This time the axe met no resistance. It buried itself deep into the infected security guard's body. The sound of splintering bone was distinct. Ugh! The infected security guard let out an inhuman cry. The manic grin froze on its face. Its lunge towards Ning Yuan halted abruptly, and its body toppled sideways. Seizing this golden opportunity, Ning Yuan drove his boning knife, without hesitation, thrusting it upwards from below into its jaw. The tip of the blade nearly pierced through its skull. Ha ha! The infected security guard's throat emitted a final deflating sound. Its body jerked backwards and fell with a thud into the puddle, splashing a wave of black-red filth. It convulsed a few times and finally lay still. Phew. Peng Yu and Ning Yuan both exhaled in relief, leaning on their weapons, gasping for breath. Though the fight was brief, every second had been heart-stopping. Brother Ning Yuan. Peng Li's voice came from the opposite rooftop, tinged with tears. It's okay, Lily. Peng Yu looked up at the rope, then tucked the fire axe into his belt. He walked to the edge of the rooftop, picked up Xiao Wu from the ground, and quickly, but securely tied the child to his chest with cloth strips. I'll take Xiao Wu across first. Yuan, you'll have to bear the rear. Ning Yuan nodded, picked up the boning knife, and stood guard at the rope's starting point. Peng Yu took a deep breath and carefully climbed onto the rope. Burdening a child, his movements were noticeably heavier and more difficult than Lin Mo or Peng Li's. The wind and rain seemed to intensify the rope, swaying more violently. But each of his steps was exceptionally steady, the muscles in his arms bulging, showing immense strength and control. Lin Mo and Peng Li watched tensely from the opposite rooftop, ready to assist. Finally, Peng Yu also reached the other rooftop safely. Ning Yuan. Hurry, Peng Yu shouted. Ning Yuan glanced at the safe group of 3 and a child on the opposite side, then at the pitch-black iron door behind him. No new infected had emerged yet. He dared not delay any longer. He walked to the rope, took a deep breath, and climbed on. Perhaps due to his weight, or perhaps from exhaustion, the rope felt like it was swaying more violently than ever before. He had to focus all his attention on maintaining balance and moving forward. Just as he reached the middle of the rope, from behind, the iron door burst open and 2 more infected came charging out. They spotted Ning Yuan suspended midair and let out excited manic laughs, rushing towards the edge of the rooftop. Ning Yuan, hurry! Peng Yu and Lin Mo shouted in unison from the opposite side. Ning Yuan's heart sank. He threw caution to the wind, using both hands and feet, scrambling forward with all his might. He could even hear the curses from the infected behind him, enraged that they couldn't reach him. Pull him up. Peng Yu and Lin Mo reached out from the opposite side at the same time. Ning Yuan used his last ounce of strength to lunge forward. His hands were caught firmly by both of them, and they hauled him over. Clatter! Ning Yuan crashed heavily onto the rooftop, splashing water. He felt like every bone in his body was broken. Quick! Cut the rope. Lin Mo reacted the fastest. He grabbed the fire axe from Peng Yu's belt and brought it down hard on the rope's anchor point. Twang! The rope snapped. On the opposite rooftop, the 2 infected who had just reached the edge ready to climb across could only watch helplessly as their only passage vanished into the wind and rain. Few safe for now. Peng Yu collapsed onto the ground, looking at the frenzied figures on the opposite rooftop, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Ning Yuan also lay prone on the ground, breathing heavily. Rain and sweat mingled, running into his eyes, stinging and painful. They had all survived. For people, 1 child stood on this unfamiliar windswept rooftop. Though they had temporarily shaken off their pursuers, the path ahead remained utterly uncertain. The icy rain continued to lash the rooftop, relentlessly washing over the survivors' weary bodies. After a brief respite, the primal instinct for survival once again seized control. We can't stay here for long. Lin Mo wiped the rain from his face, stood up, and began to scrutinize this new rooftop. The commotion will surely attract more of those things from below. They'll find a way up sooner or later. Peng Yu also struggled to his feet and walked to the edge of the rooftop. He cautiously peered down at the street below, then shook his head. Down there are still many infected roaming about. Going straight down is too dangerous. Ning Yuan, leaning against the wall, slowly rose. The desperate escape moments ago had nearly drained his strength, leaving his entire body aching and his vision swimming. He glanced at Peng Li, who was still curled up in a corner, softly comforting Xiao Wu, and forced himself to rally. What about the stairwell in this building? Let's check it out from the stairs. First, let's find the door to the stairwell. Lin Mo began searching along the rooftop's edge. This rooftop was about the same size as the one they had been on before, similarly cluttered with discarded junk and windblown debris. Rainwater had pooled in the low spots, forming small puddles. Soon Lin Mo discovered an iron door leading downstairs in a corner. The door opened outward, secured by a heavily rusted lock, but it appeared the lock wasn't fastened. It was merely closed. Over here. Lin Mo called the others over. Peng Yu stepped forward, grasped the handle, and gave a firm pull. Squeak. The iron door let out a harsh grating sound as it swung open a crack. A thick, nauseating stench, mold, blood, and decay identical to what they had encountered in the previous building, surged out from the gap. Beyond the door lay the pitch-black, fathomless stairwell. It seems this place won't be peaceful either. Ning Yuan frowned deeply, retrieving his fire axe. Peng Yu in turn gripped his boning knife tightly. No choice. It's better than staying on the rooftop getting soaked. Peng Yu said. They'll go in first to check. Holding the boning knife before his chest, he cautiously pushed the iron door open and poked his head inside. Lin Mo immediately shone his flashlight in. The stairwell was a mess. Walls covered in dark red stains, and scratches, the floor littered with trash and broken furniture. Fortunately, within the visible range, there were no active infected in sight. Clear. Hurry down, Peng Yu confirmed and immediately called out. Lin Mo followed closely while Ning Yuan helped Peng Li, and Peng Yu repositioned Xiao Wu on his back. The 5 of them quickly entered the stairwell. Peng Yu, being the last, pulled the iron door shut behind them. Though unlocked, it would at least block the wind and rain and prying eyes. The stairwell was dim, with only Lin Mo's nearly dead flashlight providing a faint glow. They descended the grimy stairs step by step cautiously. With each floor they passed, the stench of decay in the air seemed to grow thicker. More chilling graffiti and bloody handprints appeared on the walls. Some doors had been violently broken open, revealing similarly chaotic interiors. Other doors remained tightly shut, yet from their cracks emanated even more terrifying odors. They dared not linger or investigate any room. Their goal was clear: to reach the ground floor as quickly as possible and escape this equally dangerous building. Finally, they arrived at the corner of the stairs leading from the second floor to the first. Wait! Peng Yu at the front suddenly stopped and signaled. From below, from the direction of the first floor lobby, came sounds. Not the roars or laughter of the infected, but a strange low murmur like many people whispering or a collective droning chant. It was mixed with the clatter of metal and the sound of something being dragged. The group immediately held their breath pressed against the wall and peered down nervously. The light in the first floor lobby was slightly better than upstairs. A few emergency lights seemed to be on. In that faint illumination, they witnessed a spine-chilling scene. In the center of the lobby, 7 or 8 infected had gathered. They weren't frenzied as usual. Instead, they had formed a semicircle facing a television set in the corner of the lobby. The TV screen was shattered long since, unplugged and pitch black. Yet the infected, as if they could see something, all craned their necks, their faces twisted into obsessed, eerie smiles, emitting that low, meaningless ha-ha sound from their throats, their bodies swaying slightly to some non-existent rhythm. One of the infected was even holding a broken remote control, repeatedly pressing buttons at the black screen. Not far behind them, 2 other infected were dragging a mutilated corpse, seemingly trying to pull it in front of the television. What were they doing? A chill shot up Ning Yuan's spine. These infected, they were watching TV. They had retained this most mundane of daily habits, yet manifested it in such a grotesque manner. They don't seem to have noticed us. Peng Li whispered, her voice trembling. Don't make a sound. Lin Mo immediately hushed her. Their attention seems fixed on that TV. This is our chance. He quickly scanned the layout of the lobby and pointed to a corridor leading to a side exit away from the television. That way. Quick. Move quietly. The 5 of them immediately crouched low, minimizing their footsteps, and crept down the stairs inch by inch. They could even smell the strong stench of decay emanating from the infected gathered in the center of the lobby. Fortunately, the TV-watching infected seemed utterly absorbed in their own world, completely oblivious to Ning Yuan and the others as they quietly passed behind them. Holding their breath, their hearts pounding like drums, the 5 of them managed to slip safely into the corridor leading to the side door. The lock on the side door was broken and the door was ajar. Lin Mo cautiously pushed the door open a crack to look outside. Beyond was a relatively narrow alley where rainwater had gathered into a murky stream. The alley was piled with trash, but it appeared temporarily free of infected. Go! The 5 of them dashed out the side door, once again stepping onto the rain-lashed city streets. Though danger still lurked everywhere, they had at least escaped that eerie residential building for now. They stood at the mouth of the alley, the rain lashing their faces bitingly cold. Looking around, all they saw were ruins and rubble, a dead silence. Where do we go now? Peng Li, holding Xiao Wu's hand, looked at her brother, then at Ning Yuan and Lin Mo. These fellow university students who, like her, had once been full of hope for the future, now struggling merely to survive amidst this apocalyptic wreckage. Food, water, medicine. They had nothing. The hospital still seemed a distant goal. Lin Mo took out his phone. The screen was blurry from water damage, but the offline map was still barely usable. He quickly searched for nearby places that might hold supplies. The closest is a small community supermarket about 2 blocks away. Then, 1 street over, there's a clinic, but it's very small and may not have what we need. Let's check the supermarket first. Peng Yu immediately said. We at least need to find food and water. Otherwise we won't make it to the hospital. Agreed. Ning Yuan concurred. Their objective was set once more. The 5 of them supporting one another, Peng Yu still carrying Xiao Wu, Ning Yuan helping. Peng Li took a deep breath and stepped into this deathly metropolis, which now felt like a vast labyrinth. They advanced along alleys and relatively secluded streets, trying to avoid the main roads. The air after the rain was unusually fresh, yet it only accentuated the pervasive stench of decay. Before long, at a crossroads, they spotted a police car overturned on the roadside. Its doors were wide open, the seats riddled with bullet holes and dark bloodstains. The police car's lights were still flashing weakly, emitting a faint red and blue glow. Not far from the car, an infected figure in a police uniform was squatting on the ground, its back to them. It seemed unaware of their presence, head bowed, holding a walkie-talkie. With its fingers, it was laboriously pressing the talk button over and over, emitting strange static-like crackle sounds from its mouth, accompanied by satisfied low ha-ha chuckles from its throat. The 5 of them immediately halted, hiding behind the corner of the street, watching tensely. What was that police infected doing? Imitating, calling for backup from its past life. In the distance, the infected figure clad in a police uniform remained crouched beside the overturned patrol car, its back to them. It stubbornly pressed the malfunctioning walkie-talkie, emitting strange crackling sounds and satisfied low chuckles from its throat. It seemed utterly immersed in its own twisted world. Ning Yuan and his group of 5 pressed tightly against the damp walls of the alley, their gazes fixed on the police-infected figure at the alley's entrance, still repeating its bizarre actions. Let's go, stop staring, Peng Yu urged, one hand supporting Xiao Wu on his back, the other gripping a boning knife as he scanned the surroundings vigilantly. The five lowered their profiles and moved swiftly along the edge of the street using abandoned vehicles and collapsed walls as cover whenever possible. Their footsteps splashed softly on the waterlogged pavement, sounding unnervingly distinct in the deathly still city. Suddenly Peng Yu at the front halted abruptly and raised his hand. Ning Yuan and Lin Mo immediately stopped holding their breath. From the intersection, not far ahead a commotion emerged. It wasn't the maniacal laughter of the infected nor gunfire or explosions, but a grating noise of metal scraping against the ground. The group quickly ducked behind the wreckage of an overturned bus and cautiously peered out. At the center of the intersection, two infected figures in sanitation worker uniforms were dragging a massive metal dumpster. Their faces bore the signature, nauseating manic grins, yet their movements were eerily coordinated as they slowly hauled the heavy dumpster toward a collapsed pit by the roadside. Behind the dumpster, 3 or 4 more infected with the same manic smiles followed, wielding various weapons, mops, broken advertising poles, and even a metal valve twisted off a fire hydrant. They seemed to be escorting the dumpster. What are they doing? Cleaning up trash? Peng Li's voice carried disbelief. Doesn't seem like it. Lin Mo frowned, speaking low. Look at their behavior. It's more like performing some kind of ritual. Ning Yuan also found it deeply unsettling. Were these infected preserving their occupational habits from life? Sanitation workers still cleaning up trash. But the method was just two. Just then the two infected dragging the dumpster finally pulled it to the edge of the pit. They exchanged glances, let out an even shriller burst of manic laughter, then heaved with force, shoving the dumpster into the pit. A dull, thunderous crash echoed. Immediately after, a spine-chilling scene unfolded. Dozens of twisted arms suddenly shot out from the collapsed pit. Those arms clawed frantically at the edges of the dumpster, trying to drag out whatever was inside. The escorting infected excitedly swung their weapons, savagely striking at the arms, and occasional heads emerging from the pit, all while emitting satisfied, cruel laughter. Were there living people inside the dumpster? A chill shot from Ning Yuan's feet to the top of his head. These infected could actually cooperate. They were collecting living people like trash, dumping them into a disposal pit, and then taking pleasure in torturing them. This went beyond mere sadism. It was a twisted form of social behavior. Go. Move. Don't get spotted. Peng Yu made a swift decision, pulling the stunned Ning Yuan and Peng Li back, quickly retreating to bypass the intersection and choosing another, more secluded path. Lin Mo followed closely, his face grim. The behavioral patterns of these infected seemed far more complex and unpredictable than those they had encountered before. The five practically fled from that horrifying intersection. The impact of what they had just witnessed was more chilling than a direct attack from the infected. How could they? Peng Li's voice trembled. Don't think about it, Peng Yu growled through gritted teeth. Treat them as monsters. Complete monsters. If you want to survive, don't see them as human. Ning Yuan remained silent, but his mind churned. He knew Peng Yu was right. They had to steel themselves. They continued moving through the ruins. The rain-soaked city had become a vast labyrinth. They passed a ransacked pharmacy, its glass shattered shelves toppled, empty pill boxes and bloodstains scattered on the floor. They passed a kindergarten with its iron gate forced open, children's toys and backpacks strewn about the walls covered in dark red handprints and twisted smiley graffiti. Every scene silently narrated the brutality of this disaster. Finally, after skirting several dangerous blocks, Lin Mo pointed to a building partially obscured by a billboard. We're here, that should be it. It was a large supermarket. Its rolling shutter was tightly closed while the adjacent glass door had been smashed, revealing a pitch-black entrance. Several corpses lay in the open space before the supermarket, already swollen and pale from the rain. The area around the supermarket was eerily quiet with no signs of movement. Looks empty. Peng Yu hesitated. The quieter it is, the more suspicious, Lin Mo warned. Be careful, there might be an ambush. Ning Yuan tightened his grip on the fire axe and took a deep breath. Regardless, we need the supplies inside. Peng Yu and I will go in first to scout. Lin Mo, Peng Li, and Xiao Wu will stand guard outside and stay alert. All right. Peng Yu nodded, carefully handing Xiao Wu off his back to his sister. Lili, take care of Xiao Wu. Shout if anything happens. Peng Li took Xiao Wu, nodding firmly, her face pale, but her eyes showing a new resolve. Ning Yuan and Peng Yu exchanged a glance, then crouching low, one on each side, they crept toward the shattered glass door of the supermarket, weapons at the ready. Raindrops drifted down. Unknown dangers lurked within the shadows. The shattered glass door of the supermarket gaped like a dark, yawning maw, silently devouring the faint light after the rain. Ning Yuan and Peng Yu exchanged a glance, each seeing the gravity and an undeniable trace of tension in the other's eyes. Peng Yu gestured, signaling that he would enter first. He held the boning knife across his chest, lowering his body like a swift leopard, and approached the broken entrance step by step with excruciating slowness. Ning Yuan followed closely behind, his grip on the fire axe's handle turning white as his palms grew slightly sweaty. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, constantly scanning the interior and surroundings, his ears straining to catch the faintest sound. Several corpses near the supermarket entrance emitted a faint stench of decay, mingling with the scent of rain and earth. It wasn't overpowering, which only made Ning Yuan more vigilant. It suggested there hadn't been a large-scale, prolonged massacre with piled-up bodies here. But this by no means signaled safety. Perhaps it only meant the previous cleanup had been thorough. As they neared the entrance, a richer, more distinct odor wafted out from within the supermarket. It was a complex blend of scents: the sour rot of decaying fruit, the putrid stench of spoiled meat, the cloying sweetness of scattered snacks and drinks, and a faint nauseating trace of the unique bodily fluids of the infected, a sickening stench. Peng Yu paused at the entrance, listening intently. Inside, there was absolute silence. No maniacal laughter, no roars, no footsteps. Not even the sound of dripping water. This extreme stillness was more unsettling than any clamor. Peng Yu turned back to Ning Yuan and mouthed silently, careful. Then, taking a deep breath, he suddenly sidestepped and slipped into the supermarket. Ning Yuan followed almost simultaneously, and the two quickly pressed themselves against the walls on either side of the entrance, their backs against the cold tiles, warily observing the interior. The light was dim. The supermarket's rolling shutter was tightly shut, with only the broken glass door and a few grimy high windows letting in a sliver of daylight, barely outlining the interior's contours. A scene of utter chaos greeted their eyes. Several checkout counters near the entrance had been overturned, with coins, receipts, and shattered barcode scanners scattered everywhere. Nearby shopping carts lay twisted and toppled, some violently dismantled, leaving only bent metal frames. The floor was covered in all kinds of trash, broken product packaging, and dried dark brown stains. Fine dust floated in the air, dancing slowly in the faint light. Further inside, rows of towering shelves stood like a silent steel jungle looming in the gloom. Most of the shelves had been stripped of their goods, or items were haphazardly thrown on the ground. Some shelves had even collapsed entirely, blocking the aisles. The entire supermarket resembled a battlefield that had been looted and abandoned, exuding an aura of despair and deathly stillness. Safe? Ning Yuan asked in a low voice, his eyes rapidly scanning every possible hiding spot. Peng Yu shook his head, replying, just as quietly, hard to say. It's too quiet. Feels wrong. The two maintained a defensive stance and began moving forward slowly, aiming first to clear the area near the entrance to ensure a relatively safe retreat route. They stepped as lightly as possible, avoiding debris on the floor. The blades of the fire axe and boning knife glinted coldly in the dimness. The first shelf area was the daily necessities section. Shampoo and body wash had been knocked over, their liquids mixing with dust to emit a pungent chemical fragrance, creating a bizarre contrast with the air's decay. A few towels hung on the shelves, stained with large patches of blood. The second area was the snack section. Packaging bags were torn open, with cookies and chips crushed all over the floor. Several large jet black rats scurried swiftly through the debris, making rustling sounds. As Ning Yuan and Peng Yu approached, the rats scattered in fright, vanishing instantly under shelves or into piles of trash. Damn, even rats live better than people, Peng Yu muttered under his breath, tightening his grip on the knife. Ning Yuan remained silent, his focus razor sharp. The deeper they ventured, the stronger his sense of unease grew. This supermarket was too empty, too quiet. It felt like the calm before a storm, suffocating in its oppression. They arrived near the fresh food section. The smell here was the strongest. The refrigerators had long lost power, and the meat and seafood inside were severely decayed, with green bottle flies buzzing around in a nauseating swarm. On the floor were several patches of viscous liquid, dark red verging on black, not yet fully dried. Whether blood or something else, it was unclear. Suddenly, Ning Yuan stopped and grabbed Peng Yu's arm. What's wrong? Peng Yu immediately tensed, following Ning Yuan's gaze. In the corner of the fresh food section behind a toppled refrigerator, something seemed to move. The motion was extremely subtle, more like a shifting shadow. Both held their breath, their hearts leaping into their throats. Was it an infected? Or another survivor? They stared fixedly at that corner, motionless. After a few seconds, a faint sound came from that corner again, like the rustle of fabric. Ning Yuan and Peng Yu exchanged a look, both seeing resolve in each other's eyes. Whether human or monster, they had to find out. Peng Yu gestured, signaling that he would circle left, while Ning Yuan went right. They lowered their bodies again like stalking leopards, silently, and step by step closing in on that corner. The fire axe and boning knife were raised high, ready to deliver a fatal blow. The air in the supermarket seemed to freeze, with only the pounding of their own hearts echoing in their ears. What was that thing in the corner? The air in the supermarket seemed to freeze, with only the heavy pounding of Ning Yuan and Peng Yu's own hearts echoing in their ears like war drums. Sweat trickled down Ning Yuan's temple, but he dared not wipe it away. Both their gazes were locked onto the area behind the overturned freezer, the source of the sound, and the unknown danger lurking within. Another faint rustling sound came, this time accompanied by an even stronger foul stench of blood and decay, instantly overpowering the smell of rotting food around them. An infected one. The thought flashed through both their minds simultaneously, their eyes turning icy and sharp. Peng Yu gestured again, counting down with his fingers, 3, 2, 1. As one fell, they shot forward from both sides like arrows from a bow, lunging toward the corner. A roar, a suppressed, beastly growl erupted from behind the freezer almost at the same moment they moved. Then a dark figure burst out from behind the freezer, charging straight at Pengyu, who was closer. It was an infected one in a supermarket employee uniform, small and thin like a young girl. But her face was twisted into a grotesque mask, a signature manic grin, stretching her mouth nearly to her ears with saliva mixed with dark, bloody grime dripping continuously from her chin. Her eyes were bloodshot, blazing with a mad, greedy light. Most chilling of all, her left arm was bent at an impossibly grotesque angle, clearly broken, with stark, white bone fragments piercing through the skin exposed to the air. Yet she seemed utterly oblivious to the pain, moving with startling speed, using only her intact right arm and legs. "Watch out!" Ning Yuan shouted sharply as his fire axe whistled through the air in a powerful arc. Pengyu reacted even faster. Facing the onrushing stench, he didn't flinch. His boning knife shot out like a venomous snake, striking precisely at the infected one's intact right arm. The blade sank into the infected one's shoulder without resistance. A piercing shriek erupted from her, and her charge toward Pengyu faltered abruptly. Now, seizing the critical moment, Ning Yuan surged forward, his fire axe tracing a cold arc as it slammed viciously into the infected one's neck. A sickening crack of bone echoed. The heavy force of the fire axe severed most of her cervical spine. Her manic head drooped at a bizarre angle, and her body instantly lost all strength, collapsing limply to the ground. Yet even then, that mad grin remained frozen on her face, her blood-red eyes fixed on Pengyu with venomous, unfulfilled sadistic desire. "Damn it!" Pengyu spat quickly, withdrawing his boning knife and stepping back half a pace in caution, the blade still aimed at the corpse on the ground. Ning Yuan also let out a heavy breath. The coordinated attack had lasted only seconds, but had drained nearly all his focus. He stepped forward, nudging the corpse with his toe to confirm it was truly dead, before relaxing slightly. "What's going on? Why was this one hiding here?" Pengyu frowned, staring at the body. "And it seems injured." Ning Yuan crouched down for a closer inspection. The infected one's uniform was tattered, and besides the broken left arm, there were several obvious blunt force wounds on its body, as if it had fought something else before. "Looks like it might have been injured in a struggle with other infected ones, or survivors, and then hid here," Ning Yuan said in a low voice, pointing behind the freezer. "Take a look." Pengyu leaned in and saw in the cramped space behind the freezer scattered fragments of gnawed bones and a few tattered clothes, one of which seemed to be a child's garment. Both their hearts sank. It seemed that before they arrived, one or more brutal hunts had already taken place here. "This place isn't safe." Ning Yuan stood up. The noise just now wasn't loud, but it might still attract other things. "We need to find supplies quickly, then signal Lin Mo and the others to come in." Pengyu nodded, his eyes scanning the shelves near the fresh food section. "Let's see what's usable here first." Although the fresh food area reeked, the shelves nearby often held canned goods, seasonings, or packaged dry goods. The two began searching swiftly. Fortunately, likely because previous looters or infected ones had ignored these items, they found some dusty but intact canned food in the corner of the shelves, a few cans of luncheon meat dace with fermented black beans, and 2 bottles of chili sauce. Additionally, on an inconspicuous bottom shelf, they discovered several vacuum-packed compressed biscuits and a few bottles of mineral water. Though the quantity was small for them running low on supplies, it was a godsend. "Great." Pengyu's face lit up with a hint of joy as he quickly gathered the items. Ning Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief, but his vigilance remained. He glanced around again. In the dim depths of the supermarket, the silent shelves loomed like lurking beasts, still exuding a dangerous aura. "Let's go retreat to the entrance first," Ning Yuan said. "Put the stuff down, then signal Lin Mo to come in. We can't stay here long." Pengyu had no objection. Carrying the meager supplies they'd found, they carefully retraced their steps. Just as they were about to exit the household goods section and near the supermarket entrance, Ning Yuan's steps suddenly halted. His pupils contracted sharply, his gaze fixed on the direction of the entrance. "What's wrong?" Pengyu tensed, immediately following his line of sight. Beyond the shattered glass door, where Lin Mo, Peng Li, and Xiao Wu were supposed to be standing guard, there was no one. What was even more terrifying was that on the ground outside the entrance, besides their own footprints, there were now several rows of fresh, muddy footprints, chaotic and heavy, clearly not belonging to any of the 5 of them. Had something happened to Lin Mo and the others? Lin Mo, Peng Li, Xiao Wu. Ning Yuan's heart sank suddenly, and he immediately rushed out through the shattered glass door of the supermarket, his voice trembling with panic that he himself was unaware of. Pengyu followed closely, his face equally pale with fear. He thrust the cans and water he had just found into Ning Yuan's arms while he brandished a bone knife, scanning the empty entrance of the supermarket like an enraged wolf dog. Raindrops continued to fall, chillingly hitting their faces. The surroundings were eerily silent, filled only with their heavy breathing and the sound of rainwater dripping. Lin Mo, Peng Li, and Xiao Wu. Have they really disappeared into thin air? No, it's impossible. Ning Yuan forced himself to calm down, his gaze locked onto the chaotic new footprints on the ground. These footprints were clearly not left by the 5 of them. The imprints were deeper and more chaotic, marked by a raw and rushed brutality. The footprints extended from another direction on the street, lingered at the supermarket entrance for a moment, and then turned towards the side of the supermarket. This way, Ning Yuan immediately spotted a clue pointing in the direction the footprints led. The side of the supermarket was a narrow passage filled with garbage leading to the back door and loading area. Those unfamiliar footprints, along with several obvious drag or struggle marks, all pointed in that direction. They have been taken. Peng Ye's eyes flashed with a hint of hostility, his voice deepening with anger. Ning Yuan's heart tightened. Especially Peng Li and Xiao Wu. Falling into the hands of these unidentified people would have dire consequences. Chase. Without any hesitation, the two immediately followed the footprints. They didn't even consider how many people were involved or whether they were armed. They only had one thought in mind: finding Lin Mo and the others as quickly as possible. The narrow passage was filled with the acrid smell of rotten garbage, and the ground was muddy. The two advanced, quickly stepping cautiously, their eyes searching for any possible clues. Soon behind a trash can in the corner of the passage, they found a broken red crystal bracelet, a gift from Peng Yu to Peng Li when she got into college. The bracelet was covered in dirt, and the crystals strung on it were scattered all over the ground. Upon seeing the bracelet, Peng Ye's eyes turned red instantly, and his grip on the bone knife tightened until his knuckles turned white. The footprints finally stopped in front of the tightly closed back door of the supermarket. It was a heavy iron door, rusty and looking like an entrance to a warehouse or employee passage. There were no signs of damage on the door, but fresh mud stains which had been wiped clean were visible on the doorknob. What startled the two even more was that they could vaguely hear sounds coming from behind the door. It was not the mad laughter of the infected, but suppressed arguing and the sound of a woman crying. It was Peng Li. Peng Ye's emotions surged, and he rushed forward to smash the door. Wait! Ning Yuan grabbed him, shaking his head to signal him to calm down. The situation was unclear. They didn't know how many people were involved or what the conditions were. Rushing in recklessly could very well put Peng Li and the others in even more danger. Ning Yuan pointed to a high half-broken ventilation window next to the iron door. It was positioned high up, but there were several discarded tires and wooden boxes piled below, barely enough to use as a stepping point. Peng Yu immediately understood Ning Yuan's intention. He took a deep breath, suppressing his inner fury and anxiety, and nodded. Ning Yuan carefully placed the supplies he was holding in a relatively clean corner, then pointed to himself, indicating he would go up to observe first. Peng Yu was larger in stature, making him a bigger target, and with his current emotional state, Ning Yuan worried he might lose control. Peng Yu did not object, but signaled him to be careful with his eyes. Ning Yuan moved his hands and feet, stepping on the slippery tires and shaky wooden boxes, struggling to climb up bit by bit. He tried to make no noise, moving as gently as a gecko. Finally, he grasped the edge of the ventilation window, cautiously poking his head out to look inside the supermarket through the broken glass. The position of the ventilation window was high, allowing him to see most of the scene in the back warehouse area of the supermarket. What he saw made Ning Yuan's pupils constrict sharply, a wave of icy anger flooding his entire body. In the center of the warehouse, Lin Mo, Peng Li, and Xiao Wu were being surrounded by 5 or 6 unfamiliar men. Lin Mo was being held down on the ground by 2 men, his arms twisted behind his back with injuries on his face and blood at the corner of his mouth, yet he remained calm, his cold gaze fixed on the surrounding men. Peng Li was tightly holding the trembling Xiao Wu, curled up in the corner, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed softly. Yet her eyes held a stubborn anger, staring fiercely at the group of men. The 5 or 6 men surrounding them all had fierce expressions, ragged clothing, but exuded a desperate hostility. They were armed with various weapons, sharp steel pipes, machetes, and one man even held a homemade shotgun. One burly man with a beard, looking like the leader, was grinning maliciously as he stepped on Lin Mo's back, cursing obscenely. Damn it. You're quite tough. I'm asking you a question. Are there any other people in this supermarket? Where are the supplies hidden? If you don't tell the truth, I'll first sample your sister. Another tall, skinny man was greedily eyeing Peng Li, and Xiao Wu licking his lips with a lewd grin. Boss, I see this little girl and this kid are tender and delicate. They definitely can't hide anything good. How about we? Their conversation was filled with blatant threats and malice, and their gazes toward Peng Li and Xiao Wu were like looking at 2 pieces of meat that could be disposed of at will. Fear, greed, and violence rapidly fermented in this small warehouse, creating a suffocating atmosphere of tension. This group of people had come for the women and supplies. Ning Yuan's heart sank to the bottom. Lin Mo and the others had fallen into the hands of these inhumane villains. He forced himself to look away, quickly scanning the warehouse environment for any possible breakthrough. The warehouse was piled with various crates and cluttered the terrain complex, but the enemy was numerous and armed. What to do? Ning Yuan felt his brain racing, but his palms were already drenched in cold sweat. He had to go down immediately to discuss countermeasures with Peng Yu. Every second delayed meant more danger for Lin Mo and the others. Ning Yuan's heart pounded like a war drum. Holding his breath, he exerted every ounce of strength to maintain his balance, carefully sliding down from the pile of wobbling tires and wooden crates. The moment his feet touched the ground, he stumbled and nearly fell, but was steadied by Peng Yu, who had been anxiously waiting. What's the situation? What's going on inside? Peng Yu's voice was strained, laden with intense worry and barely suppressed fury. Seeing Ning Yuan's ashen face, his ominous premonition grew stronger. Ning Yuan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and quickly briefed Peng Yu on what he had just witnessed. Lin Mo, Peng Li, and Xiao Wu are all inside, surrounded by 5 or 6 men. They have knives and steel pipes, and one of them is carrying a sawed-off shotgun. Lin Mo is pinned to the ground. Peng Li and Xiao Wu. He paused, looking at Peng Yu's instantly bloodshot eyes, and continued with difficulty, those bastards. They mean trouble. They're interrogating Lin Mo about whether there's anyone else in the supermarket. And they're threatening to do things to Peng Li. Damn it. Peng Yu slammed his fist against the iron door behind him, producing a dull thud. His chest heaved violently, his teeth grinding audibly as a wave of murderous intent radiated from him. They'll kill those scum. Calm down. Ning Yuan growled, gripping Peng Yu's arm tightly to restrain him. Charging in now is suicide. There are 6 of them, and they have a gun. There are only 2 of us. Peng Yu shook off Ning Yuan's hand, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at the cold iron door, his voice hoarse. Then what do we do? He dared not finish the sentence. The mere thought of the possibility tore at his heart, driving him to the brink of madness. Ning Yuan's heart was equally constricted, his mind racing. The warehouse was a maze of crates and debris, perhaps that could be used to their advantage. But the enemy outnumbered them and held a commanding position, not to mention that deadly shotgun. A direct assault would be like throwing an egg against a stone. He had to think of something. Find a breakthrough. His gaze swept across the narrow corridor, the mountains of trash, the tightly shut iron door. Wait, the iron door. Peng Yu, look at this door. Ning Yuan pointed at the heavy iron door. Is it locked from the inside or the outside? Peng Yu paused, examining it closely. The door had only a simple latch lock, which was secured from inside the warehouse. They've locked themselves in. Peng Yu asked, puzzled. Not necessarily. Ning Yuan's eyes flickered. Maybe. It's to keep the infected from breaking in, or to keep people from escaping. Either way, this door had become a critical point. If they dared to lock themselves inside, it meant they were confident in the warehouse's interior, or they considered the external threat greater. We can create a noise to lure the infected over. A ruthless glint flashed in Ning Yuan's eyes. Let the infected ram the door. Create chaos. Well, find a way amidst the confusion. It was the only plan that might break the deadlock. Though extremely risky, if things went out of control, they could be swarmed by the infected too. It was still better than waiting to die or charging in to get killed. Peng Yu's eyes hardened as he grasped Ning Yuan's intent. Luring the infected was dangerous, but to save his sister and the others, he had no other choice. Let's do it. Good. Ning Yuan made a swift decision. We split up. You go to the entrance of the corridor and make a loud noise to attract any nearby infected. Remember, don't get too close. Just lead them into this corridor, then fall back immediately. What about you? Peng Yu asked. They'll stay here. Ning Yuan pointed at the iron door and the adjacent ventilation window. They'll monitor the situation inside. Once the infected start pounding on the door, those bastards inside will be distracted. That's our chance. They'll see if I can find a way in through the ventilation window or somewhere else. That's too dangerous. Peng Yu objected immediately. Going in alone. No time to hesitate. Ning Yuan cut him off, his tone resolute. This is the only way. Go. Stay safe. Seeing the determination in Ning Yuan's eyes, Peng Yu knew arguing was futile. He nodded heavily, shoved the canned food and water back into Ning Yuan's hands. You too. Make it out alive. With that, Peng Yu turned and sprinted toward the corridor entrance. His figure quickly vanished among the piles of garbage and shadows. Ning Yuan swiftly hid the supplies and climbed back to the ventilation window. This time he didn't peek inside, but pressed his ear against the broken glass, listening intently to the sounds from the warehouse, while gripping his fire axe, waiting for the chaos Peng Yu would create and that fleeting lethal opportunity. Inside the warehouse, the burly, bearded man's obscene taunts continued, mingled with Peng Li's stifled sobs, and Xiao was frightened whimpers. Lin Mo's cold voice occasionally broke through, seemingly stalling for time. Ning Yuan's heart felt as if it were clutched by an invisible hand, every second stretched into an eternity. Peng Yu, hurry, time was running out. At that moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely, each second feeling like an eternity of torment in a searing cauldron. Ning Yuan pressed his ear against the icy shards of glass on the ventilation window, the sounds from within the warehouse drifting out, intermittently gnawing at his nerves like venomous serpents. Damn, it's still stubborn. Looks like you need a lesson to know who's boss. A gruff voice thundered, followed by a dull thud and Lin Mo's suppressed groan of pain. Big brother, please, don't hit him. We really don't know. Peng Li's tearful plea came through, weak and desperate. Haha, little girl, your turn will come soon enough, don't rush. The lecherous chuckle of the tall, thin man sent chills down the spine. Xiao Wu's whimpers also came in fits and starts filled with pure terror. Ning Yuan's heart was torn apart by these sounds, rage and anxiety nearly bursting from his chest. He gripped the fire axe tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand. He forced himself to stay calm, telling himself over and over, wait. Wait for Peng Ye's signal, wait for that fleeting opportunity. Every second of waiting was an infernal agony for Lin Mo, Peng Li, and Xiao Wu trapped inside. Peng Yu, hurry up. Just as Ning Yuan was about to lose his composure, bang. A deafening clash of metal suddenly erupted from the direction of the passage entrance. The sound was piercing, as if someone had hurled a heavy metal trash can onto the concrete floor with all their might. Then came Peng Ye's deliberately raised provocative roar, fuck. Come on, come get me, you bastards. A bunch of useless scum. The voice echoed through the narrow corridor, carrying clearly into the warehouse. The obscenities and sobs inside the warehouse abruptly ceased. What's that noise? The bearded thug's wary voice rang out. Sounds like outside. Another voice hesitated. Ning Yuan's heart leaped into his throat. Peng Yu had succeeded. He immediately focused all his attention on the warehouse interior, listening intently to the commotion. Third, go check it out. The bearded man commanded. Boss outside. Could it be? The one called Third sounded hesitant. Damn it. Just go when I tell you. Stop dragging your feet. You want me to cut off your dick and feed it to the dogs? The bearded man cursed impatiently. Footsteps sounded, and it seemed one person headed toward the back door. Ning Yuan's heart stirred. An opportunity. But it wasn't enough. Distracting only one person was far from sufficient. Just then Peng Ye's shouts came again from outside, this time laced with a hint of panic and the faint, eerie laughter of infected individuals. Damn it. There really are things out here. Quick. Come help. They're coming. Peng Ye's voice sounded as if he was fighting while retreating, rapidly approaching the back door of the warehouse. A sudden stir erupted inside the warehouse. Shit. Are there really lunatics coming? Where from? Third. Block the door. The bearded man's voice now carried a note of tension. Then more hurried footsteps echoed inside as two more men ran toward the back door. Thump, thump, thump. Heavy, forceful impacts began pounding against the thick iron door, one after another with a relentless madness that seemed determined to break it down. Infected. Peng Yu had lured them here, and there seemed to be many. Damn it. Hold the door. Drag those cargo boxes over to block it. The bearded man shouted orders, his voice now tinged with panic. The warehouse erupted into chaos, scrambling footsteps, the scraping of dragged objects, and the panicked curses of the thugs. Boss, they're too strong. The door. It's about to give. Then use the shotgun. Blast them. Can't do it, boss. Can't hit them through the door. Chaos. Total chaos. Ning Yuan's heart pounded wildly. He knew this was the opportunity he had been waiting for. He jerked his head up, his gaze locking once more onto the high ventilation window. Half of the glass was already shattered, the remaining part covered in cracks. His eyes swept quickly across the warehouse interior. As he had anticipated, 4 of the 5 or 6 thugs were drawn to the back door frantically, trying to reinforce the iron door against the onslaught of infected outside. The tall, thin man with the crude shotgun now nervously aimed it at the trembling iron door, momentarily ignoring the captives in the corner. Only one man, a relatively scrawny one, remained near Lin Mo and the others, but even his attention was largely diverted by the commotion at the back door as he nervously peered in that direction. Now, Ning Yuan hesitated no more, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. He tucked the fire axe into his waistband, grabbed the edges of the ventilation window, and with a sudden burst of strength, heaved himself up. Crack! The remaining glass of the ventilation window shattered. The loud noise instantly startled everyone in the warehouse. Who? The scrawny man guarding Lin Mo spun around in terror, staring at the ventilation window. The other thugs defending the back door also turned their heads. But it was too late. Ning Yuan gave them no time to react. The instant the glass broke, he shot through the narrow window like an arrow, agile and swift. His body landed heavily on the cold concrete floor with a dull thud. Almost as soon as he hit the ground, Ning Yuan rolled to his feet, the fire axe instantly in his hand, its icy blade pointing forward. His gaze was sharp as a hawk's, locked onto the nearest scrawny man, who stared back in shock, looking for death. After a brief moment of surprise, the scrawny man snapped out of it, let out a blustering shriek, and charged at Ning Yuan with a steel pipe raised high. At the same time, the bearded man and his crew at the back door reacted, roaring as they turned and converged on Ning Yuan. The tall, thin man with the shotgun grinned maliciously, aiming the dark muzzle at Ning Yuan. Danger from within and without, surrounded on all sides. Inside the warehouse, a bloody melee was about to erupt, courting death. Before the scream faded, the steel pipe in the gaunt man's hand was already whistling toward Ning Yuan's head with vicious force. Simultaneously, from the side and behind, the roars of the bearded man and his gang, along with their urgent footsteps, erupted, and a chilling, murderous intent locked onto Ning Yuan. It was that crude shotgun. Life and death hung in the balance in the blink of an eye. Ning Yuan's pupils contracted sharply, adrenaline surging to its peak in an instant. Without retreating a step, he lunged forward, instead twisting his body at an almost impossible angle. Whoosh! The steel pipe grazed his ear as it came down, the gust of wind stinging his cheek. This was the opening. Ning Yuan's fire axe shot out like a venomous snake. Instead of a slash, he used the axe's back to strike precisely and brutally against the gaunt man's wrist holding the pipe. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking rang out. Oh! The gaunt man let out a piercing scream as the steel pipe flew from his hand, and he curled up in agony, clutching his deformed wrist. A successful strike. But Ning Yuan had no time to finish him off, nor even to catch his breath. An intense sense of danger made every hair on his body stand on end. Without a second thought, he rolled into a clumsy tumble toward a pile of stacked crates nearby. Bang! Almost the instant he rolled away, a deafening gunshot exploded within the warehouse. Countless steel pellets mixed with gunpowder smoke swept across the spot, where he had just stood like the scythe of death, chipping the concrete floor and shredding a nearby cardboard box of canned goods into a sieve, sending cans clattering and rolling everywhere. It was that crude shotgun the lanky man had fired. Ning Yuan hid behind the crates, his heart pounding wildly, his back drenched in cold sweat. If he had been even a fraction of a second slower, he would have been reduced to a bloody pulp. Damn it! Missed! The lanky man cursed in frustration, clumsily beginning to reload the crude shotgun. Useless bastards! Get him together! Chop him up! The bearded man roared, brandishing a cleaver stained with dark dried blood, leading the other two men with steel pipes as they flanked toward the crates where Ning Yuan was hiding. The tension in the warehouse reached its peak. From the back door, the frantic pounding of the infected grew louder. The heavy iron door groaned under the strain, its iron plating beginning to buckle and bulge as if it might burst open at any moment. The man called Third, who was bracing the door, let out a terrified shout, clearly on the verge of collapse. In the corner where the captives were held, Peng Li and Xiao Wu trembled in fear. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, seizing the chaos, was quietly rubbing his body against the ground, trying to free himself, a calm glint in his eyes. Ning Yuan took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. With enemies before and behind, he had to end this quickly. As the bearded man and his two companions closed in on the crates, Ning Yuan suddenly darted out from the side. Instead of engaging head-on, he hurled his fire axe with all his might at the nearest man wielding a steel pipe. The man, caught off guard by the unexpected move, tried to dodge and panic, but the heavy axe spun through the air with tremendous force, slamming brutally into his chest. PFF. The man staggered backward, spitting blood, and crashed into a shelf behind him, instantly buried under the collapsing goods. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Yuan spotted the gap between the bearded man and the other assailant as they lunged at him. Instead of retreating, he ducked low and charged forward. His target was not these two, but the lanky man behind them, frantically reloading. Capture the leader to defeat the rest. No, eliminate the greatest threat first. Stop him! The bearded man shouted in shock and fury, swinging his cleaver wildly at Ning Yuan's back. But Ning Yuan was too fast. In 3 strides, he slipped through the gap between the two men and was instantly in front of the lanky man. The lanky man had just finished loading his shotgun and hadn't even raised the barrel when he saw Ning Yuan's cold, murderous face inches away. He tried to recoil in terror, but it was too late. Ning Yuan had no weapon, but he had his fists. He channeled all his strength into his right fist and slammed it viciously into the lanky man's jaw. Thud! A dull impact. The lanky man's head spun, stars flashing before his eyes, and he toppled backward uncontrollably, the crude shotgun flying from his grasp. With lightning reflexes, Ning Yuan snatched the shotgun out of midair. It was cold and heavy in his hands, reeking of gunpowder. Though Ning Yuan had never used a gun, his survival instinct told him how it worked in an instant. He spun around, leveling the dark muzzle at the bearded man who was charging at him in a mix of fury and shock. The bearded man froze mid-step, a flicker of fear crossing his face. He had never imagined the situation could reverse so dramatically in the blink of an eye. Put the gun down. The bearded man blustered, his cleaver frozen in the air, daring not to advance another inch. Ning Yuan said nothing, only fixing him with an icy stare, his grip on the shotgun steady as a rock. The atmosphere in the warehouse fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the frantic pounding of the infected at the back door and the stifled sobs of Peng Li and Xiao Wu. Just as the two sides stood locked in a tense standoff. Boom! An even louder roar like tearing metal erupted. The warehouse's back door was smashed open. Boom! Accompanied by the violent tearing of metal, the battered heavy iron door of the warehouse exploded inward, as if struck head-on by a battering ram. The deformed door panel spun through the air, crashing heavily into the nearby shelves with a deafening roar. Outside the door lay hell itself. Several figures surged in like a raging flood bursting through a dam. Ha! Jackpot! Their faces were twisted with maniacal grins, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust, and their throats spewing endless curses. These were the infected lured by Peng Yu. Their target was clear, the fresh living flesh inside the warehouse. The first to fall were Third Brother, who had been holding the door, and another thug closest to the entrance. Oh! A piercing scream erupted. Third Brother didn't even have time to react before a tall, burly infected pounced on him, slamming him to the ground. The infected opened its gaping maw and bit viciously into his neck. Blood spurted out like a fountain. At the same time it pried open third brother's mouth with its hands and shoved in its own half-severed black blood-dripping appendage. Another thug swung a steel pipe in a desperate attempt to resist, but was immediately overwhelmed by 2 or 3 infected who rushed in after. The steel pipe was wrested from his grasp and viciously thrust into his rear, piercing through his eye socket, dragging along bloody intestines and organs. The sounds of organs bursting and agonized screams mingled into a brutal, bloody symphony. The sudden catastrophe left everyone in the warehouse stunned. The bearded man's face twisted with even greater terror. He never imagined the threat outside would come so swiftly and ferociously. Ning Yuan, after a brief shock, flashed a ruthless glint in his eyes. An opportunity. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger of the shotgun in his hands. His target was the bearded man, momentarily distracted by the breach of the back door. Boom! Another deafening explosion rang out. This time Ning Yuan was prepared. Though the massive recoil numbed his arms, he held the gun steady. Countless steel pellets swept toward the bearded man in a fan shape. As the leader of the thugs, he reacted swiftly. The moment Ning Yuan raised the gun, he instinctively sidestepped and raised his machete to shield himself. Uff, uff, uff. The dense pellets slammed into the machete, the wall, and the bearded man's arm and shoulder. Ugh! The bearded man let out a pained grunt, staggering backward as his right arm and part of his shoulder turned into a bloody, mangled mess. Though the machete had blocked most of the lethal pellets, he was still severely wounded. Boss! The remaining thug with the steel pipe cried out, instinctively moving forward. But Ning Yuan gave them no chance. After firing, without even checking the result, he swung the heavy, scorching shotgun like a club at the remaining thug. The man, distracted by his boss' plight, never expected Ning Yuan's speed. The heavy stock smashed solidly into his temple. Thud! With a dull sound, the man didn't even grunt. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed limply, alive or dead unknown. In mere seconds, Ning Yuan himself didn't know how he held on. His ears rang with the gunfire's aftermath, and his arms were numb to the point of losing feeling. He had seized the shotgun and used the infected's intrusion to completely disrupt the enemy's formation. But he knew the crisis was far from over. The wounded, bearded man roared like a cornered beast, clutching his bloody shoulder, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Ning Yuan while pointing a trembling hand at Peng Li and Xiao Wu in the corner. Kill those 2 little brats. Take them with me to the grave. The lanky man, who had been knocked down by Ning Yuan while guarding the hostages, struggled to his feet. Hearing the boss command, a sinister grin spread across his face as he picked up a fallen machete and staggered toward Peng Li and Xiao Wu. No! Ning Yuan's eyes blazed with fury. He wanted to rush over, but the wounded, bearded man charged at him recklessly, swinging his machete. Meanwhile, the infected pouring in from the back door had already scattered the corpses of the thugs, surging like sharks drawn to blood toward the living in the warehouse. Several of them lunged directly at the defenseless Peng Li and Xiao Wu in the corner. Lin Mo had somehow freed himself. He grabbed a broken shelf support from the ground and stood in front of Peng Li and Xiao Wu, desperately fending off the approaching infected, but his strength was clearly insufficient against multiple frenzied foes, leaving him in constant danger. A 3-way melee erupted in full force. Ning Yuan was locked in combat with the now more ferocious wounded bearded man, whose machete slashed with sharp winds, forcing Ning Yuan to dodge clumsily, unable to break free and help. On the other side, the lanky man grinned sinisterly as he closed in on Peng Li and Xiao Wu, raising his machete high. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, besieged by several infected, was barely holding his ground, on the verge of being torn apart. In the warehouse, the sounds of gunfire, clashing blades, infected roars, Peng Li and Xiao Wu's screams, Lin Mo's angry shouts, and the bearded man's bellows mingled into a scene of living hell. A true dead end. Ning Yuan's heart sank to the depths. Was this truly the end for all of them? Within the warehouse, it had already transformed into a sea of blood. The icy, murderous intent pierced toward Peng Li and Xiao Wu, who were huddled in the corner. The tall, gaunt man grinned savagely, his cleaver raised high, poised to strike down the trembling pair. No! Peng Li let out a piercing scream, instinctively shielding Xiao Wu tightly in her arms, closing her eyes as she awaited death's arrival. Lin Mo was nearby, using all his strength to thrust a broken shelf bracket into the eye socket of a lunging infected, but another infected had tightly grabbed his leg, leaving him unable to break free and rescue them. At the critical moment, a childish yet fear and rage-filled scream erupted. It was Xiao Wu. This child, who had always been silent and timid, in the instant he saw the sister who had been protecting him about to be struck down. Summoning courage from somewhere unknown, he suddenly broke free from Peng Li's embrace, grabbed a rolling canned luncheon meat from the ground, and hurled it with all his might at the tall man's ankle. Bang! The can struck the ankle. The force wasn't great, but the unexpected attack caused the already unsteady tall man to lose his balance. What he didn't expect was that after throwing the can, Xiao Wu didn't cry or flee like an ordinary child. Instead, he stared intently, his eyes a mix of fear and deep-seated hatred, and screamed out a few words hoarsely. Bad guy. Cripple. It's you. The voice was sharp and piercing, carrying a venom beyond his years. The tall man froze, startled by Xiao Wu's sudden reaction and address, and the raised cleaver paused for a moment. He instinctively glanced down at his leg. His left leg was indeed slightly lame, an old injury from a past brawl. This kid knows me. In that fleeting, almost negligible moment of hesitation, Peng Li, who had been tightly shutting her eyes awaiting death, suddenly snapped them open. The instinct to survive and the resolve to protect Xiao Wu overwhelmed all fear at this instant. She spotted the cleaver on the ground left by the thug that Ning Yuan had knocked down, scrambled over, almost frantically grabbed it, and with all her strength hacked fiercely and wildly at the tall man's calf, who was distracted by Xiao Wu's words. Thud! The sharp blade sliced into the tall man's calf. Blood spurted. Aya! He let out an earth-shattering scream of agony. The searing pain made him lose his balance instantly, his cleaver flying from his hand as he toppled toward a pile of stacked crates. Before he could struggle to his feet, two infected, driven even more frenzied by the scent of blood, lunged at him, with snarls engulfing him in moments. The sounds of tearing, cracking bones and the tall man's desperate screams intertwined, soon fading into silence. Meanwhile, the battle between Ning Yuan and the bearded man had reached a fever pitch. Though wounded, the bearded man's long-nurtured ferocity erupted fully. His cleaver whirled with fierce momentum, each strike aimed at Ning Yuan's vitals. Ning Yuan had snatched the shotgun, but with only one shot of pellets already fired, he could only use it as a blunt weapon. Relying on his agility, he dodged among the crates and shelves, seeking a chance to counterattack. A glimpse from the corner of his eye showed Peng Li and Xiao Wu temporarily safe, easing his mind slightly, but the pressure remained immense. The bearded man's assault grew more frantic, a life-for-life style. Die for me! The bearded man roared, cleaving through the shotgun barrel Ning Yuan used to parry. The immense force numbed Ning Yuan's arm, causing him to stumble. Now, the bearded man's eyes blazed with malice, his cleaver aimed straight for Ning Yuan's throat. Ning Yuan's pupils contracted. There was no escape. Was this the end? At this critical juncture, a sudden change occurred. An infected, long hidden in the shadows of a shelf, had silently circled behind the bearded man. Its face was a bloody, unrecognizable mess, wearing a sinister grin. In its hand was a broken metal shelf rod with a sharpened, lethal tip. Just as the bearded man focused entirely on Ning Yuan, about to deliver the fatal blow, the infected lunged forward, driving the metal rod like a venomous sting deep into the bearded man's lower back. Thud! The rod pierced clean through the bearded man's body. Ugh! The bearded man's body stiffened, his forward momentum abruptly halted. He looked down in disbelief at the tip of the rod protruding from his abdomen, covered in blood and fragments of entrails. The madness and ferocity on his face were instantly replaced by immense pain and confusion. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but only a gurgling, leaking sound emerged before his body slumped weakly to his knees, life ebbing away rapidly. Ning Yuan stared, shaken at this sudden turn of events. Before Ning Yuan could ponder further, the infected that had struck let out a shrill, maniacal laugh, pulled out the metal rod, its blood-smeared face twisting into an even more grotesque smile, and lunged at Ning Yuan. At the same time, more infected surged over the obstacles in the center of the warehouse, flooding toward Ning Yuan and Lin Mo's group in the corner. Having just dealt with the human threat, a greater, more frenzied tide of corpses followed. Ning Yuan picked up the cleaver the bearded man had dropped, glanced at Lin Mo, Peng Li, and Xiao Wu struggling to regroup and find cover in the corner, and a look of resolve flashed in his eyes. Gritting his teeth fiercely, he chose not to retreat, but instead charged forward to meet the infected, wielding the sharp metal rod as it lunged with wild laughter. He must fight his way out, for himself and for the companions behind him. Inside the warehouse, the stench of blood and decay had become almost tangible, interwoven with the frenzied laughter of the infected and the desperate gasps of humans, painting a vivid tableau of a living hell. Ning Yuan gripped the cleaver he had seized from the bearded man. The cold handle felt slick and sticky beneath his fingers. His gaze locked onto the infected creature charging toward him with a maniacal laugh and the gleaming, sharp metal rod it wielded. This one was just as troublesome as the security guard infected he had encountered before. It knew how to use weapons, and more importantly, it knew how to seize the moment for a sneak attack. Even its eyes held a kind of nearly cunning madness. Haha! The infected let out a piercing, shrill laugh as its metal rod darted toward Ning Yuan's chest like a venomous snake, striking from an unpredictable angle. Its speed far exceeded that of ordinary infected. Ning Yuan's pupils contracted, and he dared not be careless. He twisted his body sharply, barely evading the lethal blow, while simultaneously swinging his cleaver in a horizontal arc aimed at the infected's arm. Clang! A sharp ring echoed. The infected had precisely parried Ning Yuan's cleaver with its metal rod. The immense force numbed Ning Yuan's hand. Damn it! Ning Yuan cursed inwardly. Before he could adjust his stance, the infected launched another assault. The metal rod came at him like a storm, stabbing and sweeping toward every vital point on his body. It seemed utterly indifferent to its own defense, driven solely by the desire to tear and slaughter the living person before it. Ning Yuan was forced to retreat step by step, relying on his agility and the cleaver to parry and dodge continuously. The warehouse space was already limited, and other infected, having finished tormenting their victims, were slowly closing and leaving him with less and less room to maneuver. Ning Yuan. Lin Mo's anxious shout came from a corner. Out of the corner of his eye, Ning Yuan saw Lin Mo bracing his body against a damaged shelf, shielding Peng Li and Xiao Wu from several lunging infected. Peng Li had picked up a fallen cleaver, and though trembling all over, mustered her courage to swing wildly at the arms of the infected, trying to get close. Xiao Wu hid behind Peng Li, his face pale as death. They couldn't drag this out any longer. A flash of resolve crossed Ning Yuan's eyes. He watched as the infected thrust its metal rod at him again. Instead of dodging, he stepped forward boldly, letting the sharp rod graze his ribs, tearing a gash that sent blood spattering. A searing pain shot through him, but Ning Yuan seemed unfazed. Seizing the fraction of a second gained by trading injury for opportunity, he channeled all his strength into the cleaver, and with every ounce of power swung it upward from below, aiming viciously at the metal rod-wielding infected's neck. Thud! This time the infected failed to parry. The sharp cleaver sliced through its throat in an instant. Dark red blood gushed out. The infected seemed to want to let out a final roar, but only a gurgling, airy sound escaped its throat. Its body swayed a few times, still wearing a grin, before crashing heavily to the ground. Having dealt with the most formidable foe, Ning Yuan didn't even pause to catch his breath. He immediately spun around, brandishing the cleaver, and charged at the infected surrounding Lin Mo and the others. Kill! Ning Yuan roared like a tiger descending a mountain, the cleaver tracing arcs of cold light in his hands. Without the troublesome infected to hold him back, the more ordinary ones, though frenzied, stood no chance against his desperate, relentless slashing. Laughing heads were lopped off, waving arms were severed. Blood and shredded flesh flew in all directions. Ning Yuan, like a killing machine, carved a path through the tide of corpses and reached Lin Mo and the others. Move now. Ning Yuan grabbed Lin Mo, who was still struggling, and shielded Peng Li and Xiao Wu behind him. Where to? Lin Mo wiped the blood from his face and asked urgently. The back door was blocked by infected, and the warehouse was nearly flooded with the horde. Over there. Ning Yuan's eyes swept rapidly through the chaos, pointing at an inconspicuous iron door half hidden behind several collapsed shelves on the side of the warehouse. That looks like it leads to the supermarket cold storage or staff area. Hurry. No time to waste. Ning Yuan swung his cleaver, cutting down two infected that lunged at them, covering their retreat. You go first. They'll hold them off. Lin Mo didn't hesitate. He grabbed Peng Li and Xiao Wu and dashed toward the door. Peng Li clutched Xiao Wu tightly, her other hand still gripping the bloodstained cleaver, her steps unwavering. Ning Yuan stood like a rock at the passageway, his cleaver flashing up and down, each strike using all his might to slay the infected that tried to approach. He was drenched in blood, unable to tell if it was his own or the enemy's. The wound on his ribs burned fiercely, and his stamina was draining rapidly, but the fighting spirit in his eyes only blazed hotter. To survive, to protect his companions, he couldn't take a single step back. Finally, Lin Mo's voice came from ahead. Ning Yuan. Quick, the door is open. Hearing this, Ning Yuan's spirit soared. With a sudden explosive roar, he swept his cleaver like a cyclone, forcing back the infected in front of him, then turned without hesitation and dashed toward the iron door that Lin Mo had opened. Just as he was about to plunge through the iron door, he instinctively glanced back. Inside the warehouse, the infected swarmed like a tidal wave. Some were still mauling the bodies of the fallen, others were tearing at each other, and still more were staring fixedly in the direction of their escape, charging toward them. Bang! The iron door slammed shut behind him. Safe. For now. Ning Yuan leaned against the cold iron door, gasping for breath, his heart pounding as if it would burst from his chest. Outside the door came the frantic pounding and manic laughter of the infected. Inside the door lay unknown darkness and a glimmer of hope. The heavy iron door slammed shut behind them. Ning Yuan, Lin Mo, Peng Li, and Xiao Wu collapsed almost simultaneously, slumping onto the floor of the staff corridor, gasping for breath. Their clothes were soaked with sweat mingled with bloodstains from an unknown source, leaving them in utter disarray. The brief yet ferocious breakout from the warehouse to the staff area had drained every ounce of their strength and stretched every nerve to its limit. Leaning against the cold wall, Ning Yuan felt the adrenaline recede as a searing, tearing pain erupted from the wound beneath his ribs. He couldn't suppress a low groan, his face turning deathly pale. Before he could catch his breath, Peng Li had already crawled over to him. In the dim light, unable to see his injury clearly, she reached out and gripped his arm tightly, her voice trembling with urgency. Brother Ning Yuan. Where's my brother? You were with him earlier. Where is he? What happened to him? She dared not imagine what fate had befallen Peng Yu, and her heart-wrenching anxiety threatened to shatter her composure. Ning Yuan gazed into Peng Li's tear-filled eyes, so full of desperate pleading, and felt a sharp pang in his heart. This question had weighed heavily on his mind the entire time. But during the frantic escape, the door sealing, and the blood loss, he had lacked the strength to utter a single word. Now, with Peng Li's query, that taut string finally snapped. Battling the intense pain, he extended a trembling hand and gripped hers firmly, his voice hoarse. Peng Li, stay calm. Peng Yu. He's drawing the infected away to give us a chance. He's strong and resourceful. He will find a way out. We have to trust him. These words were less a comfort to Peng Li and more a reassurance to himself. He had no idea whether Peng Yu was alive or dead. Lin Mo also struggled to his feet and checked the iron door behind them, confirming there were no signs of it being breached anytime soon. Then he walked over to the pair, saw the blood steadily seeping from Ning Yuan's side, and glanced at Peng Li, who was on the verge of collapse. Frowning, he said, Ning Yuan is badly hurt. We need to treat him immediately. Peng Li, we can't panic now. We have to ensure our own survival first before we can find Peng Yu. Following Lin Mo's gaze, Peng Li finally noticed the horrifying wound on Ning Yuan's side. She hastily tore off a piece of her own clothing, ripping it into strips for a makeshift bandage. As she dressed the wound, thoughts of her brother, whose fate remained unknown, overwhelmed her. A profound sorrow and helplessness made her tremble, but she forced herself to be strong, biting her lip hard to stifle the tears and sobs. She understood their dire situation and knew Lin Mo was right. Let's get out of here first and find a safer place to treat the wound. Lin Mo's phone battery was nearly depleted. He turned on the flashlight, illuminating a corridor ahead. This passage seems to lead to other areas inside the supermarket. The corridor was relatively tidy with 2 or 3 half-open doors on either side. Lin Mo searched inside briefly, but found nothing. Reaching the end of the passage, they discovered an empty vending machine and a disconnected water dispenser. It looks like people left in an orderly manner. Or this place was cleared out, Lin Mo murmured in analysis. His gaze finally settled on the staircase beside them. Pointing to the stairs, Lin Mo said, the office area is usually upstairs. There might be a floor plan of the supermarket communication equipment, or even an independent fire escape or rooftop exit. Compared to here, upstairs might be safer and offer a better chance of finding what we need. Whatever you say. Let's go, Ning Yuan murmured, staggering forward with Peng Li's support. The stairwell was filled with a dusty smell, eerily silent except for the weary footsteps and heavy breathing of the 4 echoing in the confined space. With each step, Ning Yuan felt as though the wound beneath his ribs would split open. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, but he clenched his teeth, refusing to make a sound. Peng Li supported him, her small face etched with worry, her other hand tightly clutching Xiao Wu's. Finally, they reached the second floor. Before them lay a relatively open area, the entrance to the supermarket staff offices. Several desks were overturned, papers scattered everywhere, and the walls bore dark, dried bloodstains. They'll look for something to stop the bleeding. You all stay alert, Lin Mo instructed, quietly pressing his ear against a nearby office door, listening intently for any sound. The 3 nodded to him while scanning their surroundings. After confirming the office was silent, Lin Mo cautiously pushed the door open. Inside appeared to be a typical clerical office. Several cubicles with dark computer screens, a half-finished coffee cup on a desk, as if the occupant had merely stepped away temporarily. Just as Lin Mo prepared to search the room, a faint clatter, like a chair being knocked over, suddenly came from another half-open office at the end of the corridor. The 4 of them froze, their hair standing on end, instantly halting all movement and holding their breath. Lin Mo quickly gestured for Ning Yuan and Peng Li to retreat to the stairwell, while he gripped his machete, crouched low, and stealthily crept toward the source of the noise. Ning Yuan's heart was in his throat. Ignoring his pain, he raised his head, his gaze locked on the half-open door. Peng Li also clutched her knife, tightly shielding Xiao Wu behind her. Lin Mo approached the door, knocked, and listened for a few seconds. Hearing nothing, he kicked it open with force, then quickly dodged behind the doorframe. Silence. After a few moments, Lin Mo cautiously peered inside, sweeping the room with his phone's flashlight. The office was equally chaotic, but empty. No people, no infected. The noise seemed to have come from a folder blown over by the wind, which had knocked into a nearby chair. A false alarm. He then checked the other offices in the same manner. Safe. He signaled the others that it was clear and they could rest for a while. This brief sense of safety allowed their taut nerves to relax slightly. The 3 of them leaned against the wall, or a desk, exhaustion washing over them like a tide. Ning Yuan was in too much pain to speak. Peng Li wept silently, torn between worrying for her brother and clumsily trying to apply pressure to Ning Yuan's wound. Xiao Wu curled up beside Peng Li. Meanwhile, Lin Mo used the break to swiftly search through several offices, hoping to find something useful. Soon he discovered a basic first aid kit in a cabinet. Though sparse, it contained alcohol, gauze, and bandages, enough to be useful. He immediately brought it to the office where the others were resting, carefully untied the blood-soaked cloth strips, and began cleaning and rebandaging Ning Yuan's wound. The alcohol stung the injury, making Ning Yuan flinch in pain, but he clenched his teeth and remained silent. Watching from the side, Peng Li's tears flowed even more freely. All she could do was hold Ning Yuan's hand tightly, trying to offer some encouragement. After the bandaging, Ning Yuan felt somewhat better. At least the bleeding had temporarily stopped. Looking at Lin Mo, who had busied himself for his sake, and Peng Li, whose eyes were red from crying, a wave of warmth surged within him. It steeled his resolve to survive and find Peng Yu. Seeing that Ning Yuan's bleeding had stopped, Lin Mo's tense expression eased slightly, but he didn't rest. He continued searching the remaining offices for useful items. After Lin Mo left, some time passed. Perhaps it was the safety of this lifeless space or the toll of his wounds and fatigue, but Ning Yuan's heavy eyelids finally drooped shut. He slumped onto the still sobbing Peng Li and drifted into sleep. After an unknown period of slumber, the burning sensation from the wound beneath his ribs mingled with the gentle touch on his forehead, roused Ning Yuan to consciousness. He lifted his heavy eyelids, his mind still hazy. The first thing that met his eyes was Peng Li's face, so close that he could see the tear stains that failed to mar her delicate beauty. Only then did he realize that at some point he had been resting his head on Peng Li's lap. The faint breath of the girl brushed against him, causing his heart to skip an inexplicable beat. Peng Li seemed equally startled by his sudden awakening. The movement of her hand, which had been gently wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with a relatively clean cloth, abruptly halted. Their eyes met, so close that they could discern the bloodshot veins and concern in each other's gaze. Ning Yuan froze for a moment, instinctively wanting to avert his gaze. It wasn't a flutter of the heart. It was just that this scene felt too much like the ordinary days before the catastrophe. So ordinary that it was almost disorienting. Peng Li seemed to realize the impropriety as well, hastily withdrawing her hand and stammering, "You're awake. How do you feel? Still in pain?" "Much better." Ning Yuan's voice came out hoarse. He struggled to sit up, but a sharp pain shot through his ribs, making him gasp sharply. "Don't move." A calm voice cut through the air. Lin Mo had returned without a sound. He was crouching beside Ning Yuan, holding alcohol and fresh gauze from the medical kit, his brow furrowed as he said, "I just changed the dressing. Don't move recklessly or the wound will reopen and cause trouble." He seemed oblivious to the subtle tension that had just existed between the two, or perhaps he noticed it, but simply didn't care. From the side came the sound of even breathing. Xiao Wu had somehow curled up on a relatively intact office chair and fallen asleep with traces of tears still glistening on her small face. Ning Yuan finally regained full clarity. Somewhat awkwardly, he avoided Peng Li's gaze and looked at Lin Mo, his voice still weak. "How long was I out?" "Almost a full day. The wound got infected and caused a high fever that wouldn't subside. Peng Li and I took turns keeping watch, using alcohol to cool you down. Your temperature seems to have dropped a bit." Lin Mo put the alcohol and gauze back into the medical kit, then walked over to a backpack that looked like it had been left behind by some employee. He pulled out a small pack of individually wrapped biscuits and a half-full bottle of mineral water, handing them to Ning Yuan. "Here, replenish your strength. I found them in the next office. The others and I have already eaten while you were asleep." Ning Yuan took the biscuits and water, a warmth spreading in his chest, and he murmured a quiet, "Thank you." Ignoring the pain in his ribs, he began to wolf down the food and drink. After Ning Yuan finished, Lin Mo approached, holding what looked like a map. "Look at this. I found it in a locked drawer in a manager's office." He walked over to Ning Yuan and Peng Li, unrolling a somewhat crumpled floor plan of the supermarket on the ground. Ning Yuan and Peng Li were immediately drawn to the map. Though simple, it clearly showed the supermarket's overall layout, main passageways, and emergency exits. "We're currently in the staff office area on the second floor." Lin Mo pointed at the map. "To get to the rooftop, would need to go through the third floor, which is an unknown. And even if we made it, we might not be as lucky as last time to have ropes for escape, especially with your injury. Then look here. The warehouse on the first floor is where we escaped from earlier. That's definitely not an option now. The only possible path to survival might be here." His finger landed on the northwest corner of the map. "The loading dock for large appliances. It leads directly outside and is in a secluded spot. But to get there, don't we have to cross most of the supermarket? That's useless too, isn't it?" Ning Yuan pointed at a route on the map, analyzing the situation. "In his current state, crossing the main sales floor would be suicide. We can create a diversion. Strike from the east to confuse the west." Lin Mo pointed at the fire escape routes and several key points on the map. "There are plenty of flammable materials in the office area. I found some alcohol and a lighter. See, we set a fire here near the main entrance in the southeast corner to create smoke and trigger the fire alarm. This will attract most of the infected to the southeast. Meanwhile, we'll take the fire escape in the northwest corner down to the loading dock." The plan sounded thorough and feasible, minimizing direct confrontation. "Good." Ning Yuan agreed immediately. "When do we start?" "Hold on. Let me ask you a question first." Lin Mo adjusted his glasses, his gaze sharp as he stared into Ning Yuan's eyes. "Besides the pain in your ribs, do you have any other discomfort? Or before the catastrophe, did you have any physical checkups? Any infectious diseases? Like syphilis, for instance?" "What the hell, man? Why are you asking that? I was just feeling grateful for your help, but are you out of your mind?" Ning Yuan snapped angrily at Lin Mo, then let out a sigh. "I'll forget it. No, I don't. I was on the basketball team before, and we had to get physicals before every game. It's nothing. I'm just asking. I was worried you might turn into one of those lunatics outside. I'm just trying to prove a theory. Do you remember how Sun Xiao mutated?" Lin Mo explained calmly. "It seems you haven't been infected. I didn't dare to take a single nap while you were asleep." Ning Yuan calmed down a bit. He recalled the scene of Sun Xiao turning into an infected, remembering that Lin Mo had mentioned a theory about other viruses possibly delaying the infection. He then prepared to apologize to Lin Mo. I'm sorry. Just as he was about to speak, a dull, eerie sound suddenly echoed from the direction of the staircase on the third floor, cutting him off. The unusual noises coming from upstairs made the three, who had just finalized their plan, tense up again. The sound did not resemble the manic laughter or howls of the infected, but rather that of something heavy moving slowly, accompanied by a faint clucking sound that sent chills down their spines. What is that sound? Peng Li immediately became anxious, gripping her machete tightly, and waking up Xiao Wu to move closer to Ning Yuan. Lin Mo reacted swiftly, immediately signaling for silence, while extinguishing his phone's flashlight, plunging the office into darkness. He gestured for Ning Yuan and Peng Li to remain absolutely silent, then stealthily moved to the office door, like a raccoon cautiously peering through the crack, towards the stairwell. The stairwell was pitch black save for the faint green glow of an emergency exit sign in the distance. The eerie sound continued, growing ever closer, seemingly moving down step by step from the third floor. Due to the poor lighting, Lin Mo could not make out what it was. I can't see exactly what it is, but it's definitely not friendly. Lin Mo retreated, his voice barely above a whisper filled with unprecedented gravity. It seems to be very large, moving slowly. It could be very dangerous. We must act immediately, execute the plan. We don't have the energy to fight anymore. The three and the child no longer hesitated, quickly grabbing the prepared alcohol paper and lighter, leaving the office where they had briefly rested. Ning Yuan gritted his teeth against the sharp pain in his side, supported by Peng Li, with Xiao Wu trailing behind, moving as quickly and quietly as possible. They hurried along the corridor of the second-floor office area towards the southeastern corner, near the main entrance that Lin Mo had previously designated. The corridor was empty, filled only with their restrained breathing and deliberately softened footsteps echoing. Behind them, the slow yet relentless heavy footsteps and clucking seemed to follow closely. Reaching a storage room in the southeastern corner, Lin Mo signaled for Ning Yuan and Peng Li to stand guard at the door while he swiftly piled flammable materials near the window. This window faced a portion of the main sales area of the supermarket below. He evenly poured alcohol over the paper and fabric, then pulled out the lighter. You guys go first. Head to the marked fire escape entrance on the map and wait for me. Lin Mo commanded without turning back his tone, leaving no room for doubt. Ning Yuan and Peng Li understood that this was not the time for hesitation. Peng Li immediately helped Ning Yuan up, taking Xiao Wu with her, and turned to run towards the marked fire escape entrance leading to the unloading platform. Lin Mo watched their figures vanish around the corner of the corridor, took a deep breath, struck the lighter, and brought the orange flame close to the alcohol-soaked fabric. Whoosh! The flames erupted instantly, rapidly consuming the paper and fabric and igniting the nearby discarded tables and chairs. Thick black smoke immediately billowed out, quickly spreading through the open window and door cracks. Lin Mo did not hesitate for a moment, unflinchingly tossing the lighter into the flames, and turned to quickly catch up with Ning Yuan and the others, using the found tables and chairs to block the storage room door. The fire spread quickly and the smoke grew denser. Woo woo woo. At almost the same time, the smoke detector on the ceiling was triggered, and the piercing sound of the fire alarm sliced through the supermarket's silence, echoing in every corner. From the direction of the main sales area downstairs, a more intense and frantic laughter than ever before erupted. One could imagine that a large number of infected individuals were drawn to the sudden firelight, smoke, and sharp alarm sounds flocking like a swarm towards the source of the fire in the southeastern corner. Lin Mo's plan had succeeded. The four dared not delay, enduring their fatigue and injuries as they rushed into the fire escape marked on the map. The passage was narrow and dusty, extremely dim, with only the distant emergency exit lights providing a faint green glow barely illuminating their surroundings. They descended the stairs all the way down. Ning Yuan's condition worsened, blood loss and pain causing his vision to darken, his steps faltering, relying almost entirely on Lin Mo and Peng Li for support. Xiao Wu was closely trailing behind, clutching Peng Li's clothing tightly, his big eyes filled with fear, yet he sensibly remained silent. The fire escape echoed with their hurried footsteps and heavy breaths, along with the distant laughter and howls drowned by the alarm. The atmosphere was stifling, nearly suffocating. They moved cautiously downward, constantly alert to any movements above or below, but it seemed quiet. The risk of going directly down is less than expected, Lin Mo whispered, slightly relieved. Stay alert, we're going straight to the first floor exit. They quickened their pace a bit, yet remained cautious. Every step Ning Yuan took was exceptionally difficult, sweat mingled with blood soaking through the newly changed bandage, but he gritted his teeth with a flame of survival burning in his eyes, refusing to slow down the group's progress. Finally, as he felt his strength waning, they arrived at the first floor exit of the fire escape. It was a heavy fire door marked leads to unloading platform. Lin Mo signaled everyone to stop, approached, knocked on the door, and pressed his ear against the cold door panel, listening carefully to the sounds outside. It was quiet outside, only the faint alarm sounds somewhat muffled by the buildings and indistinct laughter and howls, along with a slight sound of wind. It seems safe outside, Lin Mo said quietly, but did not let down his guard. He slowly and slightly turned the doorknob, opening a crack to cautiously observe outside. Outside was the back unloading platform of the supermarket, littered with some empty pallets and broken garbage. The distant street scene was faintly visible. Just as expected, there were no signs of infected individuals here for the time being. Most of the infected had evidently been drawn to the fire and alarm sounds on the other end. Safe. Let's go. Lin Mo shouted, fully pushing open the fire door and charging out first. Peng Li immediately supported Ning Yuan, with Xiao Wu following closely behind. They made it out. The long-lost, albeit still gloomy, but comparatively open sky appeared before them. Although the air was still tainted with a foul smell, it was no longer the suffocating mixed atmosphere of the supermarket area and warehouse inside. The four almost simultaneously let out a sigh of relief, but immediately afterward, an overwhelming fatigue and confusion surged within them. They had escaped, but at a heavy cost. Ning Yuan was severely injured, Peng Yu was missing, and they had nearly exhausted all their strength. The four stumbled away from the fire door, collapsing onto the cold concrete of the unloading platform, greedily breathing in the hard-won fresh air. We made it out. Peng Li murmured, tears streaming down her face again, but this time there was a hint of relief mixed with confusion. She instinctively looked into the distance. Brother, where are you? Lin Mo, having regained some strength, took out his phone to open the offline map, comparing it with the dilapidated buildings around them to determine their location. We need to find medicine to properly treat Ning Yuan's wounds. First, a look. We're not far from the clinic. About 2 blocks. The clinic. Ning Yuan struggled, his voice weak, but exceptionally firm. All right, let's go to the clinic. Find medicine. Then, look for Peng Yu. No matter the cost, no matter how difficult the road ahead, he was determined to find his brother. The four supported each other as they left the relatively safe unloading platform, staggering back into this perilous apocalyptic city. The sky remained overcast, flanked by dilapidated buildings on both sides of the street. Puddles of murky rainwater filled the potholes, littered with trash, abandoned cars, and rotting remains. The air was thick with a mingled stench of blood, decay, and the burnt smell wafting from the supermarket. The four of them trudged forward, supporting one another. Ning Yuan was severely injured. Every step sent a jolt of pain through him, beads of cold sweat on his pallid face. He leaned heavily on Peng Li. Peng Li gritted her teeth, bearing his weight, and kept glancing back down the street, hoping with each look to see her brother Peng Yu following. Lin Mo gripped a machete as he walked ahead, scanning the surroundings. He was exhausted too, but forced himself to stay focused. Xiao Wu stayed close to Peng Li, his small hand clutching the hem of her clothes. After the ordeal at the supermarket, he seemed to have matured and grown quieter. They moved at a crawl. Ning Yuan, racked by pain and blood loss, grew faint and nearly stumbled several times, only to be steadied by Peng Li and Lin Mo. Hang in there, Ning Yuan. Lin Mo's voice was urgent. The clinic is just ahead. They passed a toppled bus with shattered windows. It was empty save for dried bloodstains and scratch marks on the seats. Not far away, an infected person in a bus driver's uniform leaned against a tree, clutching a steering wheel and cackling with delight, doing something with the holes on the wheel. The sight filled them with revulsion and fear, and they quickened their pace to skirt around. Turning a corner, they came upon a looted jewelry store. The glass door was smashed, the counters wrecked, and the floor littered with empty display boxes and shards of glass. No living soul in sight. Find a place to rest. Ning Yuan's voice was faint, his lips cracked, darkness creeping at the edges of his vision. Lin Mo saw his dire state and knew they couldn't push on. He scanned the area and pointed at a half-burned but still intact newsstand ahead. There, the four of them shuffled behind the newsstand where they could hide from view. Lin Mo had Peng Li help Ning Yuan sit down while he and Xiao Wu kept watch nearby. Water. Ning Yuan murmured weakly, leaning against the wall. The water they had found in the staff office area on the second floor of the supermarket warehouse had been lost during their escape. Peng Li looked at Ning Yuan's parched lips and pale face, frantic but helpless. All she could do was hold his hand, trying to comfort him. Lin Mo made a quick circuit of the area, finding no danger, but nothing useful either. He returned to the newsstand, his heart heavy, as he saw Ning Yuan on the verge of unconsciousness and Peng Li's dejection. He pulled up the offline map to reconfirm their route. Just 1 more block. We need to get to the clinic as soon as possible. We're out of gauze and alcohol. The brief rest did little to restore their strength. Lin Mo and Peng Li once again hoisted Ning Yuan up and dragged him toward the clinic. Finally, at the next intersection, they spotted their goal, Renai Clinic. It was a 2-story building with white walls stained by grime and dark red blood. The glass door of the clinic was closed. One side had been reinforced from within with wooden planks and metal bars, while the other had been smashed from the outside, leaving a dark gap. Most windows were also boarded up except for a small second-floor window that stood open, its glass broken. The entire clinic was eerily silent, but unlike the dead stillness of the supermarket, something felt off. A stench of blood mixed with the pungent odors of disinfectant and medicine wafted over even from a distance. Something's not right. Lin Mo stopped immediately, signaling everyone to take cover behind a street corner. Look at the windows in that door. The clinic seems to have been reinforced and modified, and something might have happened inside. Lin Mo instructed the other three to hide behind a wrecked car at the street corner. Clutching a machete, he crouched low, using the debris as cover to approach the clinic for reconnaissance. He moved as quietly as possible, circling to the side and rear of the clinic. The side window was boarded up with planks, and the back door stood ajar, bearing dents from forceful impacts. Lin Mo returned to the front, hiding behind a broken wall to observe. Shards of glass littered the ground, and the doorframe was stained with dark brown blood. Peering through a gap, he saw the clinic's main hall was dim, with overturned tables and chairs. The floor was strewn with documents and medical waste, and large bloodstains marred the walls. He noticed drag marks and a few shell casings near the entrance. A gun had been used here. Lin Mo's heart sank. Gunfire would attract infected, yet now the surroundings were eerily silent, only the wind rustling. Something was terribly wrong. He held his breath and listened. Not a sound came from the clinic. After observing for a few minutes and confirming no movement, he retreated to where Ning Yuan and the others were. How? Is it a? Ning Yuan asked, lifting his head in pain. Lin Mo quickly briefed them. The door's been smashed and it's a mess inside with blood and shell casings. Looks like a fight broke out. But now there's no sound inside and no infected outside. It's strange. So, do we still go in? Peng Li's voice trembled with fear. We must, Lin Mo said firmly. Ning Yuan needs medicine. We can't delay any longer. This is our only hope. The map says this clinic should have a decent stock of supplies. Ning Yuan nodded in agreement. The four decided to enter. Lin Mo led the way, Peng Li supported Ning Yuan in the middle, and Xiao Wu brought up the rear. They cautiously crossed the street and approached the shattered glass door. A thick stench of blood and disinfectant hit them. Lin Mo signaled a halt and peered inside first. The main hall was dark, but a faint light seemed to emanate from a room deeper within. The front desk was broken in two, with shattered monitor screens scattered across the floor. Posters on the walls were torn and splattered with blood. The ground was littered with haphazard medical records, cotton swabs, and empty medicine bottles. Several chairs lay askew, one of them holding a bloody, severed arm. Confirming the hall was empty, Lin Mo beckoned the others inside. Once inside, the clinic felt cold and oppressive. The crunch of broken glass underfoot was jarring. Split up. Look for painkillers and antibiotics first, plus alcohol and gauze, Lin Mo whispered, his eyes fixed on the corridor leading inward. Peng Li helped Ning Yuan sit on a relatively intact waiting chair, then began searching through nearby cabinets and shelves with Xiao Wu. Gripping his machete, Lin Mo headed down the inner corridor. On either side were consultation and treatment rooms, most with doors open, all in disarray. He checked several rooms, finding some gauze and disinfectants. In a room that seemed like a doctor's office, Lin Mo made a discovery. In the corner lay a male corpse, still slightly warm, wearing an ill-fitting white coat with a gunshot wound to the chest. Personal items were scattered nearby, including a wallet. Inside was a photo, a man with his arm around a woman who held a baby in her arms. The background looked like a home. Lin Mo took out the photo and glanced at the corpse on the floor. Beside it was a crumpled note with hasty scrawls. Bitch. You all deserve to die. You can't escape. They'll find you. And that bastard child. Just wait. Affiliated hospital. Every word dripped with resentment. Lin Mo looked at the man in the photo, then at the corpse. They bore a resemblance. The very bad uncle, who had once kidnapped Xiao Wu. He returned to the main hall and waved Xiao Wu over, who was still searching. Xiao Wu hesitated, but followed Lin Mo into the office. Lin Mo handed him the photo and pointed at the corpse. Xiao Wu took the photo, stared at the woman in it, and gasped, Mom. Your mom? Lin Mo asked, puzzled. Before Lin Mo could finish, Xiao Wu pointed at the man in the photo, then at the corpse, and his body trembled violently. His face turned pale as he blurted out, It's that bad uncle. So it was him. But why was Xiao Wu's mom in the photo too? Lin Mo took the photo and notes, studying them carefully. Just as he was about to question Xiao Wu further, a stifled cry from Peng Li came from outside. Lin Mo rushed out immediately. Peng Li and Xiao Wu, who had followed Lin Mo out, stood before a half-open medicine cabinet, their faces pale as they stared inside. Lin Mo walked over and froze. Inside the cabinet, among medicine bottles, was a curled-up, flayed corpse. It appeared to be a woman, her face unrecognizable, with strange knife marks on her body. On the inner wall of the cabinet, a huge, twisted smiley face was painted in dark red blood. Who had done this? The bad uncle, who died in the office. Or was there someone else in the clinic? A chill enveloped them. This clinic was far more dangerous than they had imagined. Found the medicine? Lin Mo asked Peng Li, forcing calm. Peng Li pointed to a few unbroken bottles on the lower shelf. Found some. Painkillers and looks like antibiotics. That's enough. We need to get out of here now. This place is too damn creepy. We can't stay any longer. We have to find a safe spot and rest for a while. Perhaps exhausted to his limit, Lin Mo's irritation and anger surged, and he even cursed out loud. The sky gradually darkened, accompanied by a fine drizzle. The four of them fled the clinic that reeked of death and eerie strangeness, returning to the abandoned street. A shadow of dread hung over each of their hearts. Their discoveries in the clinic, the corpse of Uncle, the venomous note pointing to the affiliated hospital, and the flayed female corpse with a blood-red smile in the medicine cabinet, were utterly terrifying. We must find a place to settle down as soon as possible. It's getting dark and it's too dangerous outside. Lin Mo's voice broke the silence. He cautiously surveyed their surroundings while quickly scanning for a suitable shelter. Ning Yuan needs rest for his injuries, and we also need time to sort out our thoughts and the clues we've found. Go. Go where? Peng Li's voice still trembled. She tightly held Xiao Wu's hand while using her other hand to support Ning Yuan, who could barely stand. The scene in the medicine cabinet had hit her hard. Look over there, that abandoned little hotel. Lin Mo pointed to a two-story building shrouded in darkness not far away. The second floor has an external staircase, making it relatively easier to defend. Let's check it out first. Without further words, the four of them supported each other, cautiously crossing the street by the faint moonlight and the occasional flicker of distant emergency lights, making their way toward the building. The building's outer walls were mottled, covered with withered vines, and most of the windows were broken, exuding an air of desolation. Lin Mo signaled the others to wait below while he climbed up the rusted external iron staircase. The stairs creaked, but in the silent night, they didn't stir any commotion. The entrance to the second floor was a shabby wooden door, its lock long broken. Lin Mo drew his machete carefully, pushed the door open a crack, and listened intently. There was no sound inside, only a thick smell of dust and mold. Using the last bit of battery on his phone, he quickly scanned the corridor near the entrance. After confirming there was no immediate danger, he gently tapped the stair railing to signal the others to come up. Peng Li and Xiao Wu climbed up first, then together they managed to pull the weak Ning Yuan up as well. The second floor corridor was narrow and dim, with several closed doors on either side. Lin Mo checked each one, and most rooms were empty, with only some broken furniture. Fortunately, he managed to find a dirty city map wedged in the sofa cushions of one room. Finally, he chose a relatively inner room with a more concealed window as their temporary base. The room was small, containing a dusty mattress and an overturned table. Lin Mo had Peng Li and Xiao Wu settle Ning Yuan on the mattress to rest, while he quickly checked the corners of the room and the situation outside the window. It's safe here for now, Lin Mo said in a low voice. Then together with Peng Li, he used the table and bed frame found in the room to laboriously block the door and the broken window, leaving only a small gap for observation. After completing the simple fortifications, the four of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. The continuous running, fighting, and fright had pushed their bodies and minds to the limit. In this temporarily safe little space, exhaustion surged over them like a tidal wave. Peng Li gave Ning Yuan some painkillers and antibiotics found in the clinic. The pain eased somewhat, but blood loss and weakness soon caused him to fall into a deep sleep. She looked at Ning Yuan's pale face, then at Xiao Wu, who was curled up beside her, also asleep from fear and exhaustion. She bit her lip hard, wanting to cry, but held it in. She gently stroked Xiao Wu's hair, but her gaze drifted toward the endless darkness outside the window, her heart filled with worry and longing for her brother Peng Yu. Brother, where are you now? Are you okay? You must survive. Lin Mo didn't rest. He wanted to ask Xiao Wu about the woman in the photo, but seeing Xiao Wu already fast asleep, he couldn't bear to disturb him. Now, by the faint light of an emergency lamp, his phone was completely dead. He took out the photo and note found in the clinic and studied them carefully again. The woman's face in the photo was blurry, but her eyes and brows seemed to carry a familiar gentleness, which made him even more certain that she was connected to Xiao Wu's mother. And the venomous note clearly pointed to the affiliated hospital. He spread out the map, tracing his finger between the locations of the clinic and the affiliated hospital. The distance was great, requiring them to cross large swaths of urban area fraught with danger. This night was destined to be sleepless. Outside, the rain gradually stopped, but the darkness continued to shroud everything. Occasionally, the roars of infected could be heard in the distance, reminding them of the cruel reality of this world. In the early morning of the second day, faint rays of dawn filtered through the cracks in the window, dispelling some of the darkness, but unable to lift the oppressive atmosphere that hung in the air. When Ning Yuan woke, he felt the pain beneath his ribs had eased considerably. The medicine was taking effect. He saw Peng Li curled up at the other end of the mattress, holding Xiao Wu in her arms, both sleeping soundly with traces of tears still on their faces. Clearly, the experiences of the previous day and the constant worry had exhausted them. Lin Mo, on the other hand, leaned against the wall, a cleaver in hand, his eyes bloodshot. He had obviously stayed awake all night, keeping watch. Seeing Ning Yuan awake, he made a gesture for silence, then pointed toward the door. Ning Yuan understood and made no sound. He carefully moved his body, feeling that he had regained some strength, at least enough to move on his own with difficulty. He picked up the half-empty bottle of water beside him and took small sips. Lin Mo walked to the window, peered through the gap for a while to confirm there were no unusual movements on the street, then came over and sat beside Ning Yuan, lowering his voice to a whisper. How do you feel? Much better, Ning Yuan said, rolling his shoulder. The medicine works. You stayed up all night. Lin Mo shook his head. Couldn't sleep. I've been thinking about the clinic and the road ahead and how to find Peng Yu. Maybe he's still alive. Perhaps it was the days of sharing life and death with his companions that had made even the usually cold Lin Mo worry about his comrade. Yep, Hung Yu. Sigh. Ning Yuan said gloomily, obviously at a loss. In his heart, he knew the chances of Peng Yu surviving were slim. By the way, that skinned corpse at the clinic. Ning Yuan didn't want to dwell on it any longer and changed the subject, mentioning the scene at the clinic with a frown. Who do you think did it? Hard to say, Lin Mo replied, his expression grave. Judging from the scene, it doesn't seem like the work of ordinary infected. Maybe it was the bad uncle who died from a gunshot, but the motive is unclear. Or maybe there was someone else in the clinic, the one who shot bad uncle, or something else. Something else. Lin Mo nodded. Remember when we escaped from the second-floor office area of the supermarket warehouse? On the stairs I heard something. It felt enormous and made strange noises. It didn't seem like an infected, or maybe it had evolved. Ning Yuan fell silent. This possibility made him uneasy. If the infected were truly evolving, or if individuals with greater intelligence and special abilities were emerging, the road ahead would only become more perilous. And this, Lin Mo said, pulling out the photo and note they had found in the bad uncle's wallet. It's almost certain that bad uncle's target was Xiao Wu's mother, but that female corpse shouldn't be her. He pointed to the 3 people in the photo. From Xiao Wu's guessed the 2 adults in the photo should be bad uncle and Xiao Wu's mother, but this child. Unclear. Then based on the information on the note, the location points to the affiliated hospital. That matches our original goal. The affiliated hospital. Ning Yuan stared at the venomous handwriting on the note. My dad told me to find Professor Zhang. It seems there are indeed many secrets hidden there. He clenched his fist and moved his arm, trying to muster his spirits. The affiliated hospital is in the west of the city, far from here. Lin Mo pointed at the map. We'll have to cross most of the urban area, passing through commercial districts, residential areas, and possibly former quarantine zones or military-controlled areas. The danger is unpredictable. We have no choice. Ning Yuan said, his gaze becoming resolute as he looked at the still sleeping Peng Li and Xiao Wu. We must go. Maybe Peng Yu will be there too. He saw the message my dad sent about going to the affiliated hospital to find someone. Ning Yuan desperately hoped his friend was still alive, perhaps already there. He's the strongest man I know. He must still be alive. Lin Mo nodded. But we can't rush. Your injury needs to heal, and we need to replenish supplies, especially water and food. This hideout is temporarily safe. We can use it to rest for a day or 2, and at the same time, try a small-scale search nearby to see if we can find anything useful. The 2 reached a consensus. Peng Li, holding Xiao Wu, was still asleep. This abandoned motel would become their temporary sanctuary in this brutal apocalypse. In the next 2 days, the 4 of them temporarily settled on the 2nd floor of the abandoned inn. This brief tranquility was as precious as an oasis in the desert for them, who had just experienced a series of terrifying encounters and fierce battles. At this time, Lin Mo naturally became the backbone of the team. He exercised his inherent caution, thoroughly inspecting every corner of the 2nd floor and every structure of the stairs to ensure there were no hidden dangers. He gathered some broken furniture and iron wire to further barricade the entrance. He even tinkered with the remaining water pipes of the inn, collecting some rainwater and managing to filter it, simply thus solving the issue of drinking water. Ning Yuan focused on recovering from his injuries. The antibiotics and painkillers took effect, and with the rare safety of their environment, the wound under his rib healed faster than he had anticipated. Although he still couldn't move much, at least he didn't have to rely entirely on others to walk. The sharp pain had also lessened significantly. He often leaned by the window, gazing at the gray sky outside and staring blankly at the dilapidated streets. The figure of Peng Yu lingered in his mind, filling him with anxiety and guilt. If only he could have been stronger or had a more thorough plan then. He clenched his fists, his eyes filled with a yearning for power and a determination for the future. Peng Li took on the responsibility of caring for Xiao Wu and Ning Yuan. She wrapped herself in an obviously oversized old coat, her hair loosely tied back. While caring for others, the trace of tears on her face was gone, replaced by a strength and meticulousness that she was trying to maintain. She used the new clean gauze she found in the clinic to help Ning Yuan change his bandages. Although her movements were still a bit clumsy, the concern in her eyes was undeniable. She also did her best to comfort the frightened Xiao Wu, telling him stories from her childhood or simply holding him quietly, wanting to give him a bit of warmth. Whenever Ning Yuan was awake, she couldn't help but ask about Peng Yu, and Ning Yuan could only repeatedly say comforting words that even he himself found hard to believe. The relationship between the 2 quietly changed in the shared worries and support. Ning Yuan watched as this once frail girl rapidly grew in the apocalypse, feeling not only pity, but also a strange affection. Xiao Wu's condition, however, was somewhat concerning. Although confirming the death of the bad uncle meant he was no longer in constant fear, the horrific scenes in the clinic and his longing for his mother seemed to have left him with deeper shadows. He became even more silent, often curling up alone in a corner in a daze or clinging tightly to Peng Li, revealing only a hint of dependence when he saw Ning Yuan or Lin Mo. During their rest period, Lin Mo did not let down his guard completely. Every day, he would spend several hours carefully exploring and scouting the area around the inn. He was not as strong as Peng Yu nor as agile as Ning Yuan, but his mind was sharp and calm. He kept a safe distance from any suspicious areas that might have infected individuals, hoping only to find some food, water, or useful tools like lighters and ropes. The exploration did not go smoothly. Nearby shops and residential buildings had long been looted or occupied by the infected. Lin Mo often retreated as soon as he caught sight of an infected person, strictly adhering to the principle of avoiding conflict. However, he also noticed some strange occurrences. Those infected seemed different from those they had encountered before. Once he hid in the shadows and saw several infected surrounding a figure that resembled a leader, while a girl stood beside this leader. The girl looked completely human, lacking the signature maniacal grin of the infected, yet the surrounding infected did not rush at her. On another occasion, he saw an infected person from a distance with hollow eye sockets and a gaping hole in its forehead, grinning eerily as it sniffed around like a dog. Finally, those empty eyes seemed to fixate directly on the direction where he was hiding. These discoveries made Lin Mo even more convinced that perhaps some infected individuals had truly evolved. In the course of exploration, he also gathered new intelligence about the infected. In a corner of an abandoned warehouse, Lin Mo was fortunate enough to find a box of unopened mineral water and several cans of expired fruit. Although the food was limited, the supply of water was crucial. He also found some discarded car batteries, wires, and walkie-talkies, which might come in handy later. 2 days passed quickly. Ning Yuan's wound had stabilized, although it had not completely healed. It no longer impeded basic movement. Their mental state had also greatly improved, no longer on the verge of collapse, as they had been right after escaping the supermarket. That night, the four of them sat together, sharing the few cans of expired fruit under the faint light of a half-burnt candle found by Lin Mo. The sweet and sour taste melted in their mouths, marking the first bite of something that could be deemed delicious in days. Tomorrow, we should set out. Lin Mo broke the silence, his gaze sweeping across everyone. The road to the affiliated hospital is long. We must set off quickly. Ning Yuan and Peng Li nodded in succession, their eyes filled with complex emotions. Fear of the future, worry for Peng Yu, but also a determination they had no choice but to move forward. Brother Lin Mo, brother Ning Yuan's sister Li Li. The previously quiet Xiao Wu suddenly looked up and asked softly, "Can we find my mom at the affiliated hospital?" His words caused the air to freeze instantly. Xiao Wu's sudden question left the four of them at a loss as to how to explain to this pitiful child. Peng Li's heart tightened. She gently hugged Xiao Wu and whispered, "Xiao Wu, don't worry, your mother must be." Fearing she might give the child false hope, she stopped mid-sentence and changed her words. Ning Yuan looked at Xiao Wu, the photo, and note instantly flashing in his mind, a heavy weight settling in his heart. He understood that the affiliated hospital mentioned on the note from the bad uncle likely meant Xiao Wu's mother was in trouble or that great danger lurked there. Yet he couldn't reveal this harsh truth to Xiao Wu and could only echo, "Right, I'm sure she'll be fine. Xiao Wu, let's first go to the affiliated hospital and take it step by step." Lin Mo adjusted his glasses and stared earnestly at Xiao Wu. "Xiao Wu, let's head there first to find the clues left by Ning Yuan's father and also find a safer way to survive. Your mother's situation is still unclear, but we'll keep an eye out for clues." Xiao Wu nodded, half understanding, and fell silent, his small hands gripping Peng Li's clothes even tighter. After this heavy topic ended, the room fell silent once more. The candlelight flickered, casting shadows on their weary, solemn faces. "We set out at dawn," Lin Mo finally declared. "I've planned the route, avoiding main roads and danger zones. First, we head to the abandoned industrial zone on the western edge of the city. There are plenty of buildings there. Maybe we can find a safe spot to rest and gather supplies before moving toward the affiliated hospital." "How long will the journey take?" Ning Yuan asked. "Hard to say," Lin Mo shook his head. "If all goes well, 3 to 5 days. But anything could happen, so we must be prepared for a longer trek and unexpected situations." Peng Li looked at their dwindling supplies with worry. "Well, ration the food and water and find more along the way," Lin Mo said, noticing her concern. "We'll look for small convenience stores that haven't been looted, warehouses, or whatever might be left in residential buildings. But safety comes first, no risks." The night passed in silence. At dawn, as the sky barely brightened, the four gathered their belongings and left their temporary shelter. Ning Yuan's wound still ached, but he could walk on his own, albeit slowly. Lin Mo scouted ahead, alert and cautious, while Peng Li held Xiao Wu's hand and stayed close to Ning Yuan. They followed Lin Mo's planned route, weaving through the urban ruins. The streets were more desolate than before, littered with abandoned cars, some crashed together into barricades. Most buildings had their doors and windows open, walls covered in graffiti and bloodstains. They stuck to back alleys, hugging the shadows of structures, remaining vigilant at all times. Lin Mo, experienced and composed, always spotted wandering infected in the distance or identified dangerous areas in advance, guiding the group to avoid them. Along the way, they encountered more strange infected, confirming their suspicion that the infected were evolving. They dared not linger and quickened their pace to leave. Though they avoided direct conflict, the tension never faded. Ning Yuan walked silently, feeling the pain in his body and the weight of stress on his mind. Anxiety over his missing father and Peng Yu, along with uncertainty about the future, swirled in his thoughts. He knew he had to grow stronger, to survive and protect those around him. Peng Li kept a firm hold on Xiao Wu's hand, her gaze shifting between Ning Yuan and Xiao Wu, filled with worry and care. She was no longer as fragile as before, and newfound determination gleamed in her eyes. She knew she could no longer afford weakness. She had to care for Ning Yuan, whose wound had yet to fully heal, protect Xiao Wu, and be strong enough to face her brother when they reunited. Lin Mo walked at the front, his face calm, but the grip on his machete and his sharp eyes betrayed his inner vigilance. He constantly observed his surroundings, analyzed routes, calculated risks, and led the team forward step by step. The road ahead was long and fraught with danger. They didn't know what awaited around the next corner, nor what secrets the affiliated hospital held, but they supported one another, moving steadfastly toward their goal. A few days ago, the heavy impact of the warehouse's iron door still echoed in his ears, but that sound was being replaced by a chilling, maniacal laughter growing ever closer behind him. Peng Yu didn't even dare to look back, silently praying that Ning Yuan could safely rescue his sister Peng Li. He was in no position to protect himself. He had lost his weapon in the chaos caused by the infected. The only thing he could do was run. Like a crazed beast, he dashed blindly into the unknown darkness. Behind him, 7 or 8 figures pursued him relentlessly. These were not the ordinary types he had encountered before in the school parking lot, subway station, or when led to crash into doors. These creatures, they resembled hunters, and he, Peng Yu, was nothing more than live bait deliberately left behind for their entertainment. Run faster. With that muscle, you'll surely be delightful when roasted. An infected person in tattered sportswear cackled sharply, grabbing a broken rib from beside a disemboweled corpse lying on the roadside, and hurled it towards Peng Yu's back with a sickly excitement. Damn! Peng Yu abruptly sidestepped. The rib grazed his arm, creating a foul stench in the air. He could even see a few strands of decaying flesh still clinging to the bone. He couldn't afford to stop. Even though he was nicknamed the purest man at school, he was now on the verge of exhaustion, each breath searing with pain. His legs felt as heavy as if filled with lead, moving mechanically by sheer willpower. Those bastards. They were playing. They weren't in a hurry to catch up, but instead used the surrounding ruins to drive him further. An infected would suddenly burst from behind a fallen advertising board, forcing him towards wider, more open streets, where hiding was nearly impossible. Another deliberately kicked over a roadblock made of corpses, creating a thunderous noise that seemed to call out to distant companions, as if declaring the fun of this hunting game. Damn it. Peng Yu gritted his teeth, sweat mixing with the cold rain that blurred his vision. In a moment of staggering around a street corner, Peng Yu suddenly threw off his backpack, the one loaded with supplies from the supermarket, not even looking as he hurled it with all his strength towards the pursuing infected. Bang! The backpack struck an infected covered in filthy blood. The water bottles inside made a dull sound, the effect negligible, one could even say non-existent. But with the weight lifted, Peng Yu seemed to run a bit faster. The lead figures, including the one in sportswear and another wielding a fire axe, merely glanced at the thrown backpack, their twisted maniacal laughter intensifying, filled with a sadistic glee as they accelerated the chase. Run, little fresh meat. Don't stop. The game has just begun. Once I catch you, we'll carve out your statue and shove it in your own mouth. Ha ha. The filthy insults closely followed Peng Yu. He kept his head down, sprinting wildly through the intricate ruins of the city. In the rain-soaked urban area, the streets were riddled with wounds. Storefronts shattered with blood-soaked goods scattered within. Overturned vehicles lay like silent steel corpses, some still marked with indentations and blood handprints from violent collisions. He dashed through a park that should have been a place for children to play, now transformed into a horrific art exhibit. On a few swings, what hung were not seats, but several skinned bodies posed in grotesque dance positions, swaying gently in the wind, making a creaking sound. Next to the slide, a massive twisted smiley face was formed using intestines and entrails, flies buzzing around it. This was the work of the infected, their most malicious mockery of the survivors. Suddenly, from behind a half-collapsed bus stop ahead, a faint, suppressed crying sound emerged. Peng Yu's heart tightened, and his steps instinctively slowed for a moment. A girl in a school uniform, appearing to be only 15 or 16, was curled up with her legs hugged, drenched through, and a deep, bone-revealing wound on her shoulder, continuously oozing blood. Her face was smeared with dirt and tear stains, her eyes filled with desperate fear. Save me. The girl saw Peng Yu as if seeing a last straw, trembled, and extended her hand, her voice barely audible. Peng Yu's heart felt as if gripped by a cold hand. He thought of his sister Peng Li and realized this girl was even younger than her. But the group of maniacal reapers behind him was drawing closer. His own life was hanging by a thread. In that instant of internal conflict, the pursuing infected clearly noticed this new toy. Their smiles grew even more excited, and cruel, some even whistled. Yo, a little slut. Perfect. Let's first carve her up. This one looks even more fun. Ha ha. They actually slowed their pursuit of Peng Yu, leering as they stepped closer to the bus stop. Like spectators watching a grand performance. The hope on the girl's face instantly transformed into utter terror and despair. She let out a heart-wrenching scream and tried to crawl behind the bus stop. But it was already too late. The infected with the fire axe rushed forward in a few steps, not immediately killing the girl, but grinning savagely swung the axe onto her calf. Crack. The sound of bones breaking was distinctly audible. The girl let out a piercing scream, rolling on the ground while clutching her severed leg. Several other infected surrounded her, not rushing to intervene, but shoving each other, discussing in filthy language how to play with this new prey. One infected even began to undo his pants. Peng Yu stood frozen, his body cold, his stomach churning. He watched the hellish scene unfold, a strong wave of nausea and helplessness almost consuming him. He wanted to close his eyes to block his ears, but he couldn't. The desperate screams of the girl and the excited howls of the infected pierced into his brain like steel needles. He knew he had to run. The instinct for survival whipped at him like a lash. He clenched his teeth, blood oozing from his gums, suddenly turning around, no longer looking at the brutal scene that could shatter any normal person's sanity, and with the last ounce of rationality he could muster, charged into a darker, narrower alley filled with a strong stench of decay. Behind him, the girl's screams abruptly ceased, replaced by even crazier, more nauseating laughter and a tearing sound that was sickening. Peng Yu stumbled for a moment, but did not look back. To survive, he could only choose to be selfish. At the end of the alley stood a damp, moss-covered wall. Peng Yu slammed heavily against its, sewage and rotting garbage smearing half his body. His lungs felt torn with pain, each breath carrying a strong stench of sour decay. He turned back to see three figures at the alley entrance, laughing wildly, leisurely blocking his last escape route. One, wearing a blood-stained chef's uniform, held what seemed to be Peng Yu's lost cleaver in his hand. Another, a limping infected in a tracksuit, brandished a broken baseball bat. The third, clad in grease-stained work clothes, carried an empty sack, a sickening grin plastered on his face. This was the end of the waste disposal channel, a forgotten corner of the city, now his death trap. Ha ha ha. No more places to run, little lamb. The chef infected scraped the cleaver against the wall, producing a grating noise, seemingly savoring the prey's final struggles. Peng Yu's eyes turned fierce as he scanned his surroundings. The ground was piled with swollen, stinking black garbage bags, sewage flowing, carrying gnawed rat carcasses. In the corner, several rusted iron barrels labeled hazardous chemicals lay, one tipped over, spilling a strange-colored, pungent, viscous liquid that corroded the ground into a scorched black. Peng Yu had no weapons, only a heart full of rage and a body at its limit. He grabbed a broken glass bottle nearby, its jagged edges his only hope. "Come on, you bastards. Come and kill me." Peng Yu roared, his voice hoarse from exhaustion. "Oh, still got some spirit." The chef infected licked the dried blood off the blade. "Good, I like him tough. Brothers don't kill him, yet let's have some fun." The limping infected let out a strange cry and charged first. Despite the limp, his frenzy was undiminished, the bat swinging toward Peng Yu's head. Peng Yu ducked low, dodging the lethal blow, and thrust the broken bottle into the attacker's good leg. Thud. Glass shards sank deep. The infected stumbled. "Feels great." It felt no pain from the wound. Instead, its grin twisted into even more distorted excitement. At that moment, the sack-carrying infected in work clothes also moved. It didn't attack directly, but laughed wildly, grabbing from a trash heap a handful of bones, covered in filth and maggots. Perhaps from a previous victim, it hurled them at Peng Yu's face. The attack was too sudden and disgusting. Peng Yu instinctively turned his head to dodge. The foul bone whizzed past his cheek, a few wriggling maggots landing on his shoulder. Ugh! Intense nausea churned his stomach. That was the opening. The chef infected lunged, the cleaver aimed straight for Peng Yu's heart. Peng Yu's pupils contracted. He felt death's breath, perhaps survival instinct, or the fury ignited by extreme filth and malice. He rolled sharply to the side, straight into the chemical spill area. The acrid odor choked him, tears streaming. His skin touched the sticky liquid, a searing pain flaring up. "Oh!" Peng Yu cried out, but didn't stop enduring the burn, scrambling toward the overturned chemical barrel. Because beside the barrel he spotted a bright pink-purple object, praying it was what he hoped, maybe his last chance. "Ha ha ha, asking for it." The chef infected laughed more gleefully, savoring the prey's agony, not pursuing immediately, but watching Peng Yu writhe on the ground. The limping infected hobbled over, picking up the broken bottle, a cruel smile on its face, as if the leg pain fueled its craving for sadistic pleasure. The work-clothed infected picked up a mud-caked brick, weighing it, deciding which part of Peng Yu to hit for maximum pain, a satisfied grunt escaping its gaping mouth. They were admiring his misery, his pain, his despair. This feeling of being a plaything cruelly tormented stung Peng Yu more than physical pain, sparking rage and humiliation. But he held on, crawling toward the barrel, finally grabbing the pink-purple object beside it. He had gambled right. It was a plastic lighter with half its oil left. A mad idea instantly consumed his mind. "What are you up to, little mouse?" The chef infected seemed to sense his intent, a mix of curiosity and caution in its grin. Peng Yu said nothing, using his last strength to shove the heavy barrel toward the three infected. The remaining liquid splashed out, flowing toward their feet. At the same time, Peng Yu hurled the plastic lighter with all his might toward the liquid. Die together, you bastards. Boom. The lighter shattered sparks, igniting the liquid. It burst into flames instantly. The pungent chemical acted as fuel, causing a violent explosion. Blue-green flames shot high, engulfing the three infected. Haha. They let out more delirious, excited laughter from extreme pain, staggering toward Peng Yu. Peng Yu was also thrown back by the blast, his back smashing against the wall, vision darkening, ears ringing. The heat wave seared his face, nearly singeing his eyebrows. Ignoring the pain, he scrambled away from the sea of fire. Within the flames, the three infected still laughed, walking toward him, but the fire grew fiercer, soon consuming them, turning them into three charred human torches. At last the laughter faded, leaving only the crackle of fire and the acrid chemical smell lingering in the alley. Peng Yu lay in the sewage, coughing violently, trembling all over. He stared at the three bodies slowly turning to charcoal in the flames, his stomach churning again. He had survived, in a way that nearly meant mutual destruction. He was half dead himself. An overwhelming wave of exhaustion and dread crashed over him, nearly drowning him. He struggled to rise, but his limbs felt like lead. Just then he noticed a figure still at the alley entrance. A large, muscular infected. It seemed to have been standing there watching, not joining the hunt for Peng Yu's entertainment. Now its deep grin seemed to carry a hint of approval. It slowly clapped. Clap. 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 The applause echoed in the dead alley, eerie and jarring. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Its voice rasped. Didn't expect you, little mouse, to have such surprising tricks. It stepped forward, its tall figure casting a huge shadow enveloping Peng Yu completely. Peng Yu's heart sank into a frozen abyss. Having just escaped the wolves, he had fallen into the tiger's den. And this enemy seemed even more unfathomable. The towering infected approached like a butcher appraising his prey, each step drawing him nearer. Beneath his tattered uniform, his bulging muscles exuded an explosive sense of power. The deep, bone-etched grin on his face carried a malicious understanding of everything, sending a chill down Peng Yu's spine. This creature was nothing like those mongrels that only acted on instinct to inflict pain. There was a cold, almost rational gleam in his eyes. It's over. This is it. I'm done for. Lily, I'm sorry your brother is about to. Peng Yu struggled to step back, but his body felt nailed to the ground. The burning pain from his corroded skin and the overwhelming weakness throughout his body rendered him immobile. He could only watch helplessly as the towering silhouette approached, then crouched down before him. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. The burly infected extended a large hand covered in calluses and bloodstains, as if to caress Peng Yu's cheek, yet his voice was ice-cold and merciless. Pain is only temporary. Soon, you will know true joy. His fingers, already mangled and reeking of blood, were about to touch the wounds on Peng Yu's skin. Understanding his intent, Peng Yu jerked his head away, trying to dodge that nauseating hand. Tisk tisk tsk. So disobedient. The burly infected seemed displeased. He withdrew his hand, his smile turning even more sinister. It seems a little lesson is needed to make you understand. Resistance is futile. He stood up, not delivering the killing blow immediately, but instead pulled out a scalpel from his waist. A scalpel gleaming with a cold, sharp light, its blade incredibly keen. How did he come to possess such a thing? The burly infected brandished the scalpel before Peng Yu, a morbid, surgeon-like, focused grin spreading across his face. Don't worry, I'm very gentle. I just want to see what kind of surprise lies beneath this beautiful muscle of yours. Hee hee. He slowly crouched, using his free hand to press firmly on Peng Yu's shoulder, pinning him to the ground. Then he raised the scalpel. He intended to flay him alive. A surge of ultimate terror seized Peng Yu's heart. His mind flashed to his sister Peng Li. He couldn't die yet. But, no. Peng Yu let out a roar of agony, defiance, and utter despair. But at this moment he could do nothing. His strength was nearly gone. He couldn't resist this infected butcher any longer. Despair made him abandon all resistance, allowing the cold blade to slice through the skin of his arm, drawing beads of blood. Yet the searing pain from the wound instantly triggered a surge of adrenaline. He jerked his head up, his bloodshot eyes locked onto the burly infected's cold gaze. Gathering the last ounce of his strength, he opened his mouth with final resolve. He lunged forward, biting fiercely at the other's face. Even if he died, he would tear off a piece of his flesh. The burly infected, seemingly not expecting such a ferocious counterattack from the dying prey, was momentarily stunned. He seemed intrigued by this extreme despair and resistance, his smile deepening slightly with a perverse anticipation. In that split second of hesitation, before Peng Yu could bite down, swoosh, a sharp, air-ending whistle pierced the silence. A black crossbow bolt with a triblated metal tip shot forth like lightning, silent and swift, from the direction of the alley entrance. Thud. The bolt struck with pinpoint accuracy, piercing the wrist of the hand holding the scalpel. The sheer penetrating force shattered the wrist bone. Blackish red blood and bone fragments exploded into the air. The scalpel flew from his grasp, clattering into the filthy water with a clang. Ugh! The burly infected let out an incredulous roar. Yet instead of pain, a flash of even more savage glee lit up his eyes. He used his other hand to punch Peng Yu in the face, venting his excitement at that moment. Then he whirled around to face the alley entrance. Peng Yu reeled from the blow, his vision swimming, but his blurry gaze still fixed on the alley mouth. There a figure had appeared unbeknownst to him. A man clad in a black tactical jacket, a gas mask obscuring his face, holding a compact crossbow that gleamed with metallic menace. He stood like a hunter emerging from the shadows, calm, lethal. Another one. How delightful. Though his wrist was crippled, the burly infected's ferocity only intensified. Abandoning Peng Yu, he charged with a bestial roar towards the crossbow-wielding man. His massive frame churned up the filthy water in the narrow alley. The man showed no sign of panic. Faced with the charging behemoth, his movements were astonishingly swift. Almost as the infected lunged, he had already knocked another bolt. Swoosh. Another shot. This time the bolt seemed guided by sight, streaking straight for the infected's left knee. The burly infected tried to block with his body, but the injured wrist severely compromised his balance and speed. Thud. The bolt struck true again, piercing through the right kneecap. Damn it. The burly infected bellowed with even greater frenzy. Yet his laughter remained loud, as if the agony brought him immense pleasure. Now both legs gave way, buckling beneath him, and his massive frame crashed to its knees, splashing a torrent of filthy water. The man gave him no respite. He dashed forward, discarding the crossbow, and drew a heavy, rugged cleaver with notches along its blade from his back. A flash of steel in the dim alley. Thwack, 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 with swift, clean strokes, almost of brutal artistry akin to a master butcher. The man's blade work was devious and ruthless, each cut landing precisely on the infected's shoulder, elbow, and hip joints, accompanied by the sickening crunch of breaking bones. And the infected's laughter more twisted and ecstatic with every wound. Within seconds, the burly infected's limbs were completely severed, leaving only a writhing torso and a head still cackling maniacally on the ground. The man halted, stepped over to the thrashing torso, and pressed his blood-stained combat boot firmly onto its chest, stilling its struggles. He looked down at the still laughing head, his gaze behind the gas mask cold and utterly devoid of emotion. Then he slowly raised the cleaver, aiming for the neck. Crack. The head rolled away, the manic grin finally frozen on its face. Peng Yu, having regained some composure, stared in stunned silence at the slaughter, as effortless as chopping vegetables. His mind went blank, forgetting even his own pain. This man who had appeared out of nowhere. He was nothing short of a butcher. A cold, efficient, terrifyingly powerful butcher. Who in the world was he? The man cleanly severed the infected's head, flicked the blood off his cleaver, and slowly turned around. Those sharp eyes behind the gas mask fell upon Peng Yu, who was slumped on the ground, battered and nearly unconscious. The man strode over the cleaver, still dripping blackish red blood. Peng Yu's heart leaped into his throat once more. This man, he had saved him. But was he friend or foe? This person is terrifyingly calm. His movements are devoid of any excess emotion, embodying an extreme efficiency. The man approaches step by step, his machete still dripping with blood, each footfall in the puddles creating a thud sound that resonates against Peng Yu's taut nerves. Peng Yu struggles to rise, but his body feels as if it has fallen apart, rendering him powerless. The earlier struggle had drained all his strength, making even the act of clenching his fists a challenge. He can only watch helplessly as the man looms over him, scrutinizing him from above. The man's gaze sweeps over Peng Yu's entire body, swiftly passing over his fresh wounds, the bloodstains, and the fragments of his internal organs, finally resting on his chest, which rises and falls violently due to his anxiety. You? Peng Yu's voice is hoarse. Who are you? The man does not reply. Instead, he squats down, extending a hand clad in tactical gloves, brutally gripping Peng Yu's chin and forcing him to lift his head. Peng Yu attempts to resist, but the man's strength is astonishing, clamping down like a vice. The man's gaze, penetrating through the mask's lenses, meticulously examines Peng Yu's eyes, oral mucosa, and even leans in to sniff the scent emanating from him. Have you been touched? The man finally speaks, his voice muffled and distorted through the mask. He refers to the scars on Peng Yu's body. Peng Yu's heart sinks. This guy suspects he has been infected. He immediately shakes his head. No, just superficial wounds. He doesn't know how the man would handle a potential infected person, but his instincts tell him that admitting it would mean death. The man remains silent, his eyes behind the lenses seeming to assess whether Peng Yu is lying. He releases his grip, stands up, and slaps Peng Yu's cheek with the flat side of the machete, the force not light. It better be that way. The man's voice remains cold. Your body is decent, still of some use. He does not ask for Peng Yu's name, nor where he came from, or where he is going. Seemingly these details are unimportant. He only cares about one thing: whether this survivor still holds any value. Peng Yu looks at this mysterious and powerful man, filled with vigilance. Get up. The man points with the machete towards the alleyway. Come with me. The tone is not one of negotiation, but a command. Peng Yu grits his teeth, realizing he has no choice. He struggles, bracing himself against the slick wall, and shakily stands up. He glances at the 3 charred corpses of the infected on the ground, and at the decapitated robust infected ahead, feeling a wave of nausea. Who is this man? What is his background? He doesn't know. All he knows is that he has no other choice. The man wearing a gas mask leads the way, casually holding the machete, yet always ready to strike. Peng Yu drags his weary and injured body behind, each step tugging at his wounds, but he dares not fall behind nor make any complaints. This man exudes an overwhelming sense of oppression. The two traverse through several similarly desolate alleyways filled with garbage and blood. The man seems exceptionally familiar with the environment, always able to find the most concealed and safest paths, avoiding areas with clear signs of infected activity. Finally, they arrive at the base of a relatively intact residential building. The man stops in an inconspicuous corner on the first floor, retrieves a set of keys from his backpack, and opens an iron door that appears to lead to the basement. Go in. The man steps aside, gesturing with his eyes for Peng Yu to enter. Peng Yu hesitates for a moment, but ultimately steps inside. Inside is a small, cluttered space, dimly lit, exuding a faint scent of disinfectant. The man follows and locks the iron door behind him, and pulls out a small first aid kit from his backpack. Treat your wounds yourself. He tosses the first aid kit to Peng Yu, which contains only some basic alcohol swabs, gauze, and a small roll of medical tape. Then he throws over a small, hard, compressed biscuit wrapped in oil paper and half a bottle of murky water. Eat this. The man's tone remains devoid of warmth. This is an advance payment. As for the future, it depends on your performance. Peng Yu is taken aback. Advance payment? Performance? What do you mean? He asks warily while ravenously gnawing at the biscuit that could chip his teeth. He doesn't dare drink the murky water right away. Who knows if it's safe? The man leans against the wall, removes his gas mask, revealing a face with defined features. He appears to be around 26 or 27 years old, not much older than Peng Yu, yet the weariness and ruthlessness in his eyes far exceed his age. It's quite simple, the man says, wiping the blood off his machete without looking up. I saved you, so you owe me a life. Right now I need someone to help me find some things, mainly to get blood pressure and heart medication for my grandmother. You look capable and of some use. Indeed, this guy is not saving me out of kindness, but rather for my utilitarian value. Why should I help you? Peng Yu retorts defiantly, well aware that he lacks any negotiating power. I have to find my sister. The man raises his head and coldly glances at him. Find your sister. With your current state, you can hardly protect yourself, let alone look for someone. Stick with me, and at least you can survive. Help me find the medicine, and perhaps I will consider helping you. Peng Yu falls silent. He knows the man speaks the truth. In his current condition, finding Peng Li is a question mark. Surviving today is already uncertain. The wounds still throb, reminding him of the potential infection risk. How do I know you won't use me as cannon fodder? Peng Yu asks, this being his last struggle. The man scoffs, seemingly finding the question laughable. Cannon fodder? You might not even qualify as cannon fodder right now. What I need is a helper, not a burden. If you lack even this bit of value, I will make your death quick and painless. At least you won't end up like those outside, drooling and laughing like trash. His words are cruel and direct, yet carry a convincing power. In this damned apocalypse, survival is the only truth. The so-called sympathy and morality have long been crushed beneath the desires of the infected. Peng Yu looks into the man's cold eyes and thinks again of his sister, whose fate is uncertain, and of Ning Yuan and the others. Ultimately, he nods with great difficulty. All right, I will help you, he says, his voice dry. But you must tell me where your safe house is. How safe is it? And what is your grandmother's condition? Only then does the man nod in satisfaction, putting his gas mask back on. My name is Bai Lang. Finally revealing his name, but his tone remains flat. Follow me. My den is much safer than you might imagine. As for my grandmother, you only need to know that she is the only person worth my risk right now. The two step back into the outside ruins. This time their relationship is no longer that of simple strangers, but a fragile temporary alliance. Follow me this way. Bai Lang pointed at a narrower, more dilapidated alley that diverged from the path they had taken. The main road is too conspicuous. This route is longer, but safer. His tone remained unequivocal. Peng Yu silently followed without objection. The wound, hastily cleaned with alcohol and bandaged with gauze, still throbbed with stabbing pain mingled with an ominous burning sensation. He was uncertain if he had been infected. Bai Lang seemed indifferent, perhaps because he was strong enough to kill Peng Yu instantly in the event of mutation, or perhaps because he believed Peng Yu was not infected. The alley was in terrible condition, cluttered with construction debris and swollen black garbage bags, emitting a foul stench. Some sections were so narrow that they had to squeeze through sideways. On the walls, enormous, twisted smiley faces painted in blood were visible, accompanied by vulgar and obscene slogans scrawled nearby. Turning a corner, the sight before them nearly made Peng Yu vomit on the spot. They arrived at a relatively open plaza which had once been a community center. Now, however, it had transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse. This scene was even more explicit, more gory, and more nauseating than the art exhibition in the park they had seen earlier. In the center of the plaza, various mutilated corpses, some of the infected, others clearly ordinary survivors, were haphazardly bound, and pierced with iron wires and steel bars stacked into a grotesque sculpture resembling a shrine to some evil deity. The entrails of the bodies were dragged out and casually draped over the altar, still dripping viscous fluids. The ground was a muddy mix of black blood-bone fragments and rainwater with flies buzzing and circling overhead. On the other side of the plaza, an even more horrifying scene unfolded. Several infected individuals were hanging a still-living young woman, her limbs twisted backward, her mouth stuffed with something unknown, like a slab of cured meat on a signpost. They did not kill her immediately. Instead, they wielded various tools scavenged from the ruins. Rusty pipe wrenches, car spring steel plates sharpened at one end, shattered mirror shards, to perpetrate a heinous creation upon her body. The woman convulsed violently from excruciating pain and terror, emitting desperate sobs from her throat. Tears mingled with blood flowed from her hollow eyes, staining her entire face crimson. The onlooking infected erupted in excited screams and maniacal laughter. They clapped their hands, stomped their feet, and some even mimicked the woman's convulsions, as if reveling in a spectacular circus performance. It was a scene of pure malice and a carnival of delight in torturing life. Even Peng Yu, who had fought his way from the school to this point, felt his scalp crawl. The burning pain of his wound was nothing compared to the wrenching grief now gripping his heart. This sight was more sinister than any battle he had faced before. He instinctively tried to look away, but his neck remained stiff and unyielding. Seen enough. Bai Lang's icy voice rang in his ears, jolting him from his shock. Peng Yu snapped back to reality and turned to look at Bai Lang. To his astonishment, faced with a scene that could shatter a normal person's sanity, Bai Lang's eyes remained as calm as still water, carrying even a faint trace of disgust and accustomed familiarity. Bai Lang patted Peng Yu on the shoulder. Without any intention of lingering, he quickened his pace and gestured for Peng Yu to follow. Don't look. These trash aren't worth wasting time on. We need to hurry back. Peng Yu trailed behind Bai Lang. The man's coldness and numbness made him wonder, was his heart forged from iron? They carefully skirted the edge of the plaza, trying to make no sound. Fortunately, the monsters seemed entirely engrossed in their entertainment and did not notice the two little mice slipping past. Finally, they left the plaza that resembled a microcosm of hell. Once they reached a safe street, Peng Yu signaled for him to stop, then retched a few times. He quickly shook his head and motioned for him to continue leading the way. Scared, Bai Lang glanced at him, a hint of subtle mockery in his tone. Peng Yu did not reply, only silently clenched his fists. He was not scared, he was furious. A boundless hatred for this damned world and his own weakness. Remember this feeling. Bai Lang's voice sounded again, this time not cold, but carrying an added layer of emotion. Anger, fear, disgust. These are the fuel for survival. Keep them buried deep inside. Don't let them destroy you, but don't forget them either. One day, you will need them. With that, Bai Lang fell silent and quickened his pace, once more leading Peng Yu deeper into the shadows of the ruined city. Bai Lang led Peng Yu through a series of twists and turns, navigating the rear alleyway, nearly choked with refuse, until they finally halted before an unassuming unit door of an aged residential building. This edifice appeared marginally more intact than its surroundings, yet it remained steeped in lifelessness, its windows mostly shattered or sealed with wooden planks. We're here. Bai Lang unlocked the unit door with a key, and a potent wave of disinfectant mingled with the musty odor of aged objects and accumulated dust rushed forth to greet them. The corridor was steeped in profound gloom, its windows all sealed with thick black plastic sheeting or wooden boards, leaving only a few narrow vents for air. Traces of reinforcement were visible on the walls. The stairwell was even blocked by a rudimentary iron gate welded from steel bars secured with a heavy lock. This place was less a home and more a fortress. Bai Lang deftly opened the iron gate, signaling Peng Yu to follow, then swiftly locked it once more. They climbed all the way to the top floor. At each landing, piles of clutter formed makeshift defensive barriers. In key spots, Peng Yu glimpsed tripwire alarms crudely fashioned from thin string and empty cans, yet deceptively effective. The door to the top floor apartment was likewise fortified, a thick layer of iron sheathing over the wooden core augmented with multiple bolts and latches. It even featured a modified periscope for observing the outside from within. As the door swung open, Peng Yu finally stepped into Bai Lang's safe house. A more complex aroma assailed his nostrils, a blend of food, primarily canned goods, and compressed rations, medicine, disinfectant, and a faint elusive scent peculiar to the elderly. The interior was equally dim, the windows sealed tight. Only a few low-wattage energy-saving lamps cast a pallid light, enshrouding everything in an atmosphere of utter isolation. On the walls hung modified weaponry, a long-handled cleaver fashioned from a steel pipe, and saw blades, several kitchen knives honed to an extraordinary sharpness fixed in place, and even a makeshift crossbow of formidable appearance built from an automobile suspension spring and steel plate. In the corner, supply crates stacked waist-high bore clear labels, drinking water, compressed rations, canned goods, medicine, ammunition, tools. Everything was meticulously organized, yet exuded an unsettling air of paranoia and control. On a shelf, Peng Yu even spotted glass jars containing what appeared to be infected fingers or ears suspended in murky fluid. He dared not look closely and quickly averted his gaze. "Grandma, I'm home." Bai Lang's voice softened slightly, yet retained its habitual vigilance. An aged, frail figure with graying hair emerged tremblingly from the inner room. She wore faded, worn clothes, her face etched with wrinkles. Her cloudy eyes betrayed a neuroticism born of prolonged fear and confinement. When she spotted Peng Yu, filthy, blood-stained, and reeking, following Bai Lang, her murky eyes flew wide, and she let out a sharp scream. "Ah, Langer, an outsider. Quick, get him out." Trembling, she grabbed a feather duster from the corner and swung it at Peng Yu, babbling incoherently. "Filthy, dangerous, hellbring monsters. Go away, go away." Her reaction was not mere fear, but a near hysterical terror and rejection, as if Peng Yu himself were the embodiment of the virus. "Grandma, don't be afraid. He's not a bad person." Bai Lang immediately stepped forward, shielding Peng Yu, and grasped the old woman's hand. His tone was as gentle as possible, yet carried an unyielding authority. "He's a helper I brought back." The old woman seemed to trust Bai Lang implicitly. Though still trembling with fear, she slowly lowered the feather duster, but her eyes, filled with extreme revulsion and terror, remained fixed on Peng Yu as she muttered, "Filthy, dangerous, the monsters will come." Peng Yu stood there at a loss. He could understand the old woman's fear, yet being shunned like the plague left a bitter taste in his heart. Unlike the direct malice of the infected outside, this rejection from his own kind born of fear unsettled him even more. "You," Bai Lang turned and pointed to a small space partitioned off by thick waterproof fabric near the door. Inside sat a large plastic bucket and some industrial-grade disinfectants that looked highly caustic. "Get in there. Strip off that garbage you're wearing and throw it into the iron drum marked contaminated. Then wash yourself from head to toe with the disinfectant in there. Spare no corner, especially the wounds. Use a brush." His tone reverted to its icy, commanding manner, laced with a severity bordering on humiliation. "Do you hear me? Until I confirm you're thoroughly clean, don't touch anything here, don't leave that cubicle, and don't come near my grandma." Bai Lang's gaze was as sharp as a blade as he bellowed at him once more. Peng Yu looked at Bai Lang's unyielding eyes, then at the old woman staring at him as if he were a monster. In the end, he could only nod silently and step into that crude decontamination chamber. The frigid disinfectant stung the wounds on his skin like sulfuric acid, bringing waves of unbearable agony. He shed the clothes already soaked through with blood, sweat, and filth, and stared at his own haggard, exhausted reflection in the mirror. An indescribable sense of humiliation and disorientation welled up within him. The disinfection process was almost a form of torture. Bai Lang stared at him, demanding he scrub the skin around the wound with a hard bristled brush until all the epidermis that might have been contaminated by the infected person's bodily fluids was scraped away, revealing the raw red flesh beneath. Peng Yu gritted his teeth, knowing full well that no amount of disinfection would change the outcome if infection was meant to be. Yet he had to endure the excruciating pain and comply the sting of the disinfectant, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. After the cleaning was done, he was allowed to step out of the cubicle only after changing into a slightly oversized mothball-scented old tracksuit that Bai Lang had tossed to him. He felt as if he had just emerged from a torture chamber. The old woman was hiding far away in the doorway of the inner room, scrutinizing him with a gaze that had softened slightly. Bai Lang examined the treated wound, then sprayed it with a mysterious liquid from a bottle. The icy, piercing sensation made Peng Yu wince in pain. "For now, you won't die," Bai Lang uttered a statement that served as a form of grudging approval. Then from a locked metal cabinet, he retrieved a small portion of food and water, 2 rock-hard compressed biscuits, a tiny dish of blackish pickled vegetables, and half a glass of murky water. "Ration it," Bai Lang said, his tone devoid of any emotion. "Our supplies here aren't infinite. Every bit you consume, you'll have to earn back double in the future." Peng Yu took the food and water, sat on a small stool near the door, as directed by Bai Lang, and began to chew. The compressed biscuit was as hard and dry as a stone. The pickles were both salty and astringent, and the water had a strange taste. But at this moment, he couldn't afford to be picky. He had to survive first before he could find his sister. As he ate, he observed Bai Lang's every move. Bai Lang first meticulously checked the reinforcement of the doors and windows, then tinkered with a new tripwire alarm. Afterwards, he began to inventory and organize the supply boxes, meticulously recording every bag of compressed biscuits in a worn-out notebook, even clearly noting the number of crossbow bolts consumed. He performed this series of tasks with great orderliness, each movement marked by intense focus. Peng Yu noticed that Bai Lang's brow furrowed slightly when he was recording the medicines, clearly indicating that his grandmother's medical stockpile was indeed running critically low. He didn't know when he would be able to go out with Bai Lang to find medicine, nor did he know if he would ever see his sister again in this lifetime. Evening came. Bai Lang prepared a simple dinner. This time it was heated canned food and compressed biscuits. The old woman was finally helped out by Bai Lang, but she kept her head down, avoiding Peng Yu's gaze, and sat far away from him during the meal. Peng Yu tried to offer the old woman a friendly smile, but she immediately recoiled, as if frightened, muttering something under her breath. Peng Yu's smile froze on his face, and a bitter feeling welled up inside him. He wanted to talk to the old woman, ask about the early days of the virus outbreak, about Bai Lang's past, but it seemed impossible. The old woman's fear was etched into her very bones, isolating her from everything outside except for Bai Lang. Peng Yu ate his still-rationed portion of food, his heart filled with complex emotions. He was immensely grateful to Bai Lang for saving him and providing this temporary safe haven and food. In this apocalyptic setting, this was the epitome of kindness. But at the same time, Bai Lang's coldness and paranoia, the old woman's fear and rejection, and the suffocating, oppressive atmosphere of this safe house made him feel extremely uncomfortable and out of place. He thought of his sister Peng Li and her group. How were they now? Were they still alive? Were they also struggling to survive in some corner, just like him? But it was all just futile thinking. Clean your dishes and put them in the designated spot. When you're done, Bai Lang's voice cut through his thoughts, still icy. We'll take turns keeping watch tonight. You sleep first. He'll wake you in the second half of the night. Peng Yu nodded silently and cleaned up the dishes. Bai Lang pointed him to a bed near the door, which was just a few pieces of old but relatively clean cardboard spread on the floor. He closed his eyes, the wound still throbbing with a burning pain. Lying on the hard cardboard, listening to the faint sounds of the infected laughing in the distance that could still be heard through the sealed windows, and breathing in the air thick with the smell of disinfectant and mildew, he found it hard to fall asleep. Peng Yu tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He didn't know if he would ever live to see the day he found his sister, or if he would one night turn into one of those laughing madmen outside, or simply die. In the late hours of the night, Peng Yu was startled awake from a light sleep by Bai Lang's push. It's your turn, Bai Lang's voice echoed in the darkness. Peng Yu slowly sat up, the burning pain from his wounds showing no sign of abating. He had barely slept during the first half of the night. Receiving the simple binoculars handed to him by Bai Lang, he stood up and walked to the sealed window, peering through the narrow observation hole to look outside. It was pitch black outside with not a glimmer of starlight. Only a few distant flickers of fire danced in the darkness, leaving him unsure whether they belonged to survivors or infected individuals engaged in some sinister activity. Bai Lang did not go to sleep, but sat on a metal folding chair in the center of the room, using the dim light from a rechargeable lamp to begin cleaning his crossbow and a modified fire axe. His movements were meticulous, his gaze focused, immersed in his own world, indifferent to everything around him. The room was filled only with the soft sound of their breathing and the subtle noise of metal scraping. This oppressive silence made Peng Yu feel suffocated. He wanted to break this maddening awkwardness and silence, and also needed to test the icy demeanor of the man beside him. Have you always lived here alone with your grandmother? Peng Yu finally couldn't hold back and spoke, his voice sounding somewhat abrupt in the stillness. Bai Lang paused his cleaning of the axe blade, without looking up, simply emitting a muffled syllable from his nose, not before. The brief 4 words interrupted the conversation, making the atmosphere awkward again, and Peng Yu didn't know what to say next. Silence reigned for an unknown duration. Then you never thought about looking for a large group or other survivor outposts? Peng Yu tossed out another topic, recalling the affiliated hospital mentioned in Ning Yuan's father's text and other potential shelters aside from the gymnasium, although bringing it up now seemed clearly inappropriate. But he was more curious about why Bai Lang chose such extreme isolation. Large group. Outpost. Bai Lang scoffed, finally looking up, the dim light illuminating half his face, his cold eyes filled with unmasked disdain and mockery. Don't be foolish. Do you think that just because there are more people they can unite to weather the storm? Let me tell you, when I was a supervisor in the mall, I saw plenty. Usually they call each other brothers, but for a few $100s in commission, they can stab you in the back. Some even push an old lady down just to grab discounted fruit. You expect these selfish old humans to unite and form a large group in the apocalypse? They'd smash the heads of those beside them just to grab food. Consider yourself lucky. Bai Lang stood up and walked over to Peng Yu, giving his shoulder a heavy pat, his tall figure exuding a strong sense of oppression. He too looked out through the observation hole at the dark city ruins, his voice low and cold as he continued. Also, before the catastrophe expanded, my grandmother initially firmly believed in those rescue things and wanted me to take her to a shelter. But do you think those in military uniforms can be trusted? Let me tell you, in the face of the virus, that uniform is useless. At that time, I saw military vehicles run over civilians begging for help, and I witnessed soldiers turn into crazies, shooting their own people to pieces. Survivor outposts. And those shelters. Now they are either being attacked by the crazies outside or turned into hell by the own people inside. Bai Lang's words shattered the last trace of Peng Yu's fantasy about official forces and confirmed the warnings in Ning Yuan's father's message. He was very clear in his heart, and the horrors witnessed in the cafeteria were still fresh in his memory. The images of infected individuals in military uniforms firing indiscriminately were as clear as a nightmare. This virus is not a natural disaster. It is a mirror. It reflects the dirtiest things in human hearts: greed, selfishness, violence, lust, all of it. Those infected, they are not mad, they are just, damn it, no longer pretending. Bai Lang's voice carried a disturbing fervor and conviction. They are the truth of this world. Survival of the fittest. No morals. No laws. Only desires and power. To survive, you must be more ruthless than them. Colder. Willing to do anything. Crush everything that stands in your way, whether it be human or ghost. Peng Yu opened his mouth, but his throat felt as if something was blocking it, unable to utter a single word, merely staring into Bai Lang's eyes, which at that moment seemed to have lost their former coldness and added a hint of excitement. Remember. Bai Lang turned his head, his gaze returning to indifference, gently patting Peng Yu's back, his tone still flat, but carrying a weighty seriousness as he said, "In this world, the only things you can trust are the weapons in your own hands, and your heart, which must be cold and hard enough. Everything else is nonsense." After saying this, Bai Lang ignored the silent Peng Yu, turning back to the center of the room to check the trap parts he had made from fine thread, iron nails, and shards of glass. The midnight watch passed in stifling silence. Peng Yu leaned against the wall, his gaze shifting between the window and Bai Lang, who was inspecting the trap components. He always felt an invisible chasm between himself and this man. At this moment, the sky was faintly brightening, and a weak ray of light seeped through the sole gap in the window. Bai Lang had awoken at some unknown time, his back turned to Peng Yu as he stood before a map covered in various markings. Peng Yu's head was heavy, the pain from his wound seeming to have eased slightly, but anxiety still clutched his heart. He cleared his dry throat and asked, "When do we set out to find the medicine? I need to find my sister and the others quickly." He tried to appear calm, but the mere thought of his sister made his voice inadvertently carry a note of urgency. Bai Lang's shoulder merely twitched. He did not turn around or answer immediately, his fingers still slowly tracing over a certain area on the map. Just then, a rapid, pained gasp from the old woman in the inner room shattered the silence. Bai Lang's body tensed instantly, and he turned to stride swiftly into the inner room. Peng Yu heard Bai Lang's low, soothing voice from inside. "Grandma, don't rush, breathe. Take the medicine first." Followed by the old woman's feeble response. After a moment, Bai Lang emerged, his face dark and his eyes restless with agitation. "The medicine," he said, approaching Peng Yu, his voice cold and urgent. "My grandmother's blood pressure and heart medication can last at most another day and a half. If we don't find new supplies, she's dead." He raised his hand and jabbed a finger heavily at the map at the Renai clinic, marked with a red circle. "We must set out today. We're going here." Peng Yu noticed a grotesque peeling face, smiley, drawn beside the red circle on the map. Though a flicker of doubt crossed his mind, he nodded immediately. "All right. What do you need me to do?" Bai Lang seemed somewhat satisfied with his promptness and nodded as well. "Good. Now listen to the plan." He pointed at several paths and buildings marked as relatively safe on the map. "We'll take this abandoned drainage channel, go down from here." He indicated a manhole cover icon marked with an X. "About a kilometer in, we emerge from this ventilation shaft directly into the underground parking lot. Cross through Sector B of the parking lot, avoid the main aisles, take the fire escape to ground level. The back wall of the clinic is diagonally opposite the parking lot exit." His finger moved swiftly across the map. "The drainage channel might have standing water and mud, even water ghosts, underwater infected, but it's safer than the main roads. The parking lot is poorly lit and might harbor crazies. We need to move fast." He specifically circled the area around Renai Clinic, especially the red circle with the peeling face smiley. "This is Flesher's territory," Bai Lang said, his voice flat. "They like to ambush. Very smart, sharp noses, keen hearing. When they catch humans, their methods are far more brutal than ordinary infected. We must approach upwind, move quietly, and try to avoid direct confrontation. If discovered, don't get bogged down, immediately retreat along the planned route or split up. Peng Yu frowned. "Yes," Bai Lang looked up at him, his eyes icy. "Let's be clear, if we're swarmed by a large number of Fleshers, I will abandon you to save myself if necessary. But don't be too pessimistic. Who actually gets away also depends on luck." Peng Yu's heart chilled again. In Bai Lang's survival code, there were no comrades, only value. Once inside the clinic, Bai Lang's finger tapped on the simple floor plan he had sketched during reconnaissance. "Head straight to the second floor. The pharmacy is here, the doctor's office might be here. The first floor is their trap. Absolutely do not go there. Get the nifedipine and quick-acting heart pills, confirm the quantity is sufficient, and evacuate immediately. Don't touch anything else unless it's right at hand and absolutely safe." He looked at Peng Yu. "Understood." Peng Yu nodded. "Understood. For communication, use this." Bai Lang pulled out 2 old but intact walkie-talkies from a box and tossed one to Peng Yu. "Effective range isn't far, conserve the battery. Only use this in an emergency or when you need to contact me." He paused, looking at Peng Yu, and asked, "Are you a college student?" Peng Yu was taken aback by the sudden question. He nodded. "Linhai University, physical education." Bai Lang's eyes seemed to flicker. "Linhai University. Then I'm your senior, a few years ahead. Business administration." This unexpected revelation surprised Peng Yu, and the atmosphere between them seemed to thaw ever so slightly. But Bai Lang's next words shattered the fragile détente. "Since you're a college student, you should still remember calculus, right?" Bai Lang asked. I guess so, Peng Yu replied bewildered. Good. Bai Lang took the walkie-talkie and tuned it to a specific channel. Listen, this is our recognition code. If we need to confirm each other's identity or contact each other at a set time and place, it'll ask you a simple calculus problem like finding a limit or a basic integral. You give the correct answer. The same goes for you. The problems won't be hard, you can solve them mentally. If the answer is wrong, or if you hesitate too long. He didn't finish, but the murderous intent in his eyes said it all. Why? Use this. Peng Yu was puzzled. The code was too strange. Bai Lang was silent for a few seconds, his voice laced with suppressed hatred. Because those bastards. They can fucking use phones, and might even understand simple verbal commands. Right after the outbreak, my grandma tried to contact any surviving neighbors on the community group chat. And what happened? Those crazies followed the messages right to our door. If I hadn't prepared in advance, we'd be fucking dead. He took a deep breath, steadied himself, and continued, so don't use any method they might understand to communicate. This kind of thing, which they most likely can't calculate, is the safest. Got it. Peng Yu looked at Bai Lang, finally understanding why the old woman detested and feared him so much. That experience had clearly left a deep trauma on his grandmother. He nodded. Got it. You're on close combat covering the rear. I'm on long-range scouting and navigation. Bai Lang assigned tasks simply. He took down the modified fire axe that had been polished the night before and handed it to Peng Yu. Use this. The axe blade was honed razor-sharp, the handle wrapped with non-slip tape, and a counterweight added to the butt, making it heavy in the hand. Follow my orders, and absolutely do not act on your own. Bai Lang emphasized again. Your life belongs to me now. He'll tell you how to use it, and you'll use it that way. Peng Yu gripped the heavy handle of the fire axe. He wanted to retort to say his life was his own, but looking into Bai Lang's icy eyes, he ultimately chose silence. The sky outside remained overcast. Bai Lang and Peng Yu stood before the reinforced iron door, conducting final checks. Bai Lang helped Peng Yu into the crude homemade chest armor and tightened the canvas arm guards. He also handed Peng Yu a military canteen filled with water and a walkie-talkie set to a predetermined frequency. Use it sparingly. Keep the canteen with you and don't lose it. Bai Lang's voice was flat. Peng Yu took them silently, hanging the canteen at his waist and stuffing the walkie-talkie into his coat pocket. The items were few, but they offered a sliver of psychological comfort. Bai Lang, for his part, plucked the crossbow string with his fingers, listening to its tone, then inserted the bolts one by one back into the quiver strapped to his back. He then checked the position of the machete at his waist and patted the dagger strapped to his calf. His movements were clean and efficient, without a single wasted motion. Just as they were finishing their checks, the inner door creaked open, and the old woman hobbled out, holding 2 small bundles wrapped in clean cloth. Langer. Here. Take this for the road. She handed one bundle to Bai Lang, which contained compressed biscuits and several strips of dried cured meat. The old woman's gaze shifted to Peng Yu, paused for a moment, then she extended the smaller bundle. Her voice was still timid. This? You take it too. Granny. Peng Yu stood frozen, looking at the elderly woman's wrinkled face. Something in his heart seemed to be gently touched. The old woman was still afraid of him, yet this was the first hint of human warmth he had felt since arriving here. Take it. Bai Lang took it for him and stuffed it directly into Peng Yu's coat pocket. It'll come in handy on the road. He turned to support the old woman. Grandma will be back soon. Lock the door and don't open it for anyone, no matter who calls out. The old woman nodded, her eyes reddening. She grasped Bai Lang's hand and whispered, Langer, be extremely careful on the road. And you be careful of him too. She glanced meaningfully at Peng Yu. I know. Bai Lang pulled his hand back, his tone unchanged. He walked to the peephole and took one last look outside. The rain-washed streets had become even quieter, with no sign of infected in sight. Let's go. Bai Lang said no more and unlatched the multiple locks. As the iron door clanged shut heavily behind them and was locked again, the two once more stepped into the city, ruin shrouded in death. The familiar stench of decay still permeated the stairwell. They descended via a concealed fire escape on the other side. The passage was pitch black. Bai Lang turned on a flashlight, its beam swaying ahead. They made their way down cautiously, their footsteps echoing unnaturally loud in the stairwell. Reaching the first floor, they bypassed the main entrance and slipped out through a side door partially blocked by debris. Outside, the sky was gloomy and the streets were deserted, save for the sound of wind whistling through the ruins. From a corner in the backyard, covered by a tarp, Bai Lang pulled out 2 mountain bikes, both appearing to be modified with added racks and anti-skid tires. You take this one. Bai Lang tossed the lock key for one of the bikes to Peng Yu. Stay close to me. Peng Yu caught the key, sizing up the 2 bicycles, and couldn't help but quip. I thought a big shot like you would have a tricked-out war vehicle from those zombie apocalypse movies, given all your awesome gear. Bai Lang, checking the chain on his own bike without looking up, said, I did have a modified electric scooter. But last time I was scouting near the clinic, I got ambushed by some bastards halfway. The tires and battery of the scooter were wrecked. I barely made it out on foot and had to abandon it. He looked up and glanced at Peng Yu. Otherwise, why do you think I'd be walking back and run into you in that alley? Guess you were just lucky. His tone was flat, as if recounting a trivial matter, but Peng Yu could imagine the danger involved. This man had really pushed himself to find medicine for his grandmother. Remember, Bai Lang said, fixing his eyes on Peng Yu. No matter what you see or hear on the road, don't stop, don't meddle. Our only goal is the medicine. Any misstep could get us both killed out there. His tone was stern. With that, he swung onto the bike, his movements agile. Peng Yu took a deep breath, slung the heavy fire axe diagonally across his back, mounted the other bike, and pedaled hard, staying close behind Bai Lang. Two figures sped off towards the marked clinic. A medicine hunt, a journey for the survival of Bai Lang's grandmother, one that might also lead straight to hell, had officially begun. Bai Lang led the way on his modified mountain bike, the wheels rolling silently over the slick ground. Peng Yu pedaled another mountain bike, behind him the fire axe on his back, swinging with each push of the pedals, tugging at his still healing wounds and sending a constant tightness through him. According to Bai Lang's plan, ahead lay the abandoned drainage channel. The entrance was behind a collapsed bus stop, half buried under mud and trash. Bai Lang dismounted, pulled a multi-tool from his backpack, and cut through the tangled wire mesh. A pitch-black hole was revealed, emitting a thick, foul stench. Get down. Bai Lang shone a flashlight inside. The light quickly vanished into the darkness. He bent down and crawled in first. Peng Yu took a deep breath and followed. They hid their bikes near the entrance under some rubble, covering them with torn cloth. Inside the drainage channel, this was no path for humans. Murky, knee-deep water reeked with a stench. The surface was littered with trash, rotten wood, animal carcasses, and strands of black hair clinging to rust on the pipe walls, swaying slightly with the current. The mud beneath their feet was slippery and sticky, though every step required a forceful pull, making progress arduous. Bai Lang led the way, the flashlight beamed the only source of light, swaying left and right in the darkness. He moved steadily, as if accustomed to such an environment. Peng Yu clung close behind him, one hand gripping the fire axe tightly, the other bracing against the slime-covered pipe wall. Every muscle in his body was taut, constantly feeling as though something was moving beneath the murky water, or that an infected might suddenly lunge from behind a pile of trash. Watch your step, Bai Lang's voice echoed in the narrow, elongated tunnel. There might be water ghosts in here. Peng Yu's heart tightened. He had heard Bai Lang mention them. Water ghosts, infected, lurking underwater, harder to spot and more dangerous. The two fell silent, the only sounds the splashing of wading and their own heavy breathing. After what felt like an eternity, Peng Yu's legs grew numb and cold. Almost there, Bai Lang said in a low voice. Up through that ventilation shaft ahead is the underground parking lot. Ahead, an upward ventilation shaft finally appeared, letting in a faint sliver of light. Bai Lang raised a hand to signal Peng Yu to stop, then climbed up to scout first. Silence reigned above for a few seconds. Then came a clanging sound. Bai Lang tapped the grate with his machete, shone his flashlight, and listened for any movement. After a moment, Bai Lang's voice came down. Safe. Nothing in sight for now. Peng Yu followed close behind, climbing up. The grating creaked loudly as he pushed open the iron grate. They emerged from the ventilation shaft. Ahead lay the underground parking lot. The light was extremely poor, with only the green glow of a few distant emergency exit signs barely outlining rows of cars. The air was thick with the acrid smell of gasoline, oil, and dust. Sector B. This way. Bai Lang whispered, not turning on his flashlight. Perhaps he had a strong adaptation to the darkness here, or he simply didn't want to attract any attention. The two hunched down, weaving silently between the cars. The parking lot was eerily quiet, broken only by their deliberately soft footsteps and suppressed breaths. Suddenly, Bai Lang stopped abruptly and pressed a hand on Peng Yu's shoulder, signaling him to crouch down. Peng Yu obeyed instantly. Not far ahead, beside an overturned sedan, a shadowy figure seemed to be squatting there, motionless. The light was too dim to make out what it was. But that silhouette, was it an infected? They held their breath, observing without moving. After a few seconds, the shadow stirred slightly, making a faint rustling sound, unidentifiable. Though Peng Yu was uncomfortable with overly gory scenes, he was no stranger to such ordinary sights. He said nothing, merely looking at Bai Lang, awaiting his next instruction. Bai Lang made a shush gesture, then a forward motion, signaling to go around without alarming it. The two pressed against the bodies of the cars beside them, moving inch by inch with excruciating slowness. As they passed the overturned car, Peng Yu caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. The shadow seemed to lift its head and look at them. He didn't pay it much mind, quickening his pace to follow Bai Lang into a stairwell entrance marked fire exit. The stairwell was equally dark, but the air was slightly fresher. Bai Lang closed the fire door and let out a slight sigh of relief. Damn. Almost got spotted, he cursed under his breath, a hint of lingering fear in his voice. The freaks in here are sneakier than the ones outside. Peng Yu remained silent, puzzled by Bai Lang's tension. When Bai Lang had saved him earlier and shot that butcher, he hadn't seemed this nervous. Why now? From here up to the second-floor exit. Diagonally across is the back wall of the clinic. Bai Lang pointed up the stairs. Remember, once we're up, move fast. Head straight for that broken second-floor window I mentioned yesterday. They wasted no time, quickly ascending the fire escape stairs. After confirming nothing was outside, they pushed open the second-floor fire door. A gust of cold wind mixed with the smell of rain-soaked mildew and decay rushed in. Outside, the sky remained overcast. The solitary two-story building, Renai Clinic, stood diagonally across. Stains crisscrossed the white walls. The first-floor glass doors were double-leaf reinforced with wooden planks and other materials it was impossible to see inside. Most windows were nailed shut with boards except for that one broken window on the second floor. An eerie silence surrounded them, broken only by the wind. Peng Yu looked at the clinic, feeling that these fortifications seemed like the work of survivors. There might be survivors here. He felt a flicker of doubt. He wanted to ask, but seeing Bai Lang's wary demeanor, he swallowed his words. That's the one. Bai Lang pointed at the broken window. He'll go first. You cover me. He emphasized again, his gaze sharp as it swept over Peng Yu. Remember, once inside, you follow my lead. Don't you dare pull any clever tricks or you'll die without even knowing how. With that, he stopped looking at Peng Yu, took a deep breath, dashed out of the fire escape, and quickly crossed the narrow back alley, heading for the shattered second-floor window of the clinic. Bai Lang moved swiftly, almost silently, slipping through the broken window on the second floor. After a short wait, he poked half of his head out of the window and waved to Peng Yu below, signaling that it was safe. Peng Yu took a deep breath, suppressing his anxiety and doubts, and quickly crossed the garbage-strewn alley, stepping on a few loose bricks by the wall. With a strong push, he climbed up to the windowsill and slipped inside. Inside the corridor on the second floor of the clinic, the smell of disinfectant mixed with a faint metallic scent of blood, but it wasn't too overpowering. At least, it wasn't the scene of a river of blood that Peng Yu had imagined. There were some old stains and scratches on the walls, and scattered on the floor were used cotton swabs, gauze, and bits of paper. There were no large pools of fresh blood, nor were there any bodies in sight. This quiet atmosphere made Peng Yu feel even more uneasy. Stay close to me and don't touch anything, Bai Lang said in a low voice as he held a machete, moving closely along the wall while carefully examining every corner. Peng Yu followed closely behind, the fire axe hanging heavily at his side. He imitated Bai Lang, vigilantly scanning each closed or slightly ajar door. The two of them cautiously checked several rooms, most of which were empty examination rooms or treatment rooms. They were messy, but there were no signs of struggle or corpses. Finally, they stopped in front of a door marked pharmacy. The door was locked. Bai Lang took out a few thin iron wires from his backpack and skillfully fiddled with them. With a click, the lock opened. Inside the pharmacy, it was relatively tidy. Most of the medicines were neatly arranged on the shelves, though somewhat disordered, clearly indicating that someone had rushed in and searched through the items. The air was filled with a strange mixture of various medications. Hurry up. Nifedipine. Fast-acting heart-saving pills. Bai Lang urged in a low voice as he quickly moved towards the area where the vascular drugs were stored. Peng Yu also hurriedly began searching on another shelf. His heart raced, half from the excitement of soon finding the medicine and being able to repay Bai Lang's kindness, and half from the ominous premonition brought on by the eerie calm of this place. Just then, downstairs, from the hall on the first floor, suddenly a flurry of footsteps sounded, starting off indistinct and quickly becoming chaotic and clear. It was accompanied by intense arguing. Zhang, how dare you still speak? If you hadn't abandoned Xiao Jun back then, would he have died? Oh, that was my good son. He's your nephew too, you beast. A man's hoarse voice filled with deep hatred rang out, sounding somewhat familiar to Peng Yu. But he didn't think much of it, burying his head and hastening his search for the medicine Bai Lang needed. He understood that the voice of the person downstairs might soon attract the infected. But then an older man's voice rang out, sounding relatively calm, but also suppressing anger. Wang Jiqiang. Shut the hell up. What time is it? Why are you arguing? Do you want to attract those lunatics like last time? Meanwhile, another man with a slightly rough voice cursed. Do you not remember what the situation was back then, eh? How many lunatics were chasing us? If we don't leave, we'll all die. I'm just as pained by Xiao Jun's death. But it was unavoidable. This was evidently the man surnamed Zhang shouting. Unavoidable. I see you as selfish. All you care about is saving yourself and that woman's bastard child. You don't give a damn about the others' lives. Wang Jiqiang's voice grew more agitated, as if he had kicked something over, making a loud clatter. Say that again. The man surnamed Zhang also exploded. Enough arguing. Did you hear that? Whatever happens, we'll talk when we find the others. The older man's voice interjected, sounding strained, as if he were trying to pull something. Did I say something wrong? When we escaped back, then we could have taken Xiao Jun with us. Just because he was crying. Just because he might attract the lunatics. You just left him. Wang Jiqiang's voice suddenly choked, filled with a tone of accusation. Didn't expect this, you filthy bastard. I've hidden him in that clothing store, so you can also taste the flavor of losing a son. What? You lunatic. I've long felt something was off with you. The man surnamed Zhang's voice changed pitch, followed by a few muffled sounds, as if a scuffle had broken out. Ping ping. Hurry. Grab Wang Jiqiang. The older man shouted, his voice strained, clearly still exerting effort. Let go of me. Quickly give me the gun. I'm going to take this bastard down. Wang Jiqiang also roared, and from the sounds it seemed like someone was pulling him. All of you stop it. A woman's voice cried out hoarse. Please stop fighting. The lunatics outside can hear. And Xiao Wu might still. Xiao Wu. Peng Yu, frantically searching through a pile of medicine bottles, shuddered at the mention of that name. He had been seething with anger just a moment ago. Thinking about the commotion, he feared that it might not attract anything. Moreover, Bai Lang had previously mentioned that there might be traps on the first floor of this clinic, possibly set up by those skin-peeling people. Perhaps amidst this chaos, they would trigger some mechanism or trap, and a horde would rush in the next moment. His violent temper was almost hard to contain. He really wanted to rush down and chop up everyone downstairs. But, Xiao Wu. He recalled that familiar voice, thinking for a moment. It couldn't be wrong. This Wang Jiqiang was evidently that bad uncle. And Xiao Wu was indeed that Xiao Wu. He looked at Bai Lang and found that Bai Lang was completely unfazed by the argument below, only growing more anxious as he searched through the medicine shelves, whispering urgently, "Hurry. Don't worry about what's below. Grab the medicine and get out. We don't have much time left." Seeing Bai Lang's anxious demeanor, Peng Yu understood that they needed to hurry. He couldn't let himself be distracted by the situation downstairs. Although he couldn't help his curiosity, he also understood their current predicament. He continued to quickly search for the medicine Bai Lang needed. The argument downstairs was laden with information. He roughly understood why that bad uncle wanted to kidnap Xiao Wu. Just as Peng Yu was lost in thought, Bai Lang finally unearthed a small bottle of fast-acting, heart-saving pills in a corner. Downstairs, the argument escalated again. "Give me the gun." Wang Jiqiang's voice sounded as if he suddenly lunged forward. "Get out of the way. What do you want?" The man surnamed Zhang was shouting furiously. "Hurry up, stop them." The older man didn't care if this would attract the infected anymore, yelling at the top of his lungs. "Stop fighting." The woman screamed. Bang, bang. It sounded like someone was violently slammed against the wall or cabinets. Then came the hurried sounds of swish swish, as if something was being snatched away. "I'll kill you." Bang. A gunshot rang out, crisp and sharp, thunderously echoing throughout the area. The fierce argument downstairs abruptly fell silent. Peng Yu's heart skipped a beat, his hand freezing mid-motion as he searched for the medicine. He turned his head to look at Bai Lang. Damn it. Bai Lang actually showed a flicker of panic. Damn it. Bai Lang's voice had changed, no longer cold and steady. "Gunshots. The Skinners. They didn't even need the traps downstairs to know someone was here. We're all screwed." Simultaneously, he quickly stashed the bottle of quick-acting heart pills he'd found into the innermost layer of his backpack. Then, stretching out his arm before the medicine rack, he no longer cared about nifedipine or any other damn pills. He frantically swept all the medicine bottles and boxes he could reach into his backpack. "Stop looking, damn it." He hissed at the stunned Peng Yu. "Do as I do. Shove everything you can grab into your bag. Hurry." Downstairs, the silence lasted only a few seconds. Wang Jiqiang. He's dead. Brother Zhang. You." A woman's terrified scream rang out, laced with sobs. "Damn it. He was the one who tried to grab the gun." The man surnamed Zhang's voice was filled with panic. "Damn it. I told you to stop arguing, just like last time. Now look, he's dead. And outside, it seems something is already coming." The older man's voice carried anger and a trace of fear. Peng Yu's head was buzzing. Hearing the commotion below and seeing Bai Lang's frantic actions, he shook his head and imitated Bai Lang, wildly sweeping the medicines before him into his own bag and the discarded medical waste bag he had picked up from the floor. Forget about the specific blood pressure medicine Bai Lang mentioned. If luck was on his side, it might be in there. Just grab everything first. Less than 10 seconds passed. Phew. Phew. A vague whistle sound came without warning from the street outside the clinic. "What the hell?" Peng Yu, focused on rummaging, shuddered. Phew. Phew. Another whistle sounded, this time from a different direction. A burst of laughter followed, also from outside. Not just one direction, it sounded like laughter was coming from all around. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps, coming from the street downstairs. Unhurried, yet drawing closer. The number of footsteps grew. Ho ho ho. The little rabbit walked right in. More and more manic laughter echoed from outside the clinic. From all directions. Overlapping. They were coming. The gunshots had drawn them. Peng Yu's scalp crawled. A chill washed over him. He rushed to the broken window they had entered through, trying to see the situation outside. He looked down. The back alley was no longer empty. In the shadows, under the walls, behind the trash bins, densely packed, filled with dark figures. Most were hunched over, holding things that looked like skinning knives. Some were draped in tattered human skin, stained with dried, blackened blood. A swarming mass. They stared at the glass door on the first floor, boarded up with planks, their eyes full of malice, but they only laughed maniacally without making any other move. Peng Yu saw one infected that seemed to be the leader, standing in the middle of the alley. It was slightly larger than the others, its skin coat fresher, still dripping viscous fluid. It seemed to sense Peng Yu watching them, and slowly looked up. Its eyes met Peng Yu's. The muscles under the half-peeled skin on its face twitched, and its grin widened. It even raised one hand, and, slowly, waved at Peng Yu, as if greeting him. Fuck. Peng Yu let out a startled curse, and yanked his head back. Can't use the window. Follow me. The freight elevator. Bai Lang shouted, his voice urgent. He grabbed Peng Yu, turned, and dashed towards the other direction, into the deeper, darker corridor leading to the interior. The two sprinted down the second-floor hallway. Phew. Phew. Another whistle sounded. Then tap. 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 A multitude of footsteps growing closer and more urgent. They were coming in. This way. Bai Lang seemed to have some memory of the internal layout. He violently shoved open an iron door marked storage area, restricted access. Inside it was pitch black, piled high with packaging boxes for various medical devices and waste reeking of dust and mold. Quick! Block the door, Bai Lang roared. The two used all their strength to push the heaviest boxes and iron shelves behind the door. Just then a piercing scream and the sound of shattering glass came from the first floor, accompanied by a cacophony of manic laughter. Hee hee hee. Ah, let me go? Zhang Guodong. Dad, save me. It was the woman's voice. Animals. They'll fight you. The older man's voice roared. Bang, bang, bang. Several more gunshots rang out. Old man, run. Go. The man surnamed Zhang shouted anxiously. Then came the sound of two heavy objects hitting the ground, along with more manic laughter and running footsteps pursuing them. It seemed they had jumped out of a first-floor window to escape. But the screams and laughter on the first floor continued unabated. On the second floor, those bastards will come up here after they're done with that woman. While they haven't noticed us go this way, Bai Lang pointed to the stairwell. Quick, move it. At the other end of the storage room was an extremely narrow internal service staircase leading to the first floor. The stairwell was also blocked by debris. It looked like it hadn't been used in ages. The two frantically began moving the heavy clutter again. The dust made their eyes water. Together, they finally moved the last obstacle blocking the stairwell. You go first. Bai Lang gave Peng Yu a hard shove. Peng Yu didn't hesitate and plunged into the dark stairwell. The stairs were steep and slippery. He practically tumbled down, rolling and scrambling. His ankle twisted badly on a step, sending a sharp pain through him, but he gritted his teeth and didn't dare stop. Bai Lang followed closely behind. His movements were steadier than Peng Yu's, but the panic on his face hadn't lessened. The moment they burst onto the first floor, whew, a deafening alarm blared. What the hell? An alarm here. Peng Yu seemed to have triggered something, startled. Run. Forget it. Bai Lang yelled. More rabbits. Ha ha. Several terrifying figures draped in human skin, holding skinning knives, heard the noise and ran around the hall down a corridor heading their way. Neither dared to look back. Peng Yu just followed Bai Lang, sprinting towards another exit. Quick. Just ahead. Bai Lang slammed open the ajar door and rushed out. Peng Yu was right behind him. Behind them, the piercing whistles and manic laughter of the Skinners pursued relentlessly. Their speed was astonishing. Neither dared to linger. Peng Yu followed Bai Lang in a frantic dash, seemingly more familiar with the terrain. Behind them, the footsteps of the flayers drew ever closer. The sounds were intertwined with eerie whistles and laughter that sent chills down one's spine. This way, Bai Lang growled in a low voice, abruptly pulling Peng Yu into a narrower side alley. This side alley was piled high with discarded construction materials and swollen, reeking garbage bags, leaving almost no room to step. The two stumbled forward, plunging ahead with every stride. Suddenly, squelch. Peng Yu stepped onto something soft. His sprained ankle failed to hold steady, and his foot slipped. His body instantly lost its balance. Subconsciously, he reached out to grab the wall beside him, but only grasped a handful of slippery moss. Unable to control himself, he tumbled headlong toward a large, open dumpster nearby. Damn it! Peng Yu cursed under his breath as he crashed into the heap of trash. At that very moment, the three flayers who had been chasing them from behind were almost upon them. The foremost one, a twisted grin plastered on its face, lunged at Peng Yu, who lay sprawled in the garbage. Its posture clearly indicated an intent to pin him down. This is it. Instinctively, Peng Yu raised the fire axe in his hand to block. He could even smell the stench of blood and rotting flesh emanating from that flayer. Bai Lang was just a few steps ahead. He heard the dull thud of Peng Yu's fall and his startled cry. He whipped his head around. He saw Peng Yu inside the dumpster. He saw the flayer about to pounce on Peng Yu, and the other two grinning savagely, closing in as well. A flicker of anxiety crossed Bai Lang's face, yet his movements were remarkably steady. Almost by reflex, he swiftly raised the crossbow strapped to his back. The bolt was knocked. Whooshed. A brief sound of air being split. Thud. The metal arrowhead precisely pierced the skull of the foremost flayer. In less than 5 seconds. Whooshed. Whooshed. 2 more sounds of air being split. The 2 flayers behind were also struck in their vital spots. Thud. Thud. The sound of arrows penetrating flesh and bone was distinctly audible. The 3 flayers froze abruptly. Their bodies swayed. The foremost one collapsed, heavily pinning Peng Yu beneath it. The other 2 also crumpled to the ground, powerlessly twitched a few times, and then lay completely still. Bai Lang immediately dashed back, extending a hand, as if to pull Peng Yu, who was struggling to push the corpse off himself and clamber out of the dumpster. But just then, from the direction they had just fled, more numerous and denser sounds of pattering footsteps and raucous laughter echoed. Hee hee hee. Over here. Grab them. Don't let them escape. Several figures had already burst out from the alley entrance they had come from. There seemed to be at least 7 or 8 of them. Behind them, even more flayers were emerging from the deeper shadows, their numbers still increasing. Bai Lang's outstretched hand paused in midair. For just a fraction of a second, he did not reach for Peng Yu. Instead, that hand swiftly grabbed a medical waste bag that had fallen beside the dumpster when Peng Yu tripped, the bag Peng Yu had used to carry medicine. Without a moment's hesitation, the instinct for survival instantly overrode everything else. Only one thought dominated his mind: run. Live. He didn't spare another glance at Peng Yu. He abruptly turned his head back, the last vestige of what was human in his eyes seeming to extinguish, replaced by sheer resolve. He pushed his speed to the limit, charging recklessly toward the alley's exit without looking back. He was executing the split-up principle he had mentioned earlier. He had done his utmost by saving Peng Yu and shooting the 3 that were chasing him. But faced with even more flayers, there was nothing he could do. He had to choose to preserve himself. Peng Yu watched helplessly as Bai Lang's silhouette vanished at the alley's mouth. At that moment, it felt as if his heart had been crushed. Despair. Utter despair. Abandoned. Just a second after he thought he was saved, he was like the trash in this dumpster, discarded without a second thought. Rage. A towering inferno of rage. Damn it. Peng Yu let out a roar. His adrenaline surged to its peak. He violently flipped himself out of the dumpster. The excruciating pain in his ankle nearly made him faint, but he paid it no mind. The will to survive. The fury of being left behind. The obsession with finding his sister. All these emotions twisted into a single unbreakable cord at that moment. Behind him, the 2 fastest flayers had already lunged forward with wild laughter. A ferocious glint flashed in Peng Yu's eyes. The modified fire axe gripped tightly in his hand, infused with all his wrath, and will to survive swept out horizontally with tremendous force. Thud. The axe's tip easily tore through the layer of human skin and rotting muscle, embedding deep into the neck. Filthy blood gushed out instantly. Using the momentum of his spin, he wrenched the axe free and slammed its back in viciously into the temple of another flayer that was charging at him. Bang! That flayer was knocked off balance. Seizing the opportunity, Peng Yu swung the axe again. Crack! This time the axe blade cleaved straight through the second flayer's neck bone. Its head lolled to one side. 2 were dealt with. A piercing, agonizing pain shot through his ankle, barely able to support his weight. But the growing number of figures behind him and the increasingly close wild laughter urged Peng Yu on. He knew that stopping meant death. Get back! He roared, mustering every ounce of strength, slamming his shoulder viciously into the dumpster. Clang! Crash! The heavy dumpster toppled over with a thunderous noise. The accumulated sewage, rotten food, and all kinds of filth inside surged out like a mudslide, rushing toward the pursuing flayers. The foremost few were instantly swept off their feet and buried by the torrent of garbage their movements hindered. Peng Yu didn't look back to see the result. He turned and limping dashed toward the spot where Bai Lang had just run out. Run. Every movement of his ankle felt like being stabbed by a steel needle, but he dared not stop. Peng Yu ran for a long time. He didn't see Bai Lang's figure anywhere, and he didn't know the correct escape route. Like a headless fly, he could only weave through one filthy alley after another, climbing over collapsed walls and piles of rubble. His lungs ached terribly, and the pain in his ankle had brought tears to his eyes. Overwhelmed by pain and exhaustion, he felt darkness creeping in at the edges of his vision. The sounds of wild laughter and footsteps behind him seemed to grow distant, or perhaps it was just a hallucination. He didn't know if he had shaken off those monsters, nor where he had ended up. Everything around him was utterly unfamiliar, fraught with unknown dangers. Finally, in the corner of an abandoned warehouse piled high with old tires and tattered tarps, he could hold on no longer. His legs gave way, and he crashed heavily to the ground, completely losing consciousness. In the last moment before darkness claimed him, he vaguely saw a thick plume of black smoke rising into the distant sky. Then everything faded into black. Survive. Find Lily. At almost the same time, by the shadow of a collapsed bus shelter where they had previously hidden their bicycles, Bai Lang pulled aside the tattered tarp covering the 2 bicycles. He quickly checked the chains and tires, confirming there was no new damage. He didn't look back toward the clinic, nor did he dwell on whether Peng Yu, the one he had left behind during the escape, was alive or dead. He swung a leg over one of the bicycles. The metal frame emitted a faint creak in the post-strain silence. Before pushing down on the pedal, he raised his head and scanned the distance. To the southeast of the city, a dense column of black smoke shot straight into the sky. He orientated himself. That location was a large community supermarket a few kilometers away. He furrowed his brow slightly, then dismissed it. It was none of his concern. He lowered his body, gripped the handlebars tightly, and pedaled hard along the edge of the empty street, the bicycle speeding away. He needed to get back to the safe house as quickly as possible. Grandma was still waiting for the life-saving medicine. Viscous, frigid, and foul. Peng Yu's consciousness struggled to surface from the darkness. A searing pain shot through his ankle. Damn it, new wounds atop unhealed old ones. Now a dull ache permeated his entire body. He felt plastic zip ties biting deep into his flesh. As his awareness gradually sharpened, the surrounding odors flooded his nostrils. The pungent stench of urine, the metallic scent of blood, and an indescribable sour putrid decay seeped into every pore. A scraping sound unhurried like someone working on leather. Damn, this part's the smoothest. Peel's the best. Save it for later. Huh. A man's voice chuckled, slurred and indistinct. Quit licking it. Your drool's getting on it. Ruining my collection. This is going to be a lampshade, another voice barked harshly. Muffled sobs came from nearby. Peng eyes snapped open. Above him, a few flickering incandescent bulbs hung beneath a cobwebbed ceiling. He lay in an iron cage, cold bars pressed against his skin. His hands and feet were bound behind him. Beyond the cage, the space resembled a basement, but felt more like a slaughterhouse. On the walls, massive, twisted, grinning faces and blasphemous graffiti were smeared in fluids of various colors. Several thick iron hooks descended from the ceiling. What hung there were not livestock, but human bodies, their skin flayed in large patches, exposing raw crimson muscle. Some had their entrails pulled out, draped like festive ribbons around their torsos. Others were contorted into the most degrading poses. The floor was slick with viscous liquid maggots squirming amidst the filth. Machete saws, skinning knives, iron tongs, and a few pruning shears lay scattered about, caked with grime and blood. Nearby, two skinners were busy around a form chained to a table that resembled an operating slab. One, a fat man draped in old human skin, laughed maniacally as he traced the muscle lines with his knife, peeling back the skin, humming an obscene tune with precise, sadistic pleasure. The other, without any skin covering, was cackling as he tried to wrench the joints of the body on the table backward. Terror instantly flooded through Peng Yu. It's over. They caught me. Please. Let me go. I beg you. A desperate plea came from a cage nearby. That voice sounded familiar, like the man named Zhang Guodong, had heard downstairs in the clinic before. Peng Yu turned his head with difficulty. He saw the man curled up in his cage, face marked with fresh wounds and tear stains, one arm hanging limply as if broken. He was begging a guard skinner outside the cage. Let you go? Sure. Skin yourself first, and he'll let you go. Ha ha, the skinner taunted. Just then a whistle sounded. At the entrance, a larger skinner draped in fresh human skin walked in. Peng Yu recognized him. It was the skinner leader he had locked eyes with downstairs at the clinic. It surveyed the scene, its face still fixed in that maniacal grin, yet radiating a strange, eerie authority. Behind it followed several skinners carrying an old man, naked, gagged with rags, and barely alive. No, old man. Zhang Guodong, seeing the old man, completely broke down, letting out a hoarse, desperate roar. No rush. The leader seemed to relish this collapse. It signaled its underlings to hang the old man on the most prominent iron hook in the center. The real show is just beginning. What followed was a hell Peng Yu would never forget. A pure, wanton carnival of inflicting ultimate agony. They were in no hurry to kill the old man. Instead, they used various tools to inflict non-lethal wounds, verbally abused him, forced him into grotesque positions. The skinners competed to display their creativity, vying to see who could elicit the most piercing screams and who could trigger the most raucous laughter from their companions. Other skinners watched, jeered, howled with laughter, and even engaged in chaotic, obscene acts on the spot. The scene devolved into a primal orgy of desire and violence. Peng Yu's stomach churned. He retched until tears streamed down his face. He squeezed his eyes shut and slammed his forehead hard against the iron bars. Pain. He used the pain to try and drown out the sounds, the images. The old man's moans ceased. The carnival gradually subsided. The leader walked over to the now unconscious old man and picked up a skinning knife. Cheers and strange laughter erupted around it. It began to work, its movements practiced. Soon a complete section of back skin was peeled off, still steaming. It held the skin aloft, triggering even wilder howls. The dripping human skin was casually tossed to a nearby skinner wearing a chef's uniform. The creature grinned, hunched its back, and clasped its hands almost in a fawning, human-like gesture. Yours. Make a new apron. And remember to save me a tender piece for a snack. The chef skinner caught the skin, excitedly held it up against itself, and let out a satisfied, gurgling chuckle. The old man's back was now just raw red muscle. In the adjacent cage, Zhang Guodong lay limp, with terror, completely catatonic. The leader, a vile grin plastered on its face, sauntered slowly over to Peng Yu's cage. It looked him up and down from head to toe, and then back again. Its gaze was not that of looking at a living person, but more like appraising the quality and value of a piece of merchandise. It used the back of the skinning knife to lift Peng Yu's chin, examining him closely. Young. Good muscle tone. This is exactly what I want. Perfect. Its tone was dripping with malice. But when its attention fell on the scars on Peng Yu's body, the unhealed chemical burns from before, its expression instantly turned to disgust. Damn it. Damaged goods. Useless. Can't even take care of your own hide. It slammed the knife handle against the cage in a rage. A perfect work of art must have no flaws. It seemed to lose immediate interest in this defective item. It barked at the guard. Watch this good hide carefully. They'll craft him myself once his wounds heal. If you can't resist, or if he dies or his skin gets damaged again, it'll cut off your limbs so you can never play again. The guard, despite its trademark maniacal grin, seemed to cower as it nodded and retreated, watching Peng Yu with a gaze mixed with greed and fear. Peng Yu understood. The leader found his scars an imperfection and had shelved him for now, waiting until the scars were less unsightly. A damaged hide can still be fun to toy with. Or, a Skinner with a slightly newer human skin cloak and a more sinister expression leaned in, pointing at Peng Yu, and then at the nearly fainted Zhang Guodong. Wasting these two is pointless. Why not just get lost? The leader kicked the Skinner to the ground. My toy, my material. When did you get permission to touch it? Say one more word, and you know the consequences. The kicked Skinner got up from the floor, its face still frozen in that manic grin, but a hint of venom flickered in its eyes. It let out a few low growls and left with its followers. The leader snorted coldly and also led most of the Skinners away from the area, probably for the next round of entertainment. Only a few Skinner guards without human skins remained. Peng Yu lay in his cage, suppressing his nausea and pain, taking it all in. His mind raced amidst the chaos and terror. It seemed the Skinners had a hierarchy much like the human world, and there was Zhang Guodong beside him. Perhaps this was his only chance at survival. He looked over at Zhang Guodong. Zhang Guodong was looking back at him, still hopeless, but with something else flickering in his eyes. He made an almost imperceptible gesture with his chin towards the seemingly distracted guards. After the leader left with that rabble, an eerie silence fell. Only the distant muffled screams and the drip-drip of liquid hitting the floor in this basement could be heard, along with the faint guttural laughter drifting over from the guards. Following Zhang Guodong's chin-pointed direction, he looked toward the few flayers on duty. Peng Yu understood his meaning, perhaps an opportunity, but at this moment he observed the guards. They all seemed distracted, some even appearing as if they were sleeping. This shattered Pengius' understanding of the infected once again. Lying in the iron cage, he pondered escape strategies. Yet the searing pain in his ankle made it impossible to concentrate. The plastic zip ties bit deep into his flesh, stinging with a fiery pain. Bai Lang. That bastard. Although, sigh. Peng Yu ground his teeth. The cold, indifferent face from that final moment was etched into his mind. If only he could get out. If only. He tried to twist his wrists, but the zip ties remained immovable, tightening instead. How was he supposed to escape? A few greenbottle flies buzzed around the room, an irritating drone. In the adjacent cage, Zhang Guodong, seeing Peng Yu unresponsive, lay back down, curling into a ball, motionless, as if dead. Only the faint rise and fall of his chest proved he was still alive. There weren't many flare guards, just 4. Most of them hadn't donned human skin, their faces still locked in that perpetual manic grin. One of them, carrying a rusty iron clamp, approached and tapped Zhang Guodong's cage with a rhythmic clang-clang, taking pleasure in this meaningless torment. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the entrance. The guards froze, their faces still wearing that manic grin, but a hint of unease turned their gazes toward the doorway. It was the one who had been kicked down by the leader, the flayer draped in a slightly fresher human skin cloak. Peng Yu had mentally dubbed him the malice bearer. He strode in with 2 lackeys clad in tattered, old human skins, his expression dark. His steps were unsteady, and the manic grin on his face seemed even more twisted. Fresh mud and red blood clots stained his body. No telling what had done outside, or what had been done to him. His left leg was slightly off as he walked. That kick had been severe, probably breaking it. His gaze, filled with malice and venom, swept across the room. The other guards instinctively shrank back. When his eyes passed over Pengius' cage, they paused for less than half a second, and the corner of that manic mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. Then he looked away, as if Peng Yu were nothing more than an insignificant object that nonetheless irked him slightly. The flayer chef who had handled the corpse earlier instinctively tried to approach him upon his return, his hands unconsciously gesturing with the human skin apron the leader had given him. Get lost. The malice bearer didn't even lift his head, his voice harsh as he kicked the chef to the ground. The chef let out a grunt, his face still frozen in that manic grin, but he scrambled away to cower in a corner, not daring to come closer. He walked to a corner piled with tools, picked up a broken shovel handle with a sharpened tip, and began wiping it vigorously with a dirty rag. His movements were powerful, each wipe as if he were pouring all his pent-up resentment onto that shovel handle. Then he approached the chef, the sharp and aimed. Thump, 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 thump. With precision, he disabled the chef's wrists and ankles, forcing him to crawl in a bizarre twisted posture. Only then did the malice bearer seem satisfied, the arc of his manic grin widening. The other guards gave him a wide berth. Pengius' heart pounded violently. This bastard was back, and he was clearly seething with rage. That kick just now was an obvious venting of his frustration with the leader. These lunatics, had they truly evolved to form a social structure? Ignoring the agony in his ankle, he forced himself to analyze calmly. This malice bearer likely ranked above the ordinary guards, but before the leader, he was nothing. Perhaps a second-in-command of sorts. He harbored ambition and resentment, yet was firmly suppressed by the leader. This twisted power structure might be exploitable. Watching this scene, Pengius' mind was abruptly yanked back to those miserable days in junior high. In 7th grade, his sister Pengli was both academically excellent and strikingly pretty, attracting many boys. But her brilliance also drew the ire of the school's gang of petty female bullies. She had reported them to the teachers to no avail. And their parents. They had died in a car accident when Pingyu was 6, leaving their grandmother to raise them. So young Pengli could only confide these troubles to her only support in the same junior high, her brother Pingyu. After hearing this, Pingyu, furious, went alone to confront those bullies, demanding they stop tormenting his sister. In response, they called in their boyfriends from outside school, a few punks with dyed yellow hair, cheap cigarettes dangling from their lips. It ended with him beaten black and blue, a mess of bruises. From that day on, he learned a brutal lesson: begging others was useless. Only by being ruthless and strong enough could he protect his sister. Afterward, he trained like a maniac, practicing boxing and running on the playground after school until he forged himself into someone physically fit. At the same time, he began to play the social game, buying cigarettes and drinks for the so-called big shots at school and charging fearlessly into fights. With that ferocity, he actually managed to carve out a name for himself, becoming the second-in-command of that group. He thought this would be enough to shield his sister. But the good times didn't last. The boss he had followed so loyally, even taking a knife wound for him, ended up hooking up with the very ringleader of the bullies, tormenting his sister. With a stronger backer, that little bully became even more lawless. In that moment, Pingyu tasted something far worse than a beating: the shame and fury of being betrayed by his own. Once again, he was trapped in a passive position. But it wasn't a dead end. He himself was the second-in-command, and he had always been generous. Relying on the social connections he had built and the underlings who looked up to him, he ultimately used his fists to kick out that disloyal boss. He looked at the malice bearer cackling in the corner and saw his younger self. But the difference was that this second-in-command in Penjius' eyes was merely a coward with a rebellious heart. His motives were far more twisted and sinister than Penjius, who had only wanted to protect his sister. Suppressed by the leader, he seethed with hatred, but had to remain within this system, finding a pathetic sense of existence only by bullying those even weaker. Pingyu clenched his molars, a glimmer of an idea forming in his mind. He turned to look at Zhang Guodong, who was curled up in the corner of the iron cage, but he remained motionless, his back to him. He let out a sigh, then shifted his gaze back through the gaps in the iron bars, fixing it on the malice bearer in the corner. This guy was definitely dangerous. But the resentment and venom festering in his heart were exactly the sparks that might ignite something in this godforsaken place. The malignant one finished with the chef. The guards retreated to a corner, snickering. The one who had earlier rattled Zhang Guodong's cage now cowered, casting a distant glance at the chef's crumpled form on the floor, his expression a twisted blend of fear and morbid satisfaction. Peng Ye's attention shifted to the adjacent cage. Zhang Guodong remained curled up, his back to him, more silent than ever. The leader's feast of flaying the old man alive and the vanishing hope of escape had utterly shattered him. A stench of urine and filth permeated the air around the cage. The guards had lost all interest in Zhang Guodong. A toy that couldn't even offer a scream or a struggle had lost its value for torment. They occasionally cast a disgusted glance his way before turning back to their meaningless laughter. Peng Yu stared at the motionless Zhang Guodong, his heart sinking to the depths. It seemed he had to play a big hand to ignite the malignant one's fury directly. He adjusted his curled posture, making himself appear weaker and more pained, and then his performance began. Seizing the moment when the malignant one occasionally swept his gaze over and the guards were distracted, he began to mutter in a broken, deathbed-like murmur. Scared of the leader. Heh, that dead cripple's gone mad. Still such a coward. The voice was barely audible, yet just loud enough to drift into the perhaps keener ears of the malignant one. He precisely jabbed at the other's sore spots. In the corner, the malignant one's motion of wiping the shovel handle abruptly halted. Its twisted face turned, the muscles of its sickly grin twitching unnaturally. It said nothing, but its fingers gripping the shovel handle cracked audibly. Peng Yu immediately fell silent, closed his eyes, feigning that it had been nothing but unconscious rambling. After a moment, he began again, this time with a hint of mockery. Good skin. Good toy. Pity though. It's the leader's. No one else can even touch it. These words struck straight at the malignant one's heart. Why should all the good things go to the leader? Why should he only get the weak and the dying? Bang! The malignant one slammed the shovel handle onto the ground with a grating crash. He rose, staring fixedly at Peng Yu, a threatening growl rumbling in his throat, his grinning face further twisted by rage. Peng Ye's heart jolted. He had pushed it too far. But now that he was this deep, he had to keep fanning the flames. He had to fully ignite the madman's fury before the leader returned, driving him to lose control. Just then, as if fate itself was aiding him, the spark to escalate the conflict arrived. From the entrance came a voice sounding like the leader's trusted subordinate, apparently delivering a new order from the leader. From the slurred words, it was likely nothing good. Perhaps it was to send the malignant one and his men on some tedious activity, or to dump a newly captured, mediocre-looking survivor on the verge of death for the malignant one to dispose of. This was nothing short of a blatant insult and dismissal. Upon hearing the order, the malignant one's manic grin grew even more frenzied. Without immediately responding to the messenger, he whipped his head back and glared venomously at Peng Yu. Seizing this final opportunity, Peng Yu, feigning his last ounce of strength, delivered his final and most audacious provocation in a low yet piercing voice. Worthless. Only. Takes it out on a weakling. The leader makes you his dog, tells you not to touch a hair on us. And you wag your tail. Heh. You're asking for death. The malignant one completely exploded. The leader's humiliation, Peng Yu's taunts, all the pent-up resentment, detonated in that instant. He let out a mad roar, raised the shovel handle, and disregarding any of the leader's commands, charged straight at Peng Yu's cage. He was going to personally play with this fine material that dared to provoke him. But just as the shovel handle was about to strike the cage, the leader's messenger seemed to sense something amiss and barked, "What do you think you're doing? This is the boss." Fuck off. The malignant one was beyond hearing any words now. Rage had incinerated what little reason he, as an intelligent infected, had been suppressing. He abruptly changed direction and drove the shovel handle viciously into the leader's trusted subordinate. Thud. Blood erupted. Infighting. Finally ignited by Peng Yu. This blow from the malignant one was like toppling the first domino. The subordinate let out an excited roar and laugh, drawing a skinning knife from his waist and launching a frenzied counterattack. Several of the malignant one's followers, seeing their boss act, immediately charged with grins, surrounding the wounded subordinate. Chaos erupted outside the iron cages. The other guards present instantly revealed their allegiances. Some, clearly long dissatisfied with the leader, howled and joined the malignant one's side. Others, unable to suppress their own excitement, were quickly drawn into the bloody melee. The entire basement was plunged into the frenzy of mutual slaughter. The Skinners tore at each other like mad dogs, slashing and hacking. Manic laughter roars, the crunch of bones, all intermingled, echoing through the underground. Blood and shredded flesh splattered everywhere. A flickering bulb overhead was shattered in the scuffle, extinguishing with a sizzle, plunging the already dim basement into greater chaos, gloom, and danger. An opportunity. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Peng Yu felt a surge of hot blood rush to his head. He ignored the dog-eat-dog fight outside, focusing all his energy on himself. Self-rescue. He used every ounce of his strength. Pressing his body tightly against the bottom bars of the cage he had been secretly rubbing against, he slammed his shoulder into them. He dug his still mobile fingers into the gaps, pulling desperately at the already loosened metal bar. Creak. Crack. A sharp sound. He had broken off a section of the bar. Not large, but enough. Ignoring the cuts from the rough, sharp edges, he frantically squeezed his body through the gap. Thump. He crashed heavily onto the ground. An excruciating pain shot through his ankle, making his vision go dark, nearly causing him to black out. No. Can't faint. Gritting his teeth, he crawled on hands and knees toward a sharp shard of glass from the broken bulb, using his limbs as best he could. His hands and feet were still tightly bound with plastic zip ties, severely limiting his movement. Damn it. A crippled Skinner, dragging a broken leg from the melee, spotted Peng Yu crawling out of the cage. Its face was fixed in a manic grin as it crawled toward him. Slow but menacing. Peng Yu's heart pounded. Adrenaline surged. He grabbed it, the shard of glass. Leaning back against the cage with his hands still bound behind him, he began frantically sawing at the plastic zip ties on his wrists in an awkward and difficult position. Damn, this stuff is tough. The glass shard wasn't sharp enough. Each cut was exhausting. The one-legged Skinner was getting closer. It opened its mouth, revealing black and yellow rotten teeth about to sink into Peng Yu's neck. Snap. In the nick of time. Just as it lunged, the zip tie on his wrist finally snapped. Peng Yu yanked his hands free and with all his might drove the glass shard into the eye socket of the Skinner that had pounced on him. Deep into the socket. Fuck. The Skinner's motion froze instantly. Peng Yu didn't wait to see the result. He rolled away, his eyes scanning the chaotic floor. There. A cleaver. Lying not far away. He lunged for it. Got it. The blood-stained cleaver. Heavy in his hand. Weapon secured. He swiftly used the cleaver to cut the bindings on his feet. The escape had begun. As soon as he steadied himself, a hoarse cry came from the cage beside him. It was Zhang Guodong. Brother. Save me. Please. Take me out. I can still walk. My arm is broken, but I can run. Don't leave me. Please. The chaos and Peng Yu's escape had stirred him. The will to survive had overpowered his numb despair. He clung to the bars of the cage with his good hand, his face streaked with tears, and snot, his eyes filled with desperate pleas and a burning desire to live. Peng Yu's heart felt as if it had been stabbed. He looked at Zhang Guodong's pleading face, remembering himself abandoned at the alley entrance. The image of Bai Lang's unwavering back flashed before his eyes again. He couldn't abandon him. This thought blazed within him. He couldn't let this man who begged him for help and whom he could save die before his eyes. Most importantly, he wanted to save the himself who had been abandoned by Bai Lang in that alley. Damn it. Peng Yu roared, hesitating no more. He rushed to Zhang Guodong's cage and hacked wildly at the crude lock with his machete. With a few clangs, the lock was broken. Peng Yu yanked the cage door open and dragged out the nearly limp Zhang Guodong. He cut the plastic zip ties binding Zhang Guodong's feet. Stay close to me. Run. Peng Yu hoarsely yelled, pulling Zhang Guodong up. At that moment, the infighting skinners noticed the two escaped prey. They paused their mutual slaughter, their eyes shifting in unison toward Peng Yu and Zhang Guodong. Grinning with even more brutal glee, they turned and began charging at them. Go! Peng Yu had no time to think. He propped up Zhang Guodong's uninjured arm, practically half dragging and half carrying him as he charged toward the open iron door of the passage he had spotted earlier, which seemed to lead outside. Zhang Guodong's body was limp as mud from the excruciating pain of his broken arm and prolonged terror. Though his will to live made him try to move his legs, his pace was agonizingly slow, and he kept letting out painful groans. Shut the fuck up. Run faster. Peng Yu growled, his anxiety and impatience already flaring. His own ankle throbbed with searing pain. Every step felt like stepping on nails, and now he had to drag this useless burden. Damn it, he was starting to understand Bai Lang. Take them alive. Don't damage the skin. The leader's trusted henchman, faster than the others, charged in from the side, lunging at Peng Yu to pin him down. Peng Yu shoved Zhang Guodong forward, dodging to the side as he swung his machete in a swift arc. Thud! The blade cleaved through half the henchman's shoulder, black blood gushing out. Fuck your mother, still trying to take them alive. They'll kill this bastard first, then he'll fuck you up. Another vindictive follower wielding a machete charged from the other side. Peng Yu was forced to turn and parry. Clang! A sharp ring. His arm went numb and he stumbled. At that moment, Zhang Guodong pushed aside, lost his support, and fell to the ground with a thud, letting out a scream. Damn! Peng Yu's mind was in turmoil. Ignoring the searing pain, he kicked the machete-wielding skinner away and turned to pull Zhang Guodong up. But more skinners had already surrounded them. The vindictive one sneered, dragging his injured leg, blocking the path to the passage in front of Peng Yu. He slowly approached Peng Yu, pointing the tip of his shovel handle at his face. Run. Why aren't you running? The vindictive one let out a mocking laugh. In a while, it'll slowly toy with you to death. Your skin is mine too. I'm the boss here. Peng Yu looked at the skinners closing in like a tide, then at the limp Zhang Guodong on the ground, and then at the dark passage entrance not far away. A dead end. This was a true dead end. If he took Zhang Guodong, they would both die. He was too slow. They could never break through. Without him. Maybe. The thought, I can't become Bai Lang, began to waver violently in the face of his own desperate situation. In the end, he remembered Bai Lang's cold face, that unwavering back. His own anger and despair from that moment were still vivid. But now, he damn well understood Bai Lang. To survive, he had to abandon everything: morality, conscience, companions. Even his former self. Fuck your mother. Peng Yu let out a roar of utmost contradiction. The last shred of struggle in his eyes snapped in that moment, replaced by a desperate resolve. He no longer looked at the wailing Zhang Guodong on the ground, nor did he even heed the skinners lunging at him from behind. He spun around abruptly, channeling all his strength into his legs, enduring the searing pain in his ankle, and charged toward the passage entrance blocked by the vindictive one. Brother, woo-woo, please, don't leave me, don't. The heart-wrenching roar came from behind him. Peng Yu could even imagine Zhang Guodong's expression at that moment. It must have been the exact same look he had when Bai Lang abandoned him. Filled with despair and fury. But he didn't look back. He didn't dare to. He had now become Bai Lang. He hurled his machete fiercely at the vindictive one's face, not to kill, but to buy that fraction of a second. The vindictive one instinctively dodged sideways. Now, like an arrow from a bow, Peng Yu brushed past the vindictive one and plunged headlong into the dark passage entrance. As he rushed into the passage, he heard the skinners' excited laughter behind him, and Zhang Guodong's profanity-laced curses mixed with his agonizing screams. Guilt, perhaps, but more than that, there was a sense of relief at having survived and a profound despair and apathy toward this world. It was even mingled with a kind of release regarding Bai Lang's abandonment. After locking the iron door behind him, he didn't stop. He didn't even look back. Dragging his injured ankle and gripping an iron pipe he had picked up somewhere, he staggered and ran headlong into the darkness of the passage without ever turning around. Clang! The door slammed shut. He was very clear that this door wouldn't hold for long. Run. He must run. Each time his ankle hit the ground, a tearing pain surged through him. But he dared not stop, nor could he. The passage ahead was engulfed in darkness as he stumbled forward. Zhang Guodong's final scream was like a nail driven into his mind. I'm sorry. Peng Yu gritted his teeth, swallowing the metallic taste of blood mixed with saliva. Survive. There was no right or wrong. He understood Bai Lang's way of survival. Like Bai Lang, he too was fighting for his loved ones. This thought grew wildly, pushing away all other emotions. Right now he was Bai Lang. Or rather, he was becoming Bai Lang. His vision blurred. Each breath carried a metallic taste. He shook his head, trying to dispel the dizziness, but the excruciating pain in his ankle and the fatigue of running weighed heavily on him. A foul stench rushed into his nostrils. Underfoot lay either tangled, discarded cables or sharp metal shards that screeched as he stepped on them. Even more disgusting were the slimy liquids, the origins of which he could only guess. He gripped the iron pipe he had found, propping it against the ground to barely support his weight. In the shadows of the corner, something was moving, rustling quietly. A rat, or something else. He had no time to care. Thud, thud, thud. The iron door behind him was being violently battered, each impact louder than the last, accompanied by the maniacal laughter of the skin slicer. They were coming for him. Damn it. Peng Ye's heart raced, adrenaline surged, suppressing his bodous discomfort as he dragged his injured leg, nearly rolling forward. He had to find a way out before they caught up. The passage seemed to descend, with the sewage underfoot growing deeper and reeking of sewer stench. He didn't know how long he had been running. His stamina was rapidly depleting. He felt like he could barely hold on. Just as his consciousness began to fade ahead, it seemed there was light, and the sound of rushing water. An exit. A wave of ecstatic joy surged within Peng Yu. He lunged forward, expending his last bit of strength towards the faint light and the sound of water. The light grew nearer, and the sound of water became more pronounced. Peng Yu stumbled around the corner of the passage, and suddenly everything opened up before him. It was a slightly wider underground space, like a junction in a sewer system. Several thick old pipes crisscrossed overhead, with sewage continually dripping down from the gaps between the pipe connections. The ground was layered with murky sewage, with a relatively dry, slightly elevated cement platform extending forward. But the next moment, every hair on his body stood on end. Right at the front of that cement platform, a figure dragging a wounded leg, its face twisted in a manic grin, blocked his path like a hellish guardian. The sharpened iron shovel in his hand glinted coldly in the dim light. It was the vengeful one. He didn't choose to break down the door. Instead, he had circled around here in advance. How did he do that? Could there be other passages underground? Peng Yu tightened his grip on the iron pipe, glaring with resentment at the vengeful one remaining silent. He quickly scanned the surroundings, confirming that only the vengeful one was present. Unknown. Although the opponent was an intelligent infected and wielded a deadlier weapon. But he had a limp too. Perhaps there was a chance. Although Peng Yu was greatly fatigued and had an injured ankle, the will to survive and the fierce determination from his recent mental shift reached their peak. He finally caught you. The vengeful one mocked, pointing at the dark passage behind Peng Yu with his shovel. That waste. You abandoned him. Your brother's outside. Must be having a great time. Ha ha. He seemed to relish the fleeting guilt that flashed across Peng Ye's face. Peng Yu was not angered by his words. He forced himself to calm down, assessing the situation before him. The platform was not spacious, with sewage on both sides. Water continued to drip from the pipes overhead, making the cement floor extremely slippery. Some discarded wooden crates and metal parts were piled around, which he might use as cover or weapons. The vengeful one had a leg injury, so his speed and agility were surely compromised. Meanwhile, his biggest issues were his dwindling stamina and ankle injury. A heat and clash was not an option. He needed to be clever. Why so silent now? The vengeful one seemed to enjoy Peng Ye's silence at that moment. Just now, in the cage. Weren't you quite talkative? Lame. The leader's dog. He deliberately repeated Peng Ye's earlier provocation, his face twisted further with anger and delight. Peng Yu slowly raised his head, his face also revealing a cold, crazed smile. Yes. Too bad. That leader's dog is about to become a dead dog. He deliberately emphasized the words lame and dog, while quickly scanning behind the vengeful one at a rusted large pipeline valve hanging precariously, seemingly on the verge of falling. Seeking death. The vengeful one was indeed provoked again. He cackled maniacally, dragging his injured leg, and lunged at Peng Yu while swinging the shovel. Peng Yu did not take the hit directly. Instead, he darted to the side, narrowly dodging the attack by utilizing the slippery ground. The shovel hit the cement platform with a loud crash, splattering sewage everywhere. At the same time, the iron pipe in Peng Ye's hands was not idle either. He swung it forcefully towards the vengeful one's injured left leg. Clang! The already twisted knee joint of the left leg bent further. The vengeful one momentarily faltered to maintain balance. Now was the time. Peng Yu gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain in his ankle and charged again, but his target was not the vengeful one himself, but a protruding rust-covered control lever on the wall not far behind him. That control lever seemed to connect to the large pipeline overhead that was swaying precariously. The malignant saw Peng Yu wasn't charging at him, but instead lunging for the rusty control lever. He paused in surprise, then burst into even louder, more manic laughter. This human, scared witless, looking for death in a new way. He abruptly twisted his body, swung the shovel handle in a full arc, and thrust it straight at Peng Ye's leg. He intended to cripple his movement and savor the kill slowly. Peng Yu felt the lethal threat behind him, but he did not turn back. He had staked everything on this one move. He dashed to the wall, mustering every ounce of strength, and yanked down hard on the rust-caked control lever. A screeching sound of metal grinding against metal rang out. The massive pipe suspended overhead visibly shuddered violently. Rust flakes and dust rained down from the joints. A flicker of something other than glee crossed the malignant's face. He seemed to realize what was happening. He wanted to retreat, to flee. Too late. The instant Peng Yu pulled the lever, he rolled on the ground, scrambling away from the area beneath the pipe toward the sewage pool. And that enormous heavy pipe, after groaning under its unbearable burden, finally snapped from its moorings. With a whoosh, it came crashing down onto the spot where the malignant had just been standing. Motherf. The malignant only had time to let out a furious roar. Boom. The ground shook. The heavy metal pipe slammed into the concrete platform, unleashing a deafening thunderclap. The entire underground space hummed with the impact. The platform shattered into pieces, collapsing instantly. Sewage and rubble splattered everywhere. Dust and mist billowed up. Coughing, Peng Yu crawled out of the cold, foul sewage, wiped the grime from his face, and stared at the wreckage. The massive pipe had smashed a huge crater into the concrete platform, half submerged in the sewage, half resting on the debris. The malignant, who had been directly struck, was nowhere to be seen. Only a dark, viscous liquid mixed with shreds of flesh and tattered leather seeped slowly from under the pipe, quickly swallowed and diluted by the churning sewage. The malignant was dead. This second-in-command of the Flayers Society, this twisted and perverse infected, had been utterly eliminated by him, using a method that nearly claimed his own life. Peng Yu looked at the chaos before him, his heart hollow. There was no joy of victory, only a bone-deep weariness and numbness. He had won, but the cost was steep. Those desperate moves had nearly drained his last ounce of strength. His ankle throbbed with excruciating pain, barely able to support him. Several new wounds had opened on his body, though not deep, soaking in this filthy water. Who knew if they'd become infected? He carefully checked himself, confirming he hadn't been directly bitten by the malignant or had any obvious contact with bodily fluids. For now, he should be safe. He picked up the iron pipe that had fallen nearby to use as a crutch, gasping for air, his body trembling uncontrollably. The second-in-command duel, he had won. This escape, he had survived. Not long after, from deeper in the passage behind him, more maniacal laughter and howls echoed faintly. It was the Flayers. The earlier crash had drawn them. Either they had forced open that door or found another way into the sewers. They were closing in. The exit was right ahead. But his current strength, could he still jump down and swim across? Behind him were the excited howls of the Skinners and their ever closer footsteps. Ahead of him lay murky, bottomless sewage. The exit was right there. Jump or not? A tearing, searing pain shot through Peng Yu's ankle, nearly causing him to collapse. His stamina was already completely drained. He cast a glance at the turbid water. Beneath the surface might lurk the even more terrifying things Bai Lang had mentioned, water ghosts or other sharp debris. But if he didn't jump, staying here meant certain death. Those Skinners wouldn't give him a moment's respite. Damn it. The last flicker of hesitation vanished from Peng Yu's eyes. He hurled the iron pipe in his hand with all his might toward the Skinners chasing behind him, not caring whether it hit its mark. Then, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain in his ankle, he mustered his last ounce of strength and leaped into the foul-smelling sewage. Splash. The cold, viscous liquid with its indescribable stench instantly engulfed him. The sewage rushed into his mouth and nose, triggering a violent fit of coughing. His vision blurred completely in the murky water beneath the surface. He flailed his arms desperately, his legs nearly useless due to the injury in his ankle, forcing him to struggle forward, relying solely on his arm strength. Something seemed to coil around his foot underwater, slimy and slippery. Terrified out of his wits, he kicked frantically until he felt the thing release its grip. Was it seaweed? Or the arm of a corpse? He dared not think about it. From the shore came even more enraged and excited howls and laughter from the Skinners. They seemed either unskilled at or unwilling to enter the water, merely stomping and cursing maniacally on the bank, with some even starting to hurl stones and garbage into the sewage. Bang! A brick struck the water surface near him, splashing up a wave of filth. Peng Yu dared not linger. Suppressing his nausea and terror, he swam forward with all his might. The exit was just ahead. It was a rusted iron ladder extending upward toward an opening that looked like a maintenance access. Summoning every ounce of strength, he finally reached the iron ladder and grabbed the slippery rungs with both hands. The muscles in his arms trembled violently from overexertion, and his wounds stung sharply from being soaked in the sewage. He clenched his teeth and climbed upward inch by inch. With every step, a piercing agony shot through his ankle and darkness flickered before his eyes. He had no idea how he managed to climb out. When he finally tumbled over the top of the iron ladder and collapsed onto the relatively dry cement floor, he felt as if every bone in his body had shattered. He gasped for air, his lungs burning fiercely. He had made it. He had escaped. The howls behind him seemed to fade, muffled by distance and the sound of flowing water. But then exhaustion and agony washed over him like a relentless tide. The scenery before him began to spin and blur. He thought of his sister Peng Li, of Ning Yuan, of Lin Mo. How were they doing? His consciousness felt as if it were sinking into the deep sea until finally it plunged into complete darkness. After an unknown span of time, Peng Yu's consciousness clawed its way back from the abyss. There was a sound in his ears. Very faint. Was it the drip of water? And also a soft rhythmic scraping noise. His eyelids were as heavy as lead, and it took immense effort to barely crack them open. Through his blurred vision, the first thing that came into view was a damp ceiling covered in water stains and patches of mold. A bare incandescent bulb cast a dim, glaring yellow light. The room's only window was boarded up with wooden planks, leaving only faint cracks through which it was impossible to tell whether it was day or night outside. The air carried a familiar scent, disinfectant dust, and a faint lingering trace of blood. Where was this? He turned his stiff neck with difficulty, trying to see his surroundings. A cramped room like a storage closet. The walls were rough cement, and the floor was also concrete. In the corner were piled rusty iron shelves and a few damaged cardboard boxes. In the center of the room stood a simple cot on which he was lying. A coarse but relatively clean blanket was draped over him. A cool sensation emanated from his ankle. Looking down, he saw that his once agonizingly painful ankle had been re-bandaged with clean gauze and even splinted simply with 2 wooden boards. Who had saved him? Just then the rhythmic scraping sound resumed. Peng Yu jerked his head around toward the source of the noise. In the corner of the room, a figure sat with its back to him. The person was wearing a black tactical jacket, and beside them lay a crossbow. They were bent over, carefully wiping a machete with a cloth. The movements were focused and steady, as if nothing else in the world mattered. That silhouette. Peng Yu's heart clenched. He recognized that silhouette. And that crossbow. Bai Lang. Peng Yu's voice was hoarse and raspy, filled with disbelief and shock, and a trace of complex emotions he himself didn't fully recognize. Hearing the voice, the figure stopped wiping the machete. He slowly turned around. It was still that sharply defined face, still those cold, piercing eyes. Bai Lang looked at Peng Yu lying on the cot, his face utterly expressionless, neither surprise nor delight, as if Peng Yu's awakening was the most ordinary thing in the world. Awake. Bai Lang's voice remained flat, betraying no emotion. Kid, you're damn lucky. Now you owe me another life. Peng Yu struggled to sit up, but the weakness of his body and the pain of his wounds rendered him immobile. You? How are you here? Peng Yu's mind was a chaotic blur. No. I thought you. He had never imagined he would encounter the person who had abandoned him again in this lifetime. Yet now, Bai Lang was here, and he had saved him, tended to his wounds. What in the world was going on? Bai Lang slid the wiped clean machete back into the sheath at his waist, stood up, and walked over to Peng Yu's bedside. He looked down at Peng Yu from his height, his gaze complex. I went back. Bai Lang spoke slowly, his voice low. I returned to the safe house. Peng Yu's heart tightened. And then, your grandmother, she. Bai Lang was silent for a few seconds. Peng Yu could even discern a trace of the most subtle pain in his icy eyes. When I got back there, the door was open. Bai Lang's voice was utterly flat. When I went inside, it was too late. He paused, as if organizing his words, or perhaps merely stating a cold, hard fact. The living room was covered in blood. On the wall was that damn smiley face. The inner door had been forced open. And my grandmother. Bai Lang's voice trembled slightly, but quickly regained its calm. She was nothing but skin and a little flesh. She. Peng Yu gasped sharply. He could imagine that horrific scene. The Skinners. They had gone to Bai Lang's safe house. But why? How had they found it? Peng Yu wanted to offer some words of comfort, but found that any language felt utterly powerless in this moment. Bai Lang, however, seemed not to notice his sympathy, and continued, I gathered what was left, and burned it on the rooftop. His tone was flat, devoid of sorrow or anger, holding only a kind of deathly emptiness. The only person in this world worth protecting is gone. Bai Lang lifted his head, staring at the ceiling with a terrifyingly hollow gaze. The reason for me to keep living is gone too. Peng Yu's heart sank. He could feel the intense aura of despair radiating from Bai Lang. If his own sister were gone, he could probably understand the pain Bai Lang was feeling now. So, Bai Lang's gaze fell back on Peng Yu, a flicker of anger reigniting in those icy eyes. I came back. Came back for what? Peng Yu asked instinctively. Revenge. Bai Lang's gaze shifted from anger to murderous intent. Those bastards. The Skinners. They destroyed the last thing I was willing to die for, so I'm going to make them. Hey. He paused, seeming to understand why Bai Lang had returned, his own gaze becoming distant. You asked me earlier if I had always lived here with my grandmother. Bai Lang's voice suddenly sounded far away. I answered then. That I hadn't. Peng Yu was startled, not expecting him to bring this up. Bai Lang walked to the window in the room, looking out at the gray sky through the gaps in the wooden boards. Slowly, in a tone almost like talking to himself, he began to recount his past. My grandmother raised me from a child. My parents. How they died in an accident when I was very young. My grandmother raised me all by herself. Later I grew up, got a job, and wanted to bring her to live with me to take care of her. This house, I rented it. It's close to where I used to work. My grandmother was old, her legs weren't good. I couldn't bear to let her live alone. Later, I had a girlfriend. Her name was Xiaoya. At the mention of this name, Bai Lang's voice seemed to waver with the slightest trace of emotion, but quickly returned to its icy state. She came to Linhai from out of town to work. She was quite pretty and knew how to talk. She said she wanted to save on rent, so I agreed to let her move in with me. Back then, the three of us lived together. Bai Lang's gaze grew complex, as if lost in some memory. That time was actually pretty good. The place was small, but it was cozy. My grandmother liked her too, often cooked good food for her. I thought we would go on like this forever. Get married, have kids. His lips seemed to twitch as if mocking his own former naivety. But, just a few days before the virus broke out, she suddenly broke up with me. Bai Lang's voice dropped. She said, she couldn't see a future with me, said I was too boring, didn't understand romance, couldn't give her the life she wanted. I was really hurt. I loved her a lot. I was sincere. Bai Lang's fist unconsciously clenched tight. You know, once a person falls for someone, they become an idiot. I believed everything she said, and I tried everything to give her what she wanted. I thought that if I worked hard enough was good enough to her, she wouldn't leave me. I desperately tried to keep her, begged her even. Swallowed my pride. His voice carried a hint of self-mockery. But it didn't work. Her mind was made up. She said she had already found a new place to stay, and even, maybe. Peng Yu listened quietly, his heart a mix of emotions. He had never imagined that someone as cold as Bai Lang could have had such a humiliating past. On the day the virus broke out, Bai Lang's voice turned even colder. She was packing up to move. I was on the balcony and saw the streets starting to go crazy. People were screaming, people were going mad. I immediately knew something was wrong. I rushed over, grabbed her tight, and wouldn't let her go. I said it was dangerous outside. I said it was only safe to stay home. At first she didn't believe me. She cursed me, pushed me, said I was just making excuses to keep her. Until she saw with her own eyes a neighbor downstairs laughing as he bashed another neighbor's head in and reached inside with his hand. Bai Lang paused as if recalling that terrifying sight. She was terrified, completely terrified. She didn't dare leave anymore and was forced to stay. At the time, I was actually happy. A twisted smile appeared on Bai Lang's face, filled with self-loathing. I thought, this was my chance from heaven. Heaven was helping me keep her. Later, the world outside completely fell apart. We were trapped at home living off the supplies I had stockpiled. I guess she accepted her fate, or maybe she was just trying to survive, but she got back together with me. He emphasized the words got back together, his tone dripping with sarcasm. That time was oppressive. My grandmother became more and more neurotic because of the owners group incident, and Xiaoya spent her days crying or taking her anger out on me. But I didn't care as long as she was still by my side. That was enough. Until that time we went out to find supplies. Bai Lang's eyes instantly sharpened, filled with pain and hatred. That day we got lucky and found a small convenience store that hadn't been completely cleaned out. Just as we were about to leave, we ran into another group of survivors, about 10 of them, men and women, decently equipped. Xiaoya. She hadn't talked to so many people in a long time. She got really excited seeing them chatting happily, especially with this greasy predaboy in the group. Bai Lang's teeth ground audibly. She said she wanted to go check out their camp, said there was strength in numbers, that it had to be safer than just the two of us hiding at home. Said following them was the only hope. I disagreed. I told her the bigger the group, the more dangerous it is. Who knows if those people are good or bad? I told her to come back with me immediately. I said my grandmother was at home waiting for us. And then we started arguing. It was our first fight since the apocalypse began. She called me selfish, cold-blooded, and inhuman. She said I was keeping her like a prisoner. She said she was sick of this life. She wanted to leave. She wanted to find real hope. I was furious. Bai Lang's voice trembled with agitation. I really loved her. I didn't want to lose her. He suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself hard across the face. The sharp sound echoed in the small room. I hit her. Bai Lang's voice was hoarse, filled with pain and regret. I slapped her and then tried to drag her away by force. That predaboy rushed up to stop me, called me a coward. The other survivors gathered around accusing me. And right then, Bai Lang's eyes grew terrified, as if he were seeing that horrific scene again. A whistling sound and that nauseating laughter came from the alley beside us. That was my first encounter with the Skinners. Those survivors. They had no idea what those things were. They thought they were just ordinary lunatics. They thought with numbers and weapons they could kill them. I felt right then that those things were seriously wrong, but they kept mocking me for being a coward. That predaboy. He even charged ahead, trying to show off his bravery in front of Xiaoya. I grabbed Xiaoya and tried to run. But she shook me off. She looked at me with an expression I had never seen before, filled with disgust and finality. She said she would rather die than stay with me another second. Bai Lang's voice choked. This man, as tough as steel, finally revealed the vulnerability and pain buried deep in his heart as he recalled this memory. And then I saw that leader. It was whistling like a human. And then things started pouring in from all directions. That predaboy. He was skinned alive. Xiaoya. She was right there. She was petrified. She tried to run. But Bai Lang abruptly shut his eyes, his body shaking violently, as if unwilling to continue the memory. She was caught. That leader. It did it right in front of me. Bai Lang couldn't go on. He covered his face in pain, his shoulders heaving violently. Peng Yu watched the broken man before him and for a moment didn't know what to say. He finally understood where Bai Lang's coldness and paranoia came from. It was the result twisted by ultimate fear, betrayal, and loss. His love, his possessiveness, his survival code, all had turned to nothing, leaving only endless pain and an obsession with revenge. After a long silence, Bai Lang slowly lowered his hands. His eyes were devoid of tears, holding only a kind of deathly stillness and icy madness. From that day on, he looked at Peng Yu, his voice terrifyingly calm. I swore I would never trust anyone again. And I will. Make those bastards. Hey, that's my story. Bai Lang stood up, put his gas mask back on, concealing the face etched with pain and madness. Bai Lang's story churned relentlessly in Peng Yu's mind. The pain of losing his grandmother, the despair of being betrayed by his girlfriend, and that reckless desperation when pushed to the brink. These emotions were not unfamiliar, perhaps they were all too familiar. At the alley entrance, the image of Bai Lang abandoning him without hesitation resurfaced vividly. Peng Yu thought he would hate him. But now, after hearing that tragic past, and having himself become someone who abandoned others, that hatred had faded, replaced by something more complex and heavier, understanding. Bai Lang's face, obscured by a gas mask, turned toward him. Peng Yu couldn't see his expression, but after hearing his story, he could roughly understand Bai Lang. In his tale, certain similar experiences seemed to strike a chord within Peng Yu. His thoughts uncontrollably drifted back to the past, to those equally sorrowful years. At the age of 6, a sudden car accident claimed the lives of Peng Yu's parents. At the funeral home, he wept heartbreakingly. His 4-year-old sister Peng Li, a tiny figure, stared with bewildered eyes at everything around her. She didn't understand why her mischievous brother was crying so desperately today. Relatives whispered among themselves, their eyes evasive, all afraid to take on these two burdens. Even their mother's own brother, their uncle, just slumped dejectedly in a corner, puffing on cigarette after cigarette, his gaze fixed out the window, not daring to meet Peng Yu and Peng Li's eyes. From the crowd, only their grandmother, with faltering yet resolute steps, pushed her way out. Her aged hands trembled uncontrollably, but with all her strength, she took his hand with one and held his sister tightly in the other arm. Thus their grandmother led them out of that arena of shifting blame. That day the sky was gray, oppressively suffocating. From that day on, a piece of his heart was missing. His temperament began to turn violent. In middle school, fighting and brawling became the norm of his campus life. Since the little delinquent girl incident, if anyone dared to glance at Peng Li or speak ill of her, he would confront them after school. He would always come home bruised and battered, his face swollen, picked up from school by his grandmother. But his grandmother never scolded him. She would silently, with a cotton swab dipped in iodine, carefully clean his wounds. Then with a heavy sigh, she would turn and head to the kitchen to cook the siblings a steaming bowl of egg noodles. Back then, watching his grandmother's busy figure by the stove under the dim yellow light, she seemed so frail, yet so strong, holding up the sky for him and his sister. Although he was the notorious second-in-command of the Qinglong gang and often caused trouble, he was actually not dull-witted, and his grades were never poor. After junior high, he successfully got into a decent key high school in the city. The day he received the admission letter, he was overjoyed, racing all the way home, eager to share the joy with his grandmother and see a long-lost smile on her face. Yet pushing open the door, he was greeted only by empty desolation. Ring. The piercing ring of the phone shattered the silence of the room. A strange, cold voice came through the receiver, delivering news that shattered him. His grandmother had suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage while shopping at the market that afternoon. She was gone. In that moment, he felt the sky collapse again. After that night, he seemed forced to grow up overnight. No more fighting, no more causing trouble. He began to seriously think about the future, how to take care of his sister and how to give her a good life. Though his temper remained foul, all his patience and tenderness were unreservedly poured onto Peng Li. He was her brother, and from then on he was forced to become her father. For 3 years of high school, he chose to work part-time while studying. He carried bricks at construction sites, washed dishes in restaurant kitchens, worked night shifts as an internet cafe attendant. With hands still bearing youth, but already covered in calluses, he held up the home that now only had him and his sister. Later, he was admitted to Linhai University, a decent first-tier, non-985-211 school. At university, he fell in love with the basketball court, which let him temporarily forget hardship and sorrow, and it was there he met Ning Yuan. At first, he thought Ning Yuan was just a slacker rich kid full of spoiled temper. But after getting to know him, he realized that kid was actually quite loyal at heart and worth being friends with. 2 years later, Peng Li also took her college entrance exams. That kid was impressive, scoring astonishingly high, easily enough for Huaqing University. He was overjoyed. He even went to a temple to pray for a safety charm for her. He also spent money from half a month's hard work to buy her a crystal bracelet from an eccentric fortune teller said to bring good luck, hoping she would smoothly enter Huaqing and have a bright future. However, when the admission letter from Linhai University arrived at home, he was dumbfounded. He thought there was a mistake, that his sister's scores had been usurped. Furious, he grabbed a weapon and was about to confront the admissions office. Peng Li, realizing she couldn't hide it any longer, stopped him and tearfully confessed the truth. "Brother, I changed my application myself. I wanted to be with you. I don't want to be so far away from you." In that instant, the string in his mind snapped with a pop. Not because of being touched, but because of a rage born from being deceived, fooled, and seeing all his painstaking efforts become a joke. He had worked hard to support her studies, hoping she could fly higher, leave their shabby place, go to the best school, and have a good life. And what was the result? For the sake of being together, she ruined her own future? Are you out of your damn mind? That's watching. Watching. So many people would kill to get in. And you threw it away just to stay in some crappy school with me. Do you even deserve Grandma? Do you deserve the money I slaved for? He had roared, not choosing his words. I just didn't want to be alone. I was scared. Peng Li cried, even harder, her shoulders shaking. Scared? You're scared now. Where was your fear when you changed the application? Let me tell you from today. If Mom and Dad were still here, they would never treat me like you do. You're a control freak. You don't care at all about what I want. His sister suddenly looked up, her face twisted with a grief and resentment he had never seen before, and screamed. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap. He didn't even realize how he had moved. The light in his sister's face instantly extinguished. Only tears remained, and a kind of unfamiliarity and distance that chilled his heart. She covered her face. The way she looked at him had changed. No more dependence, only deep disappointment and fear. The regret of that moment was like a red-hot iron brand seared into his heart, aching so much that every recollection left him breathless. He wanted to apologize to make amends, but didn't know how to start or if there was even a chance. He just wanted her to have a better future in the way he thought was right, but in the end, he hurt her the most. He ultimately had no choice but to accept his sister attending his school, less than half a year after she enrolled. The apocalypse came. Afterward, Peng Yu fought desperately to protect her, thinking he could shoulder everything. And what was the result? Ever since they got separated at the supermarket, there hasn't been a trace of her, and he doesn't even know if she's alive or dead. Bai Lang tossed some compressed biscuits and water to the dazed Peng Yu, interrupting his reminiscence. Now you owe me another life, but since I was the one who put you in danger earlier, I'll give you two choices. He paused, then added, first, you can leave anytime you want. I won't stop you, but you'll have to fend for yourself for supplies and everything else, because I'm hitting the road immediately. Second, once your wounds are mostly healed, I'll need a capable assistant to help me carry out my revenge. I'll do my best to help you recover in the next few days. After all, you need to be in good shape to be my helper. I don't need a burden. If things go smoothly once it's all over, I'll also help you find your sister. I can do it. Peng Yu hesitated for a moment, as if an answer had formed in his heart, then nodded at Bai Lang. Bai Lang's eyes remained icy cold behind his gas mask. Upon seeing Peng Yu's response, he turned and left the stronghold without a word, venturing out alone to scout and gather supplies, leaving Peng Yu to nurse his wounds and ponder. The iron door clanged shut behind him, the sound of the lock clicking echoing sharply in the silent basement. Peng Yu alone leaned against the wall, slowly chewing on the hard-dry biscuits. He pondered how to find his sister in the future. He dared not even think about whether Peng Li was alive or dead, only hoping that Ning Yuan could protect her. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to rest and regain his strength. To survive, to find his sister, he had to get back on his feet as soon as possible. For days passed. In the underground storage room, Peng Yu's eyes snapped open. The wound on his ankle, treated with the herbs and cleaner bandages Bai Lang brought back, had scabbed over and healed. Though he still limped slightly, the excruciating pain was gone. Over these 4 days, Bai Lang went out and returned at regular intervals, dropping off food and water, then spending his time in the corner cleaning his weapons and checking his gear, sometimes scribbling on a piece of paper. Communication between them had been nearly non-existent since Bai Lang shared his past, except when Peng Yu practiced swinging the fire axe, which Bai Lang had found while scavenging 4 days ago. Occasionally, Bai Lang would coldly point out flaws in his movements. Not enough power from your waist. Your wrist is too stiff. Hitting there is useless, strike here. He pointed to the carotid artery on his own neck. This is the easiest place for a quick kill. His instructions were simple and brutal, yet exceptionally practical, steeped in bloody combat experience. Peng Yu listened silently and practiced. He knew Bai Lang was sharpening him like a tool. He needed the sharpening too. He needed strength, skill, and to become stronger to survive in this godforsaken world and find his sister. That day, Bai Lang returned, and instead of dropping food and heading to clean his weapon, stood at the door looking at Peng Yu. How's the ankle? He asked. Doesn't hurt. I can walk. Peng Yu stood up and stomped his foot firmly. Though still a bit stiff, it was far better than 4 days ago. Good. Bai Lang nodded. Eat something, then we move out. He tossed Peng Yu a slightly larger piece of jerky than usual and a full bottle of water. Peng Yu caught it and took a savage bite. The jerky was tough with a smoky flavor. He swallowed it in a few mouthfuls, drank some water, and scouted it out. Bai Lang spread a crude hand-drawn map on the ground. I figured out the flares' patterns. Their lair is in this factory. He pointed to a marked location on the map. Usually the leader takes some hunters out while some guards roam around the factory. He traced a winding route on the map, not through the main gate. Well, sneak in through this abandoned drainage ditch on the side, go straight around to the back of the slaughterhouse. There's an internal passage there. Your call. Peng Yu slung the fire axe over his back and checked the walkie-talkie Bai Lang had given him. Remember the rules, Bai Lang said, putting on his gas mask, his voice turning cold again. Follow my orders. No acting on your own. No unnecessary noise. And no unnecessary sympathy. His last words seemed pointed, his gaze sweeping coldly over Peng Yu through the mask. Yu didn't answer, only tightened his grip on the fire axe. The two left their temporary stronghold and once again stepped into the urban ruins. This time their target was clear, the flayer's nest. Bai Lang led Yu, avoiding wide streets, moving swiftly through the shadows of alleys and buildings. Yu seemed to have grown, becoming more observant, noticing details Bai Lang might have overlooked. For instance, under a seemingly safe abandoned car, there were signs of freshly turned earth, possibly hiding a trap. Not bad, cripple. You're not blind yet. Bai Lang for once didn't refute Yu's warning, only offering a cold comment. They soon arrived at a burnt-out commercial street. The air was thick with the acrid smell of smoke and the peculiar stench of burnt human flesh. Just as they were about to exit the street and turn into the alley leading to the abandoned factory district, they saw the display again. It was larger than the last time and more nauseating. It was a huge sculpture formed from more human remains stacked, stitched, and twisted together, standing in the open space before the factory gate. This time the artist seemed to have found new inspiration, using intestines and blood vessels to embroider a huge grinning face weeping bloody tears onto a piece of flayed skin. Countless flies swarmed like a dark cloud above the sculpture. Yu struggled against dry heaves, forcing himself to look away. The anger and disgust were still there, but he knew these emotions were useless now. You'll get used to it. Bai Lang's voice was flat. He didn't even spare the display a second glance, heading straight for the side of the factory. While analyzing a flayer mark, he muttered under his breath, "Some marks are very fresh, and the style is a bit strange, like some kind of imitation." But he quickly shook his head as if dismissing the thought, attributing it to the flayer's usual twisted psychology. Yu, suppressing his discomfort, followed. Bai Lang pointed to barely visible threads on the ground and several suspiciously colored loose tiles. "Careful, there are traps." Just then, an extremely faint muffled sound of a girl sobbing drifted from a corner near the display, hidden by barrels and tarps. Yu's heart leaped. Crying, he instinctively looked at Bai Lang. Bai Lang's eyes turned icy. He raised his crossbow, aiming at the corner. "Wait, it shouldn't be an infected." Yu immediately stopped him. "Let me check." He pushed down Bai Lang's crossbow and walked over. Bai Lang's cold gaze swept over him, as if saying, "You want to die again, don't you? Maybe she knows what's going on inside. Maybe she can help." Yu said, quickly needing a reason to convince Bai Lang. Bai Lang was silent for a few seconds, then finally lowered the crossbow, but his tone remained icy. "You have 5 seconds. If you see anything wrong, retreat immediately. Don't expect me to save you again." Yu took a deep breath, gripped the fire axe, and cautiously crept towards the corner. He pushed aside the tattered tarp, and the scene inside made him freeze instantly. In a cramped space formed by an oil drum and tattered canvas, a young girl, probably in her early 20s, curled up. First, there was her nurse's uniform, which was incongruous with the surrounding environment. Though stained with mud and blood, it still appeared white. The fabric was torn in several places, yet the collar and sleeves seemed to have been wiped clean, presenting a striking cleanliness that contradicted the apocalyptic scene. Then there was her face. So beautiful. Yu's heart skipped a beat. Even with dirt and tear stains on her face, her delicate features could not be concealed. Her skin was pale due to weakness, her lips cracked and purple, but her wide, lovely eyes shone brightly. Moist, long eyelashes held droplets of tears. Her dark hair was damp with sweat sticking to her cheeks and forehead, yet it was still evident that it had once been tied back, now cascading loose. She was beautiful, resembling a certain star from before the end of the world. There was a beauty about her that could not be completely hidden amid the filth and despair, imbued with a sense of fragility. This beauty made her seem even more helpless and conspicuous in this environment. She trembled in fear, one leg twisted unnaturally, evidently broken, secured with a wooden stick and cloth, the area around the wound swollen and red. Beside her lay a cold corpse clad in a security uniform with a fatal wound at the neck inflicted by a sharp weapon, the blood already congealed and dark. His face appeared peaceful, eyes closed as if asleep. When Yu tore open the tattered canvas, one of the girl's hands hovered above the security guard's arm, as if she had just tidied his appearance. This revelation stirred something within him. He had witnessed too much death and cruelty. Infected ones killing survivors, turning on each other. Numbness seemed to have become essential for survival. But this girl at the edge of this factory hell was still attempting to preserve respect for the deceased. This stood in stark contrast to the desecration of life and the sadistic works of the Skinner he had just encountered. Was it foolishness, or a form of persistence? Yu felt somewhat disoriented. The girl was terrified by Yu's sudden appearance, abruptly recoiling and crashing against the wall, letting out a stifled cry of pain. Yet she bit her lip to suppress any sound, keeping her terrified eyes fixed on Yu, clutching the first aid kit tightly. Don't come closer." Her voice trembled faintly with fear and weakness. "Don't be afraid. We're not bad people." Yu lowered his voice, trying to be gentle, stepping back half a step, hanging the fire axe on his back, and raising both hands to signal that he bore no weapon. "We are just passing survivors." His tone was soft, yet it did little to alleviate the girl's fear. In this apocalyptic world, who could easily trust a stranger? At that moment, a cold white voice came from behind, filled with impatience and murderous intent. Time's up. Did you find anything? He approached, raising his crossbow once again, the arrowhead aimed at the trembling girl in the corner from a few meters away. Seeing Bai Lang and the weapon in his hand, the girl's face instantly turned pale, trembling even more, nearly fainting. She is a survivor. She seems injured. Peng Yu immediately stepped in front of the girl, unsure why he was doing so. Perhaps he was moved by her persistence. Or perhaps he just didn't want to see anyone die before him again. A survivor. Bai Lang's tone was mocking as he walked up beside Peng Yu, scrutinizing the girl in the corner like an object. Or just bait for those bastards. Bai Lang remained vigilant. Your foot. Suddenly the girl in the corner's gaze shifted past Peng Yu, landing on his bandaged ankle. Perhaps to showcase her value, or maybe due to a habit of medical personnel, she blurted out, her voice still trembling but laced with professional judgment. The bandaging is wrong. The wound is exposed, having come into contact with dirt. It will become infected and necrotic. After speaking, she added in a lower voice, as if talking to herself or explaining, I saw it in the factory's infirmary. Someone just like this. Then she fell silent in fear, again clutching the first aid kit tightly. The factory's infirmary. Peng Yu was taken aback. Bai Lang's expression changed instantly. His gaze behind the mask sharpened, locking onto the girl. The factory. She has been to the Skinner's lair. She knows the circumstances inside. This information changed the girl's value in his eyes. No longer just a burden or a potentially useful nurse, but an important source of information. A key that could relate to his revenge plan. In the midst of this brief standoff and information shock, whoosh, whoosh whoosh, ha ha, nearby the Skinners' whistling echoed, and the sound of maniacal laughter came from multiple directions. They were closing in. Damn it. Bai Lang cursed under his breath, no longer hesitating. He had to decide immediately. He grabbed the still pondering Peng Yu. Retreat. Take her with us. Peng Yu shouted almost simultaneously. Bai Lang didn't rebut, this time his gaze lingering on the girl for a moment, as if assessing her utility. Oh, you know about the factory. Bai Lang suddenly spoke, the pressure palpable, as he directly asked the girl in the corner, the arrowhead of the crossbow still steady on her. Good. It seems you still have some usefulness for now. He turned to Peng Yu, commanding, carry her. Then he looked back at the girl, his voice cold behind the gas mask. Come with me. Tell me everything you know about the factory. If your information is useful. He paused, scanning the girl's terrified face. Perhaps I will consider bringing you this burden along. The girl trembled at the threat, tears welling up again, but her instinct for survival compelled her to nod vigorously. Peng Yu rushed forward, avoiding the girl's broken leg, lifting her and the first aid kit together. The girl was light, carrying the scent of disinfectant, blood, and a hint of soap. Even in this environment, she seemed to strive to maintain some cleanliness. This way. Hurry. Bai Lang shouted lowly, no longer looking at them, raising his crossbow, rushing towards another direction in the factory area, into a more concealed alley. Peng Yu carried the girl, enduring the stiffness in his ankle, closely following behind. He could feel the girl's body stiffening and trembling against his shoulder, along with the suppressed sobs. Behind them, the Skinners' whistling and maniacal laughter drew ever closer. The three rushed deeper into the factory area, into the darker, more dangerous unknown. The three advanced swiftly through a narrow alley cluttered with garbage. The only sounds were Peng Yu's ragged breaths, the suppressed sobs of the girl on his shoulder, and Bai Lang's nearly silent footsteps. The air was thick with the mingled stench of rust, oil, and decay. Bai Lang led the way, the crossbow bolt in his hand, glinting faintly in the dim light aimed ahead. Peng Yu followed close behind, carrying a fire axe. His old ankle injury occasionally sent a jolt of stiffness through him, but he gritted his teeth, sweat and grime streaming down his forehead. He kept his eyes on Bai Lang's back and the corners where monsters might emerge, acutely aware of the tense rigidity of the girl on his shoulder and her faint, choked sobs. The big chimney to the west, the infirmary. Bai Lang suddenly spoke, his voice cold and hard like a command. Around the infirmary, any markings, sounds, smells. Any detail, speak now. The girl on his shoulder flinched, startled by Bai Lang's tone. After a few seconds, she spoke in a tearful, broken voice. I can't remember clearly. It was too dark. I just recall a very strong smell of rust. The ground seemed slippery. Oil. Seems. Not sure. Bai Lang stopped, turned around, his eyes behind the gas mask fixed on the girl. I need accurate intel, not guesses. Think carefully. What's around the infirmary? Any special markings? Or did you see anything else? His tone was impatient and threatening, the crossbow bolt swaying slightly. The girl's face turned pale, and she shook her head frantically, tears streaming down again. I don't know. I was so scared then. I just remember. Lots of iron hooks. And a very strong smell of blood. She seemed to recall a horrifying scene, trembling even more violently. Useless. Bai Lang muttered under his breath, disappointment flashing in his eyes. He was assessing whether the girl still had any value. He needed information about the factory, especially about the Flayer leader. This girl was his only lead for now. She's injured and terrified. Give her some time. Peng Yu couldn't help but speak out, meeting Bai Lang's gaze. Pushing her won't help. If she dies, who will lead the way? Who will tell you about the factory? Bai Lang glanced at Peng Yu, but didn't lash out immediately. He knew this wasn't the time for internal conflict. The nurse's memories were still useful for now. He turned and continued forward, but his pace noticeably quickened, as if testing the two behind him. Peng Yu gritted his teeth, bearing the girl, and followed with fatigue. The girl seemed to sense Bai Lang's displeasure and tried to recall, but fear and pain had scattered her thoughts. She took iodine and cotton swabs from her first aid kit, trying to hand them to Peng Yu. Your foot. It was badly hurt before. She seemed to be trying to prove her worth. Shut up. Move. Bai Lang growled without turning back, cutting her off. He only needed an informant. The girl's hand trembled, nearly dropping the iodine bottle, and she quickly withdrew it, not daring to speak again. Peng Yu glanced at her, but said nothing, quickening his pace as well. They continued deeper into the factory district. The decay was more severe here. A massive workshop stood tall, with rusted pipes and machinery scattered everywhere. More flare markings could be seen on the ground, some even adorned with dried human fingers or ears. In a relatively open area, they needed to cross a field cluttered with discarded oil drums and metal parts. Watch your step, Bai Lang said quietly, pointing at several unnatural soil disturbances and thin wires on the ground. Traps. Peng Yu immediately became alert, slowing down. Bai Lang walked ahead, using his machete to carefully push aside debris and inspect the wires. Suddenly the girl let out a small gasp, pointing at a metal box half buried in a pile of trash ahead. That. I remember. Outside the infirmary. There was a box like that too, with a red lightning bolt symbol. Bai Lang and Peng Yu both looked at the box, an old electrical switchgear. Several wires from the switchgear were hidden in the trash, extending to the thin wires at their feet. It was an electric shock trap. Without the girl's words, they would have likely triggered it. Bai Lang's gaze swept over the girl, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. This girl's memory, even if fragmented, could be a lifesaver in critical moments. But he said nothing more, using his machete to cut the wires connected to the trap, signaling them to pass quickly. Peng Yu, carrying the girl, followed. The girl's warning had indeed saved them. He asked in a low voice, "What's your name?" The girl froze, her body trembling again, as if even saying her name required courage. She lowered her head, her voice faint but clear. Guiran. Peng Yu silently repeated the name in his mind. Bai Lang glanced back impatiently from ahead, saying nothing, but his eyes urging them on. Peng Yu asked no more questions, steadied Guiran on his shoulder, and followed Bai Lang. Bypassing the trap zone, the scene ahead made them stop again. It was a massive building, like a main workshop or warehouse, its walls covered with claw marks and dark red smiley face graffiti. At the entrance, an archway was constructed from human skulls and spinal bones. Several skulls with dried bloody flesh hung at the top, their empty eye sockets staring at the newcomers. On both sides of the arch stood several flayed corpses with their internal organs exposed. A strong stench of blood and decay assaulted their senses. This should be the entrance to their lair. Bai Lang's voice carried excitement and hatred. Get ready. He looked at Guiran again, his tone icy. Now tell me in your memory, which direction is the big chimney with smoke to the west? The infirmary, or any room you think might be useful? How do we get there? Guiran was trembling with fear at the sight, barely able to speak. She struggled to recall, her finger trembling as she pointed in a direction. There. That way. The chimney. Seems to be over there. The infirmary. I only remember having to pass a place full of iron hooks. A place full of iron hooks. Bai Lang repeated, his eyes growing more dangerous. Good, your memory is returning. He ignored them both and began observing the surroundings of the entrance, looking for a route to infiltrate. He would find the leader and kill him, and find out why the flayers had discovered the safe house. Peng Yu watched Bai Lang's back, driven by revenge, then looked at the trembling Guiran on his shoulder, a sense of unease settling in his heart. He took a deep breath and tightened his grip on the fire axe. No matter what, he had to survive and find his sister. Bai Lang quickly selected a route, not through the main entrance, but a side opening half covered by rubble and collapsed walls resembling a sewer outlet. The entrance was narrow, allowing only one person to pass at a time. Enter here, Bai Lang pointed at the dark opening. He'll go first, you follow. Remember, once inside, no sound unless I order it. He gave Guiran one last warning glance. Peng Yu nodded, set Guiran down, and motioned for her to follow behind him. Bai Lang was the first to crawl, and his figure quickly disappearing into the darkness. Peng Yu followed closely. Guiran hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and dragged her injured leg inside. The interior of the pipe was darker, narrower, and more foul-smelling than imagined. Rancid, sticky, suffocating. That was Penjia's sole sensation after crawling into this pipe. Bai Lang's silhouette was a few meters ahead, the beam of his flashlight swaying in the darkness. Behind him came Guiran's suppressed groans of pain and the dragging sound of her injured leg barely keeping up. Hurry up. Stop fucking dawdling. Bai Lang's icy voice came from behind his gas mask, devoid of warmth. Without turning back, the sound of rushing water grew louder. The sewage gradually rose past their calves, mixed with the stench of excrement. Splash. Without warning, the water surface under Bai Lang's flashlight beam suddenly exploded. A figure completely caked in black sludge rose silently from the filthy water. Its face bore only that iconic maniacal grin, the skin festered and decayed. A pair of claws with pitch-black sharp nails lunged straight for Bai Lang's face, carrying a fierce, stinking wind. Water ghoul. Bai Lang growled, reacting with lightning speed. Instead of retreating, he advanced, ducking low and swinging his crossbow upward, the stock slamming hard into the water ghoul's jaw. Crack. The sound of bone breaking was clear. But immediately, two more identical dark figures burst from the sewage beside Pingyu and Guiran. Their target was clear, the incapacitated Guiran. Fuck. Damn it. Pingyu cursed, instantly shoving Guiran against a relatively solid pipe wall, then raising his fire axe to shield her. In the darkness, a bloody battle erupted in an instant. The water ghoul's attacks were silent, yet exceptionally swift and vicious. They seemed familiar with this darkness, their claws constantly reaching from bizarre angles for Pingius' eyes, throat, and other lethal points. The fire axe's effectiveness was greatly diminished in this narrow, poorly lit environment. Pingyu was forced back repeatedly, nearly slipping on the slick mud several times. He could feel Guiran trembling violently with fear behind him. Clutching the first aid kit tightly, she stared at Pingius' broad, blood-soaked back as he fought valiantly, tears blurring her vision. Fear nearly suffocated her. Suddenly, she saw a water ghoul ghost around to Pingius' side and rear its hollow eye sockets fixed on his unprotected waist, its sharp claws already raised high. Watch out, behind you. Guiran, channeling a strength she didn't know, she had screamed with all her might. Simultaneously, she fumbled a glass bottle of alcohol from the first aid kit and hurled it fiercely toward the water ghoul, attempting the sneak attack. Smack! The glass bottle shattered against the water ghoul. The pungent smell of alcohol instantly filled the foul air. The water ghoul, poised to strike, froze momentarily. Now's the chance. Pingyu seized the instant. His fire axe swung back, cleaving viciously into the water ghoul's neck. Thud! Filthy blood and mud flew together. The rotting head was severed clean off. Fuck! Pingyu eliminated the immediate threat. But he heard a muffled grunt from Bai Lang ahead. His heart tightened as he looked over. Bai Lang was locked in a struggle with two water ghouls. One water ghoul's claws had torn through his tactical jacket, leaving deep, bone-deep gashes on his arm. His crossbow was gone, likely dropped into the murky sewage during the earlier clash. To make matters worse, another water ghoul rose silently from the sewage behind Bai Lang, its claws aiming straight for his back. Behind you. Guiran screamed again, her terror reaching a peak. She watched helplessly as the fatal strike was about to land, with Bai Lang having no room to dodge. Pingyu saw it too, but he was locked in combat with a newly emerged water ghoul, each swing of his axe dodged by its slippery body, unable to break free in time. Bai Lang's eyes turned glacial. He kicked away the water ghoul corpse that was clinging to his leg, twisting his body at an angle beyond human limits. But he chose not to take the hit he'd. Instead, he yanked a sharp machete from his waist, not to meet the rear attack, but with astonishing speed and force he swung it viciously upward at a section of pipe joint that looked precarious and cracked. Clang! The sound of metal striking concrete was deafening. That aged pipe joint, already fragile, shattered under Bai Lang's full-force blow. Crash! A torrent of rubble, metal chunks, and sewage cascaded down like an uncontrollable flood. The water ghoul attacking from behind, along with the two locked in combat with him, were instantly engulfed by this sudden catastrophe. They let out brief hisses before being buried under rubble and mud. Moved. Bai Lang made the snap decision. He glanced at the stunned Pingyu and Guiran, his voice muffled by the mask. He turned and charged recklessly toward the faintly visible exit ahead, illuminated earlier by the flashlight. Pingius' mind was still reeling. Bai Lang's move was brutally decisive. It was exactly like how he had killed the malignant himself earlier. He looked at Guiran, nearly unconscious from terror. Her injured leg seemed to have been cut again in the chaos, blood and sewage mingling in a gruesome sight. He hesitated for a moment, debating whether to abandon a living person again. Damn it! Pingyu cursed under his breath, no longer hesitating. He hoisted Guiran back onto his shoulder and charged after Bai Lang toward the only path of escape. Behind them, the pipe collapsed in a thunderous roar. The two, limping and battered, clothes torn and bodies drenched in blood, burst out of the narrow, rust and drought-smelling exit just before the pipe was completely sealed by rubble and mud. Huff, huff, huff. They collapsed like dying dogs on the hard concrete floor outside, gasping heavily. Guiran, placed on the ground by Pingyu, had completely passed out, her face pale as paper, only a faint rise and fall of her chest. The relief of survival mingled with complex, unspoken emotions between them. They were nearly exhausted. The place seemed to be an abandoned factory workshop, dimly lit, the air thick with rust, pungent oil, and lingering mildew. But before they could catch their breath from the life or death ordeal, a sound of crackle, accompanied by a suppressed, morbid cackle suddenly emanated from the darkness deep within the workshop. Who? They lay exhausted on the concrete floor by the pipe exit, gasping for air. Guiran was placed on the ground by Pingyu, and the faint rise and fall of her chest was the only evidence that she was still alive. Before they could savor the feeling of escaping the jaws of death, a jarring sound pierced their ears. Sizzle, sizzle. The sound was strange. Then an uncontrollable laughter floated over. Hee hee. It was mixed with what seemed to be a woman's voice. Peng Ye's heart sank, and he propped himself up against the wall. Bai Lang reacted astonishingly fast, springing up from the ground, like a spring, his body covered in blood, yet his movements were not slowed in the slightest. He swiftly grabbed the machete that had fallen nearby, lowered his body, and tensed up, listening for the sound that came from deep within the workshop. Stay here, do not move. Keep watch. Bai Lang's voice was hoarse, yet filled with determination as he commanded Peng Yu, and the unconscious Gua ran. He crouched low, gripping the machete tightly. Cautiously, he pushed aside the discarded parts blocking his path, avoided the dangling wires, and made his way step by step toward the unknown darkness. Bai Lang followed the sounds, stealthily approaching the source. That chilling female voice, entwined with manic laughter, drifted once more from behind the stacked metal shelves ahead. Again. Yes. Hee hee. Over there. Bai Lang felt as if all the blood in his body had frozen at that moment. That voice was incredibly familiar. He would never forget it in this lifetime, the next, or even the one after. Even if turned to ash, he would recognize the owner of that voice. Bai Lang hid in the shadows, his eyes fixed intensely in the direction of the sound, his heart almost leaping out of his chest. Behind the shelves, a male infected, gaunt to the bone, wore that signature deranged grin as he played a game with a female infected. The female infected's skin was marred with bruises and strangulation marks, bite wounds, and some injuries were deep enough to expose bone. Even more horrifying was the gaping wound in her abdomen from which a viscous liquid mixed with blood slowly seeped out. Her face also bore that same eerie yet satisfied grin. Her limbs twisted in a grotesque manner, moving in sync with the infected. What nearly shattered Bai Lang's resolve was that female infected was actually Xiaoya. The very Xiaoya he had long believed was dead at the hands of that leader. The Xiaoya who, despite his memories filled with resentment and betrayal, had once been a flicker of purity and beauty. The woman he had once vowed to protect with his life. She was still alive. In a manner so humiliating, so revolting, so utterly unacceptable, she was alive. Boom. Something in Bai Lang's mind exploded, leaving him in instant blankness. All that remained was his heavy breathing. His heart pounded furiously against his ribs. All the calmness, all the calculations, all the plans for revenge were shattered in that moment. This repulsive scene of decay and stench. It was more destructive to his will than seeing her corpse directly. It tore at his very soul. The hellish images of that day surged back into his mind once more. The cold rain mercilessly washed over the filthy streets. He and the still human Xiaoyu, along with a dozen newly encountered survivors, were surrounded by a group of skinning maniacs with deranged grins on their faces. The screams of agony, the pleas for mercy, the sound of flesh being torn apart, the frenzied laughter and whistles of the skinners turned that area into a hell on earth. Those survivors, regardless of age or gender, became lambs to the slaughter before the skinners chased, mocked, and then tormented in the most brutal ways. Some were skinned alive. Some had their bellies ripped open. Some were held up as trophies. Blood stained the ground and dismembered body parts were scattered everywhere. The scene was horrific. Xiaoya's cries, piercing and helpless. That sound cut into his heart again and again, slowly, cruelly. He was filled with terror and unbearable pain. The leader of the skinners wore a mocking and cruel smile. It seemed uninterested in the other survivors' wails and deaths. It simply dragged the screaming and struggling Xiaoyu away from him, forcefully pinning her down on the filthy ground. He remembered the look in Xiaoya's eyes, initially filled with extreme fear and a faint plea, silently begging him to save her. But soon, when she saw his body stiffened with fear and his averted gaze, that plea turned into despair. He wanted to rush forward. He wanted to save her. He wanted to fight those bastards. He had once vowed to protect her with everything he had. But when the Skinner leader's blood-stained, filthy hands savagely tore her clothes apart, her fair skin was exposed to the greedy gazes of those madmen. When Xiaoya let out her first scream, terror and humiliation tearing at her voice. When her body lay helpless on the filthy ground. When the Skinner leader's massive form began to torment her. He was terrified. Fear, the most primal and vile fear, surged forth from the depths of his soul. This fear gripped his heart, froze his blood, and numbed his limbs. It shattered all his courage and dignity. He saw the look in Xiaoya's eyes shift from initial pleading to final resentment, and then to complete silence. That once vibrant flower was crushed before him by those filthy beasts in the most brutal way. He saw the Skinner leader's face twisted even further in delight at this moment. It even turned back, looking at him with a mocking and contemptuous expression, ridiculing his weakness and helplessness as an observer. He saw the other Skinners around him bursting into laughter and crude remarks. They cheered for this feast, eagerly awaiting their turn to enjoy. Those survivors who attempted to resist or flee were brutally slaughtered by other Skinners. Their screams intertwined with Xiaoya's cries, forming a symphony of hell. And then, he escaped. In this bloody chaos, at the moment when the survivors were being mercilessly slaughtered by the Skinners and their attention was distracted, he took advantage of their focus on Xiaoya and other dying struggles to flee, rolling and crawling away. He didn't even dare to look back at the human tragedy unfolding. He ultimately abandoned her. He once again adhered to his survival rule, choosing the most cowardly, shameful, and unforgivable escape. So good. It feels so good. Behind the shelves, the repulsive scene continued. The male infected lying atop Xiaoya grew increasingly violent, grunting with satisfaction, a sound so vile it churned the stomach. Xiaoya, now infected, seemed to sense Bai Lang lurking in the shadows nearby. Her face blurred, yet retaining faint traces of her former self, slowly turned toward him. The moment her gaze met Bai Lang's bloodshot eyes brimming with turbulent emotions. The maniacal grin on her face seemed to freeze for an instant, as if stirred by some familiar aura, as if trying to recognize something. Then a more complex and twisted emotion surfaced on her face. There was confusion, there was venom, there was mockery, and even surprise and bone-deep hatred. Bai Lang. She slurred his name, her voice hoarse. Every syllable dripped with derision. You coward. Finally, showing your face. I thought you'd spend your whole life crying in that rat hole. She abruptly extended her still intact hand, shoving the male infected aside. Keep going. Damn it. The male infected cursed in discontent. But Xiaoya's rank seemed higher than this ordinary infected a skinner. She grabbed a skinning knife and severed his manhood in one stroke. He then fled, clutching his bloody wound, through another door. Ignoring the tattered mess of her own abdomen, Xiaoya staggered to her feet. Her movements were stiff, grotesque. You coward. Waste. A more savage grin bloomed on Xiaoya's face. It held hatred and a twisted pleasure. Every word stabbed deep into Bai Lang's heart. You think you can escape? You think I'm dead? How could I die? I still have to thank you properly. Thank you for your heroic escape back then. Step by step, she dragged her disfigured, blood-soaked body toward Bai Lang. Her full focus locked onto him, savoring the agony and despair twisting his face, uglier than Agni's, reveling in the ecstasy of tearing his soul apart. All right, your grandmother. Xiaoya's voice turned shrill, dripping with malice, each word carved into the depths of Bai Lang's soul. It was me. I led them there. Those adorable little dogs. They obey me so well. I wanted to find you. I wanted you to see what I've become. I wanted you to taste the feeling of being a toy, toyed with at will. Her voice was utterly deranged. The grin on her face grew more horrific as her muscles twitched with overexcitement. But, you coward, you weren't there. What a shame. She extended a bloodstained hand, pointing at Bai Lang, then pointed at her own chest and below. There were gruesome scars. The flesh around the wounds was turned outward. But it's okay. Your grandmother. She enjoyed it all for you. Those little dogs. They loved her old wrinkled skin. They had such fun, peeling her skin, piece by piece. Just as happy as when they played with me back then. No. Bai Lang let out a roar filled with ultimate agony and madness. His body trembled violently, eyes blood-red, burning with hatred. This truth pierced his crumbling heart. It shattered the last shred of vengeance that had sustained him. He had always believed his grandmother's death was the indiscriminate brutality of the Skinners. His revenge was aimed at those sadistic madmen, at the high and mighty leader. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine the instigator of it all was her. The woman he once loved, then abandoned for survival, Sake, ultimately pushed into the abyss. It was she who extinguished the last light in his life. Ultimate pain, regret, rage, despair. All emotions erupted in that moment. Bai Lang's sanity snapped completely. All he saw was crimson. Everything in his vision warped, leaving only Xiaoya's grinning, loathsome face. Only one thought remained in his mind. Kill her. Destroy this woman. Know this madwoman, who had taken everything from him, in the most brutal, agonizing way. Make her pay for his grandmother's death. Xiaoya, he'll slice you into 1,000 pieces, tear you limb from limb. He let out a despairing scream. The cleaver in his hand sank deep into his flesh from the force of his grip. Endless hatred and the fury to avenge his grandmother surged into the blade, crashing down toward that twisted, grinning face. Within the factory workshop, a clash of love, hate, and vengeance erupted instantly. Peng Yu and the unconscious Guqiran were on the other side. Bai Lang's despairing roar echoed. Behind the shelves came the hair-raising sounds of fierce combat, intertwined with Xiaoya's manic laughter and curses. Peng Yu stared fixedly behind the shelves. He couldn't see what was happening, but hearing Bai Lang and the infected Xiaoya's exchange, he understood everything. Bai Lang's vengeance was right before him. Bai Lang. He. Peng Yu's voice was hoarse. He wanted to go see, but reason and Bai Lang's earlier words echoed in his mind. He knew this was a battle between Bai Lang and his enemy. He couldn't interfere. He also knew Bai Lang was strong enough to finish this quickly and exact his revenge. Bang, clatter, thud. Behind the shelves, something heavy fell. Metal clashed. The sound of blades cutting through flesh and bone rang out. Amid it all, Bai Lang and Xiaoya's inhuman roars and laughter, filled with pain and ecstasy, made it impossible to tell who was the infected. Suddenly a filthier female curse erupted. Her voice was piercing, nearly splitting eardrums. Then the sound was abruptly cut off, silenced. After that, a burst of manic male laughter, ha, broke the brief silence, followed by endless curses. Damn it. He'll skin you alive too. After an unknown time, the sound stopped. Then came the crunch. Crack. Bones were crushed inch by inch. Flesh was violently torn. Finally, everything fell silent. A deathly stillness. Only Bai Lang's muttering laced with faint, eerie laughter remained. Peng Ye's heart leaped into his throat at the noise. Is it over? Did Bai Lang win? Or did he become an infected? Peng Yu was about to call out, testing the situation, when he saw Bai Lang's figure stagger out from behind the shells, his steps unsteady, like a hollow shell stripped of all soul. He was drenched in blood, as if freshly pulled from a pool of gore, dark red clots, and indistinguishable shreds of flesh plastered over his entire body. His gas mask was gone. His angular face was also smeared with blood. The former cold stubbornness utterly vanished, leaving only the dead ashes of something burned to the end. His eyes were hollow, devoid of focus. That battle, no, perhaps the one-sided slaughter of his vengeful target, seemed to have killed him as well. In his hand, he carried a head, viscous blood dripping down the strands of hair. It was Xiao Ya's head. On it, her twisted smile before death was frozen, silently mocking Bai Lang. In his other hand, he dragged a cleaver covered in red and white filth and shredded flesh. Bai Lang lowered his head, looked at the head in his grasp, and couldn't stop trembling. He opened his mouth, but only a few suppressed, raspy sounds escaped his throat. Fortunately, he hadn't mutated yet, not into the mindless, infected Peng Yu feared. The ultimate hatred and pain at the moment, he personally ended Xiao, yet had also incinerated a vital part of his life. His soul had utterly perished at the end of this revenge. He slowly raised his head, his hollow gaze falling upon Peng Yu and the unconscious Guoran. Here, he said, his voice hoarse without a trace of life. It's over. Dragging the cleaver and carrying Xiao Ya's head, he staggered toward the exit at the other end of the workshop. His silhouette stretched long in the dim light, exuding utter loneliness. Peng Yu watched Bai Lang's retreating figure, those heavy, powerless steps. What kind of hell had this man just endured? Seeing Bai Lang's lifeless state, Peng Yu felt an indescribable pang in his heart. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion outside the workshop shattered his brief shock. Bai Lang. Peng Yu shouted toward him. Outside. An explosion. We have to go. Bai Lang paused his steps, not turning back, only sighing as he looked up. You go. Or even Peng Yu. He seemed indifferent to everything around him, caring nothing for Peng Yu or the still unconscious Guoran. The sole thought that had kept him alive like a stray dog in this apocalypse, avenging his grandmother, crumbled completely the moment Xiao Yu revealed the truth. The mastermind infected Xiao Yu was dead too. The revenge was over, leaving only boundless emptiness and pain. What the hell are you talking about? Peng Yu snapped. He grabbed a nearby iron shelf and pulled himself up. Didn't you promise to help me find my sister after your revenge? You forgot. I didn't think you were this fragile. I was wrong about you. What kind of man are you? If your grandmother saw you like this. Peng Ye's curses continued, trying to jolt Bai Lang awake. Bai Lang's body trembled slightly. He turned his head stiffly, his unfocused eyes devoid of their former cold sharpness, leaving only a dead gray stillness. He looked at Peng Yu, then at the unconscious Guoran on the ground. The corners of his mouth twitched as if trying to smile, but it was uglier than crying. Huh, you don't understand. Bai Lang murmured, his voice so faint it was almost drowned out by the explosions and collapsing buildings outside the workshop. Besides, his spirit was clearly on the verge of complete collapse. Just then, a more terrifying explosion roared from above them. The workshop ceiling creaked and massive chunks of concrete and twisted steel rained down like hail. Watch out. Peng Ye's pupils shrank. Ignoring Bai Lang, he lunged to scoop up the still unconscious Guoran. Dust billowed, debris flying. The entire workshop shook as if it would collapse at any moment. Peng Yu felt sharp stones strike his back, but he gritted his teeth and charged out with Guoran. Amid the chaos, he heard Bai Lang let out a suppressed roar. Seconds later, the collapse stopped. They hadn't made it out, but at least there were no signs of further falling. As the dust cleared slightly, Peng Yu shouted a few times to check on Bai Lang, but got no response. He was gone. The spot where he had stood was now crushed under a massive concrete slab, completely buried. The path to the other exit was also blocked tight by the violent explosions and cave-ins. Bai Lang. Peng Ye's eyes nearly bulged as he roared. Could it be? He died just like that. In this inexplicable explosion, Peng Yu felt a sense of absurdity mixed with an indescribable loss. This man, though cold-blooded though he had used and abandoned him, had also saved his life and taught him how to survive more ruthlessly in this apocalypse. Between them there seemed to be a twisted bond forged in blood and despair. But now it was all gone. Cough. Cough. Guoran coughed painfully, seemingly awakened by the dust. Peng Yu snapped back to reality. This was no time for grief. They were still trapped in this crumbling workshop. He glanced at the completely blocked exit, then at the collapsed pipe they had escaped through earlier, and finally fixed his gaze on a relatively intact ventilation duct. That seemed to be their only way out. Guiran, wake up. We have to leave now? Peng Yu shook her shoulders forcefully. Guiran slowly opened her eyes, her gaze still unfocused. Seeing the smoke-filled scene and Peng Yu's urgent expression, she seemed not yet to grasp what had happened. Bai Lang. Where's Bai Lang? She asked weakly. Forget him. He might be gone. Peng Yu's voice was hoarse. We have to find our own way out. Without further hesitation, he grabbed Guiran and dashed toward the dark ventilation duct. The factory explosions continued one after another, flames painting the sky red. Hordes of infected, including the sound-sensitive Skinners, were drawn by the massive noise surging from all directions toward the factory area like mad. Peng Yu could even hear the Skinners' excited whistles and manic laughter from outside the duct. Fast! Faster! He screamed in his mind. He pushed himself to maximum speed, crawling frantically through the ventilation duct that barely accommodated his body. He didn't know where this duct led, he only knew that stopping meant death. Though still dazed, the urgency drove Guiran's adrenaline, and she dared not fall behind. After crawling for what felt like an eternity, just as their strength was failing, a faint light appeared ahead. An exit. Peng Yu's heart leaped with joy. He mustered his last ounce of strength and charged toward the light. They crashed heavily into a relatively open underground space filled with filthy water. It seemed to be part of the factory's abandoned sewage system. Peng Yu and Guiran leaned against each other, gasping for breath, inhaling air that, though foul, was far less suffocating than the thin atmosphere in the duct. We escaped. Guiran's voice trembled with disbelief. For now, yes. Peng Yu's voice was hoarse. He looked around. This underground space had only one upward rusted iron ladder, seemingly the sole exit. Huff, huff. Two survivors, both covered in wounds, leaned against each other, gasping for breath. Peng Yu fumbled through his pockets, searching for something useful to bandage their injuries. Instead, he pulled out a walkie-talkie caked in mud and water. It was the one Bai Lang had given him earlier. He stared at the device, lost in thought. He had no idea whether Bai Lang was alive or dead. Recalling Bai Lang's despondent demeanor and the sudden collapse, the chances of his survival seemed infinitesimal. Yet deep down, he clung to a faint, almost reluctant glimmer of hope. Without hesitation, he used his mud-stained fingers to grope for the transmit button. He remembered the channel Bai Lang had set, remembered that damned calculus cipher. Bai Lang had said it was the safest way to communicate. Those lunatics wouldn't understand. Bai Lang. His voice was hoarse, laden with exhaustion and a trace of anticipation. As X approaches 0 sin XX. What does it equal? The walkie-talkie responded only with a crackle of static, cruelly mocking his futility. Peng Yu refused to give up. He repeated the question, his voice rising with desperation. Bai Lang. Answer me. What's the answer? Damn it. Say something. Come on. If you're still alive, answer me. Still only dead silence and static. Perhaps in a better scenario, Bai Lang's walkie-talkie had merely been smashed. Or maybe Bai Lang was truly dead, perishing at the end of his twisted revenge. That man, though cold, obsessive, and even once abandoning him, was the only one in this apocalypse who had truly taught him how to survive and had saved him multiple times. His death left Peng Yu with a strange emptiness. He tried calling Bai Lang again, his voice carrying a plea he didn't even recognize and a final stubborn ember of fantasy. He mechanically repeated the cipher known only to him and Bai Lang, hoping against hope that the static would miraculously yield a familiar response. Yet the only reply was the cold, relentless static. Guiran watched Peng Yu muttering to the walkie-talkie and couldn't help reaching out to tug at his sleeve. Peng Yu, go. She wanted to say something, but her throat was parched, and the excruciating pain from her broken leg rendered her speechless. She could only withdraw her hand, staring helplessly at his powerless form. Damn it. Peng Yu slammed his fist against the ground, sending up a spray of gravel and murky water. He glanced at Guiran, who was watching him with teary eyes, and a surge of irritation boiled within him. If it weren't for saving her, maybe he could have saved Bai Lang. Bringing Bai Lang along to find his sister would have been infinitely more useful than this burden. And at least he wouldn't be in such a pathetic state, lacking even the strength to crawl out of this godforsaken place. But the thought flickered and vanished as he forcefully suppressed it. We have to get out of here. Peng Yu's voice was hoarse. He leaned against the wall, struggled to his feet, and fought against his exhaustion. He walked over to Guiran, bent down, and prepared to carry her on his back. Just then the walkie-talkie he had been clutching in his hand, nearly crushed, suddenly crackled with a piercing burst of static without any warning. Zzzt, zzzt. Peng Yu's movement came to an abrupt halt. Then a voice so familiar it made his soul tremble. Interspersed with heavy breathing, the clatter of metal human voices and the spine-chilling laughter and whistles of the flayers came through the walkie-talkie in fragmented bursts. Zzzt. Static, cover me. They're coming from above. We can't hold them. We have to go. Did you save them? Zzzt. Zzzt. It was Linimo. Peng Yu's pupils contracted to pinpricks in an instant. He could hardly believe his ears. Linimo. Damn it. Is that you, eh? Where's Lily? Where the hell are you? Peng Yu practically lunged at the walkie-talkie, screaming with every ounce of his strength, terrified that his voice was too faint to be heard, terrified that this was merely a hallucination born of utter despair. His heart pounded wildly, blood surged through his veins. A complex torrent of emotions, ecstasy, shock, and profound terror, swept over him in an instant. ZZZ. We've already arrived at the factory clinic on the west side. But now we've been discovered by the flares too. We haven't found Peng Li and Xiao Wu yet. From the other end of the walkie-talkie came Ning Yuan's intermittent voice, filled with unprecedented panic and urgency. The background noise carried other voices along with more and denser whistles and manic laughter from the flares. Hello, this is Peng Yu. Can you hear me? What do you mean? What happened to Lily and Xiao Wu? Hey, answer me. Damn it. What's going on with you guys? Peng Yu's heart pounded so violently it felt like it would explode from his chest. He shouted frantically into the walkie-talkie, trying to extract more useful information from the chaotic signal. He was completely unaware that this communication was merely an accidental cross-channel interference. He was only overhearing a conversation between Lin Mo and Ning Yuan. They couldn't hear him at all. ZZZ. We've already set off some flammable materials in the factory as planned. Didn't expect. Those bastards still found us. Another unfamiliar male voice came through, growing increasingly frantic as if in the midst of a brutal battle. His words were punctuated by heavy gasps, the clash of weapons, and the approaching maniacal laughter of the infected. Static. Don't come near. An unfamiliar woman's shout suddenly cut in Lin Mo. Watch your back. Damn it. They're charging. Bang. A muffled gunshot followed, and then the signal cut out completely. The walkie-talkie was once again filled only with deathly silence and the hiss of static. A flood of information crashed into Peng Yu's mind. He gripped the walkie-talkie tightly, his previously weary and unfocused gaze sharpening once more, kindling a flame called hope in his eyes. Lily, wait for me. The truck crushed the deformed corpse of an infected, the tires scraping against shattered bones and rotten flesh, emitting a creaking sound. Brother Hu cursed as he gripped the steering wheel, spitting out saliva mixed with ash onto the dust-covered windshield. Damn it. This damn road. When will it end? His face, always tense and accustomed to giving orders, was now filled with irritation towards this terrible road rather than vigilance against potential dangers. He had always been this way, fixated on the rules and efficiency before him, often overlooking deeper dangers. Gu Yiran watched Brother Hu with an unperturbed heart, even finding it somewhat amusing. These so-called strong ones were no different from the eviscerated infected in the face of true terror. They were merely chunks of meat waiting to be processed on the chopping block. She sat in the relatively bumpy back compartment, her fair and delicate hand gripping tightly onto the clothes of a robust woman. This woman's name was Xiao Lan, a police officer who was always eager to seize control, attempting to maintain a ridiculous order with her old world's rules, even in this damned apocalypse. Everyone, hold on tight. Stay alert. Xiao Lan's voice was loud, carrying an undeniable commanding tone, but no one around responded to her. Except for Gu Yiran. Okay, Sister Xiao Lan. Her pure and bright eyes involuntarily glanced at Xiao Lan's neck, tense with anxiety. The pupils in her bright eyes trembled slightly, and she unconsciously swallowed hard. Ugh. A man leaning against the other side of the compartment, pale-faced, emitted a barely noticeable groan of pain. His name was Su Qiming, a doctor who had worked with Gu Yiran at the affiliated hospital before the apocalypse. When the disaster first broke out, he was holding a seminar near Coastal University, and he somehow miraculously survived. Coincidentally, during a food-seeking mission, their small team, this very one, saved Gu Yiran, who was being chased by an infected wearing human skin. Seeing an old hometown mate and an old colleague made Su Qiming's eyes well up with tears. Gu Yiran naturally joined their group. A few days ago, while out on a search, Su Qiming injured his leg when a shelf collapsed. The current bumps made him frown slightly, but the expression still carried that kind of sympathy that made Gu Yiran feel nauseous. Is everyone okay? Su Qiming's voice was somewhat weak, yet he still remembered to care for others. This untimely kindness appeared to Gu Yiran as a piece of white cloth waiting to be tainted, provoking a strong impulse within her to smear it black. Brother Hu, is there any food left? I'm so hungry, a young man asked weakly. This young man was Xiao Li, a delivery boy. When the apocalypse first broke out, he was rushing to deliver an overdue order on his electric bike when he crossed a road blocked by numerous cars. Upon nearing the source of the blockage, he witnessed a scene he wished to forget for life. Having read countless apocalyptic stories, he instantly understood the situation and turned around without delivering, conveniently grabbing a meal for himself. At this moment, he was slumped over, holding his stomach and huddled in the corner of the compartment, whining. Don't worry, Xiao Li, we will be there soon. Brother Hu didn't answer Xiao Li, but rather a man in a security uniform responded. His name was Chong, diligently holding a rusty wrench, watching the quickly passing ruins through the torn seam of the military green canvas of the compartment. On his honest face was a complete trust towards this team, especially towards Gu Yiran. After responding to Xiao Li, he turned his head, a hearty smile breaking out from beneath his dark skin as he spoke to Gu Iran. Sister Iran, are you hungry? Don't worry, once we arrive I'll find food for you right away. Brother Chong, you're so nice. Oh, what a lovely simp. Gu Iran stared at his innocent eyes, thinking how wonderful it would be to do something outrageous in front of him, and other men, imagining the expression on his face, would be utterly delightful. This was everyone in the current survivor team, and Gu Iran had already been laying the groundwork in this team for quite some time. She was a patient artist. Her original plan was to see what kind of twisted expression would appear on the face of this soldier brother, who was used to giving orders and obedience once he discovered that the girl he trusted most was actually a demon wearing human skin. Or what would happen when the controlling Xiao Lan found her meticulously maintained order completely disrupted, perhaps even pinned down by Gu Iran having her police sidearm shoved into her. Would she emit sounds as interesting as those of the infected she had interrogated? Or perhaps she enjoyed this delayed gratification, watching her prey struggle between hope and despair. That kind of mental collapse fascinated her far more than mere physical torture. Unfortunately, plans often fall short of changes. Or rather, changes can often bring greater pleasure. Wait, there seemed to be living people ahead. Brother Hu suddenly let out a low growl. The truck came to a sudden halt, the immense inertia causing those in the compartment to sway violently. Several figures were emerging from the debris of a collapsed building, moving cautiously and awkwardly. Leading them was a tall young man holding what appeared to be a heavy fire axe. His eyes showed fatigue, yet there was a fierce determination in them. Behind him was a thin young man wearing glasses gripping a machete. He also looked quite tired, but was astonishingly calm, propping himself up with a knife as he carefully scrutinized the vehicle. Further back was a girl who appeared to be about the same age as Gu Iran, her face filled with an uncontainable panic, yet tightly cradling an injured child in her arms. It was Ning Yuan, Lin Mo, Peng Li, and Xiao Wu. They are alive. They look so pitiful. A Chang's honest voice carried a hint of compassion. Su Qiming also struggled to peer through the gaps in the truck's tarpaulin to see those poor souls. We should help them. He is always like this, filled with impractical sympathy, like those saintly protagonists in countless cliché apocalypse movies. Brother Hu. Gu Iran also spoke with a suitably gentle tone, standing up from the corner and walking to the back of the truck, lifting the tarpaulin to reveal a face dusted with a bit of dirt, yet still strikingly beautiful, her eyes filled with concern and kindness. She continued in that tone. They look like they need help. At a time like this, having one more person means one more strength. She knew that Brother Hu, being a soldier, would be more easily persuaded by such seemingly big-picture reasoning. Brother Hu glanced at her through the rearview mirror. This Su Qiming had been murmuring in his ear countless times. She was famously known as the most beautiful nightingale in their hospital. Since joining the team, she had consistently exhibited professionalism and compassion, which he considered the best stabilizing factor in this survivor squad. He had always trusted Gu Iran's words to some extent. Iran is right. Brother Hu pondered for a moment, as if weighing the pros and cons. Yes, we cannot just stand by and watch the people die. Xiaolan echoed. Damn it, they are lucky. Ultimately, Brother Hu spat open the car door and jumped down, shouting into the cabin. Everyone get your act together. Don't screw up. Xiaolan, you come down with me to check it out. The rest stay in the car on alert. Xiaolan responded with an quickly adjusting her gear, her sharp gaze scanning Ning Yuan and the others, always maintaining a professional demeanor. Xiao Li nervously rubbed his hands together, hoping they would have something to eat. Gu Iran's heart trembled with excitement at this sudden feast. She knew that her game was about to enter a brand new, more thrilling phase. No hurry, the show was just beginning, and she wanted to savor it slowly. The Ning Yuan squad clearly saw the people getting out of the truck. The two sides faced off across the ruins, the atmosphere tense. Gu Iran nudged to Chong. We should go down too to show our goodwill. She jumped out of the car first, her beautiful face adorned with the most harmless, reassuring smile, raising her hands towards Ning Yuan and the others to indicate that she bore no malice. Don't be afraid. We are survivors, she called out in the softest yet clearest voice she could muster. Ning Yuan and Lin Mo exchanged a glance, clearly communicating their judgments rapidly. Peng Li clutched Ning Yuan's arm tightly, while Xiao Wu hid behind her. Brother Hu and Xiao Lan had already moved a few meters ahead of the truck. Brother Hu shouted gruffly, Hey, over there. We are alive too. What's your situation? Ultimately, Ning Yuan seemed to have made a decision, instructing Lin Mo and Peng Li to remain on guard, while he carefully approached with a fire axe in hand. Gu Iran could clearly see the vigilance and scrutiny in his eyes, along with the resilience hidden beneath his exhaustion. Who are you? Ning Yuan's voice was hoarse, dry from prolonged lack of sleep and water, as he stopped a few meters away from Brother Hu and the others. We are survivors from a nearby temporary outpost. Our food is running low, and we came out to look for supplies. Gu Iran hurriedly answered before Brother Hu, her tone sincere. I am Gu Iran, a nurse before the disaster. Later, when I was being chased by the infected, they saved me. They are good people. She pointed to the others standing outside the truck. She noticed that Ning Yuan's eyes softened noticeably upon hearing the word nurse, his gaze instinctively sweeping over the team behind him, the little boy being protected by Peng Li clearly injured. Gu Yiran silently noted that this was a point she could exploit. How many of you? Are you safe? Ning Yuan continued to ask. We originally had more than a dozen people, but, alas, Gu Yiran revealed just the right amount of sadness and fear. We encountered a large group of those terrifying madmen on the road. Now only a few of us are left. Those sons of bitches. Brother Hu added timely from the side, his tone filled with anger and grief. Many of our brothers fell at their hands. Moreover, many of our brothers from the shelter were also assimilated by them. I don't understand what those bastards are doing. Knowing full well that they are not ordinary zombies, yet treating them as such. Such fools. Are you a soldier? Which shelter are you from? Is it the one near the city gym? Upon hearing Brother Hu's words, Ning Yuan's previously dim eyes sparked with a glimmer of brightness. What? Kid, why are you asking this? Brother Hu hesitantly looked into his eyes, trying to discern his intentions. My dad is still there. He told me that it has already fallen, but I have been unable to contact him since. Ning Yuan's eyes revealed an uncontrollable sadness. I also have brothers over there. But, to be honest, the chances of your dad surviving are slim. Brother Hu's tone softened. Gu Yiran noticed the momentary pain and despair that erupted in Ning Yuan's eyes upon hearing the news about the gym and the potential clue regarding his father. The excitement within her intensified. Ning Yuan? Peng Li sensed Ning Yuan's dejection and wanted to offer some comfort, but her words were cut off by him. Brother, since you were a soldier and have stayed in official shelters, do you know anything about the affiliated hospital? Ning Yuan's voice rose slightly, and he quickly concealed his disappointment. I don't know much about the affiliated hospital either. Brother Hu was about to speak. I was a nurse there. Gu Yiran interjected before him, her tone carrying a sense of professionalism and familiarity, a hint of well-timed worry and recollection on her face. At the affiliated hospital, I remember. It was chaotic, crowded. Later, I managed to escape. She lowered her head slightly, her voice trembling faintly, as if recalling a terrible experience. Ning Yuan's eyes lit up instantly, a desperate hope gleaming within them. You're from the affiliated hospital. How is it there? Are there any survivors? Or do you know a Professor Zhang? His voice tightened with urgency as he fired off a series of questions. Brother Hu and Xiao Lan exchanged glances. They only had hearsay about the affiliated hospital plus the information from Gu Yiran and Su Qiming, and knew little of the actual situation. Seeing Gu Yiran take the lead, they were happy to let her handle it. A flicker of satisfaction passed through Gu Yiran's mind, but her expression grew even more sorrowful and grave. The situation at the affiliated hospital was dire. When I escaped, it was already on the verge of falling. Infected everywhere and looters taking advantage of the chaos. I barely made it out alive. I don't know the person you mentioned. By the way, there's another person from the affiliated hospital in our group, a doctor. He injured his leg and is still in the vehicle. He might know who you're looking for. Her entire account of escaping from the affiliated hospital was a fabrication, painting it as extremely dangerous, yet still holding a glimmer of the hope he sought, thus keeping Ning Yuan hooked. Lin Mo stood silently behind Ning Yuan, his gaze scrutinizing Gu Yiran from behind his glasses. Unlike Ning Yuan, he didn't let his guard down at the mention of the affiliated hospital and a nurse. This girl gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity from the moment she appeared. Her expressions, her tone. Lin Mo found them oddly unsettling. His intuition told him that she felt incongruous. He adjusted his glasses, frowning as he pondered where he might have seen her before or why he had this strange feeling. Ning Yuan pressed on with more questions about the affiliated hospital, but only received vague answers from Gu Yiran. It seemed he would have to ask the doctor she mentioned, who was still in the vehicle. Ning Yuan recalled that the girl had said they were searching for food. He then blurted out, "Are you in need of food right now?" The question made Brother Hu and Xiao Lan's expressions shift slightly. They were indeed facing a food shortage, and the prospect of finding supplies was uncertain. Ning Yuan glanced at the bulging backpack behind him and exchanged a look with Lin Mo, who also carried a backpack full of food, though a hint of contemplation flickered in his eyes. Ning Yuan reasoned that if he proposed meeting the doctor directly apart from this seemingly warm and kind girl, the others had no obligation to waste time on him. Moreover, if they were malicious and intended to rob him, they would have acted from the start. With such a kind girl in their group, they probably weren't bad people. Perhaps they could cooperate. We have some food, Ning Yuan said hesitantly. We can share. But Xiaowu in our group is injured and needs immediate treatment. He pointed to the pale-faced child in Peng Li's arms. Gu Yiran's eyes lit up, and she stepped forward with a professional concern on her face. The little brother is hurt. Let me see. She crouched down to examine Xiao's injuries. Xiaowu had multiple wounds, including a deep gash on his leg from a sharp object. Though bandaged simply, it showed signs of redness and infection. The wound is infected and needs prompt treatment, or it could become dangerous. Gu Yiran's tone turned serious. I have some basic antibiotics and bandages. They'll help Dr. Su down later, and he can take a look too. We can trade medical help for your food. Ning Yuan looked at Brother, who speaking firmly. Brother who raised an eyebrow glancing at Gu Iran, and then at the bulging food bags on Ning Yuan and his companion. That depends on them. But even if you didn't offer food, Sister Iran would still help. We know her nature well. Xiaolon pinched Brother Huss back and muttered, you talk too much. Gu Iran's heart was already rejoicing. Everything was unfolding according to her plan even more smoothly than she had anticipated. Brother who? Gu Iran's voice sounded beside Xiao Wu. This child's condition looks very serious. The wound is infected and causing a high fever which is extremely dangerous. We must find a relatively safe place as soon as possible so Dr. Su and I can treat him. Gu Iran turned to Ning Yuan and Peng Li, her face displaying a reassuring concern. Don't worry too much. We'll do our best. Damn it, all right. Brother who made the decision. Let's find a place to settle down first. Treating the injury is the priority. Xiaolon take a Chong and Xiao Li to help them carry some food over. Don't dawdle. The rest of you get in the car. We need to leave this godforsaken place quickly. Hurry. Xiaolon patted a Chong and Xiao Li on the back and shouted. Got it, Brother who? Sister Lon. A Chong and Xiao Li immediately perked up. Ning Yuan was about to hand his backpack to a Chong and Xiao Li. Wait. Lin Imo suddenly grabbed his arm. I have a bad feeling about this, but forget it, maybe I'm overthinking it. We'll deal with it later. Treating Xiao Wu's injury comes first. Ning Yuan watched Lin Mo release his grip. Lin Mo's brow was still furrowed, his eyes filled with caution. Ning Yuan was perplexed, but said nothing. He trusted Lin Mo's judgment every time, and this occasion was no exception. However, Xiao Wu's wound required their medical assistance, and they themselves had various scrapes and bruises. Ning Yuan felt that these people's actions could be considered benevolent. There were soldiers, and that seemingly strong woman among them who appeared to have a pistol in her side bag. If they were truly malicious, they would have simply killed them and taken their supplies instead of inquiring about their situation with the girl, even coming to help. Perhaps traveling with them isn't a bad thing. You might be overthinking this time, but rest assured I won't let my guard down either. Ning Yuan patted Lin Mo on the shoulder, then handed the backpack on his back to a Chong and Xiao Li. Peng Li, holding Xiao Wu tightly, carefully helped him into the truck bed with Gu Iran's assistance. The truck engine roared to life, crunching over gravel as it bumped away from the ruins. Inside the truck bed, Gu Iran swiftly opened her medical kit and began examining Xiao Wu's wound again. Su Qiming, enduring the pain in his leg, provided guidance from the side. The wound is infected. It needs to be cleaned and then treated with antibiotics. Su Qiming said, his voice weak, but his tone relatively calm. Gu Iran nodded, gently cleaning Xiao Wu's wound. Her focused expression brought a measure of reassurance to both Peng Li and Ning Yuan. Yet within her heart, there was nothing but cold calculation. The truck twisted and turned, finally stopping before a relatively intact, abandoned two-story building. The building had an independent iron staircase outside. Most of the windows were broken, but the location was relatively secluded, and there seemed to be no signs of life inside. This place looks okay. Let's check it out first. Brother who was the first to jump out of the truck, leading Xiaolon and a Chong up to investigate. Soon they signaled that it was safe. The group worked together to move the injured Xiao Wu and Su Qiming into a relatively clean room on the second floor. Gu Iran and Su Qiming immediately began treating Xiao Wu's wound, applying medicine, bandaging it, and administering medication. Ning Yuan and Peng Li watched anxiously from the side. Lin Mo meanwhile silently observed the environment of this temporary stronghold and every member of Brother Huss' team. He still felt that the nurse named Gu Iran gave him an indescribable sense of familiarity, but he couldn't recall where he had seen her before. After treating Xiao Wu's injuries, the sky was beginning to darken. Brother who found some broken wooden planks and roughly reinforced the doors and windows. Then everyone gathered together, eating the food from Ning Yuan's backpack, briefly introducing themselves to each other before breaking into separate conversations. Kid, Brother who looked at Ning Yuan, exhaling a puff of smoke. Where do you plan to go next? You can't just stay here forever. Ning Yuan took a deep breath and stated their long-standing goal. We're heading to the affiliated hospital in the west of the city. That's why I kept asking Gu Iran about the situation inside. Then, as if remembering something, he turned and asked in Su Qiming's direction. By the way, Brother Qiming, Gu Iran mentioned earlier that you were also a doctor there. Do you know an old professor named Zhang at your hospital? Su Qiming looked at Ning Yuan's earnest gaze and unconsciously stroked his chin, trying to recall if there was such a person at their hospital. Well, to be honest, there are quite a few doctors surnamed Zhang at our hospital. I haven't really noticed any particularly famous old professor named Zhang around the hospital. There's also a man surnamed Zhang in our department, but he's about my age. Sorry, I couldn't help you. Su Qiming's face turned slightly away from Ning Yuan, revealing a hint of guilt for not being able to assist. All right, it's okay. Thank you anyway for the information, Brother Qiming. The glimmer of hope that had shone in Ning Yuan's eyes gradually faded. Watching the change in their expressions, Gu Iran couldn't help but laugh inwardly, but she pretended to be pleasantly surprised. So that's it. No wonder you kept asking about the affiliated hospital. You were also planning to go to the affiliated hospital. Ning Yuan and Peng Li both looked at her. The disappointment on Ning Yuan's face dissipated somewhat upon hearing this, and he asked, also, are you going there too? Didn't you say earlier that it was very dangerous when you escaped from there during the catastrophe? Why didn't you say so earlier, ha? We were planning to go there too. Iran did tell us she barely escaped with her life, but later I got news from our hospital's internal group the infected there have long been cleared out by the authorities. The government has arranged at least one research institution for the grinning virus in every city nationwide, and the affiliated hospital was designated for this purpose. It should be the safest place in the entire city now. Su Qiming quickly chimed in, excitedly sharing this news. How about we go together? Since we're all heading to the same destination, there's strength in numbers. Don't you agree, Brother Hu? Gu Yiran's beautiful eyes fixed on Brother Hu's weathered but resilient face. Brother Hu listened to their words, stroking his chin in contemplation for a moment. All right, Brother Hu finally made the final decision. Since our goals are similar, we'll travel together. But kid, during the journey, we'll look out for each other as much as we can. However, whether we live or die, it's each man's fate. I understand. Ning Yuan nodded solemnly. The two teams, driven by their respective needs, and the shared goals skillfully guided by Gu Yiran, were finally formally merged. Night rapidly devoured the rubble-strewn ruins outside the abandoned building. After the meal, Brother Hu tallied the remaining food in Ning Yuan and his companions' backpacks. There were mainly 2 cans of canned luncheon meat, 3 packs of compressed biscuits, and a few bottles of nearly depleted mineral water. It seems we can stretch this for about 2 more meals among us. Brother Hu murmured, thudding a can of luncheon meat heavily onto the table. Get ready tomorrow, or we're going out for supplies. He glanced at Ning Yuan and Lin Mo, his tone brooking no dissent. You two will come too tomorrow. The injured will stay behind. Only 2 people will remain here to watch over them. We'll finalize the detailed arrangements tomorrow. Ning Yuan nodded silently, while Lin Mo adjusted his glasses, pondered for a few seconds, and then nodded as well. Brother Hu's team was evidently starving. Ah Chong and Xiao Li were even licking the crumbs from their allocated compressed biscuits after the meal. Xiaolon vigilantly observed the doors and windows. Su Qiming, due to his leg injury, was being attentively cared for by Gu Yiran. He looked at Gu Yiran with eyes full of gratitude, though occasionally a flicker of subtle complex emotion passed through them. In another corner of the room, Xiao Wu lay on a mattress, his breathing still labored, his forehead burning with fever. After tending to Su Qiming, Gu Yiran walked over and sat beside Xiao Wu's bed. Gently, she wiped his forehead and cheeks with a damp, tattered cloth, her movements tender. Peng Li curled up beside Xiao Wu, tightly gripping his frail little hand, her eyes brimming with worry. She occasionally looked up at Gu Yiran, her gaze laden with profound gratitude. Sister, Yiran, Xiao Wu. I'll be okay, right? Peng Li said to Gu Yiran. Gu Yiran turned, her face breaking into a smile gentle enough to melt the iciest frost. She lightly patted Peng Li's hand. Don't worry, Lily. I've given him antibiotics and fever reducers. If the high fever breaks tonight, his condition will stabilize. This child is very resilient. Help pull through. Such a pitiful and endearing child. Gu Yiran's fingertips lightly traced Xiao Wu's burning cheek, yet her heart was icy cold. The fever persisted. How wonderful that would be. She wondered how many interesting expressions he could reveal before he completely broke down. And this girl named Peng Li, with her saintly heart, so worried about a child she had known for less than a month and a half. Truly. Interesting. But she did not know that Peng Li's mind was not only consumed with worry for Xiao Wu, but also for her brother Peng Yu, whose fate was still unknown. After Brother Hu finished tallying the food and exchanged a few more words with Ning Yuan, he began arranging the night watch. He and Xiao Lan would take the first half, while Ning Yuan and Lin Mo would take the second. The night deepened. The room was filled only with the soft or heavy sounds of breathing from the group. Xiao Wu remained in a stupor, occasionally letting out a pained groan or two. Peng Li stayed by his side, already exhausted, but forcing herself to stay awake. Ning Yuan leaned against the door, blocked by a broken table, feeling the chill seeping through the cracks. The wound under his ribs, inflicted by a knife in the supermarket, no longer hurt as much thanks to professional care and medicine, but a persistent dull ache and weakness tormented him. Lin Mo, Ning Yuan whispered, breaking the silence as he gazed out at the pitch-black night, where the occasional indistinct laughter of infected echoed in the distance. Do you think we can really trust Brother Hu's group? Especially that Gu Yiran. I feel like when she mentioned the affiliated hospital, she was deliberately hiding something. She said escaping was a narrow brush with death, but Dr. Su said it's become an official research institute. My dad mentioned Professor Zhang is there, so it must be safe. I still trust my dad. Lin Mo sat across from him, leaning against the wall, fiddling with a rusty little knife picked up from the floor. At Ning Yuan's words, he paused in his movements. Brother, who is a typical soldier, or rather he used to be, Lin Mo said, his voice so soft it was almost drowned by the wind. He's used to giving orders and solving problems in the most direct way. People like him can be very reliable in certain situations, but equally easy to manipulate in others. Xiaolan, the policewoman, is calmer and more vigilant than Brother Hu, but she seems very obedient to his commands. Or perhaps she believes a strong leader is necessary in the current situation. He paused, his gaze shifting to the other end of the room to the exceptionally gentle Gu Iran. As for Gu Iran, she's the biggest problem. You think so too? Ning Yuan felt a jolt. Her appearance was too coincidental, Lin Mo said. Would just mention needing a doctor or nurse, and she happens to appear with one. Her description of the situation at the affiliated hospital is full of vague and leading statements. She claims to have escaped from the affiliated hospital but knows nothing about the specifics inside, like the military deployment, the organization of survivors, or the official personnel. She only emphasizes chaos and danger. He didn't mention the familiarity she gave him, but directly pointed out the oddities. That doesn't add up. And Su Qiming, Lin Mo continued. He claims he was giving a lecture at Linhai University when the initial upheaval at the hospital Gu Iran described occurred. That sounds plausible. But as a doctor from the affiliated hospital, he couldn't possibly have no memory of the key personnel and department layouts. Moreover, he always seems to speak in a tone of supplementing or corroborating right after Gu Iran finishes, as if deliberately playing along with her script. The more Ning Yuan listened, the heavier his heart grew. Every word of Lin Mo's analysis pierced his soul. He recalled Gu Iran's eyes always filled with just the right amount of concern and innocence, and Su Qiming's seemingly opportune echoes. You mean, they might be deceiving us? That they might have other motives for going to the affiliated hospital? Ning Yuan's voice was hoarse. That possibility can't be ruled out. Lin Mo's eyes glinted with a cold light in the darkness. A chill ran up Ning Yuan's spine. Then, what do we do now? Ning Yuan felt a wave of helplessness. If Lin Mo's suspicions were true, their current situation was like lambs walking into a tiger's den. Stay calm for now, Lin Mo said, his tone returning to its usual composure. For the time being, Xiao Wu's injury requires their medicine. Until we reach the affiliated hospital, or until their true purpose is revealed, we are still allies. But we must prepare for the worst. From now on, Lin Mo's voice dropped even lower, laced with an unyielding determination. We'll take turns resting, but one of us must stay alert at all times, watching every single one of them, especially Gu Iran. React immediately to any anomaly. They'll find a way to test her. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. If she really wants to play games, they'll show her we're not lambs waiting for slaughter. On the other side of the room, on the mattress, Gu Iran seemed to turn over due to the cold, pulling the blanket tighter. In the darkness beneath her tightly shut eyelids, her eyeballs seemed to move slightly. The faint, almost imperceptible curve of her lips appeared unusually eerie and satisfied. This Lin Mo was more perceptive than she had imagined. But the more clever they thought themselves to be, the more satisfying it was to shatter them. The sky was a dreary gray, casting hazy light into the second floor of this abandoned building. Within the temporary stronghold, the mingled sense of rust, dust, and distant burning wafted into everyone's nostrils. Xiao Wu was curled up in a corner on a hastily cleaned, worn-out mattress. The antibiotics and fever reducers seemed ineffective after a night's use. His small face remained flushed crimson, his rapid breaths interspersed with delirious murmurs, his life hanging by a thread. Peng Li knelt beside him, gently wiping his forehead with a damp cloth strip. Her movements were tender, her eyes brimming with worry. Su Qiming leaned against the opposite wall, his injured legs splinted with wooden sticks and cloth strips still swollen with a purplish bruise. His face remained pale, and he let out low groans from time to time. Brother Hu's weather-beaten face was ashen. He paced the room in agitation, his heavy military boots creaking against the floorboards. His craving for a cigarette was intense, his lips parched and peeling, but the pack was empty. He could only rub his hands together and pace in restraint. Xiaolon, meanwhile, leaned against the window blocked by broken planks, vigilantly observing the silent street outside. The muzzle of her police pistol drooped slightly, but her finger remained on the trigger guard, ready to respond to any sudden incident. Ning Yuan sat near the door, rotating his cross-shaped weapon and shaking the arm that Gu Iran had treated for an injury near his ribs. Though the pain had lessened considerably, the stiffness was still uncomfortable. He recalled Lin Mo's words from the previous night, and as he looked at Xiao Wu, Peng Li, and each member of Brother Hu's team, he felt a deep sense of confusion. Lin Mo leaned against the opposite wall, a machete in hand, meticulously wiping it with a rag. His movements were steady, as if he were isolated from the outside world. But behind his glasses, his eyes occasionally flashed with sharp light. He had not slept all night, his mind racing. Ah Chong and Xiao Li huddled in a corner of the room, both bearing clear signs of hunger and exhaustion. Ah Chong tightly gripped a rusty wrench, occasionally glancing at Gu Iran with an admiration bordering on sycophancy. Xiao Li leaned weakly against the wall, his gaze unfocused, losing interest in everything except food-related words, which would briefly lift his eyelids. The food in Ning Yuan's backpack is running low. Brother Hu suddenly stopped pacing, his heavy breathing clear in the room. His bloodshot eyes swept over the group, his voice hard, and if Xiao Wu's condition drags on, he'll die. Su Qiming also needs medicine. Now after this meal, Well set out immediately to gather supplies, focusing on medicine and food. He then began distributing food. When he handed the compressed biscuits to Gu Iran and Peng Li, he paused and spoke. Iran, you're a nurse. Su Qiming is now a burden and a casualty, and that kid also depends on you. His tone was gruff, but deep in his eyes lay an imperceptible reliance, an instinctive dependence on a professional. Pungly, he turned to her, softening his voice slightly, but maintaining a commanding tone. You and Iran stay behind and take care of them. It's relatively safe here, but don't let your guard down. He unstrapped a military knife from his waist, the sheath worn, but the blade bright, and tossed it directly to Gu Iran. Take this for self-defense. Protect them. Everyone else get ready, we leave in 10 minutes. Gu Iran quickly caught the knife, her face immediately showing appropriate gratitude and resolve. Don't worry, brother, who will do my best. But Xiao was high fever is tricky, he might need some special antibiotics. I recall our affiliated hospital used to have them. But alas, now we can only hope to find a substitute. She furrowed her brows slightly, her eyes filled with concern for Xiao's condition. Xiao Lan nodded nearby, raising no objection to Brother Hu's arrangement. As a police officer, she understood the importance of clear directives and division of labor in a crisis. Her sharp gaze swept over Ning Yuan and Lin Mo, as if assessing the value and risks of these two new members. Ning Yuan ate, while occasionally glancing toward Gu Iran and Su Qiming. He poked Lin Mo beside him, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, Hey, do you think we should go? Leaving the two you suspected last night here with Xiao Wu and Peng Li. Could it be? Lin Mo adjusted his glasses and replied calmly, No, I'll be fine. We can go and probe their background at the same time. All right. Ning Yuan then stood up and actively declared his resolve to Brother Hu, count me in. My rib injury is much better thanks to Iran's care. I can fight. Lin Mo also stood up, adjusted his glasses, and said nothing. He simply looked at Brother Hu and the others, his resolute eyes conveying his stance. Upon hearing this, Ah Chong immediately straightened his back, his dark face flushing with excitement. He thumped his chest and said in a booming voice, spitting out crumbs of the compressed biscuit he had just stuffed into his mouth, to Gu Iran's sister Iran. You stay behind and take care of the injured. I've got the front covered. He'll protect Brother Hu and the others and bring back the medicine and food they need. His gaze toward Gu Iran was filled with near-blind worship, as if she were his Mei Yang. Upon hearing they were going out to find food, Xiao Li's listless spirit perked up slightly. He licked his chapped lips and happily stuffed the food Brother Hu had just given him into his mouth. Brother Hu looked at the group and said in a deep voice, Good. After eating, prepare yourselves, we leave immediately. With the command given, the room fell into a heavy silence.